Chapter 61 Sing, a big pie for Angel God? Stop! Both the Spirit Hall and Yuanshi exclaimed in surprise at this moment. Rakshasa God has taken action! The two gods are opposites, so it is reasonable for them to fight each other. Yuanshi did not move, and the people in the Spirit Hall had no time to stop him, because the possessed Zhu Zhuking had already stabbed the weapon into Chuan Rengxu's skin. Even if the opponent's soul power is fully activated and returning to level 60 is of no use. Presumptuous. In the blink of an eye, a fierce rebuke came from Chuan Rengxu's body. The holy light of angels blooms, and endless power of light rises to cleanse the world of sin. An angel emerged from Chuan Rengxu's body and blocked the attack from Rakshasa God. Rakshasa, you are so brave! The angel god held the holy sword in his hand and forced Rakshasa god out of Zhu Zhuking's body. The Rakshasa god chuckled strangely. You guys! The angel god glanced at Chuan Douluo and the others, then pointed at Chuan Rengxu and said, Take her away. Chuan Douluo hurriedly stepped forward to help Chuan Rengxu up, and left the Xingdu Great Forest without any regrets. After everyone left, she looked at Yuanshi and the others. You leave too. Yi Zi and Ye Lingling stepped forward to help Zhu Zhuking up. Yuanshi remained indifferent and had no intention of leaving. You. The angel god looked at Yuanshi with a frown. At this time, Rakshasa god also floated to Yuanshi's side. You guys? The angel god thought of something and narrowed his eyes. Rakshasa laughed loudly. Angel, do you also get fooled sometimes? The angel god's expression changed slightly, and he pointed at Yuanshi and said, You are the guy from last time? Yuanshi spread his hands, without any intention of hiding anything. Long time no see. It was not until this time that the angel god figured it out. He fell into the trap of Rakshasa god and Yuanshi. You deliberately lured me out, why? The angel god inquired. Yuanshi shrugged, reminiscing about the past. Do you believe it? The angel god had a cold expression on his face and raised his sword to kill. Yuanshi raised his right hand, and the god-killing spear shot out from the air, directly shattering the condensed angel holy sword. You! The angel god was surprised. The other party's strength was not weaker than his current self. How can it be? Her inner thoughts stirred up a trembling sea wave. Logically speaking, after the dragon god went mad, the god realm was downgraded and all the major planes were beaten back to their original forms. It was impossible for a 100-level plane to exist. But the person in front of him has already surpassed the limits of Douluo continent in strength. Are you surprised? Yuanshi stepped forward, with the god-killing spear lingering around him. The terrifying aura forced the two gods to not dare to approach. Who are you? How could someone like you exist in Douluo continent? Confusion and shock flashed across the angel's beautiful eyes. Not to mention Yuanshi's strength, his gun alone seems to be a super weapon. A heart-wrenching sense of danger pressed against his forehead, and for the first time the angel god had the thought of retreating. Yuanshi walked up to her and chuckled. Don't be nervous. I don't want to erase you. Of course, the premise is that you have to be obedient. The Rakshasa god also came in front of the angel god and tickled his chin with his finger. The angel god glared at the Rakshasa god with disgust and asked, What on earth do you want to do? The remaining soul of hers is only 1/10 of its previous strength. She was consumed by Yuanshi back then. Now the opponent is even stronger, and there is also Rakshasa god beside her. It was difficult for her to leave even if she wanted to. Follow me! Yuanshi didn't waste any time and stated his purpose directly. The angel god looked at him with a bit of disdain in his tone. Even in the god realm, I have never bowed my head to the 5 great god kings. You want me to follow you? Obviously, the angel god is born with arrogance. The 5 great gods. Yuanshi sneered. What are the 5 great gods? As long as you follow me, I can make you stronger than them. The two gods did not laugh at his words. Since the other party has the power to kill gods in the mortal world, he might really have the potential to become one of the 5 great gods in the future. You can't give me what I want. The angel god wanted to retreat. Yuanshi was on guard at all times and at the same time threw out a very tempting condition. If I can revive you, and revive you in your peak state, are you willing to follow me? As soon as these words came out, not only the angel god was stunned, but even the Rakshasa god was also stunned where he stood. Resurrection, God. Do not make jokes. The angel god waved his hands, his face full of disbelief. Yuanshi had expected that she would do this, so he took out the angel godship from the godship incubator and dropped it directly on Yezii. Suddenly, besides the angel god, another aura of an angel god leaked out. This breath was like a needle, piercing deeply into the nerves of the angel god and the Rakshasa god, causing their pupils to narrow. This is... The two gods turned their heads to look at Yezii, then looked at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Angel god? A new deity. The angel god held his head, feeling that his brain was not enough. What? There is only one god realm in Douluo continent, which means there is only one god throne inheritance. How could there be another angel god throne? Unreasonable. Quite unreasonable! Rakshasa fell into deep thought. To be honest, this situation overturned her cognition. Just as the angel god said, there will only be one god seat in a divine world. Wait! The angel god and the Rakshasa god suddenly reacted, looked at each other, and said in unison, there can only be one identical god position in a god realm, but what if there are two god realms? After realizing this, the shock in their eyes became more intense. They looked at Yuanshi and a bold idea came to their mind. That's right. Yuanshi took back the angel throne in Yezii's body and said with a smile, I plan to create another world of gods! Boom! At this moment, the angel god and the Rakshasa god's brains exploded. Blank. Create another divine world. This sentence is simply a new word in their cognition. The two gods were silent for a long time. My mind is so confused, I feel like I need to grow a brain. After a long while, the angel god looked up at Yuanshi and asked, are you serious? Yuanshi held the god cultivator and said arrogantly, I can even cultivate gods. What do you think? He slowly approached the angel god, his tone slightly nostalgic. Back then, the dragon god was cut in half by the Ashura god. You were injured in that battle. Hundreds of gods died in that battle, and the beast god was decreed to never become a god again. After the evil and good gods passed on their thrones, the Asura god was the only one in the god realm. Don't you hate it? The angel's eyes froze, and he was surprised and suspicious. How do you know these things? Yuanshi did not answer. He took 2 steps forward, looked up at the sky, and said, the god king has the ability to resurrect gods, but the 5 great god kings of the god realm do not want to resurrect those first-level gods who died in battle and are out of control, and let you slowly disappear in the long river of history. Are you willing? Bang! His words were like a sledgehammer, smashing the angel god to pieces. However, Yuanshi did not stop and continued to ask, as an angel god, even if you die, you want your descendants to cleanse the evil spirits of the plane and restore light to the world. But what about them? They only sit on the throne, laughing, destroying, and destroying. Everything you protect. Aren't you angry? Boom! 2 more heavy hammer blows made the angel god dizzy. No, I don't. The angel god murmured. Yuanshi took advantage of the victory and pursued. Join me, follow me, I can grant you a new life, and let you deal with those high-handed guys with your own hands. After saying that, he grinned. Of course, there are more interesting ways to take revenge, Dor. He took out a ball of blood, red energy from the god cultivator. As soon as this breath came out, the angel god and the Rakshasa god trembled all over, and a chill rose from the soles of their feet. The 2 gods turned their heads at the same time and looked at the thing in Yuanshi's hand. Their eyes widened. This is... Chapter 62. Angel God joins the gang. As the bloody light burst out from the energy body, a murderous aura spread, and even the angel god and the Rakshasa god felt a chill in their bodies. Shuragah! The 2 gods stepped back, their faces filled with horror. In the divine world, even gods have to abide by the rules, otherwise they will be killed by law enforcers. The law enforcers are very powerful and can be said to be at the top of the divine world. And the Shura god is one of the law enforcers. So, when the two gods felt this breath, they couldn't help but tremble. No, this is not the Shura god. Soon, the two realized something was wrong. Yuanshi played with the energy body in his hand and smiled appreciatively. Of course, this is not the Shura god. This is the new Shura god position! What? The angel gods and the Rakshasa gods were struck by lightning. A new Shura throne. The two gods looked at Yuanshi in disbelief. The new angel god position is already shocking enough, and now a new Shura god position has appeared. You, who are you? How did you do this? At this moment, even the Rakshasa god swallowed his saliva. Create a godhood! What kind of strength does this require? Even the god king can't do it, right? And above the god king. Could it be that you are the god of creation? The angel god was shocked. The god of creation. Yuanshi looked up at the sky. Not now, but he will be in the future. After that, he raised the position of Shura god and said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you that I took this position from Shura god. The successor's strength will be the same as Shura god." A rumble. One sentence bombarded the two gods' minds. Synchronize the power of Shura god. This. The angel god and the Rakshasa god looked at each other and were nothing but shocked. Yuanshi put away the divine throne and said with his hands behind his back, "What do you think? Do you think I am qualified to create a divine world and worthy enough for you to follow me?" He was asking this question to the angel god. The latter fell silent. If Yuanshi had boasted before that he could resurrect her, she would have scorned him, but now the other party could actually create his own deity and even take out the most powerful Shura god. At this moment, her cognition was overturned. After a long silence, the angel god took a deep breath and asked, "Conditions?" Yuanshi turned around, smiled, and said, "It's very simple. You just need to do the following. First, contact me any gods in the divine world you can. The second is to look for the throne that was not broken in the battle. Of course, if the throne was broken, we can also find the relevant divine power. Third, use your abilities to find something that can upgrade the Douluo continent. The conditions are few, difficult. First, the angel god had fallen long ago, and only his residual soul remains. It is difficult to contact other gods in the god realm. After all, the plane level of Douluo continent is not high, and many gods do not focus on this. And the angel gods do not interact with most gods. On the contrary, second point is easier for her, because she was an angel god representing light. She collected a lot of broken god tablets during that war, and retained some of the power of other gods. As for the last point, she simply couldn't do it. I can't do the third point. I have fallen and cannot search across time and space for things to upgrade the plane. The angel god shook his head. Yuanshi had expected this and waved his hand, saying, "Of course I won't let you complete it now. Just do these 3 things. There is no rush to upgrade the Douluo plane. The necessary prerequisite for this kind of thing is that there is only one person's voice in Douluo continent. That's when you need to consider upgrading." "Okay, I'll join you, but..." The angel god finally nodded in agreement. She paused for a moment, looked at the Rakshasa god with complicated eyes, and said, "I will not be the same as her! In addition, I hope that my descendants of the angels can be preserved. Finally, after you create the god realm, I will serve as the law enforcer." Before Yuanshi could speak, Luosha god immediately gave him a look and asked, "Angel, what do you mean?" The angel god turned his head away and did not answer. "Yo!" Rakshasa was so angry that his teeth itched. Yuanshi raised his hand to stop her and said gently, "I can agree to everything you say, but..." He walked to the angel god's ear and whispered, 6 years at the latest. Within 6 years, I need all your angels to obey me!" The angel god frowned and glanced at him, unable to understand what this meant. "All right." Yuanshi turned around and walked towards Ye Zi and the other two, waving to the two gods. Everyone, now that everything has been explained, just follow me. The Rakshasa god immediately transformed into a form of nothingness and followed. The angel god hesitated for a moment, then entered a virtual state and followed behind the two of them. Far away, Yi Zai and the other two hurried forward. Teacher, are you okay? They stretched their heads to look behind Yuanshi, and the two shadows of the gods were no longer there. Yuanshi gave them a carefree smile. Then he looked at Yezi and said, "Quickly absorb the spirit ring." But Yezi hesitated. The spirit hall won the competition. Yuanshi looked at the angel god, who glanced coldly at the soul beast and said, "I will bestow a soul ring on my successor." Her ethereal voice could not only be heard by Yuanshi, but it also rang in Yezi's mind. Yezi's expression paused for a moment. She turned to look at Yuanshi. Only when the latter nodded did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Absorb it." Yuanshi walked aside to protect it. Yezi stopped being pretentious and immediately killed the holy light earth spirit flower and absorbed the soul ring. Zhu Juqing and Ye Lingling sat cross-legged on the side and began to recover. At this time, the angel god walked to Yuanshi, looked at the leaf that absorbed the soul ring, and asked curiously, "Won't you give her the new angel throne?" Yuanshi shook his head. "Not appropriate. Not suitable?" The angel god raised his eyebrows slightly. Although Yezi's martial soul was not as bright as the angel's martial soul, it was more than enough to inherit the position of the angel god. None of this is appropriate. Or maybe he has a better position for the other person. Yuanshi glanced at her and said, "You seem to have something else to say." When the angel god was asked, he suddenly looked confused. He raised his hand to cover it up and asked, "My angel descendant." Inappropriate. But before she could finish her words, Yuanshi interrupted her. The angel god was stunned. Not suitable again. She could understand that the nine-hearted begonia martial spirit was not suitable. Angel martial spirit is not suitable for the angel position. "Brother, do you want to take a look at what you are saying?" As if he could see what the other person was thinking. Yuanshi stood up and said with a smile, "You will know later." I didn't explain too much, after all. No one wants to be a robot. Leaving a mysterious smile, Yuanshi was about to say something else when a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. Drop, drop. The system interface popped up and a piece of text appeared in front of Yuanshi. Ding! The origin pool is recovering the souls of the dead. Progress 50%, 70% P. Okay. When Yuanshi saw this system prompt, his body stiffened. The origin pool is a reward for completing the 46th test. It can revive a person with just one drop of blood, but only once. Who died? Yuanshi's heart tightened. The origin pool contains the blood of all the tribesmen, and once someone dies, he will be notified immediately. In addition, there are also some subordinates, students and teachers. Who was killed? He looked at the system prompt and saw that loading was complete! Hey ding! The origin pool is recovering souls. Yang Wudi! Chapter 63. Yang Wudi was killed by Tang Hao. A few days ago, Extreme Academy, Director's Office. Yang Wudi was busy studying a new recipe for the elixir with his head down. Just when he was about to get inspired. Bang! The dean's office was violently opened. The loud noise immediately made his inspiration slip away. Yang Wudi stood up angrily and was about to curse, "Fuck you." Whoosh! A figure immediately appeared in front of him, smiling and saying, "Old Yang, I recently invented a poison. Can you try to make an antidote?" "It's Douluo." Yang Wudi's fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. His body was shaking with anger, and his eyes were bloodshot. Just when his anger was about to reach its peak, Douluo took out another letter. "Old Yang, this is your letter. It seems to be from a person called Old Orangutan." Douluo put the letter on the table and lay down on the sofa. Hearing the name, Yang Wudi was stunned for a moment. His anger subsided, and he lowered his head to look at the letter on the table. Old Gorilla. The name flashed through my mind, and a tall and burly figure appeared in my mind. One of the 4 single attribute families Titan. As affiliated forces of the Hoshin sect, They were implicated in the decisive battle between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall, and were even expelled from the Hoshin sect. If Yuan Shi had not helped him back then, the Poji clan would have been extinct. Ever since he broke through to become a titled Douluo, he had tried to persuade the other 3 tribes to submit to the Extreme Academy, but unfortunately those old guys did not appreciate it. Now you are contacting me again? Did something happen? Yang Wudi frowned slightly. They were all old friends for many years, and it was not the case that they would never have any contact with each other again. After thinking about it, he decided to go and take a look. So he turned to Douluo I and said, "Old Poison, I'm going to be out for a while, and I'll leave the academy to you. If you come back, tell me I went to see an old friend." Douluo didn't think much about it and waved his hand nonchalantly. "Go ahead. I'll wait until the adults come back. Anyway, I came here specifically to pick up my granddaughter, so it doesn't matter if I wait a little longer." 3 days later, Yang Wudi went to the agreed place alone. When he was still a sole Douluo, he dared to travel around the continent. Now that he has become a titled Douluo, there are not many people in the world who can match him. The city of killing. Strange. Why would a few old guys ask me to meet here? Yang Wudi frowned. This place is located in the territory of the Star Luo Empire, very far away from the Extreme Academy. He had previously thought about going to the City of Slaughter to gain experience, but that was not as interesting as refining medicine, so he did not come. It should be right here. Yang Wudi landed in a small town on the outskirts of the City of Slaughter. This is the buffer zone designed by the Spirit Hall to prevent sudden outbursts of evil spirit masters from the Slaughter City and provide time for reaction. Mary's bar. After Yang Wudi walked in, many soul masters looked at him with unfriendly eyes. This place is like this, a lawless place. Once you are targeted, it is basically equivalent to being sentenced. Humph! Yang Wudi's aura shook slightly, and the aura of the titled Douluo made everyone feel cold. They hurriedly lowered their heads and dared not have any more thoughts. Ha ha! Just as he released his breath, a loud laugh came from deep inside the bar. The 3 clan leaders of the Min clan, the Yu clan, and the Li clan walked towards him with laughter. Yang Wudi's brows relaxed and he was about to step forward, but he caught a glimpse of a man in a black robe sitting on the sofa behind the 3 people. He immediately became alert and stopped moving forward. Seeing this, 3 titans smiled slightly and took the initiative to talk to him. "Old goat, you are the most successful among our 4 families. Not only did you become a titled Douluo, you also became the head of a courtyard." Yang Wudi laughed. "I asked you to come with me at that time. If you had agreed to me at that time, you might have broken through to the titled Douluo now. It seems like a joke, but it actually comes from the heart." As the president of Extreme Academy, he knew exactly how many resources the academy had, and amassing a few titled Douluo was like a piece of cake for him. It's a pity that the 3 old guys are too stubborn. "We must wait for Tang Hao to return." "Okay, now that I'm the dean of the academy, I can speak with dignity." Titan stepped forward and patted his shoulder, teasing. Obviously, they didn't believe this. After all, how could they get such an opportunity? Okay. Yang Wudi clearly felt that he had become a little estranged from his 3 old friends. He coughed awkwardly and asked, "Why did you ask me to come here?" Thinking of their old friendship, he came here without stopping, not to joke with these 3 old guys. If there is danger, solve it. If there is no danger, drink alcohol and eat meat. Look at this. Nu Gao, the head of the Yu clan, glared at him and said, "After becoming a titled Douluo, your temper has increased?" "Ha ha ha!" The other 2 laughed, and the 3 of them embraced Yang Wudi and walked towards the back of the bar. "Come on, let's drink first and then talk." The 3 of them filled their glasses. Yang Wudi took a sip. His mind was not on it at all, but he was staring at the man in black robe sitting on the sofa opposite. Noticing his gaze, the man in black robe took off his hood, revealing a weathered and withered face. He said to Yang Wudi, Long time no see! The long-lost voice came into Yang Wudi's ears, startling him. He stared at the man in front of him and shouted, Tang Hao! The other three were startled. Old goat? Why are you roaring so loudly? Yang Wudi seemed not to hear what they said and stared at Tang Hao. Tang Hao, you destroyed my clan, and now you dare to show up. He didn't act immediately. Now that he is the head of a hospital, he is naturally more stable. Tang Hao raised a glass of wine. This matter is my fault. Yang Wudi's hands were shaking, eh? You want to admit your mistake after just one glass of wine? He lost his son's life! Tang Hao put down the wine blanket. His eyes flashed with gloom. I will explain this matter to you. I didn't come to you today to quarrel. Young Wudi narrowed his eyes. If you have something to say, just say it. Tang Hao said without further ado, stating his intention, I want your academy, or I want my son to enter the extreme academy to practice. Yang Wudi's head buzzed and he thought he had heard it wrong. Is Tang Hao crazy? Doesn't he know who is behind Extreme Academy? At the same time, he frowned, very unhappy with Tang Hao's commanding words. Sorry, I am not affiliated with the Haoshan sect now. He waved his hand to refuse. Null. The atmosphere fell into dead silence. Old goat, even though you have achieved the title Douluo now, you are still just an ordinary Douluo. You have a future only if you follow the master. Yes, our Haoshan sect is the largest sect in the world, much better than the Extreme Academy. Yang Wudi's expression changed slightly. Are these old guys turning a deaf ear to what's happening outside? How can a cowardly force like the Haoshan sect deserve the title of the #1 sect in the world? Don't try to persuade me. Yang Wudi didn't want to continue talking about this topic. But Tang Hao slowly stood up and said in a low voice, What if I force you to do that? Swish! As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. Master? The three clan leaders exclaimed. Yang Wudi sneered. Ahaha, Tang Hao, you are like a stray dog in front of the spirit hall, and you are really cruel in front of us. Since you don't want to be kind, then fight. Without any hesitation, he activated his martial spirit immediately. Boom! The terrifying power of the title Douluo shook off everyone in the bar, smelling danger and rushing out. Presumptuous! Tang Hao also released his soul power. The two men were equally matched in momentum. Old goat, what are you doing? The three clan leaders hurriedly advised, Aren't you safe and sound now? Why do you still harbor such great hatred towards the master? Hearing this, young Wudi paused, then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Hate! My son is dead. Yang Wudi pushed several people away with one hand. The soul-breaking spear whizzed out. The 10 soul rings floated up, and the mighty momentum broke through the roof. Yang Wudi rushed out of the sky, stood in the void, holding a spear and overlooking the world like a god of war. Since the soul-breaking spear spirit comes with a 10,000-year spirit ring, the spirit ring did not disappear even after breaking through the limit, which resulted in Yang Wudi having 10 spirit rings on his body, truly worthy of the title of Breaking the Sky! Tang Hao, you caused my family to suffer and my son to die tragically. Today I will seek justice for them. Tang Hao's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that Yang Wudi was so arrogant that he dared to challenge him. So he raised his head and said in a cold voice, Sure enough, the improvement of strength will make people blind. Tang Hao no longer hid. His 9 soul rings lit up, and he rushed towards Yang Wudi. The two fought, and their spirit rings flickered. The entire city of Slaughter was washed away by the aftermath of the fight, and everyone looked up towards the sky. Tang Hao! Is this all your strength? Young Wudi roared and burst out with all his strength. The 10 soul rings emitted annihilation beams, and the 6 soul bones were fully amplified. He was directly armed and transformed into a true martial god with 10 rings on his head and a purple, black robe on his body. The original level 94 strength is close to level 97. However, facing such strength, Tang Hao snorted disdainfully, Young Wudi, I gave you a chance! Boom! With the advent of level 95 soul power, Tang Hao's 9 soul rings appeared and his soul bones shone. The overall strength has been increased to level 96. Level 96.
Not enough!
Yang Wudi roared and rushed forward with a spear in his hand. Not enough. Tang Hao curled his lips and said two words lightly. Explode! Ring! A boom! The soul ring exploded, and the surging flames condensed into a giant hammer hundreds of feet long. The 100,000-year soul ring flickered, and the giant hammer turned into an afterimage, killing Yang Wudi. Rumble. The compressed and then exploded energy shone brightly, illuminating the entire city of slaughter.
Old goat!
Yang Wudi's eyes flashed. The soul-breaking spear shattered, and he felt a huge pain all over his body. His consciousness fell into darkness, and he slowly drifted away from the sky. Do you died? Yang Wudi sighed. I still think too highly of myself.
It's better to die!
He took a long breath and closed his eyes. But at this moment, a familiar voice came into my ears. Yang Wudi. Ha! Yang Wudi woke up in shock. Yuanqi's indifferent face appeared in the field of vision. Chapter. Reward for Tang Hao and the three clans with single attributes. Yuanqi put his hands on the sofa and stared at Yang Wudi, who had just woken up with a slightly indifferent look. What happened? He asked. Yang Wudi sat up in shock, looking around in confusion, and suddenly found that this was the office of the Dean of Extreme Academy. Sir. He is a little slow. Isn't he dead? At that time, he used up all his strength to fight with Tang Hao. Although he severely injured the opponent, he eventually ran out of strength and was killed by the latter. How is it possible to return to the office? Seeing his confusion, Yuanqi sat up straight and said lightly, You did die once, but I brought you back to life again. Those light words penetrated my brain like steel. Save him. Save him. Yang Wudi felt his body up and down and found that he was indeed safe and sound. Incredible, no, it's simply a miracle! He hurriedly turned over and got out of bed, kneeling down to Yuanqi. Thank you for saving my life, sir. Although he didn't know how Yuanqi saved him, he believed in him unconditionally. After all, this man was the one who could help his martial soul break free from the shackles. Resurrection may be absurd, but it is not false. Tell me about it. Seeing that he was conscious, Yuanqi asked again. Yang Wudi got out of bed, sat on the chair, drank a sip of water first, and then seriously talked about what had happened during this period. Yuanqi listened carefully, but the more he listened, the deeper his frown became. Half an hour later, Yuanqi pondered and asked, So Tang Hao may have used force to convince the other three tribes. Over the years, he told Yang Wudi that he could try to bring together the other three tribes and did not use force to suppress them. No, I guess only Nu Zhao resisted a bit. Yang Wudi guessed. The other two more or less still have feelings for Tang Hao. Come to think of it, the four single attribute families were originally affiliated with the Haoshan sect. If they hadn't grasped Yang Wudi's hatred and offered enough benefits, it would have been difficult to pry this guy aside. He wants you to hand over the academy. Yuanqi was even more confused.
Yes!
Yang Wudi thought about it and said, It seems to be for his son. For Tang-san? Yuanqi thought about it for a moment. Shrek Academy! If nothing unexpected happens, it's because of them. If this matter had not deviated from the truth, they should have gone to the Tiandu royal family at this time, then been rejected, and finally ran to Luerlong's Lanbut Academy. When did Tang Hao appear? Is this for Tang-san? Or is it Tang Hao's personal behavior? No wonder he thought so. Who would need to win over his former subordinates before looking for a college for his son? The fact that Tang Hao reorganized the four clans with single attributes shows that his purpose cannot be so simple. Forget it. Yuanqi put away his thoughts. Anyway, no matter what, the other party cannot escape from your control. He had already incorporated Blue Bully Academy many years ago and was not worried about it becoming Shrek. After all, you are the ultimate beneficiary. After thinking it through, he stopped worrying about Tang Hao's problem. He looked up, met Yang Wudi's gaze, and asked, What do you want to do? Yang Wudi clenched his fists slightly and said,
My lord, I want revenge! I will kill Tang Hao! I will kill Tang San!
And I will make the Hoshin sect pay the price. Originally, his hatred had been dissipated little by little over time. The appearance of Tang Hao made the fire of anger burn brightly. Now that he is a titled Douluo, it is not without hope of revenge. Do you need my help? Yuanshi asked. Yang Wudi shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, sir. Give me some time. I want to kill Tang Hao myself. Yuanshi didn't say anything, but stood up as if he had thought of something.
Sir.
Yang Wudi stood up and asked in confusion, Where are you going? Yuanshi glanced sideways. Do you still have feelings for the three major clans? Hearing this, Yang Wudi was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. At the same time, he also realized what Yuanshi wanted to do. After a long silence, Yang Wudi finally looked determined and said, Sir, there is no more. Ever since he was tricked into meeting Tang Hao, the friendship between the four clans has come to an end. What's more, when he was beaten by Tang Hao, they didn't even offer any words of advice.
The former Yang Wudi is dead.
That's good. Yuanshi replied and turned to leave the office. Yang Wudi did not stop it, nor did he have the ability to stop it. One soon, a piece of news spread throughout Douluo continent. Tang Hao cooperated with the single attribute clans of the Min clan, the Yu clan, and the Li clan to attack and kill the dean of the Extreme Academy, Yang Wudi, and a bounty order is issued. He won. Those who kill Tang Hao reward a year spirit ring or a year spirit bone, or meet any other equivalent requirements. K2. Anyone who kills or captures a soul master below the level of soul saint of the three clans with a single attribute will be rewarded with a plant of immortal grass or a piece of 10,000-year soul bone. He to 3. For anyone who kills or arrests a soul master of a single attribute 3 clans soul saint or above, the Extreme Academy can wish him to break through to the title Douluo or a piece of year soul bone. Hinka 4. Anyone who provides information about Tang Hao and the three clans can apply for up to 10 gold soul coins. When the reward was announced, the whole world was shocked. What? Yang Wudi was killed by Tang Hao? Even with 10 spirit rings, he couldn't defeat Tang Hao! Fuck, is this the point? The point is the Extreme Academy rewards. Who doesn't know that the Extreme Academy is a popular place? How many resources have they sent to the mainland over the years? Shit. If Tang Hao can't beat them, I can attack the three clans with single attributes. They seem to live next door to me. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's join forces to take them down and take them to the Extreme Academy to claim the prize. Because Extreme Academy has been supplying resources to the mainland for many years. After years of accumulation, the number of its supporters has far exceeded that of the top 3 sects, and is even catching up with the Spirit Hall. Therefore, as soon as the news came out, it almost became a hot topic in Douluo. At one time, soul masters from all over the country took action. It is naturally impossible to kill Tang Hao, but the three clans with single attributes do not have titled Douluo, so can they risk their lives to protect him? Various forces are ready to move, especially those whose strength is comparable to the 3 single attribute clans. There's no way. Extreme Academy gave too much! In an instant, the situation changed. Countless forces rushed towards the single attribute clan. Sodo City, Shrek Academy. Boom! A loud explosion echoed throughout the area, and Zhou Wuji, Flanders, and others rushed out of the academy. Ooh! Zhou Wuji roared. Outside the academy, several figures led hundreds of people and stood there as if they were going to besiege Shrek.
Who are you?
Zhou Wuji's soul saint, level strength burst forth. A Kalanatha. The middle-aged leader of the team of 100 pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, "We are just a bunch of poor wretches who are blinded by profit." As he spoke, he no longer concealed his aura. 8 spirit rings slowly rose from the soles of his feet. At the same time, his martial spirit, the fiery demon wolf, possessed his body. Contra! The expressions of the Shrek people changed slightly. When did such a powerful person appear in such a small border town? What exactly do you want to do? asked Flanders and others. Some people say that there are people from 3 clans with single attributes in Shrek Academy. I really need the bounty from Extreme Academy. The titled Douluo sneered. Extreme Academy bounty? Everyone in Shrek was shocked. They also received the news and responded immediately, hiding several single attribute academies including Bai Chengxiang and Tailong. Our school doesn't have the person you're looking for.
Leave immediately!
Yu Xiaogang was the first to stand up. The Soul Douluo glanced at him with disdain. A mere soul master is qualified to speak. After saying that, he was about to release his mighty power to shock Yu Xiaogang away. The Pope's order is here, who dares to act rashly. However, Yu Xiaogang directly took out the Pope's order and a unique aura spread. Everyone's expressions changed. The Soul Douluo was surprised and immediately knelt down. I greet the honorary elder.
Humph!
Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly and said in a scolding tone, Isn't what Spirit Hall has given you enough? You actually want to survive by relying on a bounty. What the elder said is right. Beads of sweat appeared on the soul fighter's forehead. The Pope's order. That is something only the top 3 sects have, but now it is in the hands of a soul master. It seems that the person in front of us. No, the academy in front of us is very likely to belong to the top 3 sects. I am from the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. If you don't agree, you can come forward. A Ning Rongrong stepped forward, and the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower appeared in her hand. Soul Douluo's pupils trembled. There was only one person in the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, and that was the young master of the 9 Treasures Glazed sect. At this moment, he was dumbfounded.
I dare not!
I was reckless before. He apologized hurriedly.
I see you're not scared. You know you've hit a wall.
De Mubai stepped forward and shouted, I'm the prince of the Singluo Empire. I'll make way for you today. Go ahead and search the academy. Boom 2. Contra was struck by lightning and was petrified on the spot. Are you, the rich 2nd generation, coming out to experience life? I dare not. I dare not. Contra was completely discouraged this time. He quickly stepped back. I'll take my people away right now.
Wait a minute.
But another voice sounded and Contra was stunned. Besides, Qinming smiled and said, I am the leader of the Tiandu Royal Academy. I am willing to be a witness today. The Contra's smile froze completely. I am willing to make compensation. He admitted defeat. Get on the road! Everyone in Shrek looked at each other and laughed in unison. After the Soul Douluo left, they returned to the academy, all with solemn expressions. What should we do with Bai Chengxiang and the others? Flanders held his forehead with his hand. Yu Xiaogang was in deep thought and did not answer. Chunming pondered for a moment and said, Teacher, I have a solution. What method? Several people looked at him. Rely on a powerful force. Qinming said seriously. Flanders and others frowned. What do you think? Tiandu Empire. Chapter 65, It's all Tang Hao's fault! The city of killing. This place is far away from the Tiandu Empire. By the time the news reached here, 3 days had already passed. Boom! 3 powerful soul powers shot up into the sky. Nu Gao, Titan, and Bai He all felt confused and their eyes were bloodshot.
Extreme Academy!
The 3 rushed out of the courtyard and headed straight for the family. They could already imagine the miserable plight of their family. Tang Hao wanted to stop them, but it was too late. He also knew that stopping the 3 people at this time would only backfire. Extreme Academy. I didn't expect even I could detect it. Tang Hao's face was gloomy. The Spirit Hall's wanted list is not over yet, and now there's another bounty from the Academy. The prestige of these 2 forces in the mainland is top-notch. Even beyond the previous 3 cases, wanted by 2 major forces, you need to be more careful in your future actions. 3 clans with a single attribute. After receiving the news of the reward, the 3 families gathered together immediately. This is also the approach they have always taken. After all, he is involved with Tang Hao, so something bad will happen sooner or later. Bang, bang, bang! The strongest one is only a Soul Douluo, and they can't resist the attack of so many soul masters at all. The people of the three tribes hid in a specially designed hall. None of them was in high spirits, and all of them were listless.
We are living such a miserable life.
Someone sighed dejectedly. No one spoke, and the atmosphere became very strange. There is nothing wrong with what he said. When something happened to the Hoshin sect, they were implicated and targeted. Now that Tang Hao has offended the Extreme Academy, he is being targeted again. Bang! With a loud bang, the stone door of the hall was knocked open. The hall was breached in the end. Without the presence of powerful soul Douluo I masters, they could not hold out for long.
Buzz!
Several powerful auras surged in like the sea. Immediately afterwards, 3 people with 8 soul rings on their heads rushed in. Their powerful aura made everyone tremble in fear, and they had no intention of resisting at all. Listen, everyone who follows us will live, but anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. The 3 Contras roared. The people of the 3 single-attribute clans sobbed and roared in dissatisfaction.
Why? Why are you targeting us?
What have we done wrong? We just want to live a peaceful life. Why do we have to suffer such a crime? Their voices echoed in the hall. With wailing and unwillingness intertwined, the people of the 3 clans completely collapsed. None of those who rushed in chose to sympathize. In their eyes, interests are more important than anything else. If you want to blame someone, blame Tang Hao. Someone in the crowd shouted. Hearing this, the others followed suit and shouted, "That's right. If you want to hate someone, then hate Tang Hao.
This is all his fault."
A few years ago, he killed the Pope, causing the Hoshin sect to disappear from the world,
and you were implicated and fled.
Today, a few years later, he killed the dean of the Extreme Academy, and you were also implicated.
All of this is because of Tang Hao.
As soon as these words fell, the 3 clans were silent for a moment, and then roared as if they had figured something out.
Yes, all this is because of Tang Hao.
Is a star of misfortune. We were harmed by him when we were in Hoshin sect. Now that we have left Hoshin sect, we will be harmed by him again. And there are a few of our pedantic clan leaders. They are not worthy of being clan leaders at all. For Tang Hao, they sacrificed their entire family. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly changed from being depressed to full of hostility. Everyone seemed to have suddenly understood the situation and began to curse Tang Hao and the clan leader. This time, not only them, but even the people who followed them were stunned. From this point of view, Tang Hao is really a person born with bad luck. Whoever gets close to him will be unlucky. At this moment, a thought flashed through their minds.
Stay away from Tang Hao.
A few days later, Extreme Academy. Sir, the 3 clans have captured a total of 200 people alive. Yang Wodi reported. Yuan Shi changed from lying on the chair to sitting on it, shook his head, and said, "It seems that we have caught all those who can be caught. Hang all these people outside the Sunset Forest and behead them all tomorrow." Hearing this, Yang Wudi paused. He never expected that Yuan Shi would actually kill all the people from the 3 clans. Yuan Shi didn't think too much about it. The first purpose of his doing this was to intimidate everyone, and the second purpose was to tell the world that whoever gets close to Tang Hao will be unlucky. Tell everyone that if you offend the Extreme Academy, you must die. It also tells people that Tang Hao has character problems, and if he makes a mistake, the sect will stop him. Tang Hao killed someone and accepted it to ward off disaster. This made Tang Hao become a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to kill. God Shura, so what if you resurrected Tang Hao? What would you do if other gods in the divine realm knew that your hair behaved in this way? Yuan Shi sneered. However, having died once, Tang Hao should become more cautious and will not show up this time. Yuan Shi nodded. That's good too. It can prove that Tang Hao has character problems. Thinking about this, he walked out. Rakshasas and angel gods appeared beside them. Is that Tang Hao the heir of the Shura god? The 2 gods were curious. I just heard Yuan Shi talking about the resurrection of God Shura. Yes, I killed him back then, but the Ashura god used the power of his clone to revive him. Yuanshi did not hide anything. The angel god and the Rakshasa god looked at each other and suddenly smiled. Don't you want the position of God and the divine power and aura of God? Yuanshi raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Rakshasa god chuckled strangely. There are gods in the god realm who are at odds with Ashura god. If I pass this news back to the god realm and tell them about the successor chosen by Ashura god, they will definitely object. At that time, someone will definitely go down to the world secretly to check. That will be the best time for you to collect divine power. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi's eyes sparkled. The gods do choose their successors based on their character, because many people, even after becoming gods, will interfere in the human world and cause unrest in the world behind the scenes. In order to avoid such situations, the gods will conduct judgments and decisions, and unsuitable people will not be allowed to enter the gods' realm. Can you contact the divine world? Yuanshi turned his head and asked. Luosha god patted his chest and said, Leave it to me. I have a feud with Shura god. Although he is stronger than me, in order to prevent him from giving up the throne, I left a means in the city of slaughter. As long as I take action, I can make the heir obey my orders. Yuanshi nodded. In that case, you can contact the god realm. If he could attract a few gods to come down and watch the show, he would be able to make the opponent unable to return, even if he was a first-level god. In Douluo continent, no one can threaten him except the 5 great gods. Yuanshi smiled confidently. When there are enough god positions, he will be able to start bestowing god positions. The number of god positions I currently have is still not enough, and I must collect the other god positions as soon as possible. After collecting all the god positions, he will upgrade the Douluo plane. Then he will have a sharp team with gods as weapons. I hope a god can come down. Chapter 66 annihilate the 3 clans and offer a bounty to the Hoshin sect. Spirit World, Rakshasa Temple. The seductive figure of Rakshasa god was lying on the throne, a ball of energy accumulated in her palm. She smiled charmingly. The hair of Shura god. Such a joke seems to be okay. Just now, my clone sent back a message. The hair destined by Shura god turned out to be like this. The clone suggested convening a divine committee immediately and asking Ashura god to deprive the other party of his inheritance rights. That's a good suggestion. Rakshasa threw the energy ball in his hand to various places in the divine realm. In an instant, several streams of light streaked across the divine realm and fell into one temple after another. And Rakshasa god immediately stepped out of the temple and came to the divine realm committee. After waiting for a few minutes, several waves of divine power came. The first to arrive were the 5 great god kings. The god king of evil, the god king of good, the god king of destruction, the god king of life, the god king of Shura. Next are the 7 elemental gods, the 7 sin gods, and other first-level gods, the sea god, and the god of emotions. Even some second-level gods arrived at the scene. Rakshasa god! The murderous aura of the Ashura god spread and transformed into a huge ghost shadow that pounced towards the Rakshasa god. God Shura. Stop. The 2 gods, evil and good, took action to resist at the same time. Are you angry out of shame? Rakshasa god said calmly, as a law enforcer. You are breaking the law knowingly! Dare you touch me? Yo! Shura blew his nose and glared angrily. The sea god hurried forward and said, Good brother, calm down. Why are you so angry with him? Speaking of the different pantheons of gods who have good relations in the divine world, Ashura god and Poseidon god are definitely at the top of the list. I formally propose to the God Realm Committee to remove the successor chosen by God Shura. God Rakshasa said directly, I am afraid that this guy will inherit God Shura's throne in the future. He will kill anyone he dislikes. Many gods turned their eyes to the Shura god. Fortunately, the relationship between the 5 great gods in the divine world is not very good. Otherwise, even if Rakshasa god didn't die today, he would have been skinned alive. After all, there is no reason to interfere with other people's choice of heirs. If this person's character is really as you said, I also suggest revoking his inheritance rights. The god of destruction had a faint smile on his face. Obviously, he did not have a good relationship with the Shura god. Destroy. Figure out the situation. When can the Divine Realm Committee be used to discuss the issue of succession? The Shura god's face was as dark as water. Hey! The god of destruction waved his hand. You are the law enforcer of the god realm, and your successor will also be a law enforcer after inheriting the throne. If his character is not good enough, won't it destroy the god realm? The god of destruction instantly brought everyone's interest together. The other gods were moved. If their interests are damaged or they themselves are threatened, they will not side with the stronger side. After all, the divine world is not the world of one person. Yes, yes, yes! Shura God said 3 times in a low voice, and his eyes swept across the whole place, finally landing on the other 2 god kings. Evil. Good. What about you two? The evil god king and the good god king pondered for a moment, and said, Shura, the law enforcers in the god realm, rely not only on killing, but also on fairness and selflessness like you. Isn't that right? With just one sentence, the Shura god was silenced. If there were no sudden changes, Tang Ha would indeed be the best candidate for the Shura god position, but is the other party fair and selfless? Obviously not. The Ashura god did not answer, but waved his sleeves and left. His attitude was not tough, and he obviously still wanted to fight for it. Or in other words, his attitude would not change until a suitable successor was found. The others looked at each other, and seeing that there was nothing fun to watch, they left unhappily. On Douluo continent somewhere, Tang Ha landed on the edge of the cliff, waiting for something respectfully. A scarlet light flew out from between his eyebrows and turned into a shadow standing in the void. When Tang Ha saw the phantom, he knelt down hurriedly and said, Greetings, Lord Shura God. Asura God glanced at him and said in a dissatisfied tone, Didn't I warn you to stop causing trouble? Tang Ha was stunned and suddenly remembered what happened at Extreme Academy. Lord Shura God, I had no choice. He complained. How was I forced to do this? Shura God asked patiently. If there was no suitable candidate now, he would have killed Tang Ha first.
What an idiot!
Tang Ha thought for a moment and said, Lord Shura God, let me tell you about a person. The story goes like this. He told the story of Yu Wanshi's past, killed the angel god and the Rakshasa god's clones? Shura God's eyes lit up. That's right, Tang Ha pondered. If he hadn't forced me into a corner, I wouldn't have done that. Lord Shura is very observant. However, Tang Ha didn't notice. At this time, Shura God's expression was extremely wonderful, and his eyes were shining. No matter how weak the Rakshasa god and the angel god's clones are, they should have the strength of a second-level god, right? He was actually killed by a mortal. There are such people in Douluo continent. How come he didn't notice it? Isn't this a definite sign of being the heir to the throne of God? Interesting. Asura God glanced at Tang Hao, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, Remember, don't cause trouble again. After saying this, the shadow disappeared. Tang Hao clenched his fists slightly and gritted his teeth in endurance. On the Extreme Academy, Yu Wanshi did not wait for the gods to come, but waited for the patriarchs of 3 clans. Let my people go. Bai He. Nu Gao and Tai Tan stood on the top of the city and roared. From a distance, the members of the 3 clans were hung on the trees, like mummies. No, no! The white crane rushed to the edge of the forest to try to get his people back. Since you are seeking death, then go on the road with your people. Several Soul Douluos raised their hands and directed their pressure towards Bai He. These were like a swamp, locking up the entire sky and slowing the white crane down to the speed of a snail. Others took advantage of the situation and suppressed it directly. Chief! The members of the Min clan roared. What did they do wrong? Bai He roared unwillingly. Killing people is not the right thing to do. Why did the Extreme Academy do such a ruthless thing? His voice resounded throughout heaven and earth. The crowds that came to watch couldn't help but feel a little sympathy. Ho! He was answered with a bone-chilling laugh. At the horizon, Yuanshi slowly approached in a black robe. What did they do wrong? What did my academy Dean Yang Wodi do wrong? Okay, since you asked me what they did wrong, then I will let the world judge for themselves. Yuanshi's voice was not loud, but it could be clearly heard by everyone present. He only said, Our Dean Yang Wudi was once a good friend of yours. When he received the news from you, he rushed over immediately, fearing that something might happen to you. But what about you? Join forces with Tang Hao to kill him? I want to ask if I am worthy of all the soul masters in the world and all the people on the continent. The Extreme Academy has opened the assessment of the road to heaven. Even if you don't enter the academy to practice, you can take away the treasures of heaven and earth. When did we have anything to do with Tang Hao? Moreover, I don't believe that the Haoshan sect has never sent anyone into Tongshan Road from beginning to end. In other words, I owe a favor to the Haoshan sect. But what about Tang Hao? He relied on his fame of killing the Pope and didn't take the Extreme Academy seriously. He openly killed our dean! I'm making this clear today. Not only will you die, but the Haoshan sect will also be destroyed. From today on, anyone you meet from the Haoshan sect must be killed. My Extreme Academy will reward you with a magical herb. If you want to blame someone, blame Tang Hao. Yuanshi said a long string of words in succession, shocking everyone. Tang Hao! Tang Hao! Ah! Bai he laughed crazily. Yes, if I hadn't insisted on waiting for Tang Hao, would my people have caused this disaster? Tang Hao, I hate it. Yuanshi snorted coldly and waved his hand. The auspicious time has come. Destroy the three clans. Bask. A flash of sword light passed by, and the heads and bodies of the three clans hanging on the tree were separated. Do not! Baihe, Tai Tan and Nu Gao roared towards the sky.
Chapter 60-70. Kill the Shura God's clone! Empty.
The world was silent, and everyone stared with bated breath. Thousands of heads rolled to the ground. Each of them died with their eyes open. The three clan leaders fell to their knees, twitching in pain. Such a scene is enough to make one's heart break. Killing now. Everyone was so terrified that there was really no possibility of any detour. While people were still in doubt, Yuanshi spoke again. My Extreme Academy has always valued peace. I won't offend others unless they offend me. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. Yuanshi forced the patriarchs of the three tribes into the academy. Of course, the three of them could not die yet. At least not before they were drained of their energy. In the crowd. Everyone at Shrek looked at the falling head with grim expressions. Several people from the three clans fainted. Extreme Academy is so cruel. Tang San truly felt the law of the jungle in this world. It only takes one sentence to destroy a clan. What made him even more angry was that all these faults were attributed to his father. Extreme Academy, if you dare to put my father on the wanted list, you will be killed. Looking up at the tall and majestic figure walking away, no one knew who the God Slayer was. But everyone remembered the name again. At the same time, he also warned the people around him not to offend the Extreme Academy. The Nine Treasures glazed sect. Ning Fengji and Jian Gu Douluo's expressions changed slightly. The two-titled Douluo looked down at their missing arms and sighed. The Extreme Academy is still as ruthless as ever. Back then, they had only punished the other student and cut off the arms of two men, which was very fatal for a titled Douluo. Who? Ning Fengji took a breath, looked at the two-titled Douluo, and asked, Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu, do you think it is right to cooperate with Tang Hao? He recalled what Tang Hao said at that time. Jian Douluo shook his head. Maybe it's wrong to cooperate with him. But his idea is correct. We must invest as soon as possible and transfer our core strength to other places. They agreed with Tang Hao's point of view. This is the case with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Today, the top three clans are precisely the low, key ones that are developing steadily. The other side already has four titled Douluo. If they don't change, they will be changed. Why after Yuanshi brought Baihe and the other two to the academy, he did not kill them on the spot? Do you want revenge? Yuanshi showed a kind smile. A hint of hatred flashed in the dull eyes of the three men. Of course they wanted revenge. But who can beat him? Tang Hao. Or the stronger guy in front of him? Obviously none of them. I can help you. Yuan, she said with a smile. Bai He and the other two suddenly looked up. Can you help us? Nu Zhao asked stutteringly. He already had some opinions about Tang Hao, but it wasn't so strong at the time. But now it's different. Tang Hao killed his people! Not only does he want revenge on Tang Hao, he also wants the Hoshin sect to pay the price. All he wants now is to be an emotionless killer. Of course you can. You are sole Douluo now. I can promote you to title Douluo, and then go to seek revenge on Tang Hao, or hunt down the people of Hoshin sect. Yuanqi said with a smile. However, even though the three of them were mentally broken, they were not stupid. They immediately asked, "What price do we need to pay?" Price. Yuanqi smiled coldly. You don't have to pay any price. As he said this, he was about to take out the divine inheritance handed over by the angel god from the divine cultivation device. But suddenly, he stopped and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Come out! Yuanqi frowned. His words were like a piercing sword, cutting through every corner. Almost at the moment the words fell, applause rang out. Clap, clap, clap. In the shadows, a shadowy figure filled with murderous aura slowly walked out. Seeing this person, Yuanqi narrowed his eyes. He smelled a dangerous aura from the person. Until the other person came closer, his pupils shrank sharply. God Shura! Yes, the person coming is the God Shura! You are indeed a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Shura God showed admiration in his eyes. This is the heir I am looking for! Boy, I'll give you a chance. Are you willing to inherit my throne? He spoke with contempt, his chin raised higher than his nostrils. Yuanqi was speechless. How much does the other party despise me? As long as you feel the aura on your body carefully, you can recognize yourself. It's not like the two of them haven't fought each other before. Your godhood. Yuanqi curled his lips, not wanting to pretend. He lifted up his black robe and revealed his resolute face. God Shura, how many years have it been since we last met? Have you forgotten me? Hearing this, Shura God was stunned at first, then looked at Yuanqi's face, and suddenly a memory was dug up. Many years ago, his successor Tang Hao was killed. If he had not used up the power of one of his clones to resurrect him, Tang Hao would have been reduced to ashes by now. It's you. Shura God's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, his expression changed, and a murderous aura filled the air, like the pressure of the deep sea, making it difficult for everyone present to breathe. You lied to me that you were the heir of destruction, and I haven't come to you to settle the score yet! The Shura God's eyes narrowed, and murderous aura condensed into the Shura sword. Come die! There was no more nonsense, just get started. Yuanqi had anticipated this and immediately took out the god-killing spear. Bang! The two men fought, and the horrific aftermath of the battle sent Bai He and the other two flying. Along with the collapsing buildings, the two men turned into streams of light and soared into the sky. Outside the Extreme Academy, the Soul Masters who had not yet left discovered them. Look, what are those? They look like two people. No, their aura is so strong. Are they titled Douluo? Among the titled Douluo present, Sword Douluo had the highest level. After feeling those two terrifying auras, he felt as if struck by lightning. Their strength may surpass that of titled Douluo? Sword Douluo murmured in disbelief. Surpassing titled Douluo, Ning Fengji and others exclaimed. Uncle Jian, what kind of existence can surpass a titled Douluo? Jan Douluo nodded, a trace of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. According to what my father said, becoming a god at level 100! Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky, which not only made his ears buzz, but also made Ning Fengji's mind go blank. 100 level to become a god. He looked up at the sky 10,000 meters high at the two insurmountable figures and swallowed his saliva. Are they gods? No one answered him. The only answer he got was the sound of fighting. God Shura. I want you to pay me back today for the revenge we had for that battle. Yuanshi no longer concealed his ability and burst out with all his strength. 9 red soul rings, 6 million-year soul bones, ancestral dragon in the left hand, God-killing spear in the right hand, God-killing domain fully activated. The terrifying strength is close to level 130. Sure, a god was suspicious. Without the inheritance of the divine throne, how did you reach this point? No, to be precise, even if it was his inheritance, having 9 red soul rings was simply impossible before becoming a god! But the other party actually has it. After carefully sensing the opponent's strength, he was not weaker than his clone at all. Humph! You just need to understand that I am the God Slayer. Yuanshi held nothing back and launched a full-strength attack. Since you don't want to inherit the throne, you can't stay! The Shura god bared his fangs and condensed the Shura sword. Shura territory is fully open. In an instant, the sky and the earth were shrouded in 2 areas, and the miles were blood red! Come on! Yuanshi held the god-killing spear in his hand, with the ancestral dragon martial spirit wrapped around his body, and he killed towards the Shura god. The 2 fields collided first. Bang, bang, bang! The repeated collisions were like the sound of thunder, which frightened the soul masters below. Fear! Horrible! The sky shattered and the space trembled. Looking up at the pouring blood, red rain, people couldn't help but feel fear and could only pray silently in their hearts that it would not affect them. Bang, bang, bang! After one clash after another, the 2 sides are equally strong. Yuanshi smiled with satisfaction. God Shura, do you think I am still the same as I was back then? Now you are not your true self, and without divine power to support you, you are doomed to fail. Arrogant! The Asura god roared. Today I will show you what it means to be a law enforcer in the divine world. The heaven and earth condensed, and bloody evil energy gathered from all directions, transforming into starlight and sinking into the Shura sword.
Judgment.
A sword carrying the power to destroy the heaven and earth, slashed towards Yuanshi. I've been waiting for you. Yuanshi no longer held back. The power of level 129 moved heaven and earth, and endless soul power condensed on the god-killing spear. Not enough. Yuanshi roared, mobilizing the power of the ice and fire dragon king from the divine cultivation device. Roar. Dragon roars to the sky, 18 great soul skills, 18 great soul bone soul skills, and self-created soul skills all appear. A gun was fired, followed by the ice and fire dragon king, and then the soul skills descended. The god-killing field is fully open? The ultimate collision, the ultimate power storm swept across the entire sky. Under the absolute suppression of the god-killing domain, the power of the Shura god began to weaken, and cracks appeared on the sword light. Crack, crack, crack. The sword light began to shatter and finally exploded like a broken mirror. No.
It's impossible.
The Shura god sensed the danger coming and roared to the sky. When my true body arrives, it will be your death. Even if you destroy my clone today, you won't be able to escape easily. If you have enough power, I want you to be involved in the turbulence of the plane. Rumble. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the sky collapsed. Chapter 6080, The Fierceness of Shura God, Breaking Through 2 Worlds Rumble. The Ashura god used the last bit of strength of his clone to cut open the plane. The sky cracked like a broken mirror, and within the vein, like cracks, strange rays of light flowed from outside the plane into Douluo continent. The moment these lights entered Douluo continent, they turned into soul power and dissipated. Almost instantly, the people below the crack noticed something strange. Does anyone feel that the soul power here is more intense? Someone said this and everyone looked over. The majestic soul power was like a lake that formed from gathering together, baptizing everyone. And this converging river of soul power is the broken sky. It's there. The power from outer space is pouring into Douluo continent. These gases are soul power. Several contras are clearer. At this time, the title Douluo had already soared into the sky and rushed towards the crack. Rumble. There was another loud noise. Everyone looked up and saw a scene that they would never forget. The collapsed sky turned into a bottomless energy vortex and began to devour all the energy around it. Not good! Among the titled Douluo present, Sword Douluo shouted, and the 7 kill sword martial spirit's true form appeared, followed by Bone Douluo's Bone Dragon martial spirit's true form. The two of them resisted the suction and retreated again and again. Not until they were 1,000 meters below the sky did the two men relax a little, and with lingering fear on their faces they looked up at the collapsed sky. When everyone saw the two titled Douluo retreating in fear, they couldn't help but think of running away. What on earth happened there? Someone shouted. Roar. He was answered with a roar. Immediately afterwards, a roar was heard from the sky. God Shura, you are presumptuous to be a god. Yu Yuanshi's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and he cursed. You broke the plane and connected the two worlds. Do you want to destroy Douluo continent? The sound is ethereal and deafening. Everyone who heard it was shocked.
What? 2 worlds,
What does that mean? God Shura, what kind of god is that? And why does he want to break the plane? When everyone was shocked, they heard a sinister laugh that made their hair stand on end. He. Someone looked up in the direction of the sound and saw that, in addition to Yuanshi, there were several other figures standing in the sky. The strong ones above the level of Contra have excellent eyesight and can recognize the figure at a glance. It was a strange creature that looked neither human nor animal. And there is another person who can see this creature. Tang San. He activated the purple demon eye and looked at the strange creature, and was shocked. Teacher, isn't that a creature from Douluo continent? He yelled at Yu Xiaogang and others. The people nearby were startled when they heard this, and looked at him with puzzled eyes. Yu Xiaogang's eyelids were also twitching. What new words was Tang San saying? Why had he never heard of them? Xiao San, what did you say? Yu Xiaogang frowned. Tang San took a deep breath. As a time traveler, he knew what Yuanshi meant by the two worlds, just like Douluo continent and the Tang sect in his previous life. He immediately explained, I have seen it in an ancient book. The so-called plane is a world. It's like two people, one of you is Douluo continent, and the other is another world. Yu Xiaogang is not stupid. There are many smart people at the scene who reacted immediately. You mean our world has encountered another world? Yes. The black shadows standing in the sky are creatures from another world. They may be soul masters, or they may not be soul masters? Wow! A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. At this moment, everyone exclaimed. Yu Xiaogang's pupils contracted. After continuously digesting the information, he felt the soul power that changed from time to time between heaven and earth and said loudly, in other words, if our world and the other world are compared to two unconnected lakes, then that corridor is the ditch connecting the two lakes. So, this is why the soul power of heaven and earth changes from time to time. Everyone's mind went blank. Even a fool could understand such a simple and clear explanation. So, our world and the other world are competing for energy. Whoever wins will have their world become a bigger lake. After understanding the explanation, someone exclaimed, Good! Boom, boom. Almost at the moment when everyone figured it out, a roar was heard from the sky. When everyone looked, they saw that Yuanshi had already killed the figure that appeared in the corridor. Then, his voice spread throughout the world. Everyone at the Extreme Academy, listen up, immediately passed the message to the mainland. The plane channel has been opened. The war between the two worlds is inevitable. If we can win, the plane of Douluo continent will be upgraded in the future. Breaking through the 100th level will no longer be a myth. Pass the order. All soul masters above Soul Douluo in Douluo continent should come to the Extreme Academy immediately to guard the plane channel. The sound carried an irresistible divine power and echoed throughout Jiyuan. The first to react was the title Douluo on the scene. Dugabo is willing to do his part for Douluo continent. Boom! In the Extreme Academy, Douluo turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Immediately afterwards, another terrifying aura rushed out. The other person's face could not be seen clearly, but he also had 9 soul rings on his body. All auxiliary spirit masters of the Extreme Academy, listen up and use your spirits to assist the teachers. Several auxiliary soul Douluo landed above the academy and activated their martial spirits. In the crowd, Sword Bone Douluo looked at each other. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, Ning Fengzhu wanted to advise. Jian Douluo's eyes burned. Fengzhui, this may be our chance. The collision of 2 worlds can bring benefits beyond imagination. Moreover, when I was close to the plane channel, I vaguely had a chance to break through. Yes. Ning Fengzhu was silent. Yes, the higher the risk, the higher the return. Bone Douluo also nodded. Phew! The 2 men soared into the sky, their martial spirits possessed, and they rushed towards the plane corridor. Ning Fengzhi exhaled. 9 treasures glazed glass belongs to you. Everyone is willing to assist and go forward. Oh bang! Yuanqi chopped a strange creature into pieces, and the system voice rang in his ears. Hading, the 61st test of the 100 tests of creation, the origin of energy! Heen divine test content. Please ask the host to upgrade the Douluo plane until Douluo Star becomes a big world that can accommodate the existence of a level 120 soul master.
The method is unlimited.
Time limit 100 years. Heen's successful reward each time you upgrade, you will be rewarded with a core fragment of the divine world. After refining, you can open up a small world. A penalty for failure demotion from godhood. Hang on. Yuanqi was slightly surprised. After many years, the system finally triggered the divine test. As the plane upgraded, Yuanqi looked at the strange creature rushing out of the tunnel. I was originally planning to find a way to upgrade the plane after unifying Douluo continent, but I didn't expect to be tricked by Shura God. He knew very well that upgrading the plane was not favorable under such circumstances because Douluo continent was not controlled by one person. But, since it has all happened, Yuanqi walked forward. No creatures rushed out from the other side. I am suppressed in Douluo continent. It is impossible for me to be suppressed in the other side's world as well. Right? Thinking of this, Yuanqi rushed into the corridor with the god, killing spear in hand. It's a good opportunity to test the other party's strength. However, just as he stepped into the corridor, a force that was no weaker than his own came over. Bass! Yuanqi raised his hand to resist and took a few steps back. Just as I stood firm, a voice came from the opposite side. Sir, it's not time for you and me to take action yet. The voice was a bit solemn and warned. If you and I take action, both worlds will be destroyed. Why don't we see who has better luck? Yuanqi stopped and frowned slightly. What kind of world is this over there? How could there be people as powerful as me? He wondered. I didn't continue to attack because what the other party said made sense. The strength of the 2 is far beyond the plane. Once they fight, the plane will be lost. After thinking for a while, Yuanqi decided that both sides had to rely on luck, and at least they could not start a war immediately before he created his own small world. Not to mention the consumption of one's own energy and the possibility of being backstabbed by the Shura God, let's just talk about how to defeat the opponent by chance. The people in this plane will upgrade faster, which will hinder unification. In that case, let's try our luck first. I have a backup plan anyway. Yuanqi took a breath and glanced at the god cultivation device in the system space. Just as he finished this thought, the system prompt sounded again. Beiding! Chapter 69 in all forces on Douluo Star are revealed and the Sun and Moon continent appears. Hading the 62nd test of the 100 tests of the Creator God, the power of faith. Keen see God test content. In order to build the God realm, in addition to the foundation, you also need enough faith power to derive divine power so that the God realm can flourish. Please use your own power as the main force to guard against plane invasions and gain the faith of plane creatures. Faith value required 10 billion. Success reward 1 top
Great divine vein.
can maintain the operation of the Great Divine Circle. Other failure penalty. Automatic demotion to godhood. He triggered the assessment again. Yuanshi smiled. I didn't expect that this guy Shura God would brush up on me. Well, I'll brush up on him more in the future. This guy has some stories to tell. Happy is happy. The assessment is still quite troublesome. Use your own forces to guard the plain passage. Yuanshi pondered this sentence. At present, the core of my power is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, followed by the Extreme Academy and the Blue Tyrannosaurus Academy. If I want to create the Immortal God Clan and the God Realm, I can only let the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family take the lead. This aspect is easy to solve, but the difficult part is collecting the power of faith. The faith value standard given by the system is 10 billion. Each person contributes a little faith value. Can there be so many people in the entire Douluo? Yuanshi couldn't help but doubt. In this era, children's births are not registered. When will it take to gain enough faith points? Yuanshi fell into deep thought. No, suddenly his eyes flashed. It may not be impossible to complete it. On Douluo Star, in addition to Douluo Continent, there is another continent, the Sun and Moon Continent. If we add the Sun and Moon Continent, wouldn't it be easy to obtain the power of faith? Thinking of this, Yuanshi made a decision in his heart. It's a pity that there is no way to merge the 2 continents, otherwise the plane could be upgraded first. Shaking his head regretfully, he exited the plane channel. Senior! Several Douluo came forward. Yuanshi glanced around. In addition to Dogobo and Yang Wudi, there is also the Sword Bone Douluo of the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and 2 titled Douluo of the Tiando royal family. That's right. It's rare that someone cares about this. Yuanshi nodded with satisfaction. Several people clasped their fists and said, the affairs of the plane concern everyone, and we dare not neglect them. Yuanshi chuckled. It really concerns everyone. After all, there are 2 worlds. If one side is destroyed, the people on that side will die, be enslaved, or be exiled. In view of your choice this time? Yuanshi looked up at the broken arm of Sword Bone Douluo and said,
I will show you a way!
As long as you find the soul bone corresponding to the broken limb, you can grow the broken limb again. Of course, it is best to have a soul bone that is more than 50,000 years old. Sword Bone Douluo opened his eyes and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you for your advice, Senior. We were at fault last time. Yuanshi ignored the 2 of them, turned around and looked at the plane channel, and said, At present, the other party has been stabilized by me. Next, I need you to do a few things.
It is our duty-bound responsibility!
Several people responded in unison. Yuanshi looked at the plane channel and said solemnly, First of all, because of the willful behavior of Shura God, he interfered with the rules of the mortal world, causing turbulence in the plane and the collision of the 2 worlds. God is not worthy of being a god. Secondly, tell everyone and every force in Douluo Continent to come to the Extreme Academy for a meeting in 1 month. At last. At this point, Yuanshi paused and took a deep breath and said, Tell the world that there is more than just Douluo Continent in the world. Far away on the other side of the sea, there is another continent called Sun and Moon Continent. They will also come in a month. When several titled Douluo present heard the news, they were stunned on the spot, and their minds went blank in an instant.
There's another continent!
Several people looked at each other. Dogobo and Yang Wudi looked at each other. Logically speaking, both of them were alchemists. Although they had not traveled all over Douluo Continent, they had at least been to many places. But I have never heard of another continent. Jian Douluo's eyelids were twitching wildly. His father had been pursuing the way of the sword all his life, and had actually traveled to the Douluo Continent. But he had never heard of the existence of another continent. Others were lost in thought as their worldview was overturned. Senior, I dare to ask, Douluo stepped forward and asked, "Does the sun and moon continent also cultivate martial spirits like us?" "That's natural," Yuanxi affirmed. "I haven't told you that this world is a planet. Creatures on a planet naturally develop in the same direction. The only difference is some are backward and some are advanced. Of course, objective facts speak for themselves. The high-level soul masters in Douluo continent are more powerful, while the low-level soul masters in Sun, Moon continent are more powerful. After all, their soul guide technology tree is far ahead of Douluo continent." As if he had the same idea as him, the titled Douluo of the Tiandu imperial family asked, "Senior, if the two continents go to war?" Yuanxi waved his hand and said, "I knew you would ask this question. Save your question for now. I will answer it for you in a month." After saying that, he glanced at the plain channel and said, "There's no rush now. Although, it has to be said that although the communication technology in Douluo continent is backward, the speed of information dissemination is not slow at all. In just 2 days, the 3 pieces of news spread throughout Douluo continent. Among them, the most shocking are 2 worlds and 2 continents, especially the 2 worlds. This completely overturned everyone's cognition from the top-titled Douluo to ordinary civilians. Wuhan Temple. The Pope's palace and the offering hall are in the same room. At this moment, everyone's face was solemn and dazed. The worldview has been turned upside down. What do you think? Douluo breathed a sigh of relief. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, the disordered aura on his body seemed to tell everyone that he was also at a loss. "I asked the gods, and the actual situation is worse than expected." Bibi Dong spoke first. "But if we can devour the other party, the Douluo plane will be upgraded, and level 99 will no longer be the upper limit." Rakshasa God told her that the other plane was not under the jurisdiction of Douluo God realm. "Isn't level 99 the upper limit?" Dalia's breathing became slightly heavier. To him, no news was more attractive than this. "If the plane is upgraded, doesn't it mean that I can be promoted to level 100? Beneath the aged skin, a heart beats more violently than that of a young person." 1 month later, everyone in the Spirit Hall will go to the Extreme Academy? Star Forest. Core area. Several large soul beasts prostrated themselves in front of Guyuena. "My lord, I never expected something so subversive would happen." Emperor Tian was amazed. Although he followed the Silver Dragon King, he was not aware of the existence of other worlds. "I haven't told you, but it's not too late to know now. This is our soul beast chance." Guyuena looked in the direction of Extreme Academy. After a while, she ordered, "Di Tian, in a month, you take them to the Extreme Academy." "What?" Di Tian's eyes widened, hesitating a little. "My lord, is this inappropriate? After all, that is the human world, and if a soul beast goes there, it might be besieged."
Don't worry!
Guyuena waved her hand. "Since he has made public the existence of another continent and has invited everyone from all forces, he will not allow human spirit masters to mess around. Perhaps this is still an opportunity to find out all the forces in Douluo continent today? If nothing unexpected happens in a month, all the strong men from the 2 continents will gather at the Extreme Academy." Chapter 7, the first meeting of all Douluo forces, Poseidon Island. The high priest called an emergency meeting. The 7 great priests landed in the temple of Poseidon with serious expressions. On the main seat above the temple of Poseidon stood a beautiful figure. "This person is the high priest of Poseidon Island! Poseidon!" "High priest, what happened?" Sea Dragon Douluo asked. Poseidon held the scepter in his hand. His face as cold as ice. His indifferent eyes showed no desires or demands, and he looked down on everything. She looked towards the land and said, "There's news from inland. The earthquake not long ago." She recounted in detail all the information she had received. After hearing this, the 7 sacred pillar Douluo looked solemn. "High priest, now that the Godslayer is leading the mainland forces, should we go too?" Seahorse Douluo asked. The other people also had doubts in their hearts. Poseidon's eyes were indifferenty. Since it is related to the plane, I have to go. After a month, you can follow me to explore the continent's forces and the situation of the second continent. A's ordered. Such scenes were played out in various places across Douluo continent on the same day, no matter if it is a hidden sect or a soul beast from the far north. Some hidden sects wondered why the God Slayer knew of their existence, and some forces that were agnostic to worldly affairs emerged under pressure. A meeting concerning the survival of the plane is about to begin. Other Douluo continent, coastal city, countless soul masters and civilians looked at the sea level eagerly. Ever since the Extreme Academy announced the second continent, countless people have been waiting at the port. They could hardly imagine that there was a continent on the other side of the sea. It's like a lonely and drifting sail suddenly meets a companion, and there is always an inexplicable emotion in the heart. No longer alone. There are people who share the same feelings as them, and there are huge ships beyond the horizon. In the sea, a huge ship hundreds of feet long was shaking. On the plywood, several soul masters with powerful auras looked into the distance. That guy didn't lie to us back then. He really came from another continent. Standing at the front is an old man with gray hair, his eyes full of longing and expectation. The middle-aged men around him nodded one after another. And according to the sailing route he left for us, we really avoided a lot of ferocious beasts, Tesser. These people were the powerful ones who came from the Sun and Moon continent. There is only one most powerful force ruling the Sun-Moon continent, and that is the Sun-Moon Empire. After Yuanxi left the Sun and Moon continent, they have been looking forward to reaching the Douluo continent one day. Therefore, they started to build a giant ship that could withstand the attack of a 100,000-year soul beast. And now it is finally useful. Grandpa, that senior asked us to bring the young spirit masters from the Sun-Moon continent. Does that mean that he wants the young spirit masters from the two continents to compete with each other? Deep in the deck, in the ship's lounge, a group of boys and girls aged 13 or 14 asked the old man with strong anticipation in their eyes. These people have good looks and strong soul power fluctuations. All of them are around level 40. What is even more surprising is that these children are all wearing special armor, which is the product of precise design. Of course, the old man on the splint nodded. Douluo continent is holding a continent-wide elite soul master competition, and you must also participate. Are the soul masters there very powerful? The children asked. The old man laughed. I think so. Go. The steel behemoth roared, and someone pointed to the horizon and said in surprise, Prince, we are here! Hearing this, everyone looked towards the sky. The sea level there ended completely, and there was endless land, and there were vaguely some ships drifting on the sea. Arrive. Everyone cheered. After half a month,
They finally arrived!
like them, the civilians and spirit masters on the shore of Douluo continent all cast their eyes on them with curiosity. Boom! Just as the giant ship was approaching the shore, a sound of breaking air was heard from the horizon. A figure came rushing over. There is someone in the sky. People on land and sea all exclaimed. It's Lord God Slayer. Someone immediately recognized the outsider's attire and exclaimed. Everyone in the Sun, Moon Empire looked at each other in bewilderment. Several representatives titled Douluo flew into the void to negotiate with Yuanxi. Prince Long of the Sun and Moon Empire. Suong greets you. The white-haired old man clasped his fists. Yuanxi looked him up and down, dying. It's been a long time since we last met. This is not the place to talk. Follow me into the city. After saying this, he turned his gaze to the crowds on both sides. Today is the first meeting between Douluo continent and Sun-Moon continent. I don't want to see anyone causing trouble. His voice was not loud, but under the shock of the spirit's skill. Dominate the world. Everyone felt uneasy and did not dare to disobey in the slightest. At the same time, After receiving the news of the arrival of the Sun and Moon continent, various forces in Douluo continent headed for the Extreme Academy. They also wanted to see what the people of the second continent looked like, and this first meeting of all Douluo forces slowly began. Half a month later. Extreme Academy, the first meeting of all forces on Douluo Star officially begins. There are more than 100,000 chairs on the kilometer-wide platform, and in the center is a huge round table with 100 chairs. The meeting is open and fair and everyone can observe. The chairs on the high platform are prepared for all the forces in Douluo, big and small. Boom! 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 The roar of huge drums marked the beginning of the meeting. There were countless onlookers at the scene. I am Douluo, the Vice President of the Extreme Academy, a Level 96 control department titled Douluo. I am honored to host the meeting today. Douluo's green figure landed on the ground, and 9 soul rings slowly rose from behind him. The powerful soul power fluctuations washed over everyone like a river. First, please invite the founder of Extreme Academy, the strongest man on the continent, the God Slayer, to take a seat. Douluo stretched out his hand. Yuanshi descended with tremendous rage, sweeping away everything like a meteor. He glanced at everyone present, then came to the round table and sat in this position. After sitting down, Douluo continued the introduction. Please welcome the Spirit Hall representative, the Level 99 titled Douluo Douluo. Please welcome the current Pope, the Level 95 titled Douluo. Welcome. After saying a few names in succession, Douluo stopped. Among them are Douluo, Bibidong Jugi Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qingluan Douluo, Guangling Douluo, Shangxi Douluo, Jiangmo Douluo, and Qianjun Douluo. Seeing the 10 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall appear, all the forces present couldn't help but gasp. The Spirit Hall is worthy of being the #1 power in Douluo continent, with so many titled Douluos in charge. There are indeed many powerful people on this continent. It seems that if we want to unify it, we need to make long-term plans. No? Why do I feel like the Spirit Hall is still hiding its weaknesses? The appearance of the Spirit Hall not only surprised the people of the Sun, Moon continent, but also made the various forces of the Douluo continent look at it with awe. There are 10 titled Douluo, and their power is no less than level 95! Such a force would be a behemoth no matter where it is. But Douluo's voice did not end. Please welcome the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family leader, Yuan Zhen, the 99th level titled Douluo. Please welcome the second patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Yu Luomian, the 98th level titled Douluo. Please welcome the chief elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Wow. The 9 titled Douluo were mentioned one after another, causing an uproar at the scene. Including Douluo, everyone stood up in shock. Among them, the ones with the biggest reactions came from the Hoshin sect and the Jubao Luli sect. I didn't expect that among the top 3 clans, the most low-key Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is no longer what it used to be. Tang Xiao gripped the handle of the chair with his 5 fingers and uttered a few words through gritted teeth. The elders behind him looked at each other in shock. The 9 titled Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family are all above level 95, enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Spirit Hall. Everyone in the 9 treasures, glazed tile sect covered their faces. As one of the top 3 sects, they really didn't have the face to do this. It's okay. We'll stay in the top 5. The top 5 will definitely get in. Ning Fengji comforted himself. The next one should be Haoshin's sect, and then it will be our turn. However, just as he finished his words of comfort, Douluo's voice rang out again. Please welcome the High Priest of Sea God Island, Poseidon, the level 99 titled Douluo. Chapter 71 Scene, Kill a titled Douluo. In a snap of a finger! Please welcome the Guardian of the 7 Sacred Pillars of Sea God Island, the level 95 Sea Dragon Douluo. Please come to Poseidon Island. 8 names were recited in succession, and every note seemed to strike in the hearts of Hoshin sect and Jubao Luli sect. No, when did Douluo continent have such a force? Crack! Tang Xiao crushed the arm of the chair. He never expected that the third largest force in Douluo continent wouldn't even be ranked in the top 3! Don't panic, sect master. It should be our turn next. Several elders spoke to comfort him. They really didn't expect that there were so many powerful forces in Douluo continent. There are already 30 titled Douluo named now, and there are even 3 titled Douluo at level 99! Ning Fengjie on the other side thought the same. Not only them, even the soul masters living on the coast were confused. Is there a place called Poseidon Island in the sea? Of course, some people know. I know this place. I've heard old people talking about it before. You can only enter, but not leave! And they don't welcome outsiders. A hunchbacked old man grabbed his white beard and told the story about Poseidon Island. On stage, Douluo continued. The plane battle concerns all creatures in the entire plane, so today we have not only human soul masters, but also representatives of Douluo continent soul beasts. Wow! Compared to other shocking news, this one can't help but make people's pupils tremble. The soul beast representative. Could it be a 100,000-year soul beast? It is very likely that after a soul beast's cultivation reaches 10,000 years, its intelligence will be fully awakened. If it can represent a soul beast, it must be a 100,000-year soul beast! Hiss. Everyone gasped. 100,000-year soul beast! The major forces looked at each other, obviously in shock. Is there really a 100,000-year-old soul beast appearing? Please welcome the soul beast representative, the golden-eyed black dragon king, an 80-year-old soul beast! Please welcome the evil-eyed tyrant lord, a 75-year-old soul beast. Please welcome the ice and snow girl, the 65-year-old soul beast. Please welcome the emerald swan, a 55-year-old soul beast. Welcome. Walk. Empty. When the words fell, the world was silent. Everyone's breath froze. 800,000-year-old soul beast. People's heads are buzzing and they feel like their brains are not enough. Roar. Immediately afterwards, a long roar was heard between heaven and earth. Everyone looked and saw the huge body of the golden-eyed black dragon king falling from the sky and smashing heavily on the top of a hill. Then, the sky and earth turned cold, and the land was frozen. A slender figure appeared behind him. After that, another terrifying aura descended. There are 10 ferocious beasts in total! 5 in the star forest, 2 in the far north, 1 in the sea, and 2 in the sun and moon continent! Each one's cultivation level is no less than 300,000 years! Whoa! Their appearance caused many titled Douluo at the scene to breathe rapidly. A 100,000-year soul beast. Who wouldn't want to own one? If the dozens of titled Douluo present joined forces, none of them would be able to escape. But they didn't dare to take action, and no one thought of taking action. After all, whoever strikes first will suffer. Ha ha! So many 100,000-year-old soul beasts, kill them. However, there are always people willing to take risks. 4 figures rushed out from the crowd, releasing the terrifying aura of level 95 titled Douluo, and rushed towards the 10 ferocious beasts. It's them. Ning Fengjie and the other 2 from the Jubao glazed tile sect recognized the 4 figures at a glance. One of them was exactly one of the people who wanted to plunder the top great immortal grass back then. Humanity. The 10 ferocious beasts frowned slightly, and when they were about to get angry, an angry roar was heard. Presumptuous! With a roar, heaven and earth were restrained. The space within a radius of 99 miles was instantly blocked. Even the 3 titled Douluo at level could only move their eyes! The others could only watch without being able to move their eyes. Confined space? At this moment, everyone was stunned. The battle between the planes concerns all living creatures. How dare you act rashly? Yu Wanqi's voice sounded. Everyone saw him raise his hand slightly and snap his fingers. Puff puff. In an instant, the 4 titled Douluo turned into snow mist, and their souls were destroyed. Hiss! Everyone relaxed and felt an icy air spreading in their chest, which made them shudder. Kill a level 95 titled Douluo in a snap of a finger! Everyone present, including the soul beasts, was shocked. Is this the existence that can kill gods? The aura of the 10 ferocious beasts weakened a bit. With the other party around, if you want to restore the soul beast's splendor, you will be courting death, and there will be no end in sight. Gulu, the titled Douluo present couldn't help but swallow. Fear, worry, panic, all kinds of emotions mixed in my heart. At this moment, it is self-evident who is the strongest person on the continent. Continue! Yuanshi waved his hand. Douluo had a smile on his face. He thought that he had a good vision and followed the right person. He exhaled and continued. Next, please welcome the representatives from our brother continent, the Sun and Moon continent. Xu Huang, the prince of the Sun and Moon royal family, is a level 98 titled Douluo. With the addition of a soul guide, he can rival a level 99 titled Douluo. He raised his hand to introduce them, and everyone from the Sun and Moon Empire took their seats. Among those present from the Sun, Moon Empire, there were a total of 10 titled Douluo. Among them, 2 are at level 96, 3 are at level 95, and 4 are at level 94. It's okay. After all, it's a continent. The strength of both the Hoshin sect and the Jubao Luli sect calmed him down. We must go to Hyoshin sect next. The forces mentioned now, plus the Extreme Academy, have exceeded 6. The Hoshin sect has 8 titled Douluo. It is impossible that it cannot even stay in the top 10, right? Whatever is scary comes from it. Douluo continued. Next, please come to a special place, the City of Slaughter. As soon as he finished speaking, before Douluo could introduce himself, a powerful pressure carrying an endless, murderous aura descended. Awa! Today is such a feast for the eyes. A majestic figure laughed heartily and landed on the conference table. Behind him, 6 figures with terrifying auras followed. No need for you to introduce yourself. I am the King of Slaughter, a level 99 peerless Douluo. The 6 people behind me are all level 96 titled Douluo. The King of Slaughter patted his chest and laughed. The terrifying evil spirit filled the entire place, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Humph. Yuanshi's god-killing field was fully activated, and an even purer murderous aura appeared. The King of Slaughter's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly restrained his breath and sat aside obediently. After 1 or 2 minor episodes, Douluo continued to read out the list of major forces. As expected, this time it was the turn of the Hoshin sect. The 8 titled Douluo also shocked the audience. After that came the 5 titled Douluo of the 9 treasures glazed tile sect, 3 of whom had been hiding in secret before. Then came the titled Douluo representing the Tiandu and Singluo empires. Just when everyone thought that the titled Douluo forces were coming to an end, Douluo smiled. You may not know the next few people, but they also have titled Douluo in charge. He grinned and said, the hidden sect of the Singluo Empire, the Xingguan sect, has 2 titled Douluo. Okay. Question marks popped up in everyone's head. What kind of force is this? I didn't expect that there are still people in this sect. Everyone in the spirit hall was a little surprised. What kind of sect is this? Some young soul masters were curious. Even John Douluo and others were quite surprised. Only people of the same age as Qian Daolio know about this sect. Let me put it this way, how many martial spirits that can attack and defend at the same time have you seen? Qian Daolio laughed. The Star Crown martial spirit is the most powerful one among them. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Attack and defense in one. They looked at the 2 titled Douluo who were approaching and were about to ask them something when they suddenly heard a sound of applause. Clap! 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 Then, several figures appeared in the sky and mocking voices were heard. Since this is a battle between planes, we should be included, right? Everyone turned to look. Hey! Baby Dong raised her hand to cover her mouth because she saw a familiar face among the crowd. Chapter 72, Let the Whole World Vote! Ho, ho! The terrifying laughter echoed in the void. Everyone was stunned when they saw several figures suddenly appearing, especially the people from the spirit hall. When they saw clearly a thin figure among the group of people, they were all stunned. You are...
Ner!
Bibi Dong stood up, her eyes showing warmth and her delicate body trembling slightly. Seeing this scene, everyone's brows twitched. The contemporary pope is so excited. Who is the person in front of him? But no one noticed that at the Tiandu Empire's seat, Crown Prince Xu Qing clenched the teacup in his hand with a resentful look in his eyes. She is the holy maiden of the spirit hall, Hu Lina. Dai Mubai, who was sitting in the Xingluo Empire seat, exclaimed in surprise. He had seen Hu Liana before. This woman had a special martial spirit, and her vixen scent was unforgettable to him. His words were like a stone that caused 1,000 waves. The holy maiden of the spirit hall? People's minds buzzed. If Dai Mubai hadn't said it, they would have forgotten about the holy maiden of the spirit hall. When Bibi Dong ascended the throne of Pope, she did identify a saint, but everyone only heard about it and had never seen Hu Liana. All eyes turned to the figure in the void. The girl's figure was a little thin, with a purple and black skirt draped over her body like a waterfall. Her pair of red pupils were frightening, and her mouth was cold and elegant, like a noble queen. There was an evil aura about her, which made her look like a gorgeous rose. Hiss. This woman has an extraordinary temperament and has the potential to become a god. The holy maiden of the spirit hall followed this group of people. Could it be that they are also members of the spirit hall? Everyone spoke out their guesses. Perhaps this is the hidden power of the spirit hall. Nanner! Bibi Dong stepped forward and called out. However, Hu Liana just glanced at her and then looked away indifferently. There was recognition in her eyes, but no enthusiasm. This is a sign of lack of closeness. Nair, don't you recognize me? Bibi Dong stepped forward and tried to grab Hu Lina. Bang! The leading man raised his hand and sent her flying. Everyone was shocked by this scene. A level 95 titled Douluo was directly knocked away, the holy maiden of the spirit hall. The man had an extraordinary demeanor, with soul power lingering in his every move. He reached out and took Hu Liana's hand, then landed on the high platform and said with a smile, "Ha, you should call her the Holy Lady of the Holy Abyss. Holy Maiden of the Holy Abyss. Where is Shenjiwan?" Everyone's head is full of question marks. As if he had seen through everyone's thoughts, the middle-aged man chuckled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am the Lord of the Holy Abyss. You can call me the Holy Lord." "I am a level 99 titled Douluo! Wow!" As the voice fell, the whole audience burst into noise. Another level 99 titled Douluo. The expressions of other forces at the scene changed drastically. How come another person appeared? It's useless. Ning Fengji lay down helplessly. Originally, we thought we could stay in the top 10 of the Douluo continent. But now another one has emerged. With his strength, he can surely make it into the top 5 and overthrow the 9 treasures glazed sect. Other forces secretly ordered people to investigate what kind of force Shenjiwan was. Yuan Shi was not surprised at all, but stretched out his hand to motion for everyone to sit down. Now that everyone is here, let's start. Yuan Shi pointed at the crack in the plane in the sky and said, "Everyone has seen the situation. The barriers between the two planes have been broken, and all this is caused by the Shura god." After a pause, Yuan Shi stood up and said angrily, "Perhaps everyone is not clear about what kind of god Shura is. Today, it happens that all the top leaders of the entire continent are here, so I will tell you all about the situation in the god realm." After he finished speaking, he glanced at the Holy Lord, who had arrived late, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Wow! But his words shocked everyone present. They knew very little information about the divine world. Even the heirs of God who were hidden by them did not know much. Suddenly, everyone listened attentively. Yuan Shi's voice rang out. In the God realm, there are 5 great God kings. They are kindness and evil, life and destruction, and the last one is Shura God. Below the God King is the first, level main God, such as the sea god. At this point, he looked at everyone on Poseidon Island and said, "Yes, that's the god they worship on Poseidon Island. He's a first-level god." Not only everyone, but even several titled Douluo on Sea God Island were surprised and puzzled. Even the high priest Poseidon covered his lips lightly. The person in front of me actually knows so much about the divine world. Then there will be the second-level gods. Next, Yuanshi told everyone a lot, starting from the dragon god in the divine realm to the present. And these. His voice rose again, and he said, "This is the current situation in the god realm." Everyone listened with great interest. At the same time, some people also raised questions. "Lord Godslayer, I don't understand what the purpose of your telling us about the god realm has to do with today's meeting. Indeed, if you just want to condemn the Shura god, we don't need to believe in him anymore." People's doubts continued to be heard, and Yuanshi raised his hand to calm everyone. He took a breath and continued, "I understand your doubts, but what I am going to say next is the key point, and it is also the most crucial point of today's meeting." After that, he pointed at the crack in the void and said, "The plane collision is our chance. A chance to upgrade Douluo continent? Perhaps everyone doesn't know that the so-called priest is just a level 100 soul master, and a third-level deity is level 100 ton? To put it bluntly, they are only 10 levels higher than us. Why can they be so high and mighty as to interfere with and rule our world? We should be the masters of our own destiny instead of becoming someone else's energy fuel. Tell me, are you willing? Don't you want to become a god? Do you want to die in mediocrity all your life? Tell me loudly!" Yuanshi raised one hand above his head and shouted, "I don't want to! I don't want to! I don't want to! We don't want to!" Everyone off the field, including some titled Douluo, responded to the questions with roars. "It is good." Yuanshi praised loudly, pointing to the plain passage in the sky, and said loudly, "Do you see that passage? That is our chance to turn things around. If our entire plane can devour the world on the other side of this rift, then our level will not be limited to level 99 and unable to break through. This is what we are discussing today. Wow!" It was not until these last words came out that everyone reacted. What? As long as we can devour the opponent's plane energy, we can improve the plane and our cultivation speed will also be increased. Fuck, I told you my talent shouldn't be like this. Level 30 is not the limit.
"Go ahead, I must devour the other party."
More and more people were cheering loudly. Yuanshi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and his eyes fell on the many forces. "I have said everything I need to say." He sat back in his chair and said, "Next, we should discuss how to resist and devour the energy of the other world. Do you have any ideas?" After the words fell, everyone was silent. To be honest, the pie that Yuanshi painted was indeed tempting, especially for titled Douluo. But he also said that the opposing plane is not a good one. If they want to devour the energy, there must be sacrifices made by those with high combat power. But who would want to have no generals in a prosperous age? Apparently, no one wants to. Just when everyone was struggling, Yuanshi continued, "I forgot to mention one thing. Dragon-type martial spirits have a restraining effect on the other world. Empty." The sound was not loud, but it fell firmly into everyone's ears. Suddenly, the whole place was silent. Everyone's eyes turned to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. When it comes to dragon-type martial spirits, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is the most powerful. Yuanzhen's face darkened slightly. "What do you mean, sir?" The other members of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family also had solemn expressions. Yuanshi shrugged. "I am just stating a fact." Yuan was furious and raised his voices. "I know that the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is a top-level dragon spirit. I also want to contribute to the plane, but Douluo continent does not belong to me alone. Even if it is not a dragon spirit, I should contribute my part." Almost the moment he finished speaking, in the spirit hall, Qian Diaoliu raised his hand and said, "My spirit hall is willing to send 3 titled Douluo!" And half of the remaining spirit masters in the spirit hall old thing. Yuan stared at Douluo with eyes wide open. The latter stroked his beard and laughed. Little dragon, I think you are right. So my spirit hall is willing to send half of its people. Yu Wanjin wanted to curse, but couldn't find where to curse. My sea god island is willing to send 3 titled Douluo, plus half of the other spirit masters. High Priest Poseidon also spoke. The same goes for the city of slaughter. Soul beasts too. The same goes for the sun and moon continent. 9 treasures colored glaze. Almost all the forces present expressed their views. They looked at Yu Wanjin. The latter's face turned pale. If you want my blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family to lead the charge, that's fine, as long as all the soul masters in the world regard my blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family as an honorable family. Bang! Yu Wanshi slammed the table and said, I agree. As long as the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family takes the lead, my Extreme Academy is willing to honor you as an honorable family. I can even fund the construction of a statue of faith for people to worship. As soon as Yu Wanshi opened his mouth, everyone fell silent. If anyone has any objections to my proposal, everyone can vote.
We'll follow everyone's ideas.
Chapter 73 Yuanshi, do you still love me? The first meeting of all Douluo forces ended. In the end, the 500,000 people present voted and decided to use the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family as the main force and other forces as backup to attack the Second World. Then everyone decided to build a Tower of Babel in Jiayuguan to detain prisoners of war from the Second World and to test the soul masters of Douluo continent. Afterwards, everyone had a heated discussion about the All-Douluo Elite Soul Master competition. Considering the current forces, it has been decided to set the Soul Master competition in 2 years, and all forces can participate. Everything was finalized, and all the major forces left the meeting with their thoughts in mind. Night, Extreme Academy. Yu Wanshi sat on the Academy's observatory, warmed the tea, and sipped it gently. Under the moonlight, the frost melts into water. A graceful figure emerged from the water and stood in front of Yu Wanshi. This is a tall woman with a snake-like waist, a pair of long legs that are white and bright, and fair skin that is as smooth as if it were covered with a layer of oil. In her hand, she held a scepter that represented power and also symbolized her identity. The High Priest of Poseidon Island? Poseidon? You're here. Yu Wanshi poured a cup of tea. You knew I would come. Poseidon stood where he was. His eyes swept towards Yu Wanshi and said, Yuanshi, long time no see. Yu Wanshi motioned for her to sit down. About 30 years ago. Sister? Hearing the word, sister. Poseidon gently grasped the scepter. Her body trembled slightly, tears welled up in her eyes, and she seemed to be recalling the past. After a while, she calmed down a little and said, You have grown up. Yu Wanshi was as happy as if he were bathed in spring breeze and said softly, After you left without saying goodbye, I lived alone on the island for a year. Woo, ooh. Poseidon covered her mouth, tears slowly overflowing from her eyes. She choked and said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave at that time. I really have something important to do. Yu Wanshi smiled and shook his head. Then his figure flashed and appeared beside Poseidon, holding a coat in his hand. Don't catch a cold. He spoke gently, and the hot breath from his mouth hit Poseidon's cheek, making her ears feel a little hot unconsciously. She raised her chin slightly and asked in a tearful tone, You're still blaming me, right? Yu Wanshi showed a gentle smile and raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears on her face. If you hadn't taken care of me for so long, I would have died a long time ago. How could I blame you? At this moment, his eyes were full of sincerity. Wow, wow, wow. Poseidon cried even harder, grabbing Yu Wanshi with both hands and snuggling into his arms. At this moment, she was no longer the stern high priest of Sea God Island, but a sister who had abandoned her brother. She shed tears of regret and fear. It's okay. Aren't we all fine? Yu Wanshi hugged her with both hands and comforted her softly. Crying, comforting. Past scenes slowly emerged in the minds of the two. That day, The barefoot island girl welcomed the first friend in her lonely life. At that time, she was a proud girl who was hailed as a saint. He is already a soul sage at the age of 29 and has just accepted the test of the sea god. In order to get closer to the sea, he chooses to live alone on an isolated island. On that day, an 18-year-old boy drifted to the island with the waves. "What's your name? Why are you here?" "My name is Yuanshi, and I plan to travel all over the Douluo world." "What about you?" "Hey, Neo." During that time, the two of them had a great time talking to each other, watching the sunrise and sunset together, and watching the tides rise and fall together. Gradually, the two developed special feelings for each other as they got along. At night, on a deserted island, a man and a woman alone, a passionate love affair, the sea is rhythmically playing the music of love. But the good times did not last long. The imagined future was late, and the accident was like a sword that split the two of them apart. It was a morning. The female divers left the island with a kiss. When the boy woke up, only the sea water and the sunshine comforted him. But as Yuanshi traveled around the Douluo world, he gradually became indifferent to this matter. What he didn't expect was that the big sister at that time was actually the high priest of Sea God Island, Poseidon! He stroked the woman's arm and ruffled her hair. The pleasant fragrance was still as refreshing as before. After an unknown amount of time, Poseidon's crying subsided. She looked up at the man who was half a head taller than her and asked with his deep eyes, "Do you still love me?" Yuanshi reached out and wiped the tears from her face. He hugged her and turned to look at the bright moon. "Do you remember that night? Under the witness of the moon, we broke through the barrier in our hearts." Poseidon turned around, put his hands on Yuanshi's shoulders, and said affectionately, "Then let it witness it again. This time, I will take the initiative to release my inner thoughts. Okay?" As she spoke, she tiptoed slightly, raised her chin slightly, and kissed Yuanshi with her clear red lips. The milky moonlight washed over the two of them. Angel, you covered your eyes with your hands. Why did you leave a gap?" Rakshasa frowned. "If you want to see, just see it. Why are you hiding it?" Angel God rolled his eyes. "What do you mean I want to watch? I have nowhere to go, so I am forced to watch." "Stop pretending." Lucia curled his lips in disgust. Angel God laughed. "They are destined not to be together, so I just watched secretly as a souvenir." "What?" Rakshasa frowned. The angel God smiled and said, "You should know that as a great worshipper of the Lord God, you will never be able to become a god." "What do you mean?" Rakshasa's brows twitched wildly. "Yes, the sea god and I are the same. The great priest must offer sacrifices to make people become gods." The angel god glanced at the Rakshasa god. "Isn't it the same for you? You must kill one of my angel descendants at the beginning." "Hey, who are we talking about?" Rakshasa god gave an evil smile, turned around and pressed down the angel god. "Hey, what are you doing?" The angel god struggled to get up, but the Rakshasa god rushed over and pinned her down, preventing her from moving. "Angel." Lucia god leaned close to the other's ear, bit it gently, and said with a sigh, "I suddenly have an inexplicable urge." "What about you?" "Get out of here!" The angel god struggled with a red face. "Oh, that night. Not only is the weather hot, but people's hearts are also hot." Star Forest. "My lord, I would like to ask, is what the god slayer said true? If so, our soul beast see?" Dtian asked respectfully. The silver dragon king lowered his eyes and said, "I never expected the situation he described, but if there is no interference from the god realm, the soul beast may be able to become a god." Upon hearing this, the bodies of several ferocious beasts trembled continuously. But the silver dragon king changed the subject and said, "This is happening when the god realm does not interfere in any way. But how can the god realm watch a plane upgrade? Lord, then we just wait and see what happens. Holy Abyss team, Saint Lord, you had the foresight to invade the plane at the beginning. Otherwise, this world would have been shattered." Several tall figures knelt down, their faces filled with admiration. The Saint King snorted lightly. This plane is not yet capable of bearing the arrival of my true body, so we naturally need to be cautious. In addition, the other party's god realm is still there, so we must not act rashly. However, their god realm and human realm leaders seem to be at odds with each other. What does Saint Monarch want to do? Of course, I will help him. Let the plane surpass the god realm, and then devour it. When the abyss plane is upgraded, will not be afraid of the so-called god realm.
Saint King is wise!
The praise from his subordinates made the Saint Lord smile. He reached out and touched Hugh Lena's face, saying, Saint Girl, there is a second-level deity in your body which can just be our spokesperson. Let her find a few people. We in Shenyuan will also participate in the All-Douluo Elite Soul Master Competition. Oh. Chapter 74a, the All-Douluo Soul Master Competition is approaching. Time flies. A year has passed since the first meeting of all Douluo forces. During this period, the mainland built the Tower of Babel to seal off the plane rift, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family took the lead in guarding it. In addition, in order to atone for Tang Hao's sins, the Hoshin sect sent 6 titled Douluo and 2/3 of the Hoshin sect disciples to the Tower of Babel. Tang Hao was missing, and the Shrek people moved into the Blue Tyrant Academy in an orderly manner and changed it to Shrek Academy. Yuanshi removed Lu Erlong from the position of dean and took over the position himself. From then on, Shrek Academy became his academy. In order to prevent Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang from rekindling their old love, he sent Lu Erlong to the Tower of Babel again. Today, he is the founder of Extreme Academy and the dean of Shrek Academy. Of course, what made Yuanshi even more satisfied was, during this year, Douluo Continent and Sun Moon Continent began to trade, Poseidon Island was born, and the High Priest ordered the Demon Soul Great White Shark to open up a safe route. After the two continents were connected, Yuanshi raised the status of the Blacksmith Guild to be on par with the lower 4 sects and allowed it to learn from the Soul Guide Department of the Sun and Moon Continent. In just 1 year, Soul Guides developed rapidly, and the entire world seemed to have advanced from the ancient times to the modern times. Extreme Academy. Ding! Testing the 61st test, Origin Energy! Hinti system detection. The host guides the 2 continents to interconnect. The plane map is fully opened. Douluo's luck is integrated. And the plane is upgraded once! Hinhar, congratulations to the host for guiding the Douluo continent plane to upgrade once and be rewarded with a core fragment of the God Realm!
Hing.
Finally, I can open up a small world. Yuanshi stood up excitedly. As long as I can refine the core fragments of the God Realm and initially build the prototype of the God Realm, then even if Douluo continent is shattered, I can still run away with my people. But that's not enough. I need more God Realm cores, combined with the divine veins, to create a true God Realm. Yuanshi thought carefully about his plan and began to sit cross-legged to practice. I wonder how long it will take to refine the core fragments of the God Realm. Another year later. Ding! After a year, congratulations on opening up a small world. The host's strength is no longer limited in the small world, and he can absolutely suppress the enemy! Fing. I didn't expect that it would take a whole year to refine a fragment core. Yuanshi slowly opened his eyes. I hope nothing bad happens on the mainland while I'm away. He looked at the system panel. The divine test was still going on. After 2 years, the faith value of the origin energy of the Sixton test had reached million.
Yuanshi.
Suddenly, a call came. Yuanshi turned his head and Poseidon walked over worriedly. The latter has lost a lot of weight. Poseidon sat down next to him, eyes moistened as he said, You finally woke up. Thanks a lot. Yuanshi knew that Poseidon helped him deal with many things during his retreat. I'm glad you woke up, Poseidon cried. The two had an in-depth exchange. Yuanshi only then realized that the current Douluo continent has already entered the continental structure that was only available in Douluo II in the original novel. Of course, the 2 continents did not merge in advance. However, in terms of technology, it has already reached the level of Unreveled Tang sect. And now, The All-Douluo Elite Soul Master Competition is approaching. Poseidon received an invitation from the Spirit Hall and was sent a detailed list of all Douluo Spirit Master Competition teams. Among them, the 10-member group of Extreme Academy, Gu Yuana level 54 Soul King, Yu Tianheng level 53 Soul King, Zhu Juking level 53 Soul King, Meng Yiran level 53 Soul King, Dougaling level 52 Soul King, Yilingling level 53 Soul King, Wu Feng level 53 Soul King, Ning Zikyu level 52 Soul King, Shen Mu level 53 Soul King.
Who, Holy Abyss?
Led by Juliana level 53 Soul King, CU level 52 Soul King, Yen level 52 Soul King. The rest of them are also at level 52, and are orphans that the Holy Lord has specially enhanced with his powers. As a result, the Spirit Hall team lost Juliana, but with their strong foundation, they cultivated a team mainly composed of Yuyang's level 53 Soul Kings and a team with an overall strength of level 52. Then came the other colleges, Shrek Academy, Tangsan level 53 Soul King, Daimu level 53 Soul King, Xiaowu level 52 Soul King, Mahongja level 52 Soul King, Ningrongrong level 52 Soul King, Oscar
By Chengxiang
level 49 Soul King, Tai Long level 52 Soul King. Poseidon Island, all 10 contestants are at level 52. In the Kamikaze Academy, Feng Xiaoshan is a level 52 Soul King, Yu Tianlong is a level 53 Soul King, and the rest are around level 49 overall. In Blazing Academy, Hu Wu is a level 53 Soul King, Hu Wushuang is a level 52 Soul King, Yu Tianzhuang is a level 53 Soul King, and the rest are at level 48. Tianshui Xueyuan. 水兵 are 53 及魂王学武 52 及魂王于海柔 51 及魂王御天和 53 及魂王其余人 48 及左右. It is worth mentioning that Yu Tianhe is a cleaner, a boy who was brought in temporarily to make up the numbers. In Thunder Academy, Yu Tiangxin is a level 53 Soul King, and the rest are around level 51. Tiandu Royal Academy, Yu Tianhe is a level 53 Soul King, and the rest are at level 52. Xingluo Royal Academy, Davis 53rd level Soul King, Yu Tiangxiu 53rd level Soul King, Jujuan 51st level Soul King. The Botanical College as a whole floats on level 51, Sun and Moon Continent. There are 3 teams in total in Sun Moon Continent. Japanese team, Shumo is level 53 Soul King, and the rest of the team members are level 52 Soul Kings. Moon team, led by Knight Mei, a level 53 Soul King, and all members of the team are level 52 Soul Kings. The spiritual team is mainly based on spiritual martial spirits, and the entire team is level 52. Xiangjia Academy, overall level 52 Soul King. Other colleges, but after reading these materials, Yuanqi fell into deep thought. At present, the energy of the entire Douluo plane has increased, and the training of soul masters has also accelerated a lot, especially those with excellent talents. When is the Soul Master competition scheduled? Yuanqi asked. Bo Seixi recalled and said, half a month later, all the major colleges have entered the Wuhan city. Yuanqi stood up and said, then let's go too. Poseidon stepped forward and said with a smile, go see the children first, they really want to see you. Yuanqi was stunned for a moment. All right, it's a good opportunity to cheer them up. The two walked out of the door one after another and headed for the Extreme Academy fighting arena. At this moment, Yang Wudi has already called everyone together. It's almost time. Let's get ready now. We should set off for Wuhan City, Yang Wudi said loudly. Teacher Yang, isn't Teacher Yu the leader of the team? Shen Mu raised his hand and asked. Yang Wudi was slightly moved and was about to say that he would lead the team, but he saw Yuanqi and Poseidon appear. Yuanqi chuckled. Do you still remember my teacher? I will reward you with a big meal. Do you want to? When they heard this, they were stunned. Then they quickly turned their heads and saw Yuanqi walking towards them with a smile. Teacher! Zhu Juking and other people who usually acted aloof quickly ran over and hugged Yuanqi. That's right. They have all broken through to the Soul King level. He rubbed everyone's heads with satisfaction. Uncle! Zhu Juking called softly, hugging him tightly with both hands. She has grown a lot now compared to 2 years ago. She is tall, with slim legs like a snake, a hot body, and a stunning face, which makes people's blood boil. Poseidon, who was standing next to Yuanqi, lowered his eyes slightly and looked at the little girl with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Yuanshi comforted everyone separately, but just when he finished talking to Yu Tianheng, he realized that Ye Lingling did not hug him like everyone else, but stayed away from him. He raised his head, looked at Ye Lingling, who was a few steps away, and asked, "Lingling, what's wrong with you?" And Ye Lingling glanced at Yuanshi and didn't make any move out of spite. Poseidon stepped forward, approached Yuanshi, and said, "It's strange to say, after something happened a year ago, Lingling seemed to have become a different person." Yuanshi raised an eyebrow. What happened? Poseidon smiled like a loving mother. "Good news.
It's about Lingling's mother?
Oh, Chapter 75. What? I have a child. Oh, upon hearing that the matter was related to Ye Lingling's mother Ye Zi, Yuanshi became slightly more alert. He looked at the graceful girl in front of him, her noble and cold attitude that disliked strangers, and asked curiously, "What happened to her mother?" Poseidon restrained his smile, turned his head and stared at Yuanshi, saying with a half smile, "Don't you think it's amazing? Her father passed away many years ago, and her mother gave birth to twins a year ago. They are a boy and a girl. Of course, we shouldn't ask too much about who her new husband is." Upon hearing this, Yuanshi froze in place. Poseidon just stared at him without saying anything. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. The atmosphere suddenly became weird. Yuanshi was silent. "Yizai gave birth to a baby. When did it happen? If you were pregnant, you should have shown it 2 years ago. At that time, I was convening a meeting of all Douluo forces. After Poseidon found me, I didn't ask about the other party's situation. If the time is correct, Ye Zi should have given birth to the child when he was in seclusion refining the core of the divine realm. Seeing that he didn't take any action, Poseidon signaled Yang Wodi to take the students away first. Yuanshi, you have really grown up." Poseidon leaned close to Yuanshi and whispered in his ear, "Such a big thing actually happened quietly. If I hadn't sensed your bloodline in those 2 children, would you have not told me?" Yuanshi's body tensed up, and he swallowed. "Sister, please listen to my explanation. Okay? I don't mean to blame you." Poseidon put a smile on his face again. "Sister Ye Zi is quite pitiful. She raised a child by herself, and now she has to take care of 2 more children." Her face was full of tolerance. "After all, this is your child. You can't abandon him outside. Just find a time and a place to settle us down, you guys." Yuanshi frowned. Poseidon said bitterly, "As long as you are not broken, you will definitely attract women. I see, there are people among your students who are interested in you. I want to go to a place far away from you, so I can out of sight and out of mind." "Oh, I really, He said a lot of things angrily. Yuanshi held her and coaxed her for a long time, and he roughly understood what she meant. In Poseidon's opinion, Yuanshi could not have only had one woman. His personal charm was unstoppable, just like a leaf. Yuanshi could not avoid it whenever he wanted. In this case, it would be better to hide them so that they don't become a burden to Yuanshi. Although it's a bit abstract, I have to say that Poseidon has considered it very carefully. What's even more coincidental is that Yuanshi has just refined the small world. It's definitely the best place to go. Sorry, sister. Yuanshi kissed Poseidon. "It's okay as long as you are still mine." Poseidon held his face. Oh, Yuanshi still felt a little excited. In his previous life, he was sent to Douluo continent before he had the chance to marry and have children. I didn't expect that after so many years. I already have a child. Although it was an accident, he is still my own flesh and blood after all. Standing outside the gate, Yuanshi hesitated and for the first time felt helpless. Child. He actually has a child! He didn't know how to face it. Woo. He stood there for half an hour before he prepared himself mentally and slowly walked towards Yazid's yard.
La la la.
Entering the yard, a light humming sound was heard. Looking for the source of the sound, in the center of the courtyard, Yazid was wearing a purple dress, leaning over and rocking the baby basket in front of her. Yuanshi's gaze did not linger on her, but instead stepped forward, staring intently at the cradle under the woman. Whoa. As if sensing something, the baby in the cradle burst into tears. Yezi suddenly panicked and hurried to feed them, but they didn't eat at all. She looked to see if they had wet the bed, but she didn't. They just kept crying. What a pair of little crybubbies. Yezi was so focused on coaxing the children that she was completely unaware that there was someone standing behind her. My daughter's eyes are like yours, as dazzling as gems, Yuanqi praised. Yezi responded subconsciously, no, they are more like father's, like a crown, with an inexplicable dignity. As soon as she finished speaking, she froze. Turning his head suddenly, Yuanqi looked at him with a smile on his face and said, sorry, I'm late. Yo. Yezi covered her mouth and nose, tears flowing out uncontrollably. Don't cry. Yuanqi reached out and held her in his arms. Wow. Whoa. Yezi cried even more sadly. I didn't dare to look for you. I was afraid of disturbing you. You said you had a family.
I am sorry for you.
Yezi said with a sob. You've suffered a lot. Yuanqi hugged her tightly. After a warm and affectionate moment, the two of them calmed down. At this time, Yuanqi looked at the two children and asked, what are their names? Yuzi snuggled in his arms and shook her head. It hasn't been named yet. I know you will come, and I'm waiting for you to name it. Yuanqi immediately became interested. In that case, then the brother's name is Yu Godon and the sister's name is Yu Jingxiut. Yezi was silent. What a stupid name. At this moment, Poseidon walked in from the yard. When Yuanqi saw the situation, his heart tightened. Why is Poseidon here? Yezi hurriedly pushed Yuanqi aside and trotted to Poseidon's sister. You are here? Bo Saixi held Yezi's hand and said, if I don't come, who will help you take care of the child? The imagined Shura field did not appear, but instead there was a scene of two women doting on each other. They were like good sisters without any resentment against each other. Such a scene made Yuanqi stunned. Are you stupid? Poseidon glared at him, then took Yezi to sit next to the child and said, when you gave birth, Yilingling went to look for you, but you didn't wake up for some reason. At that time, I knew the whole story and rushed to help Yezi give birth. Yezi didn't say anything. She admired Poseidon very much. According to Yuanqi, Poseidon is his real wife, so he is a mistress. To put it bluntly, her appearance was a slap in the other party's face. But Poseidon's kindness was so strong that he did not embarrass her and even comforted her and accepted her. I'm sorry, Yuanqi said to Yezi. You should have said sorry a long time ago. Poseidon rolled his eyes. It's so hard for Yezi to give birth to a child alone. She stretched out her finger and tapped the two children's cheeks, smiling and said, but fortunately, there weren't too many accidents and both children are very healthy. As for the name, why don't you call them Yu Ping'an? Godon is fine. Yuanqi scratched his head. No! The two women rejected it in unison. Yuanqi didn't dare to retort and quickly found a topic. By the way, I have already thought of where you should go. Oh. Where? Poseidon and the others were puzzled. Yuanqi smiled mysteriously. Relax your mind, I will take you there. He operated his small world, and a pulling force emanated from his body. Then, this force enveloped everyone and disappeared. Chapter 7:6a is it the calm or the carnival before the storm? With a roar, several people opened their eyes again. There were no buildings or courtyards in front of them. Instead, there were green waters and green mountains, and a fairy, like Aura. Here it is. Poseidon felt the fluctuations of power around him, and it felt like the shackles of level 99 were about to break. You may not believe what I say. Yuanqi did not explain immediately, but summoned the Rakshasa god and the angel god. A bright light flickered. The Rakshasa god and the angel god appeared in front of the three people. Rakshasa god was pulling at angel god's hands, while angel god had a look of aggrieved and messy feeling, as if he had been ravaged. There is no love in life. Rakshasa was shocked. Where did this come from? She looked around in confusion. The mountains and rivers were picturesque, and there was abundant divine power. She turned around and found Yuanqi and the other two. Hey! She quickly let go of the angel god, straightened her clothes, and coughed twice. Long time no see. You are. Poseidon frowned and glanced at Yuanshi with some displeasure. It seems like, when did this happen to these two? But we have to admit that the pressure from Rakshasa God is extremely strong. Even the slightest trace of it made her feel like she would be wiped out. Luosha God covered his mouth and coughed. Well, you are the high priest chosen by the sea god, right? You can call me Luosha God. She is the angel god, we are the same as the sea god, both are first-level gods. Upon hearing this, Poseidon and Yezi's expressions changed. The two of them immediately greeted him. Hello, what are you meeting? Yuanshi immediately stopped the two and said, Since you are my wife, you don't need to worship the gods, even if the god king comes. As he said this, he glared at the Rakshasa god. The latter pursed her lips guiltily and laughed. Sisters, there's no need to be so polite. We are all family, a family. Poseidon and Yezai looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Yuanshi even took down the gods. Hiss. This time, the two women had to admire him. I secretly gave him a thumbs up. Yuanshi rolled his eyes, obviously seeing what the two were thinking. Don't worry about that for now. He reached out and grabbed the Rakshasa god, saying, Feel this place carefully, and then tell me about it. Upon hearing this, Rakshasa god realized that the world he was in seemed to be a little different. I just felt like I was back in the realm of gods! Angel, what do you think? Rakshasa god looked at Angel god. The latter straightened his clothes, looked around this world with joy, and said, This seems to be the realm of the gods, but it feels incomplete, but it has divine power. She stretched out her hand, and little by little, divine power flowed into her body, making her remaining soul more solid. You actually have such a place. She looked at Yuanshi in disbelief. Until now, she finally believed the big promise the other party had made. Maybe I really have a chance to be resurrected. Poseidon and Yezi were already stunned by what they heard. God Realm. This place is actually the same as God Realm. Haha, this is what I rely on. The one that allows me to challenge the God Realm. Yuanshi said confidently. Here, your cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort. Even if you are immortal, as long as you live here, you will be baptized by divine power. Within a year, you will become a top genius. Quiet. Everyone at the scene fell silent. Yuanshi has a divine world. This is where we will live in the future? Yuanshi caressed his two children. In a blink of an eye, there are only 3 days left until the Soul Master competition. Wuhan City. At this time, the city was already filled with contestants from various colleges. A casual glance at the roadside shows that they are all students from various colleges. Extreme College. The Soul Master of the Sun and Moon Empire came to Yuanshi. Hello, senior. Su Huang greeted respectfully. Yuanshi poured a cup of tea and said, Don't be polite, just speak frankly. Yi Xuang took the teacup with both hands, took a sip, and sighed. It's so peaceful. Yuanshi paused with his cup in hand, looked at the other person in surprise, took a sip of tea, and motioned for him to continue. Su Huang was a little distressed. Senior, actually when I landed on Douluo continent, I found something wrong here. There is only one empire in the Sun, Moon continent, but there are not only 2 empires in the Douluo continent, but there are even several transcendent forces that surpass the empires. At that time, I was wondering why such a chaotic situation was not in chaos. At first I thought it was a check and balance between forces, but the longer I stayed here, the more I smelled a sense of chaos. Especially this Soul Master competition, I feel like something big is going to happen. As the saying goes, people become more cunning as they age, and it turns out to be true today. Yuanshi put down the teacup and looked at Su Huang with appreciation. The chaotic atmosphere that the other party smelled was real, because this continent is about to enter an era of chaos. Do you want to get involved too? Yuanshi looked at him. Su Huang held the teacup in silence. Let me guess. Yuanshi knocked on the table and said with a smile, The Sun, Moon continent may not be able to unify the Douluo continent, but it will definitely find a way to promote unification. Su Huang's expression changed slightly. Yuanshi chuckled. Don't be nervous. There are many people who think the same as you. I can even tell you about a few other people who want to stir up trouble." He smiled, but in Xu Huang's eyes he was like a god who controlled everything. The Sun, Moon Empire wants to interfere with Douluo continent for two reasons. First, the forces here are complicated and many things have no standards. You can use the standards of the Sun, Moon continent to make them familiar with them. This is called infiltration. Second, make a fortune from the chaos. Once the waters are muddied, you will be able to make a fortune, because when chaos comes, the best resource channel is the Sun and Moon continent. Xu Huang's heartbeat quickened. He swallowed and said, "Senior is indeed a discerning person." Yu Wanshi shook his head. "It's not that I have a keen eye, but that I understand everything. In addition to you, the soul beasts also want to interfere and cause chaos in Douluo continent. There is also the holy abyss, the divine realm, and the second world. The chaos in Douluo continent is a good thing for these forces." Yu Wanshi stood up, looked up at the bright moon in the sky, and sighed. "This is also an inevitable trend. Wasn't it the same in the Sun and Moon continent back then?" Yu Hong thought of something and opened his eyes. "Senior, do you also want to cause chaos in Douluo continent?" Yu Wanshi looked back. "You are nothing. But you still can't understand my thoughts. You came to see me tonight for more than just this matter, right? It can't escape the eyes of the senior." Su Huang stood up hurriedly and said, "Not long ago, the Spirit Hall purchased a batch of soul guides from us, and they are the most advanced research results. Want to buy a soul guide? You guessed the purpose of setting up the Soul Master competition in Wuhan City, but you didn't tell other forces." Yu Wanshi curled his lips. Xu Huang put his hands behind his back, as the senior said, "The Sun-Moon continent also hopes that the Douluo continent will be in chaos." Yu Wanshi did not continue speaking. "Once Bibidong inherits the throne of Rakshasa, she will never submit to me again, and will definitely take the route of unifying the continent again. And at this time, half of the power of Douluo continent was guarding the plain channel. If we hold another Soul Master competition, and most of the main forces come to Wuhan City, this will be a perfect opportunity to eliminate other forces. Your Highness Wuhan made a good move. I wonder if anyone has reacted to it." Chapter 77, the All-Douluo Elite Soul Master competition begins. Boom! Bang, 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 bang! The mighty sound of drums shook the sky. In the center of Wuhan City, on the huge fighting spirit arena, fireworks filled the sky and countless colored paper flew everywhere. The All-Douluo Elite Soul Master competition has officially begun! Ladies and gentlemen, all look up to me. The host of the flying martial spirit flew over the fighting spirit arena, and the soul guide used for recording kept tracking back and forth. Tens of thousands of spectators cheered. Everyone is looking forward to the arrival of various colleges. Extreme Academy! Challenge the impossible, become the impossible. We will break the limits. Tianda Royal Academy, you are no one. Tianshui. Tianshui is full of beauties. There were countless spectators supporting the event. Please welcome all of our titled Douluo His Majesties to the stage! They are the real strong men of our Douluo continent. They are the first people in the continent who have the ability to kill gods. His Majesty the God Killer! Oh. Everyone cheered. A black figure appeared on the horizon. Almost at the same time, heaven and earth became quiet. Yu Wanshi descended from the sky, and the heaven and earth began to shake with his appearance. Everyone was shocked and awe appeared on their faces. Bang, bang, bang! Yu Wanshi walked in the void, and with every step he took, the sky trembled and the earth shook. With every step they took, everyone felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. Since it is the color of the plain, there should be nectar showering the world. Yu Wanshi raised his hand and golden raindrops fell. Every drop of rain contains terrifying power. Even if they don't swallow it, everyone feels that their soul power has unconditionally increased by one level. Ooh, fuck. I made a breakthrough. I made a breakthrough to the next level without any side effects. I've been stuck at Soul Saint for many years, but I never thought I could break through to Soul Douluo. I swear, from now on, Godslayer will be my daddy. No matter what level the people at the scene were, they were all unconditionally promoted to a higher level after being showered by the golden raindrops. Someone has been stuck for years without any breakthrough, but succeeded today. There are even a few level 89 soul Douluo who directly transformed into titled Douluo. Vaisiandrutla 1 full unit free 4.5 fluff 600 yuan. She nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand and emitted 3 golden lights and shouted, "Cheers from all over the world. I will take out a drop of divine liquid that can unconditionally improve the quality of martial spirits. The runner up will be awarded a set of 30 Douluo year soul bones. The third place prize is a magical herb." Empty. As soon as he finished speaking, heaven and earth fell silent. Everyone opened their eyes wide, staring at the drop of golden divine liquid. No. Unconditional improvement of martial spirit quality? What the hell? Can anyone tell me if this is true or not? To what level can my toothpick martial spirit be upgraded? Oh my god, whoever wins the championship will immediately give birth to a god-level martial spirit. You know, all the contestants have top-level martial spirits? The audience discussed it heatedly. The contestants' eyes were blazing with fire. Unconditionally improve the quality of martial soul. Such a simple sentence contains such terrifying information. Improving the quality of martial soul means increasing one's upper limit. Simply put, if your martial spirit can only make you a soul Douluo, then by taking this drop of divine liquid, you can become a titled Douluo. Shrek seats. Ning Rongrong looked at the drop of divine liquid and said, "If we can win the championship, I will use half of the 9 treasures glazed tile sex wealth to buy the divine liquid." Wow! There was a commotion among the Shrek people. They looked at Ning Rongrong and understood her thoughts. She wanted to give the magic liquid to Ning Fengji! Once Ning Fengji's martial soul becomes the 9 treasures glazed tower, then the 9 treasures glazed sect will be considered the real 9 treasures! How could this not make her heart move? Are you sure you're willing to exchange half of your wealth for it? Tang San narrowed his eyes, deep joy surging in his eyes. You should know that the reward is more than just this drop of divine liquid. Ning Rongrong shook her head. I don't want any other rewards, I just want this drop of magic liquid. Okay. Tang San's mouth curled up a smile. I agree, if you can win the championship. The divine liquid will be yours, but you have to exchange it for half of the wealth of the 9 treasures glazed tile sect. Tang sect. I will let you reappear in this world and stand at the top of the other world. Tang San clenched his fists and looked at the drop of divine liquid with burning eyes. At the same time, the host's figure appeared in the field of vision again. Next, please welcome the Lord of the Sky, the Great Priest of the Spirit Hall. Please welcome the Lord of the Ocean, the High Priest of Poseidon Island. Please welcome the Lord of the Holy Abyss, the Holy Lord, the Dragon Prince of the Sun Moon Empire, Suhong. The cheers continued and everyone cheered. Qian Daliu stroked his beard and threw out 3 soul bones. The Spirit Hall will give the champion a 100 year-old left arm bone, the runner up a 50 year-old soul bone, and the third place a 30 year-old soul bone. Poseidon waved his hand and 3 silver lights flashed. Sea God Island will grant Sea God the qualification to take the divine examination once, 150,000 year soul bone, and 130,000 year soul bone. No, everyone fell silent. What is the Sea God's divine test? Is it a test to become a god? No. I heard it's a form of cultivation. It doesn't necessarily mean you can become a god. Poseidon didn't explain it. But the champion will know it in the end. The Saint Lord smiled evilly, and 3 things flew out of his sleeves. He said with a smile, 1 attack from a level 99 titled Douluo, 1 piece of year soul bone, and 1 cultivation of the holy abyss. Xu Wang laughed and threw out 3 things. 1 soul guide made once by the Soul Guide Department of the Sun Moon Empire, 1 absolute concealment soul guide, and 130 Zalahozard year soul bone. Wow! Several people received their prizes and there was cheering. Especially those who participated in the competition. All of them looked at the prizes with envy. Even getting third place would make them strong. It can be said that this Soul Master competition will be one that goes down in history, and it may also be the one with the most generous rewards from ancient times to the present. All rewards are God level, especially the first place award. It can even change a person or a country. At this moment, the enthusiasm of the contestants on site was all ignited. The host wasn't done yet. Now, please welcome the representatives of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, the representatives of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the representatives of the Singguan sect, the Emperor Tiandu, the Emperor Singluo. Calls were heard one after another, and people of high status came to the platform one after another. Next, please invite the current Pope to preside over the competition. After that, Bibi Dong, wearing the Pope's robe and with a cold and beautiful face, walked onto the stage. Her pair of white jade feet made everyone drool. Behind him, Juwu Douluo followed. Bibidong Zhendon held the Pope's scepter in his hand, swept his eyes across the entire venue, and said in a cold voice, "This Pope declares that the All-Douluo Elite Soul Master competition has officially begun. Contestants, please come in." Oh. The cheers became louder and louder, and everyone's eyes turned to the entrance. But no one noticed that at this moment, the expressions of several people on the platform changed, and they all had their own thoughts. The Saint King stretched out his hand and grabbed a strand of blood in the air, revealing an evil smile. The good show has just begun. The carnival before the storm is the music of death. Has the Spirit Hall already started its advance? Well, what's so interesting about a single company launching a sneak attack? Let me add some fuel to the fire of chaos! Chapter 78. What? They sent in a team of auxiliary spirit masters! Cheers were heard everywhere. Yu Wanshi looked at the many academies that came into the venue and was thinking about finding a few good candidates to grant them the status of gods. There's good news and there's bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Rakshasas and angel gods appeared beside him. Yu Wanshi did not answer immediately, but glanced at the Holy Lord, who was sitting quietly in the distance. At the same time, the other party also looked over and showed a kind smile. The magical thing is that the other party seemed to be able to see the remnant of Rakshasa god and angel god, and glanced at the two of them unintentionally. Yuanshi retracted his gaze, then raised his hand and said, "Let me tell you the bad news first." Luosha god sat on the handle of his chair, touched his shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Bad news. Bibi Dong has completed the 8th test and started to expand the army. So far, she has destroyed several special forces, such as Silishi Kingdom." Oh. Yuanshi rested his chin on his hand and smiled. Bibi Dong has already broken through level 99. That's unexpected, but the Spirit Hall's soul hunting operation is still within expectations. His eyes swept towards Bibi Dong in the distance. She had some of the aura that only a Rakshasa god could have. It seemed that her compatibility with the position of god was over 90%. Only one step away from becoming a god! You won't stop her. Rakshasa was curious. She gathered a circle of divine power under her fingernails and said, "Once she achieves godhood, she will be completely out of my control. By then, will you still be able to deal with her?" A Yuanshi looked up at her and sneered. "Even if your real body came, I would not be afraid, let alone someone who has just inherited the throne of God." Tisk! Rakshasa rolled his eyes. He did not laugh at Yuanshi as he did in the past, because the other party actually had a small divine world. Such an existence was destined to become the god of creation. Strictly speaking, my real body cannot defeat the opponent. Where's the good news? Yuanshi continued to ask. Because of Lord Shura, there was a riot in the prison of the God Realm, and the guys imprisoned there escaped. Now the God Realm is in chaos, and they can't take care of us. Lord Rakshasa snorted. She and Shura God have been at odds for a long time. Such good news should make us happy. However, Yuanshi's face darkened slightly, and there was always an inexplicable and indescribable emotion lingering in his heart. He never made any statement about the news. Don't you think this is good news? Asked the Rakshasa. I can't say. Yuanshi frowned and asked abruptly, do you think there are two of you in the world? I'm not talking about the clones. Oh, I haven't tasted myself yet. Rakshasa licked his lips. Yuanshi pushed the brainless woman away. Then he looked up at the sky and fell into deep thought. Did you find anything? The angel god came over and asked. Yuanshi rolled his eyes and said, it's just a guess. I hope it's not true. He smiled softly. You need to reach the strength of a god king to be resurrected. You can usually stay in my little world to nourish your soul and accompany the children. The angel god frowned slightly. What child are you accompanying? It's not my child. Yuanshi looked her up and down and said, what I mean is that as an angel god, letting the children grow up bathed in light will be helpful to them. A question mark popped up in the angel god's head. Is this really okay? How come she doesn't know that she has such a function? It is usually used to bestow blessings. Okay. The angel god thought about it and finally agreed, and his figure disappeared on the spot. Yuanshi stared at the people in the audience and fell into deep thought again. WAF stage, the fighting arena. The Soul Master teams entered the field one after another, and it took nearly an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now directly enter the All-Douluo Soul Master competition. Representatives from our major colleges will draw lots. Let us look forward to who will be the first team to appear. The host pointed to the stage. Yang Wudi, the representative of Extreme Academy, Zhu Douluo of Spirit Hall, Xu Qing of Tiandu Royal Academy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, several people drew from the blind box one after another. Let's look at the sequence number. The first team to fight is... The rules of fighting spirits are to divide the team into two groups, with each group numbered from 1, 2, 3. So the teams are also number 1 against number 1. The competition system is divided into preliminaries, knockout rounds, and finals. The qualifiers are selected in the form of team battles, with everyone fighting for the only 30 or so places, and then the elimination rounds are conducted one-on-one with team members. There were more than 100 Soul Master teams participating in the competition, and the competition was fierce. Number 1, Yang Wudi raised the serial number in his hand and called out,
Wow!
The first to appear on stage is our Extreme Academy! The host shouted. As he finished speaking, another shout came from the other side. The representative of Kanghoi Academy said, Number 1! Oh, it's our popular team.
Kanghoi Academy!
The host excitedly flew to the fighting arena and began to explain. Everyone should know the rules of the competition. First, participants must not be over 25 years old. Second, they are not allowed to eat any external objects except those provided by food, type soul masters, and any weapons except martial soul skills. Preliminary 7 on 7-team battle. Please invite the contestants of the two teams to play. The host's voice echoed throughout the audience. Everyone shouted and looked towards Extreme College and Kanghoi College. Extreme Academy. Gu Weina and a few others were lying lazily. When they heard the broadcast outside, they looked at each other. First match Ning Ziqiu, Yi Lingling Milan Shi Yai, Yao Guangxiao Zhang San Li Si, Qin Shou. A contra teacher suddenly appeared and read out a few names, then reminded. This is the academy selected by teacher Yupil. Among the 7 people, only Ning Ziqiu and Ye Lingling are above level 50, and the others are all at level 48. When they were called, they were all stunned. In this Soul Master competition, they were just here to make up the numbers, but how could they be called to go on stage? I was suddenly excited. Soul Douluo teacher looked at Ning Ziqiu and continued. Teacher Yu said that you will be the main player in this game, and the other 6 people will assist you. What? Ning Ziqiu's eyes widened and he pointed at himself. Me. Am I going to be C? Am I not an auxiliary spirit master? 9 treasures glazed magic tower, this is purely auxiliary system. Let yourself come to see. This is Teacher Yu's decision. He said that you can directly show all your strength without holding back, said the soul fighter teacher. Okay, Please rest assured, teacher. Since it was Yuanqi's arrangement, he had nothing to say and just agreed directly. The other side. Kangui College. Everyone gathered together to discuss who would be on the field.
Let's just use the main players.
One of the leading teachers looked ahead at a thin figure and said, "The Extreme Academy has always been high and mighty. We will definitely not use the main players in the first game, but substitutes. This is my chance. As long as we beat them, our Kangui Academy will be very popular. Do we still have to worry about not being able to recruit students next year?" At the front of the team, a middle-aged man, elegantly dressed, and with an air of nobility in his every move, nodded slightly. He is the team leader teacher of Kangui College, Shinian. After hearing what the students and teachers said, he took a deep breath and said, "If they send out their main force, can we defeat them? If the academy is hurt, will we still be able to play in the future games? But if the plane doesn't send the main force, the loss will be even worse, right?" The teacher who just spoke said. In this case, it's better to take a gamble and bet that they won't send the main force. Shinian thought about it seriously. It seems that this is really the only way. They knew very well what the strength of their substitute team was. It would be embarrassing to speak in such a tone, so they might as well give it a try. Thinking of this, Shinian slammed the table and said, "Okay, let's send the main force to show the world how terrifying our Kanghui Academy is." Therefore, Kangui Academy finally finalized the 7 main players: Zhang Jingyang, Dong Heguang, Zhu Zizhang, Lin Ziping, Lu Haoxi, Lian Shufeng, and Shen Xinshui. Okay, after 2.5 minutes, both sides have finally decided on the players who will go on stage. Let us invite the teams from Extreme Academy and Kangui Academy to come on stage! Please welcome Ning Zikyu, the level 52 Auxiliary Spirit Master from Extreme Academy. Please welcome Yi Lingling, the level 52 Auxiliary Spirit Master from the Extreme Academy. Please welcome Zhang San, the 48th level Auxiliary Spirit Master from Extreme Academy. Having said this, he suddenly paused. Not only the host, but everyone below was stunned. Why are they all Auxiliary Spirit Masters? The host hurriedly flew to the podium to verify, and then he was shocked. With mixed feelings, he flew into the air again and shouted in disbelief, "Ladies and gentlemen, I admit that this is the most absurd team combination I have ever seen. The Extreme Academy sent out 4 Auxiliary Spirit Masters and 2 Control Spirit Masters. Oh my god! The Extreme Academy sent out a team of Auxiliary Spirit Masters?" Chapter 79, Who Says Supports Can't Be C? Wow! When the host finished speaking, the whole audience burst into noise. What did they hear? The Extreme Academy sent out a team composed mainly of Auxiliary Soul Masters. Fuck, isn't this Extreme Academy too contemptuous of us? Who said it wasn't? The key is that the 2 Control-type Spirit Masters are only level 48. You know, all the members of Kangui Academy are level 51. Has the Extreme Academy become arrogant, or do they think they are invincible? Some are surprised. Some are unhappy. Obviously, no one expected Extreme Academy to do this. Auxiliary Spirit Masters account for such a large proportion. Isn't this simply treating people as if they are not human beings? Do you treat Kanghui College like a stray dog on the roadside? Or do you treat it like an earthworm in the soil? At this moment, Kangui Academy had the ugliest look on its face. Grass! Shinian smashed the teacup in his hand and was so angry that his face turned pale. Extreme Academy, this is too much. Shinian cursed angrily, pointing at the students who were about to go out, and said, beat them to death. Don't hide your 7 in one fusion technique. Kill them." He roared and smashed the table in front of him, wishing he could go on stage and fight himself. But fortunately, there were other teachers around to stop him. Of course, apart from them, other academies did not just laugh at the joke and curse Extreme Academy. On the contrary, they always felt that things were not that simple. Especially Shrek Academy. After hearing the roster of players, everyone at Shrek realized something was wrong, because they have truly witnessed how difficult Extreme Academy is. Teacher, what do you think their tactics are? Tang San looked at Yu Xiaogang. Others also looked over curiously, wanting to see what Yu Xiaogang had to say about this. Yu Xiaogang smiled confidently and said with his hands behind his back, "It's very simple. Do you still remember the battle with the Extreme Academy in the Soto Fighting Spirit Arena 2 years ago?" Hearing this, everyone in Shrek paused, and their minds automatically recalled the duel. "Master, do you mean that the Extreme Academy wants Ning Ziqiu to be the headmaster?" The first ones to react were Ning Rongrong and Oscar, because they were the only ones who suffered at the time, and they did nothing but were directly knocked out of the scene. Thinking about it now, I feel embarrassed. Not bad. Yu Xiaogang narrowed his eyes and looked at the people coming out of the Extreme Academy and analyzed these. Ning Ziqiu's martial soul is the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, which is very different from the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Strictly speaking, he is an auxiliary shoulder control type. According to the Extreme Academy's style of doing things, Ning Ziqiu takes the lead, and the others are all there to assist him. Hiss! Everyone at Shrek took a deep breath. No matter how strong Ning Ziqiu is, he is mainly a support. How can he fight 7 alone? No. Yu Xiaogang said very seriously. If they were facing teams from other colleges, they might not be able to defeat them, but they happen to run into Kangui College? Teacher, is it possible that Kangui Academy is not good enough? Tang San raised his eyebrows. On the contrary. Yu Xiaogang chuckled, revealing an expression that everything was under control. If Kanghui Academy had not encountered a restraining martial spirit, it would have been very powerful. Their gem martial spirits are spiritual martial spirits, which are very terrifying and can create illusions that make people lost. Unfortunately, the 9 Treasures Glazed Illusion Tower. Having said this, he looked back at Ning Rongrong. Back then, Ning Rongrong was so bewitched by Huanta's power that she eliminated her teammates directly. It's scary to think about it. At this point, everyone understood completely. Illusion versus illusion, it all depends on who is more powerful. On the high platform, everyone looked at Yuanqi and Yang Wudi in surprise. President Yang, your hospital is really known for its self-confidence. Ning Fengji looked at Yang Wudi, who was nearest to him, and spoke. Yang Wudi nodded. Our elders said that the best defense is offense. He laughed and said, even if it's the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, it doesn't have to be used for assistance. At least it's a weapon spirit, so it can be thrown out to hit people, right? Yang Wudi looked at Ning Fengji with a smile. The latter was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he frowned in annoyance. Haha, your understanding of martial spirits is really unique. He laughed. Not bad. Xu Qing on the other side also nodded in agreement. No one has ever said that a support can also play in the front row. Obviously, no one believes that the support is capable of being the C position. Is that what you said, Teacher Kyun? Xu Qing asked Qin Ming beside him. The latter pushed his glasses and said nothing, but it was not difficult to see that he looked unwell, as if he was holding his poop in. Yang Wudi snorted. Whether it is a different way or not, you will see it later. After saying this, he ignored everyone. On the soul fighting stage, Ning Ziqiu and Yi Lingling led their team onto the stage. On the opposite side, the 7 people from Kanghui Academy looked unhappy for a while, and then started to spray. Extreme Academy, you guys are awesome. You dare to look down on our Kanghui Academy. You will definitely pay the price for your arrogance. 4 auxiliary spirit masters, 3 control spirit masters. If I Dong Hegwang lose today, I will jump off the fighting spirit stage. That's right. If I lose today, I will wash my hair upside down and eat a ton of food. In response to the Kangui College's puffing of smoke, several people from the Extreme College showed their respect by picking their ears. There are still flies in such a big fighting arena. It's really... Ning Ziqiu said with a look of disgust. You bastard! Several people from Kangui College were angry. Ning Ziqiu waved his hands more and more impatiently. If you want to fight, hurry up. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you! I'll give you 3 moves. His shouting made the whole audience noisy. Fuck, you should be an auxiliary spirit master and be so arrogant. Fuck. Today I, Wang Defa, bet that you will be defeated in 1 move. If you win, I will jump down from the audience. Fuck, Kangui Academy is going to kill them. I really can't stand it anymore. Amidst the curses, everyone in Kangui Academy was possessed by their martial spirits. They are all gemstone spirits. Extreme Academy, your arrogance will eventually hurt you. Today I will let you see the wrath of Kangui Academy. Zhang Jingyang was seen standing at the front, holding a scarlet gem in his hand, and a strange energy was spreading out. Then, the other 6 people also began to release their martial spirits. Buzz! Rays of energy spread out, gathering into colorful mist with the 7 people as the center. The mist began to expand outwards as the soul power of the 7 people circulated. It was not until now that everyone in the audience realized that something was wrong. Wait, the 7 of them released their martial spirits and spirit skills at the same time. Could this be? Yu Xiaogang stood up in surprise, grasping the corner of the table tightly, staring at the fighting arena intently. People from other colleges also stood up, their eyes wide open, full of speculation and suspicion. At this moment, Ning Ziqiu and others also froze in thought, as if they had guessed something. Martial spirit possession. The 7 people stopped joking and immediately started martial spirit possession. Everyone at Kangui Academy sneered. You're thinking of activating your martial spirit now. It's too late. Since you are so confident, then try our 7-in-1 martial spirit fusion technique. After saying this, the spirit gem burst into brilliant light, and colorful mist completely enveloped the spirit fighting stage. Wow! The audience was noisy and everyone was extremely surprised. The host exclaimed, "It's actually a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique!" He flew to the top of the fighting arena. This battle has entered a suspenseful state. Facing such a martial soul fusion technique, how can the Extreme Academy crack it? Chapter 80 Self-Created Soul Skills. Absolute spiritual sharing. Friends who often watch sports know that sometimes when you are sure to win a game, you should never open champagne at halftime. However, the people from Kangwai College stood on the viewing platform and started to spray acceptance speeches. Isn't the Extreme Academy awesome? If you can break the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique today,
I'll eat a ton of it right there.
You must be kidding. The 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, with the strength of all their soul kings, can reach the soul emperor level. The Extreme Academy doesn't even have a strong attack system. Are you going to beat them head-on? We are sure to win this game today. Even Jesus can't stop us, I say. The students of Kangui College laughed out loud. It was obvious that they were confident in the students who came on stage. After all, it is a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill composed of soul kings, and even the soul emperor cannot handle it. The other teams also had serious expressions on their faces at this moment. You know, the fusion technique of 2 people's martial souls is already very difficult. Once successful, the power will be doubled. If the Extreme Academy doesn't have any offensive spirit masters and only has support spirit masters, I'm afraid we'll lose. The major teams looked at the fighting arena shrouded in fog and shook their heads regretfully. The Extreme Academy underestimated the enemy. The outcome of this battle is self-evident. The Blazing Academy and others crossed their arms and said, "Everyone, keep a close eye on this and think about whether there is any way to break this martial soul fusion technique." The attitudes of other colleges are basically the same. On the high platform, several college leaders looked at Yang Wudi and said with a smile, "Dean Yang, it seems that your students still need to practice." Yang Wudi glanced at the crowd, and they all revealed a look of regret. Yang Wudi chuckled. "It's too early to say this, everyone. The game is not over yet." The people around looked at each other, still unconvinced. How can we win without a strong attacking spirit master? At the same time, on the soul fighting stage, the 7 people from Extreme Academy were wrapped in colorful mist, with their backs leaning against each other. However, the opponent's martial soul fusion technique spread very quickly. In just a blink of an eye, several people were dragged into the illusion. No, I don't want to die.
Dad, Mom, where are you?
Why did you abandon me? A man fell to his knees, looking up and wailing. I was wrong. Dad, please don't hit me. I won't dare to do it again. Another one fell down, begging to move back, and the whole person collapsed. Among the 7 people, only 3 with high soul power were not immediately dragged into the illusion. Ning Zikyu's body was wrapped in the 9 color luster of the 9 treasures glazed fantasy tower, and he continued to resist the power of the illusion from devouring him. He turned his head to look at Ye Lingling and asked, "Can you still hold on?"
Huh, not bad.
Ye Lingling struggled to use her martial spirit to resist the attack from the illusion, beads of cold sweat already oozing out of her forehead. But just after she said this, her face suddenly became cold and murderous, and then returned to normal in an instant. He was jumping back and forth between the normal world and the illusion and was muttering some incomprehensible words. Why? Why are you doing this? No, my soul skills can't resist for too long. Is there any way? Ye Lingling gritted her teeth and maintained a normal attitude. Ning Zikyu lowered his eyebrows and thought, my first and second soul skills are just simple auxiliary skills. The third soul skill requires a sufficient range. Now I can't even see where they are. Let me wake you up first.
Assist me!
Ning Zikyu shouted to his teammates who were still conscious, and directly activated his 4th soul skill, Pagoda Demon Suppression. Boomka! A 9-story phantom tower loomed down, then broke into bits of colorful light that gathered into an area that enveloped everyone. The characteristic of the 9 treasures glazed fantasy tower soul skill is that it increases all attributes of teammates by 60% within a 1-mile radius. Additional effect within the range, the opponent's attributes are suppressed by 40%, and the opponent becomes insane. The soul skill lasts for 10 seconds. As this energy dissipated, the power of the gem illusion was reduced by more than half, and the few people who had just been drawn into the illusion suddenly became more sober. No, this spirit skill is too strong. I feel... Dad, I was wrong. One student had just woken up, and before he could say a word, he was suddenly pulled into the illusion again. He held his head and cried, and kept backing away. I also know, sister, please let me go! Another one entered the illusion. Compared to them, the 3 leading people no longer had the feeling of entering a fantasy world. This martial soul fusion technique has just begun, and the danger will come next. Ning Zikyu didn't care about the teammates who were trapped in the illusion. He looked back at Ye Lingling and another sober soul master. Lingling, use your soul skills to see if you can find the target, Ning Zikyu commanded. Then he turned his head and looked at another person. Zhang San, use your full control soul skill. The 2 nodded and began to activate their soul skills. 4th soul skill, Begonia Sea of Flowers. Ye Lingling releases her 4th soul skill. Suddenly, red flower buds appeared on the floor of the fighting arena. As the soul skills were released, these flower buds began to bloom, and waves of suction swallowed everything. Ye Lingling released her mental power and carefully sensed where everyone from Kangui Academy was. Seeing this, Zhang San stopped talking nonsense and directly released his soul skills. 4th soul skill, obey orders. With a roar, Zhang San's martial soul appeared, and the book of words began to float out paragraphs of words and float towards the fighting spirit arena. The soul skills of the 2 people have been combined into targetless soul skills, which can be released without a target. 5th soul skill, Zenyu. The 5th soul ring flashed, and a tower with great energy efficiency appeared in Ning Zikyu's hand. This is the direction of Yu Wanxi's martial soul and soul skills that Yu Wanxi asked him to change, condensing the soul skills into a tower that can be large or small. Soul skill attribute Zunayu weapon type, with a certain degree of scaling, can be used to smash the enemy or cover and trap the enemy. The moment the enemy is touched, the enemy will be forced to be stunned for 2 seconds. Teammate effect. The tower can be given to teammates for use, and the user's attributes will increase by 40%. When used, an attribute point will be randomly added according to the user's attributes. For example, when Yu Tianheng uses this tower, in addition to stun, his own attributes will be increased by 40%, and the Light Holy Dragon Martial Spirit will be randomly increased by one attribute, such as defense, penetration, strength, lightning. Found one? At the same time, Yilingling spoke. Self-created soul skills, absolutely sharing the spirit. She released the spiritual realm of the Nine-Heart Begonias, as well as the self-created soul skills she gained from it. Absolute mental sharing, you can share what you see, feel, and observe with your teammates, limited to 3 people. I see Ning Zikyu, who gained spiritual sharing, sensed a flaw. He used the 9-color light of the Phantom Tower to protect himself, and then plunged into the fog. Found you! In the world of spirit sharing, Ning Zikyu noticed a student from Kangui College who was vulnerable due to Ye Ling's soul skill. He swung the tower in his hand and smashed it over. Boom. There was a loud bang. The man was not knocked away or fell to the ground as imagined, because the tower didn't hit anyone at all, but was blocked by a gem. I didn't expect that a support-type soul master like you could actually avoid the illusion. The captain of Kangui College, Zhang Jingyang, looked at him in surprise. There are so many things you haven't expected? Ning Zikyu curled his lips into a sneer, and his third soul ring flashed. An energy like a colorful mist enveloped Zhang Jingyang, but the latter didn't notice it at all. The third soul skill, the mirror image realm. Soul skill features. Release a mist of energy at close range, causing the opponent to become insane and put in an illusory world. Classic nickname. Ghost covering the eyes! From Ning Zikyu's perspective, Zhang Jingyang had been dragged into the illusion and was standing there in a daze. There are only 10 seconds left. We must be quick. Ning Zikyu stepped forward and knocked down a student from Kangui College with a pagoda. But the illusion fog did not disappear. 7. In one martial soul fusion technique, it seems that everyone must be defeated. He looked back at Zhang Jingyang. He should be able to deal with a few. Zhang Jingyang's perspective. At this time, he had already knocked Ning Zikyu down and beaten him severely. But the magical thing was that when he turned around, other people from the Extreme Academy also appeared in front of him. What? You are not affected by the illusion? Zhang Jingyang said in disbelief. Impossible. How could the 7 in one martial soul fusion technique be broken so easily? I don't believe you won't be affected. D. He faced several students from the Extreme Academy who appeared in front of him and urged the illusion fog to cover them. Boss. Someone looked at him with satisfaction and confusion. Huh. Chapter 81 Kangui Academy is ruthless and doesn't even spare itself in front of Zhang Jingyang. Zhang San covered his mouth and nose and asked innocently. Bus, what are you doing?
I am Dong Heguang.
Zhang Jingyang looked at him with a puzzled look, pointed at Zhang San, and angrily yelled, You are Dong Heguang. How can he be so handsome with all the pockmarks on his face? Do you take me for a fool? After saying that, he pounced and controlled the illusion mist to invade the opponent's nervous system. Boss. Behind him, Yilingling Li Si, Qin Shou. Several people with the face of Extreme Academy exclaimed, Boss, fuck you! Zhang Jingyang no longer held back and directly controlled the fog in the entire field to attack several people. You guys from the Extreme Academy have gone too far! Today I will make you pay the price. Illusion level 1, level 2, level 3. Standing in the fog, he seemed to be the god of this area, unstoppable and in control of everything. He wantonly peeped at those people who were trapped in the illusion. Let me see. What are you guys at Extreme Academy afraid of? The eyes were like the sun and the moon, emerging in the illusory sky formed by the fog. In the illusion, a little boy and a little girl were playing by the river. They were having a great time when suddenly a strong wind blew up, and the river in the distance rushed down like waves with overwhelming force. The tide is rising! Interesting. It seems these guys from Extreme Academy also have a sad past. A Zhang Jingyang watched with interest as the water level suddenly doubled and rushed towards the little boy and girl like a prehistoric beast. "Brother, there is water!" said the little girl. The little boy looked up and saw the surging tide and immediately screamed, "Run!" He wanted to pull the little girl, but she seemed to treat the tide as ordinary river water and walked past.
Younger sister!
The scene afterwards became blurry, and Zhang Jingyang only saw that the little boy was left alive. Any of this illusions just keeps repeating the whole thing. Wait, where have you heard this story before? Zhang Jingyang was suddenly stunned. Wrong. Suddenly, he thought of something. A buzzing sound flashed through my mind. After a brief period of insomnia, Zhang Jingyang opened his eyes. In the sight, Kangui Academy's martial soul fusion technique is still there. There were several people lying on the ground, lying in all directions, holding their heads and wailing. What happened to me just now? He stepped forward and immediately saw his teammate lying on the ground wailing, with blood even flowing out of his eyes. They were dragged into a fantasy world. How could this happen? Zhang Jingyang stepped forward and found that they were dragged into a triple illusion. A normal person's mental strength could not sustain it for too long.
Otherwise, someone will die!
How were they dragged into the illusion? Zhang Jingyang was surprised. Although the martial soul fusion technique was 7-in-1, there was only one person actually controlling it. That's him. He is the only one who can control people to enter a fantasy world. That is to say, I dragged them into the illusion. Zhang Jingyang's face changed. But I clearly didn't do anything. Why is this happening? No. Something must be wrong. He thought about everything carefully. Suddenly, he remembered Ning Zikyu's face. It's him. He was not a fool. After sorting out the whole thing, he instantly identified the problem.
Ning Zikyu!
He was not controlled by the illusion. Broken. Zhang Jingyang turned his head and saw that 2 of his teammates had fainted. Are you finally awake? Ning Zikyu slowly walked out of the colorful mist, tilted his head and smiled. It's you. Zhang Jingyang pointed at Ning Zikyu with a ferocious look on his face and shouted,
You can also use illusions!
You dragged me into your illusion and made me attack my teammates. Ning Zikyu chuckled. You're not that stupid. He squatted down, pointed at several students from Kangui College on the ground, and said, Are you going to admit defeat now, or do you want to fight us 1-on-1? As soon as the words fell, Yi Lingling and the others walked out of the colorful mist. All 7 people from Extreme Academy were fine. They took advantage of the time when Zhang Jingyang entered the illusion to wake up. You guys... Zhang Jingyang pointed at several people with trembling hands. Ning Zikyu smiled and said, Give up. You still have a chance to save your teammates. You should be very clear about your martial soul fusion skills. Zhang Jingyang's face turned pale. Their martial soul fusion technique lasts for a full 5 minutes. Once the 3rd level of the illusion is activated, it will not end within 5 minutes, and the person who enters the illusion will either die or be crippled. But he didn't want to. He hadn't defeated Extreme Academy yet, so he would never give up.
Yes, I haven't lost yet! Ha ha ha!
Zhang Jingyang laughed wildly. I haven't lost yet. Do you think this is the end? The jeweled martial spirit on his body flickered, and his expression became resolute. I'm telling you,
I haven't lost yet!
He controlled the colorful mist, and a strange energy enveloped him. The bloody red gem martial spirit glowed with blood-red light, and a force was released from the inside out. Several people from Extreme Academy felt this breath and their nerves tensed up. Oh no! Stop him quickly! Ye Lingling shouted. Several people immediately released their soul skills.
It's useless! It's useless!
Zhang Jingyang laughed crazily. How can the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique be that simple? Martial soul fusion technique 4th level. Just as several people rushed forward to stop them, the blood-red power detonated the colorful mist, and a terrifying mental shock hit everyone's brain. It was like a shock wave spreading around. It even reached the audience directly. What happened? Someone exclaimed. What's going on in the fog? This spiritual fluctuation is so powerful. Did he use some special means? A soul guide. The waves of mental shock waves made everyone tremble with fear. Even if they were standing in the audience and feeling it, their expressions tensed up. If a person was at the center of this kind of power, someone with weak mental strength would probably become an idiot. Many colleges looked at the high-level seats with frowns on their faces. Is the first battle so fierce? Only the people in Kangwi College became more and more excited. Ha ha! It's done! It's done! Our school will win. With this kind of mental shock, those guys from the Extreme Academy must have become fools, right? We got our first win. Who else? The cheers sounded very harsh amid the noisy and solemn voices. But such a powerful mental impact can probably only be achieved by a few gem martial spirits in Kangwi Academy. If nothing unexpected happens, it is really possible that Kangwi College will win. Bam! Almost at the moment when everyone had confirmed the answer, a loud noise was heard from the fighting arena. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. I saw the fog gradually dissipating on the fighting spirit stage. Figures crawled on the ground unconscious. Seeing this, the host quickly stepped forward and began to check the battle situations. They are from Extreme Academy! And Kangwi Academy. Wet, the student from Kangwi Academy has fainted and is bleeding from all 7 orifices. Hiss. Kangwi Academy is so cruel. When they are cruel, they don't even spare their own people? We don't know what happened in this battle, but judging from the current situation, both colleges have fallen? This is a record-breaking event. I officially declare that the first match of the XX Douluo Elite Soul Master competition ended in a tie. Just as the host was about to announce the result, a cough was heard in the fog that had not yet dissipated. I think we won this battle. Chapter 82, I want you to be my boyfriend. But you want to be my dad! The fog dissipated with the sound, and the figure standing on the stage slowly appeared in everyone's sight. The scene was quiet for a moment. Everyone's eyes focused, and only then could they see each other's appearance clearly. She had a slim figure, waist-length hair, and a pair of cold eyes that flashed lavender, matching the purple black skirt she was wearing. It's Yi Lingling. Ho! The host flew to the center of the fighting arena, raised her hand, and announced loudly, I declare that the first victory of this year's All Douluo Elite Soul Master competition was won by the Extreme Academy! Whoa! The result was beyond everyone's expectations. I'm knocking on your door! It turns out that the Extreme Academy won the first victory? Can anyone tell me how the 4 auxiliary spirit masters defeated the opponent? Fuck. Could it be that he used some special soul guide? Don't blame the road for your failure. The auxiliary spirit master of the Extreme Academy can also be a C, right? Amid the noise and revelry, the people from other colleges were even more confused. They don't know how the other side won. On the high platform, Yang Wudi shook his neck. Yes. Who said that auxiliary spirit masters can't play the main role? He looked at the others provocatively and asked with a smile, Master Ning, Your Highness the Crown Prince, what do you think? Ning Fengji and Xu Qing's expressions froze. I have to say that the students of Extreme Academy are indeed somewhat special. Jun Douluo nodded. In fact, as long as your soul power reaches Soul Saint level 70, you can see the situation on the soul fighting arena. So, Ning Fengji saw it very clearly just now. Ning Zikyu's martial soul is extremely special. It is no longer a purely auxiliary martial soul, but also has a control effect. Could it be that this is the correct way to use the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower? No matter how embarrassing it is, we still have to think about the issues that need to be thought about. Obviously, Ning Zikyu's peculiarity made him doubt the use of the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower for the first time. Could it be that this thing is really more than just an auxiliary? But the family has not discovered any other uses for it for generations. Or does it require the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower? Thinking of this, he looked towards the distance, towards Shrek Academy. Now, everyone at Shrek also fell into deep thought. Weirdness, surprise, and disbelief filled their faces. Master, isn't this 9 Treasures Glazed Magic Tower a bit too incredible? Zhou Wuji and others looked at Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang rubbed his chin and thought, his fifth soul ring is very special. It is very likely that it is not an animal-type soul beast, or it has a certain replication ability, allowing him to temporarily condense a soul tower with offensive power. His analysis was very logical. Oscar was the first to react. Master, I have a question. If this is the case, does that mean I can also? That's right. Yu Xiaogang nodded, looked at Oscar, and said, in fact, your situation is more suitable for the spirit ring here to increase your attack power. Oscar heard this and fell into deep thought. What about me? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Yu Xiaogang shook his head. You can't. Your 9 treasures glazed pagoda only has a single attribute of assistance and does not have a second attribute. It is difficult to improve in this aspect. Ning Rongrong sighed in disappointment, and at the same time looked angrily at Ning Ziqiu, who was carried away on a stretcher. Of course, apart from them, the most excited one was Kanghui Academy. Impossible! I demanded a urine test from the people at Extreme Academy! They must have used it for prohibited items? Yes, it must be used for contraband. Refund the tickets. There is something fishy going on in this crappy competition. We want a refund? Everyone in Kanghui College roared loudly. How could an auxiliary spirit master possibly win the game? Isn't this a shady story? Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of a scepter hitting the ground. The whole audience was silent, and everyone looked up at the position of Pope Bebi Dong. Drag it! Her voice rang out from the high platform without any emotion, and she took 2 or 3 steps forward, stating, there is no cheating in this match. All the soul masters above the soul sage level in the field can see it clearly. Anyone who has any objection can stand up. The Pope's majestic aura shocked the entire audience. Those who were clamoring for a refund all shut up. Sip, let's move on to the next qualifying match. Bibi Dong snorted coldly and returned to her seat. Only then did the host dare to continue announcing the next game. Next up are the Botanical College and Tianshui College. The competition continued. Nubba backstage. Yang Wudi woke them up and praised them. Not bad, your performance exceeded expectations. As a reward, you can have 1 day of free time. Yeah. Several people stood up excitedly. For the sake of the competition, they didn't have a single day of rest. But don't forget the next game. Yang Wudi reminded and disappeared. The competition lasted until the evening, and the first qualifying match was completed. The next 10 days will be filled with preliminaries, and because the ranking is based on points, we have to make sure that at least every college has played against each other. After all, there are more than 27 places, and a minimum of wins is required to advance. There is no doubt about this. Night, Wuhan City is very lively. Students from all colleges went out shopping. Some people fall in love with each other during the competition and go out on a date at night. Extreme Academy. Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing walked hand in hand under the lanterns.
Zhuqing!
Yi Lingling sat on the chair with some annoyance. What's wrong? Zhu Zhuqing leaned against her. Tisk! Yi Lingling smacked her lips, revealing an unspeakable expression. How could my mother do this? I remember when I met my current girlfriend, she was actually giving birth to a child. Is this reasonable? The key is that the child's father is his teacher. Auntie is very nice. She gave birth to a younger brother and sister for you. Zhu Zhuqing curled her lips, with an uncontrollable smile on the corner of her mouth. In fact, she knew what Ye Lingling meant. The other party liked Yuanxi as much as she did, but no one expected that before either of them could express their true feelings, Yi Lingling got there first. In this situation, how should Yi Lingling respond? Ye Lingling likes Yuanxi. Ye Zi gave birth to Yuanxi's child. Yuanxi is Ye Lingling's teacher. Ye Zi is Ye Lingling's mother. Ye Lingling wants Yuanxi to be her boyfriend, and Ye Zi wants Yuanxi to be Yi Lingling's stepfather. So, she wanted to be with her teacher, but the teacher was with her mother first. Under this kind of relationship, her secret love, which was already difficult to express, was buried deep. She fell in love with her stepfather. This kind of thing is explosive, okay? So, Yi Lingling was very distressed. On the other hand, Zhu Zhuqing was very happy. It's okay. Besides, you and teacher Yu are not suitable for each other. Zhu Zhuqing sneered. Fortunately, my father is not dead. Yi Lingling pushed her. You can't rest if I can't get it. Humph. She crossed her arms and pouted in dissatisfaction. Zhu Zhuqing covered her mouth and laughed. How could I not have it? I have been with my uncle since I was a child, and he likes me very much. Impossible. The two started to play around. What they didn't notice was that at this moment, a figure slowly walked towards them. What lovely little girls they are. The man walked lightly, with his limbs straight, and had the temperament of a refined scholar. She walked slowly and finally stopped half a meter away from Ye Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing. The two women also noticed him, stopped what they were doing, and turned to look at the person who came. This is a thin man with an evil smile on his face. Two beautiful ladies, would you mind letting me sit for a moment? The man's eyes flickered, soul power swirled in his head, and a strange wave spread out, striking the nerves of the two men. Not good. Yi Lingling, who had a little mental power, shouted and immediately pulled Zhu Zhuqing back, staring at the man in front of him vigilantly. Who are you? Yi Lingling frowned. The visitor restrained his smile and said, You are indeed very special. No wonder you were able to dodge the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. You may have something I want. Upon hearing this, Ye Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions changed slightly and they asked, Are you from Kangui College? Chapter 83 Wisdom Soul Bone Soul Skill Illusion Simulation. The two men stared at the man in front of them vigilantly. People from Kangui Academy, are they going to resort to dirty tricks just because they can't win the competition? Zhu Zhuqing and Ye Lingling shouted. The man chuckled. Not bad, you are smart. I am the president of Kangui College, Xinian. You may have heard of my name, or maybe not, but it doesn't matter anymore. Xinian stroked his stubble and said with a smile, Because you will all die next. Go ahead and take a step forward, and 7 soul rings slowly flowed up. At that time, Wuhan Kanmeng was a level 72 soul saint. Due to the special nature of his martial soul, even though he was only a soul sage, he possessed certain capital and connections, making people dare not look down on him. Little kid, let me see what secrets you hid when you cracked the martial soul fusion technique. Xinian's soul ring flashed. The Kameng martial spirit was activated, and the terrifying mental shock was absorbed into the heads of the two people. What? It only took a few seconds for Ye Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing to fall to the ground and become mentally confused because of the mental force. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Xinian smiled playfully, raised his hand and controlled his mental power to explore the weak points deep in the two people's hearts. But at this moment, the two wailing people suddenly stopped. Upon closer inspection, they both had returned to normal. There was absolutely no sign of being attacked by mental force. Huh. Xinian frowned, quite surprised. You're fine? It seems like you have a lot of secrets? In that case, then... He was about to release his soul skill when suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder, and then a voice sounded from behind him. Xinian, you are so brave. You dare to attack my students. At that time, this body stiffened. This voice is the God Slayer! He shivered violently. How is it possible? He clearly used his mental power to control the two of them to walk towards the edge of Wuhan City, and also used his powerful mental power to cover the surroundings, which should have been difficult for even a titled Douluo to detect. Besides which titled Douluo would release his mental power to explore the entire city every day. But no matter what he thought, Yuanshi had already come behind him. Yes, sir! He immediately fell to his knees. Yuanshi tilted his head and asked condescendingly, Xinian, logically speaking, you have a wisdom soul bone in your head, so you should be very smart. Why are you so stupid as to ambush my students? I am possessed by the devil? Xinian slapped himself twice. No, it's not that you are possessed by a ghost. It's that you think you are too good looking. Yuanshi chuckled and put his hand on the other's forehead. Have you ever heard a saying? He asked. Please teach me, sir. Xinian was already frightened to the point of turning pale.
The other party is a being that can kill gods!
How dare he say another word? The immortal touched my head and turned his palm to cut off my immortality. Xinian thought about it carefully. But when he understood the meaning of this sentence, he was completely stunned. He was so frightened that he burst into tears and clattered his head to the ground several times, begging desperately. "Sir, please let me go! I have a 200-year-old mother and an unmarried child." Miraculously, Yuanshi did not take action, but patted his head gently and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. I won't kill you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." He knelt down hurriedly and kowtowed vigorously. But Yuanshi stroked the other party's soul bone and said with a smile,
"I need to borrow your head, soul bone!" What?
Xinian was startled. His eyes widened, and he was about to look up to explain something. Yuanshi flipped his palm and clapped it down. Bang! Xinian exploded directly into blood mist, but Yuanshi did not let the blood mist disperse. Instead, he condensed it into a drop of blood and put it into the origin pool. The Kaming martial soul is a good martial soul. It may be useful in the future. He did not plan to resurrect Xinian. What he valued was the martial soul Kaming. This thing was extremely special. If it could be grafted onto someone else and then improved with the divine fluid, I wonder what kind of martial soul it would be improved into. Teacher. In the distance, Yilingling and Zhu came to their senses, ran over and called out to him. Yuanshi nodded and grabbed the soul bone on the ground. This is a 30,000-year-old skull of illusory wisdom. This kind of soul bone is extremely rare, even he has never obtained one. After thinking for a while, he handed the soul bone to Yilingling. This soul bone is very special and very suitable for you. Let's fuse it. After Yilingling's martial soul was upgraded, she had her own spiritual realm, and her self-created soul skills could be shared spiritually. If she had this soul bone to pair it with, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Okay. Yilingling was delighted. She took the soul bone and kissed Yuanshi on the face. Thank you, teacher. Then he looked at Zhu complacently, pouting his lips, very proud. Zhu snorted disdainfully, stepped forward and hugged Yuanshi's hand. Uncle, I don't want soul bones. I just want you to accompany me. Dade green tea! Yilingling cursed. That's enough. Yuanshi glanced at the two little girls and said, You are not little girls anymore. You need to learn to maintain your ladylike image. No. Zhu was the first to speak. Uncle loves me the most, right? I don't want to maintain an image in front of Uncle. I am your little cotton, padded jacket. Yilingling chose to despise her. Okay. Yuanshi was speechless. He looked at Yilingling and said, Lingling, absorb the soul bone now. Yilingling snorted and immediately sat down to absorb the soul bone. Yuanshi was so anxious to let her absorb it. Naturally, he also wanted to see what results it would bring. I still remember that it was written in the original book that after Ning Rongrong obtained this soul bone, it opened up an illusion space, the effect of which was to increase the mental strength of teammates by 20%. I wonder what significant effects Yilingling, who possesses a spiritual realm, will have after refining it. Buzz. The fusion of soul bones was very quick and was completed in just half a minute. It may also be because of the high degree of compatibility between oneself and the soul bone. Of course, these are all good things. Okay. Yilingling opened her eyes. She felt the whole world become clear. An ant, a strand of hair, a particle of dust floating in the air. Release the soul bone and see what abilities you gain. Yuanshi said. Yilingling immediately activated her martial soul and soul bones. A spiritual wave spread out, and when this force collided with Yuanshi and Zhu, it instantly established a shared spirit. The three of them could see everything that the other saw. Not only that, compared to the original self-created soul skills, the range that this soul skill can cover has become wider. What are the effects of soul bones? Yuanshi was curious. Yilingling activated her soul bone, and another mighty mental force spread out. Almost instantly, both of them felt that their mental strength had been qualitatively improved. The mental power increases by 20%, and the enemy's mental power is gradually weakened. Wait, what is this? Yu Wanshi was analyzing when he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Because he saw that a few meters away, there was a person who looked exactly like him, looking at him with interest. Illusion. However, the energy is not strong. However, before the releaser's soul power is exhausted, this illusion person cannot be destroyed. It seems that the main C needs to be replaced in the next game. Chapter 84. The continent should have been unified long ago. The second day of competition begins. The first match was between Shrek Academy and Botanical Academy, and Shrek won the battle unsurprisingly. In the second game, Tiandu Royal Academy played against Xingluo Royal Academy, and Xingluo Royal Academy won in the end. In the third game, Tianshui College played against Shangjia College, and Shangjia College won in the end. In the fourth game, Thunder Academy played against Kangui Academy, and Thunder Academy won in the end. Game 5, Extreme Academy. One day later, another competition began. In the last match of the day, Kamikaze Academy faced off against Shichuo Academy. Due to the infatuated look of Feng Xiaoshan, the leader of the Kamikaze Academy, the battle was lost without surprise. Of course, there is still one person from Kamikaze Academy who has not appeared yet, and that is Yu Tianlong. It's not just them. It seems that all the colleges are hiding their abilities, and many contestants who have already gained some fame were not sent to compete. Finally, after 2 days of qualifying, the rankings began to emerge. First place, Extreme Academy, 2 wins and 0 losses. Second place, Spirit Hall, 2 wins and 0 losses. Third place, Xingluo Royal Academy, 2 wins and 0 losses. Fourth place, Abinongo 0, Kangui College 0 wins and losses. Since Extreme Academy achieved its first victory, it ranked first. This went on for several days. Many colleges voluntarily withdrew from the competition as they saw no hope, which resulted in many colleges having to compete twice a day with no rest time at all. After more than 10 days, the qualifying round reached the match point. After a series of fierce battles, students from almost all major colleges showed up. The team rankings have also changed dramatically. First place, Extreme Academy, 26 wins and 0 losses. Second place, Spirit Hall, 24 wins, 1 loss, 1 tie. Third place, Sun and Moon Empire, 24 wins and 2 losses. Fourth place, Shenyuan, 23 wins, 1 loss and 2 draws. Fifth place, Shrek Academy, 23 wins, 2 losses and 1 tie. Sixth place, 16 Guli Kingdom Team, 10 wins and losses. Next comes the crucial decision. Among all the forces, except for the Extreme Academy, which is sure to advance, other academies need to win more than 3 games to advance. When the game reaches the match point, the major colleges will no longer hide their weaknesses and must use some trump cards. Extreme Academy. Yu Wanshi summoned all the students, including a hidden group of people.
Yu Yangguan.
He is the youngest contestant in the Extreme Academy. At the age of 14, he has already reached the 49th level of Soul Master. Of course, his talent is also top-notch. Yu Tianguan, a twin martial soul, awakened Thunder Dragon and Green Feather Bird, with both strong attack and agile attack. Later, with the improvement of Divine Liquid, the martial soul was improved. The Thunder Dragon evolves into the Holy Dragon of Destruction! The Blue Feathered Bird evolves into the Blue Phoenix! It is still a dual system of strong attack plus agile attack. There should be a Wuchang match next. Tianguan, you will play in the main position. Anyway, we have already advanced, so this is a good opportunity for you to practice. Yu Wanshi arranged. There are still more than 60 teams competing for 32 places. If no team withdraws during the process, the preliminaries will take more than 5 days. Okay, teacher. Yu Tianguan smiled confidently. In fact, she knew that the next opponents she would face might be other brothers and sisters who awakened their martial spirits at the same time as her. They were left alone by Yu Wanshi and had no chance to communicate with each other. The next promotion match will be the time for you to bring your own soul skills to the greatest advantage. Don't let anything unexpected happen during this time. Yu Wanshi warned. The qualifying round is a team battle, and the promotion round is an individual battle. or it can be said to be a defense battle. It is a competition system that truly brings out personal strength.
Teacher, don't worry.
We have been waiting for this day for a long time. There is no way we will lose. Wu Feng and others waved their fists. Of course, they cannot miss the battle that truly tests them. No, you can take a good rest for a few days and prepare for the promotion match. Yu Wanshi looked at Guena and others. Great. A few boys were the first to run out. The remaining girls didn't leave and seemed to have something to say. Do you have anything else to do? Yu Wanshi asked. Teacher, are you free tonight? Ye Lingling asked first, and without giving him a chance to ask why, she said directly. I have a small problem with the fusion of my soul bones, and I need your advice. Soul bone. Yu Wanshi probed with his divine sense. No problem. He waved his hand. I don't have time tonight. I'll help you another day.
Okay.
Ye Lingling lowered her head. I finally took the initiative, but what I got in return was fuck. Zhu Juking covered her mouth and laughed, pointing at Ye Lingling. Her expression seemed to be saying, You're a clown. Is there anything I can do for you? Yu Wanshi looked at her. Zhu Juking shook her head. Teacher, I have nothing to do. I just want to stay by your side and serve you. Well, he is a filial child. Yu Wanshi nodded with satisfaction and turned his gaze to Gu Yuena. What about you? Usually this girl runs the fastest, but today she didn't walk. I guess something important happened. Gu Yuena hesitated for a moment and asked, Teacher, to be honest, I want to ask you for a few drops of divine liquid. Divine fluid. Yu Wanshi frowned. Why would he use this thing for any reason? This thing is not of much use to the Silver Dragon King. Nana, the divine liquid is so precious. How could the teacher just give it to you? Meng Yiran pushed her. I want her to take back this unrealistic idea. I know the divine fluid is precious. Gyuena took a deep breath and said, In exchange, I can satisfy the teacher.
What?
When these words came out, several people were shocked. Gyuena stared at them expressionlessly. I can meet some of the teacher's requirements within my ability. Yu Wanshi nodded. Silver Dragon King, what is this guy doing with the divine liquid? Should it be given to a few soul beasts, or used to cultivate one's own power? Both seem possible, but the other party is a man of his word, and will not cheat you. So you can give it a try. Yu Wanshi thought about it and nodded. Okay. After saying that, he took out a few drops of the divine liquid and handed them to Gu Yuena. Thank you, teacher! Gu Yuena bowed deeply. This is the most formal bow she has ever made. Yu Wanshi didn't say anything, and turned to look at Meng Yiran and Du Guyan. What's the matter with you? Usually these two people would follow their families, but today they stayed here on purpose. Obviously something big had happened. Du Guyan bowed and said, Teacher, my grandfather sent me a message that the Spirit Hall has already secretly eliminated too many forces, and will soon settle accounts with the next 4 sects. Hearing this, everyone at the scene was stunned. Wuhan Hall wipes out the forces. Du Guyan nodded solemnly. Yes, in fact, from the beginning of the competition, the Spirit Hall began to eliminate the forces, and those forces that ended the competition and withdrew from the competition and left the Spirit City, none of them were able to escape safely. They were either caught and locked up, or killed on the spot. Hiss! Several people took a breath. Teacher? Yi Lingling and Zhu Juking looked at Yu Wanshi. They didn't even know there was such a thing. Don't be surprised. The Spirit Hall has been ambitious for a long time. Yu Wanshi raised his hand to comfort them. He then asked, Do you think the Douluo continent is in chaos now? His words startled several people present.
Chaos!
Guena spoke directly. There are too many forces, and they are unrestrained. Civilians are suffering, and soul beasts are being killed wantonly. If this situation continues, within 100 years, Douluo continent will enter a state where soul masters have no resources to practice. As the god of soul beasts, she is aware of the plight of soul beasts and knows everything about Douluo continent. That's right. Yuanshi nodded. Spirit Hall wants to end this.
What?
Yi Lingling and others were surprised. You heard it right, they will unify the continent, and those who disobey will be eliminated. Yuanqi said indifferently. Zhu Juking and others were surprised. Teacher, you won't stop it. Stop it. Yuanqi raised his head and laughed. The continent should have been unified long ago. This is a trend. Not only will I not stop it, I will accelerate its unification. He stood with his hands behind his back, with an unfathomable expression on his face. But if the Spirit Hall does this, we will also be, Yi Lingling said nervously. How could my teacher have such an idea? With me here. The Spirit Hall dare not do anything to us. Yuanqi smiled confidently. After that, he looked at Dugu and said, Tell Dugubo that there is no need to stop this matter. Just keep an eye on the movements of the Spirit Hall. Okay. Duguyan didn't say anything else. Yuanqi turned his gaze to Meng Yuran again and asked, What about you? What's the matter? Meng Yuran looked around and seemed to be at a loss for words. Yuanqi waved his hand and said to the other women, You go out first. Zhu Juking and Ye Lingling looked at Meng Yuran with hostility and walked out of the room reluctantly. After everyone left, Yuanqi asked, Tell me about it. Meng Yuran pointed with her finger, lowered her head shyly, and whispered, Teacher, can you give me a child? Yuanqi! Ooh. Chapter 85, What are the forces behind the push for unification? Sometimes, the words are still the same words, but the combination becomes strange. For example, now, Yuanqi looked at Meng Yuran in front of him in a daze. The words that came out of the other person's mouth sounded strange, no matter how he listened to them. What do you mean, let me give you a child? Is it okay to say such things casually? Be careful not to anger Emperor 4R4! I didn't understand what you said. Yuanqi decided to give Meng Yuran a chance to speak again. Meng Yuran crossed her fingers like stitches and said shyly, That's right. My grandparents think I'm not young anymore, and they want me to carry on the family line. I thought that among the people I know, you are the most capable, and maybe your descendants will be capable too. Yuanqi understood what she said next without her having to continue. Pa Yuanqi slapped his forehead and cursed himself in his heart, Damn my charm that has nowhere to go. However, even though I am a bit more handsome and a bit stronger, I shouldn't be considered a reserve stud, right? Everyone wants me to give him a child, but you don't want to live anymore.
Nonsense!
Yuanqi scolded. How old are you? You are thinking about these things. What did I teach you since you were young? Meng Yuran shrank her neck and said, People should love themselves. Women should not get pregnant too early, at least when they are over 20 years old. Otherwise, it is easy to cause harm to the body. Yuanqi taught his students according to the 9-year compulsory education and forcibly changed their 3 views when they were still young. However, it seems not to be very successful. So, do you understand? Yuanqi asked. Meng Yuran was silent for a moment, then said, Teacher, you are talking about ordinary people, but I am a soul master. Under normal circumstances, I will not be plagued by any common diseases. Hiss! Yuan always knew why his education was ineffective. Among the 3 views, the world view determines the direction of the other 2. To change this situation, I must either change the structure of my worldview or perfect my pedagogy. If there is a chance, I must change my worldview. Yuanqi made a secret decision in his heart, then looked at Meng Yuran and said, Let's not talk about this matter. If your grandparents urge you again, ask them to come to me and I will ask them to give birth to an uncle for you. Meng Yuran's head turned into a question mark. Not buddy. Okay. She couldn't refute anything and left the room dejectedly. After everyone left, the angel god and the Rakshasa god appeared beside Yuanqi, one after another. Do you understand the situation in the divine world? Yuanqi looked at the Rakshasa god. The latter nodded and said, It was not Shura god's fault last time that the imprisoned Dragon King took the opportunity to come out. Now the god realm is in chaos, and Shura god decided to unite with the 5 great god kings to kill the Golden Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King, the incarnation of the dragon god, possesses the power of the supreme god. If the first generation of the 5 major gods committee was in order, the Golden Dragon King would not have escaped. Unfortunately, in the current God's world, the two gods of goodness and evil are not the first generation. Is the God realm too busy to take care of itself? Yuanshi put his hands behind his back and thought for a moment. Not only the God realm, but even the Douluo continent fell into chaos. The war is bound to happen sooner or later. Now that the Spirit Hall has eliminated the forces below the lower four sects, the next ones to come are the forces that are as powerful as the lower four sects. It's still a bit slow. Yuanshi shook his head. The Holy Abyss has already taken action, said Rakshasa God. Holy Abyss? I actually forgot about this force. What did they do? Yuanshi was curious. The Rakshasa God did not answer, but looked up at the angel god. The latter gritted his teeth, veins popping out of his temples. I don't know what means they used to turn some soul beasts into evil beasts. Wherever these evil beasts pass by, there is only killing. Yuanshi was silent, and the scene of Gu Yuena asking him for the divine liquid just now flashed through his mind. Could it be that it is just to deal with these evil beasts? It seems that I can't just sit there and wait for death. Yuanshi thought for a while, turned around and sat back in his chair. Currently among the god cultivators, Asura god, angel god, and Rakshasa god, these three are not suitable. Yuanshi needs someone who will absolutely obey his orders to promote the unification of the Spirit Hall. Yin. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Yuanshi's mind. He immediately summoned Yin. Buzz! A mountain ghost shone with a light blue light before him, and a plump and mature woman appeared. Yin. Hello, my lord. She bowed respectfully. Ever since being killed by Yuanshi once, the Yin in front of him was no longer the blue-silver emperor that Tang Hao knew.
She is a whole new character!
Yes, after being baptized by the divine liquid, you have evolved into a 50-year-old blue-silver emperor. Yuanshi smiled with satisfaction. I need you to do something. He came to Yin, handed her a piece of paper, and said, follow what is written on it and complete what I need. Yin took the paper and looked at it, then knelt down respectfully and swore, please rest assured, my lord. If Yin cannot complete the task, I will voluntarily sacrifice my entire cultivation. Your words are enough. While at the same time, Empire of the Sun and Moon, Prince, the Spirit Hall has come to purchase another batch of soul guides. They are preparing to attack the lower four sects. Su Wang listened to the news and waved his hand, saying, just sell it. But the visitor hesitated. Xu Huang frowned. But what? The man thought for a second and said, there is some bad news. For some unknown reason, a group of bloodthirsty soul beasts appeared in the sea. They have no brains at all and no grass grows wherever they pass. Is there any in the empire as well? Xu Huang asked. Yes, but not many. We can still handle it for now. Hearing this, Xu Huang waved his hand and said, then forget about it for now. Besides, continue to pay attention to the next move of the Spirit Hall. If necessary, you can sell the first soul guide to them. Yes! The subordinates withdrew and Xu Huang slowly stood up. Why didn't the senior stop this dispute? He was confused. I had some guesses before, but I still couldn't understand why. Wuhan Temple. Everyone gathered. What's the current progress? Qian Dailio asked. Qianjin Douluo stepped forward and reported, brother, the four sects, the Elephant Armor sect, and the Fire Leopard sect, have agreed to join our Wuhan Hall. That's good. Qian Dailio stroked his beard, his eyes sharp. Next, let's take action against the other two sects. When the competition is over, it will be almost time. His voice was cold and without any emotion. Brother, those titled Douluo can be kept for a while, but it is impossible to keep them forever. This matter will be exposed sooner or later. Some people have raised concerns. In preparation for this operation, the Spirit Hall hosted banquets for titled Douluo from various major forces for several days in a row. The purpose was to keep them in the Spirit City, so that they would not be able to detect the situation in the outside world at the first time. Qian Dailio looked into the distance and said, then let's create a big trouble for them to divert their attention. Have someone notify the Spirit Hall in the Tower of Babel. If necessary, you can let a few people from the second world into Douluo continent, as long as it doesn't threaten the plan.
Yes!
Oh.
Chapter 86. Why are there so many geniuses with the surname Yu? The qualifiers entered match point. All major forces no longer hide their abilities and have sent out their luxurious lineups. The Extreme Academy changed its deputy team to the stage, all of whom were level 49 Soul Masters. Other teams also changed their teams, but it was unclear whether they were the main team or the deputy team. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the All-Douluo Elite Soul Master Competition. After half a month, our competition qualifiers have reached the match point. There are still 66 teams left to compete for 32 places. Which teams will be able to obtain the preliminaries? Let us wait and see. The next team to play is the Extreme Academy team. They replace the main team with the secondary team. Is this because of their confidence, or do they no longer care about the 32 spots? Please welcome Extreme Academy. The host was flying around on the fighting stage, extending his hand to call the teams to come on stage.
Their opponent is Shangjia Academy.
Oh, amid cheers, the two teams entered the fighting arena. The leader of the Extreme Academy is Yu Tianguan, a character who has never appeared before, which arouses everyone's suspicion. A little brat, huh? 14 years old. But he's really talented. He's already a level 49 Soul Master. Fuck! I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't told me. This kid has already reached the Soul Sect at the age of 42? Nima, Yu Tianguan. Could it be the child of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family? The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is hiding so deeply. Such a genius is only brought out now. The surname Yu represents a family in Douluo continent. So the first thing everyone thought of was the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. When 10-titled Douluo appeared from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family a few years ago, everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, after 2 years, a young man with the qualities of a titled Douluo appeared in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. No, not just titled Douluo, but even peerless Douluo. His appearance also made many forces look worried. Everyone has seen a 14-year-old Soul Master, but no one has ever seen a 14-year-old Soul Sect! Wuhan Temple. Qian Diaoliu and Bibi Dong looked at each other and obviously saw the fear in each other's eyes. Bibi Dong knocked on the throne handle, and Juwu Douluo came forward one after another. Go check how many younger generations of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex are outside. Bibi Dong whispered. What if we find out? The two asked curiously. Bibi Dong was about to say something when she inexplicably felt a pair of eyes staring at her. She turned her head suddenly, and her eyes met Yu Wanxi on the high platform, and she immediately felt a chill on her neck. If you find out, send someone to keep an eye on it. She winced. At that moment, she felt that if she said that word, she would fall to the ground immediately.
Horrible and dangerous!
But she was not afraid, but angry. Wait a little longer. It will be soon. As long as we inherit the throne, everything will still have a chance. She comforted herself in her mind. She put on the cold queen expression again. The other side. The 9 treasures glazed sect, the Star Crown sect, the Singluo Empire, the Tiandu Empire, and all the other forces looked unhappy. The talent displayed by Yu Tianguan is far more threatening than anything else. Because you can't tell whether he will break through and become a soul king in the next second. And as the concentration of soul power in Douluo continent gets higher and higher, the opponent's talent will only become more terrifying. Coupled with the already powerful strength of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, what will the future landscape of the continent look like? No one dared to think too much. The only thing they can do now is to find opportunities to curb the development of the other side. However, different from them, several major colleges realized one thing at this moment. They also have a guy named Yu who is extremely powerful and has reached level 49. Blazing Academy. Hu Wu and the others looked at the beautiful girl sitting in front of them and fell silent. Yu Tianzhuang. He said he was from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. But she didn't say there was someone in her family with the same extraordinary talent as her. Hey, why isn't everyone talking? Yu Tianzhuang turned her head as if she had noticed something. Everyone at Blazing Academy was silent. Tianzhuang, I have a question. Can you beat this Yu Tianguan? Hu Wu asked. Yu Tianzhuang shook her head no, even though he is only level 49. He can burst out the terrifying power of level 55 when he is at full strength. Level 55! Everyone gasped. How can this be? Yu Tianzhuang naturally did not tell the other party that he had twin martial souls. Hiss, if we face each other, we have to play as the main team. Huo Wu and others had to seriously consider countermeasures. The Kamikaze Academy, the Xinglua royal family, and the Tiandu royal family all fell into deep thought, because they found that there was also a guy named Yu in their team. What's more coincidental is that they are also only 14 years old, but they are already level 49 soul masters. Is it reasonable that there are so many geniuses with the surname Yu? Tianshui College. In the preparation seats, a group of beauties all looked towards the corner. That's the substitute from Tianshui College, the guy who should be cleaning. Why are you looking at me like that? Yu Tian touched his face and found no dirt. You said that you are from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, right? Shui Binger and others asked. You. Tian he nodded. Yes. The dean said that for the sake of my family, he kept me and asked me to guard the gate. Later, because of my family, he transferred me to clean the school. The women were speechless. The dean is really capable of doing such a thing. After all, Tianshui College only recruits girls, and they have to be beautiful girls. Some people even believe that the dean is the founder of Red Romance. How about you play in the next game? Several girls asked. Yu Tian's eyes lit up, really. He had wanted to play for a long time, but Tianshui College did not give him the chance in order to maintain the image of the college. Really? Our Tianshui College has a 100% chance of advancing anyway. So why don't you go up and give it a try? Shui Binger and others said. Does the dean agree to this? Yu Tian he was still a little timid. The dean hasn't even come with us, so what are you afraid of? By the way, what are your strengths? Several people asked. Me. Yu Tian he scratched his head. I'm 14 years old, level 49 soul sect. The sound seemed to pierce everyone's eardrums, taking away their brains and leaving a blank. 14 years old. Level 49. Several people were confused. Bang! With a blast, a charming woman rushed into the room. She sat directly beside Yu Tianshui and said in surprise, Fuck. Boy, how did you cultivate? I remember that I gave you the treatment of an ordinary college. Everyone was still stunned before they could react. Dean? Didn't you come? The people who were originally confused were now even more confused. The woman waved her hand and took out a small mirror to touch up her makeup. Who said I wouldn't come? I'm just afraid of stealing everyone's limelight. After all, I'm the most beautiful woman in the continent. Everyone chose not to speak. The woman's name is Shui Zhongyu. She is the president of Tianshui College and a level 82 soul Douluo. She pushed Yu Tiani and asked, Speak up, how did you level up? Could it be that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family gave you the resources? Aren't you? Asking even though you already know the answer? Yu Tian rolled his eyes. Task. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is becoming more and more unpredictable. Shui Zhongyu twisted her mouth, thinking about something. After a while, she turned around and asked, By the way, Xiaohe, are there any titled Douluo in your family who are not married yet? Yu Tianhe shook his head. Where is Contra? Shui Zhongyu continued to ask. Yu Tianhe thought about it seriously and shook his head. No. Because he remembered that his third grandfather had issued a clan order that anyone who had reached marriageable age and had average talent must get married immediately. Now Shui Zhongyu was in trouble. She nodded and thought for a while, then her eyes suddenly lit up and she looked at Yu Tianhe. He Xiao. What do you think of the dean? As she said this, she even went forward and rubbed against Yu Tian. The impact of a large amount of familiar rhyme made Yu Tianhe's heart beat faster. Although the opponent is old, due to his high soul power, he can consume his soul power to maintain the appearance of being in his 30s. Therefore, it still makes people excited. Yu Tianhe swallowed his saliva and said, Please respect yourself, Dean. There is a 50-year age difference between us. After saying that, He walked to the front and looked at the fighting arena. Chapter 87 Twin Martial Souls, Fighting Soul Platform, Shangji Academy vs Extreme Academy. Both colleges are popular teams. I don't know if they have already secured a place in the top 30, but neither side sent out their home teams. I didn't expect that everyone had such the same idea. Many senior executives looked at each other. Although they are only the vice captain, the students of Extreme Academy really impressed me. Hu Yanzhen, the leader of the Shangjia sect, looked at Yang Wodi on the other side. Obviously, no one expected that there was such a talented young man hiding in Extreme Academy. There's still things to come that will impress you. Yang Wudi snorted disdainfully. Hu Yanzhen's expression froze. Hey! The two of them were originally at the same level, but because this guy encountered the God Slayer, he broke through to the titled Douluo ahead of time. Now I am being oppressed everywhere, and I can't even say anything back. Hu Yanzhen was so angry that his whole body turned red. There's nothing I can do about it, since he's a titled Douluo. I'm looking forward to the surprise that Dean Yang mentioned. He replied through gritted teeth. Bang! At the same time, the battle on the Fighting Spirit Arena also began. As always, Extreme Academy chose to attack fiercely. Ha ha ha, let me see what the Extreme Academy's deputy team is capable of. Hoyan Z is a tall and strong guy, 16 years old, a level 48 Soul Master. He is much weaker than Huyan Li, but still possesses strong strength. The brick and stone mammoth martial spirit shines, and the first spirit skill is the Iron Wall. Don't be impatient, you will see! Yu Tianguan laughed, and his martial spirit possessed his body, and the terrifying pressure of the top beast martial spirit descended. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex has a certain suppressive power against any beast spirit. First soul skill, Destructive Thunder. The dark purple lightning turned into a thunder dragon, carrying with it the power of destruction, penetrating anything and everything in its path, even creating cracks in the space. Bang! Hoyan-Zi was blown away, and the defensive effect brought by his soul skill did not help him to withstand the attack. What? His teammates couldn't help but cheer. Although Hoyan-Zi is not as good as Hoyan Li, his defense is something that even a level 50 Soul King cannot shake. How come I can't even block one move? Be careful. His lightning is a little different. Hoyan's felt it deeply. At that moment just now, the defense, breaking effect of the black lightning was as high as 100%, and it could definitely penetrate. Suddenly, his expression became serious. If that's all your strength is, Yu Tianguan stepped forward, his soul power blooming all over his body, and claws and wings grew out of his arms and back. Transform into a dragon! All attributes increased significantly. You won't have a chance now. Yu Tianguan's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared 1 meter in front of Haiyan's. His dragon claw, attached with his second soul skill, slapped out fiercely. Second soul skill, Destructive Thunder Vortex. Dark purple lightning suddenly appeared in his palm, forming a vortex. Puff! Don't underestimate me! Hoyan-Zi raised his arms and immediately activated his first and third soul skills. Crush to kill. The terrifying aura immediately expanded outward from his body, forming a gravity field, causing Yu Tianguan to descend rapidly. Taking this opportunity, he raised his fist, and the surrounding gravity gathered towards the center of his fist, converging into a punch that exploded and killed. Humph! Bang! The two fists collided together and two different forces intertwined, compressed, and finally bloomed. Bang! With the two of them as the center, a powerful aura shockwave crushed everyone. Hiss! In the audience, everyone gasped and looked carefully, and saw that a big hole had been made on the fighting arena. The dust cleared. Everyone saw that Haiyan's was pinned to the spot by Yu Tianguan. His defense seemed as fragile as tofu in front of Yu Tianguan. What? Hoyan-Zi roared and used all his strength to challenge Yu Tianguan, barely pushing it back. Resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Hu Yan's roared and immediately asked his teammates to come over. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This is the cannon-style move of the main team of the Elephant Armor team. The deputy captain can also use it. It seems that the Extreme Academy is in danger. Their tactics are too simple, and they don't have enough speed. They can't get close to the opponent at all. Everyone remembered that the elephant team used this trick to make it into the top 10. I didn't expect their vice captain would do the same. Extreme Academy. Let me show you the real team battle skills of my Elephant Armor Academy. Hoyan's activated his 4 soul rings and, with the help of his teammates, began to accumulate super strength. He grinned. Elephant cannon, fire! Boom! The terrifying soul power cannonball energy spread out, and after careful feeling, it still reached the strength of level 50! This terrifying shot was directed at everyone in Extreme Academy without any mercy. It is aimed at the auxiliary soul masters of the Extreme Academy. Not good! Retreat quickly! Everyone cried out in surprise and rushed forward to block the cannon. However, the cannon was extremely fast and arrived in front of the auxiliary soul master in just a moment. That's too late. Everyone in Extreme Academy widened their eyes. Aha! Get off the fighting arena! Hyans laughed. Boom! The shells fell, and heart-pounding energy burst out. Everyone in Extreme Academy was forced to retreat one after another by this shot, and the center of the explosion was already flying full of dust. Ahaha, without the auxiliary soul master, I wonder how you can win the battle! Hoyanza laughed heartily. The faces of everyone in Extreme Academy suddenly changed. On the high platform, Hu Yanjin looked at Yang Wudi happily. Dean Yang, my students are pretty good, right? If you get a little advantage, you have to slap this guy in the face. Hu Yanjun snorted coldly. Very ordinary. Yang Wudi remained calm. Hu Yanjun's expression froze. Is this how you pretend? Oh, at this moment, the audience's cheers resounded throughout the venue. Hu Yanjun frowned and looked towards the fighting arena. When the smoke cleared, a figure slowly stood up. His clothes were torn and blood was flowing from his arms, but he still managed to withstand the cannon. Yes, it's the Jade Heavenly Crown! Oh! He blocked the attack of the elephant cannon at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye! The host shouted excitedly. Everyone was confused. What was going on? Impossible? All members of the Elephant Armor team, Hu Yan's, and people from other academies exclaimed. The cannon was only half a meter away from the auxiliary spirit master. Given Yu Tianguan and her position, how could she have reached there at such a speed and blocked the attack? At this moment, everyone was confused. Impossible, it's cheating! It must be cheating. Everyone from the Elephant Armor sect shouted. Even if it's an agility attack spirit master, it's impossible for him to block an attack for his teammates in that position. Obviously, they didn't believe that Yu Tianguan could be so fast. Ha! Facing everyone's doubts, Yu Tianguan sneered. I don't need to cheat when fighting with you. Since you want to see my true strength so much, I will send you out. He took a step forward slowly, and 4 soul rings appeared on his body. The dark purple thunder dragon spirit coiled above his head and roared. Just when everyone thought he was about to use some special skills, a cry suddenly came from their ears. Chirp! A green phoenix burst out from his body. The terrifying pressure of his martial spirit swept across the entire place. A dragon and a phoenix swam proudly. Twin martial spirits! At this moment, everyone stood up and looked at the fighting arena in disbelief. Ooh. Chapter 80 soul rings that can be absorbed regardless of level. Shock, confusion, and fear filled the entire place. Twin martial souls? Yu Tianguan is actually a twin martial spirit. People from all the major colleges stood up and looked at the fighting arena in shock. In this era, twin martial souls are extremely rare, and such people are undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses. What's more, Yu Tianguan's dual martial souls are top-level martial souls. Everyone from the Spirit Hall. Damn it, how could they be twin martial spirits? Especially Bibi Dong, who herself has twin martial souls and is even more aware of the horror of this kind of talent.
Invincible.
Because she had already broken through to level 40 when she was only in her 99s. Why must find a way to get rid of this child? Bibi Dong was afraid that another version of herself would appear. Shrek Academy. Tang San, who also has twin martial spirits, was more shocked than anyone else. This person is from the same clan as my teacher. If I can win him over, He will be a good assistant when I establish the Tang sect. He thought to himself, if you can't win him over, you can only get rid of him as soon as possible. After all, he was well aware of the talents of this kind of person. Compared to the two of them, others were more shocked. At the same time, based on their own strength, they decided to stand by this genius and accompany him in his growth, which would be beneficial. The merit of following the dragon has existed since ancient times. Investment risks have never changed, especially for those with weak strength. If they can get close to such a genius, they will not be unknown in the future. On the high platform, Yang Wudi sneered. The elephant armor sect is indeed very powerful. They even forced out the second martial spirit of my student. Hu Yanzhen's face turned pale. It turns out it was waiting for me! Despicable and insidious! Boom! At the same time, a loud noise was heard from the fighting arena. Yu Tianguan was seen rising into the air, and with the characteristics of the green phoenix martial soul, his body was as fast as the wind. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind everyone from Xiangjia Academy and then released his soul skills without reservation. Fourth soul skill, destructive strangulation. He opened his palms, and the surrounding soul power surged like a tide, and in the next second, the dark purple lightning carried with it the power of destruction, forming a black hole of power, which annihilated everyone in the Elephant Armor Academy. No. Stop it. Almost instantly, all the strong men above the level of Soul Sage noticed something was wrong and stood up one after another. The host immediately rushed forward, but it was too late. The small energy black hole in Yu Tianguan's palm suddenly expanded, swallowing up several people, and then instantly gathered together to take away everyone from Xiangjia Academy. Then, a loud roar exploded in everyone's ears. Boom! The energy black hole exploded, and the terrifying force of annihilation turned into a sharp blade, ready to chop everyone in the Elephant Armor Academy into pieces. Everyone's pupils shrank sharply, but it was too late to stop it. There's no way to save the situation. As long as these sharp blades cross each other, the students of Xiangjia Academy will be broken into pieces like plasticine. Disperse! Suddenly, there was a light shout. On the high platform, Yuanxi stretched out his finger and pointed at the fighting spirit stage, and the power in Yu Tianguan's hand dissipated instantly. Null! The scene was in chaos, and everyone was stunned. Many powerful men turned their eyes to Yuanxi, and for a moment they didn't know how to start talking. Even Qian Daolio, Poseidon, and Bibidong, who were all at level 99, were unable to suppress this force instantly. Is this the power of the God Slayer? A sentence popped up in almost everyone's mind. Only the Saint Lord sitting next to Yuanxi nodded and smiled at him, saying, Your Excellency has a good method. To him, Yuanxi's methods were nothing. It was just that so far, he had not yet figured out the other party's true strength. You're not bad either. Yuanxi nodded slightly. The Saint King is quite powerful and has always been at the peak of the first-level god. Although his real body has not descended, he can kill the current angel god and Rakshasa god with just this clone. Due to the situation of this game, everyone was much more cautious in the next games. This went on for nearly 5 days, and the preliminaries were completely over. Not surprisingly, the ranking remains unchanged. Team Zhang successfully secured 32 spots, 1st Extreme Academy, 2nd the Spirit Hall, 3rd Holy Abyss, 4th, 8th, Shrek Academy. But it has to be said that the Shrek people are indeed geniuses. Whether in terms of talent or actual combat, there is nothing wrong with their cooperation. The performance in the qualifiers was even more unexpected. No one expected that this unknown student could make it into the top 10, and more people began to pay attention to this team. After the preliminaries, everyone will have 3 days of rest. During these 3 days, in order to retain a group of titled Douluo and prevent the other party from discovering its purpose, the Spirit Hall decided to hold a spirit competition to discuss the matter. Extreme Academy. So do you want to go? Yang Wudi asked. Yuanxi waved his hand. No, their purpose is very simple, just to hold back many forces. Is there any new news recently? He asked. We just sent Ashian out. so by now some information should have been sent back. Yes, and the situation is very bad. Yang Wudi looked grim. Someone discovered that the spirit rings of those evil beasts can be absorbed regardless of their level. Even a level 10 spirit master can absorb the spirit rings of evil beasts that are 10,000 years old. Now there is an organization that specializes in raising evil beasts. With the advantage of being the first to discover, they have created several titled Douluo in just half a month. But according to our investigation, these titled Douluo can no longer upgrade their levels. For example, if one of them absorbs the 9th spirit ring and breaks through to level 91, he will remain at this level forever. Oh! Yuanshi frowned slightly. There was actually such a thing. This is unreasonable. If they would stop at a certain level in the end, then why didn't these guys stop after absorbing the 1st and 2nd soul rings? Hasn't the talent been drained? Are there any freshly caught ones? Doubtfully. He looked at Yang Wudi. The latter seemed to have expected it and nodded. Catch him, bring him up. Then, 2 titled Douluo came in escorting a person. This man is also a titled Douluo, exuding the strength of a level 92 titled Douluo, but his condition is very strange and his aura is disordered. Him. So it was him. With just one glance, Yuanshi saw through everything. Shenjiwan's method. His eyes turned slightly, and he slapped the titled Douluo to death with a palm. Sir, have you found anything? Yang Wudi asked. Yuanshi silently picked up the teacup and asked, Do you remember that I resurrected you? Remember? Yang Wudi's eyes were full of gratitude. Yuanshi took a sip of tea and said, These people are similar to me. Even though I just killed him, he is not dead. He may be stronger next time he appears. This! Yang Wudi's face froze. If nothing unexpected happens, his strength will become even stronger. Next time he may be level 94 or even higher. Yuanshi said calmly. Yang Wudi was stunned. Is there such a method? Yuanshi was not surprised. Due to the special nature of the Abyss Plane, as long as the Lord of the Plane did not die, everyone could be resurrected. And those evil beasts should have been contaminated by creatures from the Abyss Plane. In other words, the evil beasts no longer belong to Douluo continent. They belong to the Abyss Plane, and the soul rings in these evil beasts naturally become God-given soul rings, so they can ignore any level of absorption. The Saint Lord's thinking is still very clear. If he wants to control the soul masters, the best way is to first control the soul master's necessities, the soul beasts. Once you control the soul beast, you can further control the soul master. Moreover, the appeal of the evil beast spirit ring is so great that few spirit masters are not tempted by it. 1 day to be a soul master, 3 days to be a great soul master, 6 days to be a soul patriarch, 10 days to be a soul emperor, 15 days to be a soul Douluo, and 20 days to be a titled Douluo. Who wouldn't be moved when seeing this? I'll have someone take care of this matter. Is there anything else? Yuanshi asked. Yang Wudi seemed to have thought of something, his face darkened. Regarding Tang Hao, this guy seems to be cultivating some forces in secret, and they are beginning to appear on the mainland. Tang Hao. Yuanshi raised his eyebrows. Ever since this guy was resurrected by the god Shura, he has become more cautious. Do you know his current location? In case the other party has accepted the order from god Shura and has a backup plan, he must be eliminated if there is a chance. Yes, in the city of Slaughter. Chapter 89E Kill Tang Chen and Tang Hao and destroy the city of Slaughter, the city of killing. Tang Hao looked at the several Abyss Douluo below. In fact, it was he who discovered that the evil beast spirit ring could be absorbed regardless of level. He spread the news in a small circle and let many people absorb it as an experiment. As it turned out, he was quite successful. In just half a month, several titled Douluo were trained. This should have been something to be happy about, but not long ago, a titled Douluo was actually captured. It seems that my story should be exposed. Tang Hao's eyes were deep. Since the Spirit Hall has begun to take action, the Hoshin sect cannot fall behind. Otherwise, there will be no chance of turning things around. You guys follow me immediately? He pointed at the titled Douluo in front of him, and gave the order. Everyone was still conscious and were not puppets from the abyss plane, so they looked at each other, nodded, and followed. Let's go. Just at this moment, a cold voice came from outside the city of slaughter. The sound contained endless power that spread throughout the city of killing. In an instant, this loud and soul-stirring voice exploded in everyone's mind, and then another voice sounded. If you are not from the city of slaughter, leave immediately. Hearing this, Tang Hao's face darkened.
Yuanxi is here! Damn it!
He pointed at a few soul Douluos and shouted, "You guys go out and stop them immediately." Then he looked at the other title Douluo and said, "Follow me. Roar." However, just as he finished his words, a dragon's roar was heard from the void, and then the monstrous soul power gathered into a giant dragon and swallowed towards Tang Hao and the others. Damn! Tang Hao raised his head and roared. All his soul power exploded. Several titled Douluo around also started to defend with all their strength. Boom! However, the dragon's shadow was like a nuclear bomb, razing their location to the ground. In the ruins, only Tang Hao and a few titled Douluo survived, and all the others died. They looked up at the sky in horror. Yuanxi held a spear in his hand, slowly stood in the air, and stared at them indifferently. Behind him are dozens of titled Douluo. Everyone released their aura, crushing everyone in the killing city to their knees, trembling in fear. Why? Why won't you let me go? Tang Hao roared. He just wanted to avenge his son and teach Yuanxi a lesson. No one expected that the other party was actually a level 99 titled Douluo. Not only did he kill him, but he also survived the Shura god. This time, even if the Ashura god comes, he can't save you. Yuanxi didn't waste any words. He raised his hand and condensed a 100-foot-long dragon claw, then slapped it down fiercely. This attack surpassed divine skills. Wherever it passed, the void shattered and the heaven and earth collapsed. What? Tang Hao roared towards the sky, and his 9 soul rings appeared simultaneously. Explode the ring. 9 rings exploded at the same time, comparable to a divine skill. The hundreds of feet-long clear sky hammer blocked out the sky, broke through the dome of the sky, and smashed towards Yuanxi and the others. The worm shakes the tree. Yuanxi remained calm and stretched out his hand to shake it. The next moment, the sledgehammer that covered the sky and the sun was grasped by a huge hand and kept compressing it until it was completely annihilated and disappeared into the void. How is this possible? Tang Hao shouted to the sky. However, Yuanxi's claws had already fallen, and the buildings, within a radius of dozens of miles, were instantly crushed into powder. Soul masters below the level of titled Douluo exploded directly and turned into balls of blood mist.
No.
Seeing death approaching, Tang Hao screamed madly. Who wants to die? Even those who have died once still cherish life! Rumble! Just as the giant palm was about to fall, a blood-red beam of light shot up into the sky in the city of slaughter and instantly shattered Yuanxi's giant palm. Oh, is there another expert? Yuanxi looked up. In the city of slaughter, a tall figure slowly flew over and stood in front of Tang Hao. Sir, can you please give me a favor? He said in a low voice. Yuanxi stared at him and raised his eyebrows. Tang Chen, I didn't expect you to regain consciousness at this time. Yes, the person who came was Tang Chen, who broke free from the control of the 9-headed Bat King. When Tang Hao was about to die, he sensed the power of his bloodline and tried his best to break free from the control of the 9-headed Bat King. Tang Chen. Tang Hao was surprised and looked carefully. He finally saw the other person's appearance clearly and immediately hugged his head and cried, Great grandfather, I am Tang Hao, I am your grandson! Tang Chen was stunned. He could only sense that the other person had the clear sky hammer and blood aura on him, and he didn't know who he was. But after being reminded by Tang Hao, he instantly recalled some things. You are... Hauer? Tang Chen's hands were shaking, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Great grandfather, you have to stand up for the Haoshan sect and for your grandson. Tang Hao wailed. Tang Chen took a deep breath. He already knew what was going on based on what he had just seen. but the opponent's strength seems to be far beyond his own. Sir, could you please give me a favor and let my grandson go? Tang Chen turned and looked at Yuanxi. Yuanxi looked down at the two of them as if he was looking at two dead people. Let Tang Hao go. If it weren't for the Ashura god, he would have died long ago. But it is not too late now. Before he does anything that can affect the layout, and while the Shura god is busy dealing with the Golden Dragon King, Tang Hao must be eliminated immediately. He restrained his breath slightly and said with a smile, King of Slaughter. Oh no, Sect Master Tang Chen. According to seniority, you should know my father. It is reasonable for me to give you some face. But unfortunately, my father is dead. Who can restrain me with moral principles? Yuanxi's face was calm and his voice was quite majestic. And how much is your face, Tang Chen, worth? Hearing this, Tang Chen's face changed slightly and his martial spirit, the clear sky hammer, appeared in his hand. A terrifying murderous aura spread out, and the area within a few miles was filled with killing. However, I'll send you off later. Remember, don't seek revenge before you reach level 100. After saying this, he activated his soul power to its fullest, and his overwhelming arrogance swept across the entire place like a raging storm. In the killing field, ghosts cried and wolves howled, and endless hostility gathered into an Ashura demon sword that slashed towards Yuanxi. Unbelievable! Yuanxi merely responded coldly and thrust the god-killing spear forward. Boom! Cool! An even more bloodthirsty, murderous aura swept in like a storm. In front of it, Tang Chen's Shura demon sword was as small and weak as a toothpick. After just one encounter, it was swallowed up by the terrifying god-killing power. You're not level 99, you've already broken level? Tang Chen was terrified but also a little envious, and then he laughed crazily. Ha ha! Time is running out for me! Boom! With one blow, heaven and earth were destroyed. The entire Slaughter City turned into nothingness. All the evil soul masters died, and the Slaughter City was completely wiped out in history. However, Yuanxi did not stop. He looked at Tang Hao, who was fleeing into the distance, and reached out to grab him. Want to go? Let me go! Let me go! Tang Hao screamed and begged for mercy. I said, even if the Shura god comes again, you will die! Yuanxi grabbed with his big hand. Bang! Tang Hao exploded and turned into a blood mist that dissipated into heaven and earth. However, a ray of light shone out from the center of the blood mist. You again. The blood, red light turned into a phantom, 100 feet tall, looking down at Yuanxi. He raised his hand and condensed Tang Hao's soul again. You idiot, I told you to be quiet. Fuck you! The Ashura god angrily rebuked Tang Hao. Tang Hao quickly knelt on the ground. Lord Shura god. This time it's really not me who caused the trouble. He wants to kill me. I have no other choice! The Asura god closed his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. You are no longer worthy of being my successor, so disappear forever. Tang Hao kowtowed hurriedly. Lord Shura god, I may not be your successor, but I recommend my son. He has twin martial spirits and must be qualified. Well, see. The Shura god raised his hand and crushed Tang Hao directly. At this point, 2 generations of Hoshin Douluo of the Hoshin sect died completely. The Ashura god looked at Yuanxi and said in a cold voice, I know this phantom is no match for you. I am too lazy to fight you today, but since you made it impossible for me to deal with the lower world,
I will make you suffer.
After saying that, the 100-foot shadow turned into a point of light and fled away. Yuanxi did not stop him. Although he didn't know what the other party had up his sleeve, it was definitely not a very powerful one and certainly would not pose a threat to him. Well, I remember that the 9-headed Bat King is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, right? Yuanxi put away the god-killing spear and probed downward with his spiritual sense. But when the following changes occurred, no 100,000-year soul ring appeared. Where is the 9-headed Bat King? Yuanxi's face turned cold. Wait, the suffering that Shura God was talking about, couldn't it be this beast? Chapter 90 the 60. Third test, Divine Ring 5th update. Yuanxi's figure flashed in the void, and he took a step forward to travel dozens of miles just to find the 9-headed headed Bat King. Did the Shura god hide it? He was puzzled. Logically speaking, the nine-headed Bat King could not hide his weakness under his nose. Don't panic. Suddenly, Rakshasa flew out of his body, looked around the world, and pinched his fingers to make a seal. There are more than just Shura's divine consciousness left in the city of slaughter. In order to prevent his heir from inheriting the throne, I also left some of my divine consciousness here. As she spoke, she pointed her finger, and a line of blood floated into the void. And she began to search for the divine consciousness that had been left in the city of slaughter that year. She believed that the nine-headed Bat King had definitely been contaminated by that divine consciousness over the years. Otherwise, the city of slaughter would not have become a paradise for evil soul masters. After all, Rakshasa is the god who controls evil thoughts. Found it. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Yuanshi, pointing in a direction. Over there, it turned out to be Shura's doing something. The other party's aura is very hidden. Let's go. Yuanshi didn't intend to leave any trouble behind him. There are many things a 100,000-year-old soul beast can do, not to mention it is an evil existence. Who knows, it might create a new city of killing one day. It's just right for adding a spirit ring to my second martial spirit. Yuanshi went away angrily with the god killing spear in hand. Somewhere. The nine-headed Bat King knelt before the Shura god and begged, "Lord Shura god, save me." Heath. God Shura waved his sleeves and said, "You are more likely to cause trouble than to help."
My lord, don't blame me!
The nine-headed Bat King complained, "I don't know why this guy suddenly came to kill me. If I had known, I would have run away long ago." Alright? Ashura god raised his hand to interrupt him. "Although Tang Hao is dead, he left me a successor who may still be useful. But before that, I need you to do something for me." The nine-headed Bat King felt the mighty power and trembled. "Sir, please tell me what you say. I will definitely obey you." Asura god raised his hand, a ball of dark red energy condensed. "This is the energy of the abyss plane. Absorb it immediately. It will keep you alive. After you are resurrected, go to Wuhan City immediately, save Tang Hao's son, and give him the Shura domain." The Ashura god injected blood, red energy into the body of the nine-headed Bat King. He took out a ball of energy, which was his Shura domain. In addition, you will control all those polluted soul beasts and rebuild a slaughter city. This? The nine-headed Bat King was silent. Damn it. So I don't get any benefits at all, right? What? Are you unhappy? God Shura's face turned cold. The nine-headed Bat King nodded repeatedly. No, sir. You have given me the power of resurrection. I have no other request. It knows how to lick someone's ass. That's good. Ashura god nodded with satisfaction, and his shadow dissipated. The nine-headed Bat King breathed a sigh of relief and was about to get up and leave when he heard a gust of wind in his ears. His body tensed and he turned around to see Yuanshi swinging out a spear in the void. Boom! With a loud bang, the spear broke through the air and passed through the hall. Damn it. The nine-headed Bat King died with his eyes open. Yuanshi landed next to the corpse, and a red soul ring slowly rose. Looking at the soul ring with a hint of abyssal aura, he raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect this guy to absorb the energy of the abyss. It seems that it will appear again. God Shura looked at the strange power and asked, "Are you still planning to absorb this spirit ring?" Yuanshi nodded. Absorb. Why not absorb? He took out a drop of divine liquid and injected it into the soul ring. Immediately, a purifying force wiped out the power of the abyss on it. The second martial spirit, the god-killing spear, and the blood-red nine-headed Bat King are very compatible with its attributes. It would be a waste if I don't absorb it. After saying that, he turned his palm and wrapped it around the spirit ring, absorbing it instantly. At the same time, the system voice rang in his mind. Ding, the 63rd test of creating your own godhood, the divine ring! High divine test content. Please add a spirit ring to the second martial spirit within 1 year, and the number of years must not be less than 10 years. Assessment rewards. If you pass the assessment, you will receive the 9 god rings. He failed the test demotion from godhood.
Hmm.
9 divine rings. Yuanshi frowned slightly. Supreme God, it seems that he is only at the level of God King and has not yet reached the level of Creator God. But it's not bad. 100,000-year spirit ring is relatively easy to find. Yuanshi looked towards the horizon and smiled. Wahan Temple. As soon as Douluo left the banquet, Golden Crocodile Douluo came over in a hurry. Brother, something big has happened. What happened? Douluo looked around the banquet hall carefully. No sect was absent there, so what could have happened? Golden Crocodile Douluo quickly recounted how Yuanshi attacked and killed Tang Hao and destroyed the city of Slaughter in passing. Tang Chen was also killed. Douluo's pupils shrank sharply. What shocked him was not that the killing city was destroyed, but that Tang Chen was killed. Tang Chen's strength is comparable to his, and he is the most terrifying existence closest to level 100. He, Tang Chen, and Poseidon, the 3 best in sea, land and air, were actually killed. Yes, the Godslayer killed him. Golden Crocodile Douluo looked grim and asked, Brother, he is our biggest obstacle. Although he has not shown any intention of stopping us now, once the people bring him out as the savior, he will have to become our enemy. The Spirit Hall's unification plan is imperative. But the process of unification is complicated and arduous. If the people cannot accept it, they will definitely look for a backer for protection. At that time, even the best people will be forced to take action. Douluo was silent, rubbing his beard with his hands. It seems that Shiaxu's path to becoming a god cannot be delayed any longer. He looked up at Golden Crocodile Douluo. What level is Shiaxu now? Level 79. Golden Crocodile Douluo answered truthfully. Douluo's face was heavy and he held his beard tightly. All resources should be allocated to Shiaxu. She must become a titled Douluo within 5 years! Okay! Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded in response, but had no intention of leaving. Douluo was puzzled. Is there anything else? Golden Crocodile Douluo hesitated, not knowing whether he should speak. Speak! Douluo urged. Golden Crocodile Douluo then narrated. The thing is, since the appearance of the evil beast, I don't know which genius discovered that the spirit ring of this thing can ignore the level. Some people just broke through the 30th level of Soul Master, absorbed a 39-year-old soul beast, and soared directly to the 40th level of Soul Master, and then used natural materials and treasures to forcefully break through to the 4th level and continued to absorb a 40-year-old soul beast. Directly from the 48th level to the level, Golden Crocodile Douluo's face was solemn. In other words, if you rely on absorbing evil beast spirit rings to cultivate Luo, those with good talent can become titled Douluo in at most half a month. This is not good news. Douluo also looked suspicious after hearing this. Are you sure? Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded and asked anxiously, Brother, some people have already started to raise evil beasts in captivity, specifically to train titled Douluo. It won't be long before they become a huge force. The unified power of the Spirit Hall must not have any mistakes! Douluo nodded. As the owner of an angel martial spirit, his mind was bright when he was young, but after learning that he could not become a god, he was gradually abandoned by the light. As his thoughts turned, he exhaled, for sure, some people must make sacrifices. Let the several sects that have joined us absorb all the evil beast spirit rings. We must cultivate a second angel army in the shortest possible time, and call it the Fallen Angel Army. Chapter 91 Gangzi, you are so brave the continent is changing rapidly, but Wuhan City is peaceful and tranquil. After 3 days of disdainful efforts, the parties reached a conclusion. In the end, the competition rules were optimized. Of course, this is relative to other forces. For the Spirit Hall, they have retained this group of high-level leaders from various forces, which is a success. The final competition rules changed to 1. The promotion rules are no longer based on a draw. Instead, we will set up a ring battle with a total of 4 rings, and promotion will lead to the semi-finals. 2. Each college can occupy an arena to defend the ring. If one person in the team defends the ring for 7 games and wins, he or she will be promoted. 3. As long as a team has more than 5 people who can defend the ring 7 times, they will be qualified for the next round. 4. If there are more than 4 teams with 5 players in a row defending the stage and advancing, the challenge and elimination rounds will be started. Finally, all rights of interpretation belong to the Douluo Senior School Master Group. When this news came out, all the major colleges were undoubtedly shocked and very puzzled. Temporarily change the rules. Who the hell came up with this brilliant strategy? Why the hell don't you just give out the awards? You're changing the rules, what the hell? There's no need to think about this kind of rule. There are 4 positions, 1 for the Extreme Academy, 1 for the Spirit Hall, 1 for the Holy Abyss, and 1 for the Tiandu and Xingluo royal families. Perhaps each force has already realized its own situation, but this is also good. Everyone can also experience what their true strength is. Some people are against it, some people welcome it. But after all, most people are still happy to see this rule change. After all, it is easy to get tired after playing one game after another. On the other hand, if he defends the title, everyone will bet more and earn more, and then see who can last to the end, just like a fucking animal cage. It's exciting to watch this way. However, when it comes to the various colleges, the rule changes are almost fatal to them. Shrek. Yu Xiaogang held his forehead with his hand, having never expected this result. He looked at Flanders and asked, "Didn't they ask for the opinions of the various colleges at that time?" Flanders shrugged. "You know that the dean is your uncle. Do you think he cares so much?" Yu Xiaogang was silent. If it was Yu Wanshi, he might really not care and change it however he wanted. "What should we do now?" Zhou Wuji asked. Yu Xiaogang looked out the window. In the courtyard, the Shrek 7 devils were discussing the changes after the rule change. He sighed and said, "I'm very relieved about Xiao San. He can defend the ring for 7 rounds, even if several people from the Extreme Academy come on stage. It's just that the others..." He has absolute confidence in Tang San. But among the Shrek 7 devils, what about the others except Tang San? De Mubai might have a chance to defend his title if he doesn't encounter the Extreme Academy and the Holy Abyss team. Xiao Wu, this is a bit difficult. I don't think it will exceed 3 games. Oscar Ningrongrong goes straight to G. Bai Chengxiang is also unreliable, and Tailong and others are even less reliable. As for Ma Hongjun, Yu Xiaogang was silent. Back then, Yuan Shi asked him to inject that energy into Ma Hongjun, but now there is not much effect to be seen. The only difference is that his talent is almost catching up with Tang San. Although I don't know what Yuan Shi gave me back then, it shouldn't be something very special, otherwise it would be impossible to see no results. This kind of competition is fatal to Shrek. No, I want to go find him. Yu Xiaogang decided to find Yuan Shi. Hey! Flanders wanted to reach out and call him. "Boss, why are you stopping the master? This is for our benefit." Zhao Wuji scratched his head in confusion. Flanders rolled his eyes and said, "You don't understand. Xiaogang's uncle has a very strange temper, and he especially doesn't like Xiaogang. If he goes there, he will probably get beaten up." What? 1. Extreme College. Compared to other colleges, they are the least worried. After all, the overall strength is there. 7 people, even the auxiliary ones are very terrifying. Not to mention the strong attack type. "Teacher, someone is looking for you outside." At this time, several students came forward. Yu Wanshi nodded. "Ooh, it's your nephew, Master Yu Xiaogang," Zhu Juqing said carefully. "Yu Xiaogang, what does he want from me?" "Let him in." Everyone left and Yu Xiaogang walked in. He didn't look very good and didn't even respond to Yu Tianheng, who greeted him. "How do you know I'm here?" Yu Wanshi asked casually. Yu Xiaogang stood up instead of sitting down, his face serious. "I know you are the God Slayer. As the dean of 2 colleges, aren't you too partial?" Yu Wanshi paused what he was doing and looked at Yu Xiaogang in surprise. "Did you take some strong medicine today? How dare you talk to yourself like this?" Of course, he didn't care that the other party knew that he was a godslayer. After all, Yu Xiaogang was smart enough. If every martial soul here, he might really be a top genius. But Yu Wanshi raised his hand and slapped him, His tone told him, "Don't you have a mouth?" Yu Xiaogang covered his face and shrank his neck. Third uncle. Just get to the point. I don't want to hear your nonsense." Yu Wanshi glared at him. Yu Xiaogang exhaled, and after making sure that the other party did not continue to hit him, he said, "As the dean of Shrek Academy, can't you consider your students?" "Consider it." Yu Wanshi snorted coldly. "Don't think that the resources of Extreme Academy are so abundant. The resources I give Shrek are the same as those of Extreme Academy." "Impossible." Yu Xiaogang pointed at Zhu Juking and the others in the courtyard and said, "Their martial spirits have all undergone secondary mutations. Can you tell me how their resources are the same?" Yu Wanshi stood up, and Yu Xiaogang stepped back in fear. The psychological trauma from his youth made him always fear his uncle. Of course, he didn't know that it was Yu Wanshi who had actually released the soul skill, King of the World, to them. "Just tell me what you want." Yu Wanshi walked to the window. As long as the divine test mission can be completed, it doesn't matter who wins. Just become a law enforcer in the divine world. It doesn't matter who you give it to, and the strength of this kind of god is generally not too strong, so there is no need to care more. When Yu Xiaogang heard his words, his face lit up, and he immediately said, "I want 3 10,000-year soul bones." Yu Wanshi thought he had heard it wrong, and looked back at his nephew in disbelief. "Oh!" He swung his fist and directly knocked Yu Xiaogang away. "I think you are getting bolder." Yu Wanshi glared at him and cursed, "The young people in the family don't have soul bones, why don't you ask for one for them?" "Tianheng, Tianxin. Which of them has soul bones?" "Ah!" Yu Xiaogang was speechless for a moment and got up from the ground in embarrassment. He is just like this. Family affairs have dealt him a huge blow, and once they are brought up, he is too embarrassed to continue talking about them. I'm leaving. If he can't get what he wants, he will turn around and leave." "Wait a minute," Yu Wanshi called him. Yu Xiaogang turned around timidly, shrinking his neck from time to time to prevent being beaten again. "I know your purpose. I will add one more rule to the competition, but whether you can advance depends on your luck." Yu Wanshi glanced at him impatiently. When Yu Xiaogang heard this, the pain and grievance on his face disappeared instantly, and he thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, third uncle."
Thank you, third uncle! Go away!
"Shrek is mine too." Yu Wanshi waved his hand. Yu Xiaogang rushed out of the door, so happy that he forgot the slap mark on his face. Have someone tell the other forces to add a new rule. If someone in a team can defend the ring more than 7 times, they can continue to defend the ring. If they can win more than 2 teams in a row, they will be qualified to advance to the semi-finals. Chapter 92, who stipulates that a team can only defend one arena. Once the added rules came out, everyone saw hope again. After all, it doesn't seem that difficult to defend the title for 14 consecutive games, especially for some geniuses who are extremely strong in single combat. Of course, there are also many people who oppose it, but they were all rejected. Soon, the day of the competition arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have the first match after the change in the competition system, and of course there will only be one match. All teams that successfully challenge before dark will advance to the semi-finals. Next, let me read the rules. After 2.5 minutes, the host explained the rules in detail. He pointed towards the podium, where all the academy teams were standing quietly. Below are the 4 fighting arenas. The host said passionately, all teams can choose a fighting arena to defend. After winning 7 games in a row, they can continue to defend the arena, or they can change teammates to defend the arena. No, I declare that the defending match officially begins. Wow! As soon as the host finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone held up the names of their favorite players. Come on, Tianheng! Come on, Tianheng! Come on, Brother Kun! Come on, Brother Kun! Use your basketball to beat everyone. Master Ma, come on! Use your lightning 5 whips to blast the opponent. Amid the cheers, students from various colleges looked at each other, and no one rushed forward immediately. Everyone knows that rushing to the front is the most disadvantageous, no matter whether it is the defender or the challenger, because at this time both sides are in full condition. The gap in strength is too great, and they are likely to be killed in seconds. But after several consecutive battles, the strength of one side will always decline. That was the best time. I come. Hu Yanli of the Elephant Armor sect was so strong that he jumped off the stage with a bang. Himph! Gu Yuena also jumped out. I'm coming too. Yu Tianheng followed closely behind. The two of them occupied two stages one after another, which immediately aroused everyone's suspicion. Wait! Why does the Extreme Academy want to occupy two arenas? Don't tell me they have the ability to defend them. Don't you have any money? Do you understand the benefits of multi-dimensional investment? We can't defend this place, but there is another one. Do you understand? You know nothing! Alpaca. Why can't I think of such a brilliant way of fighting? What if a team guards 4 rings? Everyone was surprised. Someone said something, and the other members of the Extreme Academy looked at each other. What about? A sense of impulse arose in the hearts of several people. It's too late. Meng Yuran looked towards the 4th arena. Huliana rushed forward and landed steadily on the fighting arena with a cold expression. At this moment, on the preparation seat, Ma Hongjun suddenly looked up at Huliana, and a strong desire to devour burst out from his body. Almost instantly, Huliana also noticed Ma Hongjun. She, like the other person, had the same feeling in her heart that she wanted to devour him directly. Fatty, what are you looking at? You're jealous of her just because she's pretty. What else is in your mind besides this? Dai Mubai pushed him. Ma Hongjun's eyes turned slightly red, and he glared at Dai Mubai with murderous intent. Hey! Who are you looking at like that? Dai Mubai punched him hard. Ah! Ma Hongjun came to his senses and shook his head. I'm fine. I just want to have a fight with this little girl. He wasn't lying. His inner desire to devour the other person was growing stronger. Then go ahead, but don't embarrass me. Dai Mubai pushed him, and the latter was about to leave the stage. Tang San beside him shook his head and said, It's too late. Someone has already gone on stage.
I'm coming.
Four angry shouts were heard and 4 figures rushed onto the stage. The first arena, Hu Yanli vs. Hu Wushuang. The second arena, Gu Yuena vs. Shui Binger. The third stage, Yu Tianheng vs. Yu Tianxin. The fourth stage, Hu Liana vs. Hu Wu. The battle is about to begin. Gu Yuena and Shui Binger looked at each other's figures and outfits.
Let's come to our Tianshui College,
Shui Binger said. Gu Yuena snorted. If there is a chance, I will ask the dean to recruit you into Tianshui College and then let you stay in the outer courtyard of the college. Hearing this, Shui Binger's face changed. You look down on people, right? The faces of the Extreme Academy are as stinky as ever! Shui Binger attacked directly. The icy air swept across the fighting spirit arena, and the icy cold wave froze everything. However, facing such a fierce attack, Gu Yuena snorted lightly and raised her hand to condense a silver dragon spear. Take this shot, and I will admit defeat and step down immediately. Roar! The spear turned into a dragon and roared out. Wherever it went, it crushed Shui Binger's icy power.
Who are you looking down on?
Shui Binger's 4th and 5th soul rings lit up. Break it for me! The phantom of the ice phoenix danced in the air and roared as it rushed towards the phantom of the silver dragon. Its cold air penetrated all obstacles, and it formed a huge shield to protect itself. Unbelievable. Gu Yuena snorted disdainfully, and she seemed to communicate with the silver dragon spear. In an instant, the entire spear transformed into a silver dragon that suddenly grew larger. Roark? Chirp. The dragon roared and the phoenix cried as 2 top-level beast souls collided with each other. Boom! A terrifying gust of air swept across the entire place, and everyone seemed to be baptized by a blizzard and felt icy cold. What? The next second, a scream was heard from the fighting arena, and Shui Binger flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. On the other hand, Gu Yuena puffed out her chest and smiled contemptuously. Who else? Wow! The audience was immediately in an uproar. Nana! You are my fan!
Nana?
The strongest Sailor Moon who dares to step on stage. Those soul masters who originally planned to go on stage stopped. Shui Binger's martial spirit is not weak and her talent is even better, but she was killed in one move. I really don't understand who would dare to go on stage. The other side. The fighting in the other three arenas was also fierce. Yu Tianheng and Yu Tiangxin didn't care about the rewards of the competition, but fortunately the two brothers fought hard. Tianheng, is this all you've learned from following Third Grandpa? Yu Tiangxin grinned. Yu Tianheng snorted. Brother, if you underestimate me, you will suffer! Bang, bang, bang! When the two men fought, they turned into dragons. Suddenly, two dragon souls, one black and one white, collided, leaving brilliant sparks on the battlefield, different from their all-out passion. Hu Liana and Hua Wu fought fiercely. Which? Your movements and aura are weird. What on earth did you learn? Hua Wu was surprised that the other party could extinguish her flames with his bare hands. It's just plain horrifying. You know, the fire attribute of her Hokage martial spirit is the ultimate fire, which even the Ice Phoenix can hardly resist. Yet, the delicate saint of the Holy Abyss in front of her actually extinguished it with her bare hands. Is this reasonable? Boring. What interests me are still those guys back then. Juliana slapped the flames on her body with disdain. Then his eyes burst into bloodthirsty light. Self-created soul skill, gaze into the abyss. The invisible beam of light penetrated Hu Wu's eyes like a sharp arrow at dawn and went straight to her nerve center. The next second, Hu Wu was stunned, and then she held her head and wailed. What? She covered her eyes and blood flowed from her eye sockets. Chapter 93, Tang 1-Year Spirit Ring, 14 Vs, the screams from the fighting arena echoed throughout the entire competition venue. Everyone looked towards the battle stage in unison. At this moment, Hu Wu was in excruciating pain. Her hands were stained with blood, which was all over the floor. Her body was shaking as she tried to find something to hold onto, but there was nothing around her.
Fire dance!
Feng Xiaoxin immediately rushed off the field. Hua Wushuang was dueling with Hu Yanli. When he saw his sister wailing, he didn't care about the fight anymore and rushed towards the arena where Hu Wu was. Hu Yanli, this counts as a win, right? But no one paid any attention to him. Everyone looked towards Hu Wu. Hu Wushuang helped Hu Wu up and looked in her eyes carefully. She's fine, she just has some eye problems for a few days. Hu Lina rolled her eyes, indicating that you were making a fuss out of nothing. Hearing this, Hu Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for showing mercy. After saying that, he carried his sister away. Feng Xiaoxin stayed on the battlefield, his eyes cold. Although you have shown mercy, you shouldn't have hurt him so badly? Why? Juliana was puzzled. Feng Xiaoxin immediately possessed his spirit, because he is my beloved bastard. Juliana looked the man up and down with disdain. Get down, or you'll be in physical pain, she warned. Feng Xiaoxin laughed and stroked his hair. Even you are impressed by my charm. You care about me before the fight even starts. You are afraid that you will damage my handsome face, right? Juliana admitted that Feng Xiaoxin looked quite decent, but she was a little shameless. In that case, I will personally take you down. Juliana's eyes sparkled again. Call. Feng Xiaoxin leaped into the air, looked at her and laughed. I didn't expect that this young master could fly, right? After saying this, he turned into a gust of wind and swept towards Juliana.
You're so noisy!
Juliana's martial spirit possessed her, and she released her spirit skills directly. In an instant, the entire battlefield was shrouded in red mist, and her figure rushed out like a ghost, hunting Feng Xiaoxin. Not good. Feng Xiaoxin was surprised, because he felt that his strength was weakened within the range of this fog. A hero saving the beauty, huh? Juliana shouted. Her figure flashed behind Feng Xiaoxin, and then kicked him out. Bang! A sneak attack is not a violation of martial ethics. I advise you to learn your lesson! Feng Xiaoxin released his martial spirit. The wind picked up and began to disperse the surrounding fog. It's no use. Juliana snorted coldly, and a charming figure appeared in front of Feng Xiaoxin, throwing him a wink. Am I pretty? Feng Xiaoxin was stunned at what he saw for a moment, and he stood there in a daze, grinning foolishly. Beautiful! It's beautiful! Juliana suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked him in the face. Bang! Feng Xiaoshan. Eliminated. The referee's voice sounded. Everyone was not surprised, but burst into laughter. Because this guy has never been straight from the beginning to now. You deserve to be eliminated! You're the funniest contestant out of all the contestants? The battle continues. Yu Tianheng and Yu Tiangxin finally decided the winner, and Yu Tianheng won with a slight advantage over Yu Tiangxin. Next, many Soul Masters came on stage to fight. Gu Yuena fought 14 games in a row and qualified for the next round. She finally stepped down and was replaced by Zhu Zhuqing. Juliana also fought 14 games in a row. Just as she was about to make a substitution, a figure jumped down from the preparation seat. May I ask for your advice? Tang San put one hand behind his back and stretched out the other. Hu Lina narrowed her eyes. Finally, you can't help but go on stage. After not seeing you for many years, you have become more calm. She stared at Tang San in front of her and smiled sweetly. You have matured a lot, Tang San said seriously. However, Juliana looked at her chest and said shyly, What nonsense are you talking about? Tang San felt that the other party had misunderstood something. Turning his head to look at the preparation seat, Xiao Wu had already crossed her arms and glared at him angrily. In that case, let's duel. Tang San stretched out his hand, and the blue-silver grass possessed his body. Then let's fight. Juliana no longer held back her strength, and 5 soul rings flashed. Suddenly, the fog spread. Juliana disappeared here. However, Tang San chuckled and shook his head. I don't intend to give you a chance. As he spoke, the spirit ring on his body slowly rose up, and then a bloodthirsty scarlet-red spirit ring appeared. The light and aura made the whole audience stand up. 100,000-year spirit ring. What did I see? How did he obtain a spirit ring that even a titled Douluo would have trouble absorbing? It's fake. Everything is fake! Where's the 100,000-year spirit ring? Where is the 100,000-year spirit ring? Everyone stood up and looked at the scarlet and bloodthirsty soul ring with horror on their faces. Tang San is only a few years old. Why does he have a 100,000-year spirit ring? This completely goes against normal logic. Of course, some people also know that as long as a soul beast is sacrificed, it can be obtained regardless of the level. But at this moment, they were shocked for Tang San, cheered for Tang San, and were even more jealous of Tang San for having such a heaven-defying luck. Wuhan Temple. Bibi Dong crushed the hand of the chair and said coldly, Check which soul beast was sacrificed to this kid. Upon hearing this, Juwu Douluo retreated one after another. The title Douluo from other forces were equally surprised. 9 treasure glazed sect. Ning Fengji's eyes flickered. Tang San is a good boy. He has some of his father's demeanor. Indeed, he can be won over in the future. He is wiser than his father. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo also nodded. The 3 of them smiled at each other and continued to watch. The light released by the Scarlet Soul Ring illuminated the entire venue. Juliana, who was at the center of the battlefield, was also lost. 100,000-year soul ring. To be honest, she was a little panicked, but Tang San didn't seem to want to give him a chance and rushed forward using Ghost Shadow. 4th soul skill. Azure Thunder of Annihilation. The terrifying spirit ring pressure, coupled with Tang San's mysterious body movements, made it useless for Juliana even with the fog covering her. What's more, her hiding in front of Tang San is of no use at all. The purple demonic pupil is fully opened, and nothing can escape detection. Boom! With an empty sound, the world and heaven fell into silence. Under the explosion of thunder and lightning, Juliana was blown away and flew away from the fighting arena. It's no wonder that she was vulnerable. If she had met Tang San in her prime, she might have been able to fight off a few moves, but Tang San took advantage of her fatigue and killed her instantly. Who else is coming up on stage? After driving Juliana off the stage, Tang San raised his head and glanced around the preparation seats. 100,000-year-old red soul ring blossomed behind him, so dazzling and terrifying that some weak soul masters didn't dare to look directly at it. Tang San, you are very good. Offstage, Juliana smiled. She stood up very easily, the bloodshot eyes began to slowly overflow, without any embarrassment of being injured. Obviously, she did not use her full strength to fight Tang San and still retained some strength. But now is not the time to act. Tang San didn't care anymore and continued to shout at everyone. Dozens of people came up one after another, allowing Tang San to achieve 14 consecutive victories. The audience changed, and no one dared to step forward to challenge it. This defense battle lasted for a day, and all the teams had their winners and losers. The 6 people from Extreme Academy successfully defended their title and advanced. Shenjiwan Hulina won 14 games in a row and advanced. Shrek Tangsan won 14 games in a row and advanced. Finally, the 4 Element Academies, including Kamikaze Academy, decided to merge temporarily to form a new team and advance to the semi-finals together. Next up is the final. Chapter 94A 8 Spider Lance plus controlling Crane and capturing Dragon Self created Soul Skill, the team that finally made it to the semi-finals. Extreme Academy, Holy Abyss, Shrek Academy, 4 Elements Academy. Among them, the 4 Elements Academy entered the finals by merging and promised that after the competition, the 4 Elements Academy would choose to join the Extreme Academy. Unfortunately, because the Soul Guides in Douluo continent had just entered their infancy, most Soul Masters did not know how to use them, so they were banned, which ultimately resulted in the Sun Moon Empire team failing to advance to the semi-finals. Of course, they were not discouraged at all because they were the most profitable side in this competition. These advanced sponsored Soul Guides in their hands were completely opened up through this competition and spread to tens of millions of households in Douluo continent. They didn't really care about just being a district champion. Of course, not caring does not mean not paying attention. They began to select partners from the 4 teams. These players may become titled Douluo within 10 years. And these team members are composed of Extreme Team Gu Yuena Yu Tianhang Zhu Zhuking Meng Yiran Yi Lingling Ning Zikyu Dogoyan. Shrek Academy Tang San Dai Mubai Oscar Ma Hongjun Bai Chengxiang Ning Rongrong Xiaowu Shenjiwan Hu Liena Shai Yu Yan 4 Elements Academy Yu Tiangxin Feng Xiaoshan Hu Wu Shui Binger Hu Wushuang Shui Yir Hu Yin. There is no ranking order and the competition will be based on a draw. Finally, the Extreme Academy battled against the 4 Elements Academy, Shrek vs. Shenjiwan. In a blink of an eye, the day of the finals arrived. Oh woo! There was continuous cheering at the scene.
Bet on the champion! The odds are high!
1 to 100? Predict the winner, who will be the final winner. No need to look. In the end, Extreme Academy will definitely win! Shrek or Holy Abyss will take second place? I don't believe it. I want to bet on the 4 Elements to win the championship. Do you want to bet on me? There are many speculations about who will be the champion. Among the 4 teams, people are more optimistic about Extreme Academy. After all 7 of them have top-level martial spirits, and they are the strongest team among all the participating teams. It really would be a lie if they didn't win. Soul Fighting Field. The 2 brothers, Ren Shan and Ren Hai, applauded enthusiastically. The host flew into the air and shouted into the megaphone,
Ladies and gentlemen,
welcome back to the All Douluo Elite Soul Master Competition.
Next we are going to have the finals!
Without further ado, let us now welcome the 4 teams that will compete for the final ranking championship. They are the team with the strongest overall strength.
Extreme Academy! Absolute Monster Room Shrek Academy!
1 person is enough. Holy Abyss team. Elemental Alliance. 4 Elements Academy. 4 teams appeared one after another. The competition will no longer be held in 1 round, but in multiple rounds. That is to say, 2 games are being played at the same time, which should not be the case. But 4 games are being played at the same time. The 2 teams that win 2 or more games will compete in a final, and the remaining 2 will compete for 3rd place. This is the final schedule. Of course, everyone knows that if one side loses the game, it will lose the qualification to win the championship. In fact, it is just to go through a process. Then, let the game begin. Angwo, captain of the Extreme Academy, Four Elements Academy. The result was obvious. The Four Elements Academy was defeated. But Shenjuan and Shrek Academy are inseparable. The reason is simple: Huliana showed her true strength. Even Tang San, who possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring, found it difficult to resist. Tang San, you are very strong, but I am not bad either. You are not the only one who has improved over the years. The phantom of the demon fox that Huliana stretched out her hand turned blood red, and a fear from the depths of her soul made her tremble. Facing the Shrek 7, even though her teammates had fallen, she did not panic at all. At this moment, she was like a queen high above. Beside her were her fallen companions, and opposite her were the Shrek 7. Although the 7 Shrek members were injured during the battle, they were not seriously injured. With the presence of Oscar, a food-type soul master, their recovery ability was extremely strong. However, when the 7 of them faced Huliana alone, they felt a little timid. Third brother, should we use that trick? The Shrek 7 devils looked at Tang San. The fusion of 7 martial spirits is Shrek's ultimate trump card. Need not. Tang San remained calm, turned around and ordered, "Go and consume her. I have my own spirit skills and I am confident that I can deal with her." It is good. The 7 monsters nodded one after another, and 6 of them rushed directly towards Huliana. Humph. Huliana was not afraid at all. She continued to fight back against the 6 people. It can even be said to be playing with 6 people. Bang, bang, bang! Huliana beat the 7 monsters to the point where they couldn't stand up after just a few encounters. She turned around and looked at Tang San. "Tang San, you..." But at this moment, Tang San had already rushed over. The 8 spider lances flew at high speed, and with the help of Ghost Shadow, in the blink of an eye, Tang San appeared half a meter in front of her. This is a soul skill I created by relying on the Tang Sect's unique skills and my martial soul. Huliana, you'd better be ready to receive it. Tang San snorted inwardly and swung out with a palm. Control the crane and capture the dragon Pasa 8 spider lance! Tang San used the 8 spider lance to its fullest potential. The 8 spider lances were like 8 hands, combined with his ability to control cranes and capture dragons. As the terrifying soul power pressure descended, Huliana felt as if an invisible giant hand was pinching the surrounding void, making her unable to move. It's not over yet. Tang San activated his 100,000-year spirit skill again, the Sky Blue Slow Claw. Huliana, who was able to move slowly, instantly froze, like a statue, completely petrified. Huliana, you are very strong. I can feel that there is an extraordinary power in you, but you don't seem to be able to use it. So, Tang San moved close to Huliana, stretched out a foot, and kicked hard. Boom! Huliana was kicked out of the fighting arena! In this battle, Shrek won. After 2 competition techniques, the losing party will choose to exchange opponents. As expected, in the final 2 battles, neither Shrek nor the Extreme Academy lost the game, so competition is over. The host flew onto the stage and shouted, "The team that finally advanced to the finals is Shrek and Extreme Academy! Let's take a day off and welcome the finals tomorrow!" Oh, holy Abyss team. My lord, my competition is now over. I must improve my strength as soon as possible to start the divine test. Huliana pleaded to withdraw the team. The Saint King shook his head. No hurry, there is still 1 game to watch, right? Huliana was confused. Her own team had lost, so was there any need to watch the rest? There will be something interesting to watch tomorrow. The Saint King waved his hand and sent Huliana and the others out of the house. Then he stood up and looked out the window, saying softly, "Come out." Suddenly, a ball of blood, red soul power floated in from the window and finally transformed into a black-robed man who knelt in front of the Holy Lord. Blood Red 9-headed Bat King, I didn't expect that you would be willing to become a creature of my abyss plane. The Saint King raised his eyebrows. Yes, the person who came was indeed the 9-headed Bat King. After being killed by Yu Wanshi, he was resurrected through the abyss plane. The 9-headed Bat King was helpless. If it weren't forced by the situation, it really didn't want to become the so-called abyss creature. Although it could be resurrected, it was really not a place for humans to stay.
It's all Yuanqi's fault.
Tell me, what is the purpose of this time? Asked the Holy Lord. Save one person. The nine-headed Bat King did not hide it. That soul beast. The Saint Lord looked back. If what he guessed was correct, Yuanqi would never let him go. Would the nine-headed Bat King risk his life to save him? No, it's the human boy named Tang San. The nine-headed Bat King explained. Chapter 95 Tang San's identity is exposed, hunting Xiao Wu. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone to the finals of the All Douluo Elite Soul Master Competition. Next up are two teams that have fought back from the previous 100 teams.
They are Extreme Academy. Shrek Academy.
The host was flying in the air. Her voice was beautiful and charming. What? It's already the finals, and you let the female host come? Do you know anything about the competition? Let the female host come up earlier. Isn't the income good? The audience sighed as the competing teams entered the arena. Shrek and everyone from Extreme Academy came to the fighting arena one after another. 7 against 7. Many years ago, the two teams also stood on the stage and looked at each other.
Today I must avenge my loss that year!
Dai Mubai stared at the people from Extreme Academy fiercely. You. Wu Feng sneered, stretched out his hand and gave him a thumbs down. It's a complete waste to have the evil-eyed white tiger on you. It won't be of any use at all.
Asshole!
Dai Mubai glared. Say it again if you dare. How about saying it once? Ning Zikyu took over and sneered. You were not my opponent back then, and you can't be my opponent now. I can only say one thing, except for Tang San, you six are useless. While speaking, he glanced at Ning Rongrong from time to time. Ning Zikyu, you are so brave? Ning Rongrong yelled angrily. She was so angry that her eyes were bloodshot and she wished she could tear this guy to pieces right away. Put away your arrogant attitude, and don't forget why Sword Bone Douluo lost his hand. Ning Zikyu waved his hand and said disdainfully. You. Ning Rongrong wanted to curse back, but was interrupted by Tang San. He took a step forward and looked at everyone in the Extreme Academy. Since no one is willing to give in to the other, may I ask if you are willing to decide the outcome with one move? Tang San asked. When his words reached the scene, everyone was shocked. What? He actually wants to decide the outcome with just one move. Could it be that Shrek has some other trump card? Shrek has always been low, key, and patient, and never does anything without confidence. I think today's game is hanging by a thread. Impossible, unless they have the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. The audience was suspicious. Shrek has always kept a low profile from the preliminary round to now. The few times that shocked people were nothing more than Tang San's external spirit bone and 100,000-year spirit ring. Everyone is also looking forward to the last game, whether they have any hidden cards. After all, they are facing Extreme Academy, an academy that has never lost from the preliminary round to now. Okay, Guyuena agreed without thinking. In that case,
the 7 monsters unite!
Tang San did not give his opponent even half a second to think, and almost instantly had the Shrek 7 devils standing behind him. The other 6 people transferred their soul power to him, one after another. The audience was shocked. What is this? A 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Do they really know how to do it? Wet, look at the people from Extreme Academy, they seem to be able to fuse their spirits too. Someone said this, and suddenly everyone's eyes turned to the people from Extreme Academy. They were seen standing in 6 directions, forming a hexagram formation, and Guyuena was standing in the center of the 6 people. Both sides compete in martial soul fusion skills. The Shrek 7 devils were the first to move. A formation seal appeared under their feet, and then Tang San raised his hand. Hashin Hammer! He shouted, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and a sledgehammer appeared in his hand. Clear Sky Hammer. When the hammer hit, everyone stood up suddenly. Clear Sky Hammer! Tang San is actually from the Clear Sky sect! Tang, all members of the Hoshin sect are Tang, that's right, Tang San is also Tang. So it is reasonable that his martial soul is the Hayashin Hammer. What the hell is this? Didn't anyone realize that Tang San has twin spirits? With a roar, the whole audience was in an uproar. That's right, Tang San has twin martial souls? This is the point. Damn! On the high platform, everyone in the spirit hall glared in anger.
Yes, that hammer! That hammer!
Ghost Douluo screamed. Bibi Dong's face was grim.
Hey, it's Tang Hao's son!
He actually has twin martial spirits. A twin martial spirit is enough to make people fearful. But the opponent is not the mortal enemy of the spirit hall. But if a mortal enemy is a twin martial spirit, then something bad will happen. This child must not be kept. There was murderous intent in Bibi Dong's eyes. Several people from Extreme Academy were also surprised. They also didn't expect that Tang San actually had twin martial spirits. No wonder his talent was so terrifying. But what's the matter? Everyone in Extreme Academy is possessed by martial spirits. Boom! The hexagram formation flickered, and the martial spirits of the Sedum people lit up. The next second, a huge shadow appeared out of nowhere. Roar! This is a dragon, a silver dragon. It is 10 feet long and almost covers the entire fighting spirit arena. The vast soul power released from its body is almost as powerful as that of a soul saint. Then let's see who is stronger. The clear sky hammer of the Shrek 7 devils condensed into shape and was not inferior to the silver dragon at all. Two huge soul shadows stood in the void, covering the entire fighting spirit arena. This scene is as spectacular as the stars. To ordinary people, it is like a mayfly compared to a tree. Then let's fight! Huh? Roar. Both sides roared, and the terrifying pressure rewarded the heaven and earth. And the hammer and the dragon collided with each other. The collision between the two sides was dazzling, as if a sky full of stars was right in front of you, or like thousands of stars raining down on the earth. The onlookers were amazed. Rumble. Horrible tremors followed one after another, and everyone's body swayed. When they looked down again, there was only a cloud of smoke and dust. Who's winning? It's hard to say. When their martial soul fusion skills collided, they disappeared together. The host seized the opportunity and flew above the fighting arena. The next second, several figures appeared in front of her, but they were all lying on the ground. Whoa! The host exclaimed, "People from both sides have fallen to the ground. Let's see which team students will be standing next." She continued forward. The gray fog slowly dissipated, but there was no one left standing below, and all 14 people were unconscious! Wow! The host exclaimed, and the fog on the fighting arena completely dissipated. What appeared before everyone were 14 bodies lying on the ground. Draw! Everyone stood up in surprise. There was a tie in the final! How should this be judged? Or should we have another match? There will definitely be another match, unless someone wakes up before they announce the result. When everyone was suspicious, a figure among the Shrek people slowly stood up. It was a pink figure. She woke up! Whoa, whoa! It's Shrek Xiaowu who woke up, everyone exclaimed. No one expected that the first person to wake up would be the seemingly inconspicuous Xiaowu. The host's face turned rosy again, and he stepped forward to hold Xiaowu's hand, shouting, "I declare that the final winners of the All-Douluo Elite Soul Master Competition are the Shrek 7 Devils." Whoa, whoa. Wow. The whole place was boiling. An unknown student actually won the championship. On the high platform, all major forces stood up one after another. Bibi Dong stood up slowly. Although she wanted to kill Tang San immediately, she still had to follow the procedures. She waved her hand and looked at Ning Fengji. "Since the winner has been decided, please ask Sect Master Ning to restore the strength of the contestants." Ning Fengji nodded, took a step forward, and said, "Kabao is famous." The huge Seven Treasures Glaze Tower burst into colorful light and fell on the fighting spirit stage. However, in just that instant, when the soul power surged to Xiao Wu, a piece of wooden vine fell from her body, and she hurriedly went to pick it up. But this scene made all the titled Douluo present stunned. This breath is... Chapter 96C Arresting Xiao Wu. This breath is... In the fighting spirit arena, all the titled Douluo looked sideways at Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Bibi Dong's eyes focused. But she did not expose the other party immediately. She swept her eyes over all the titled Douluo present. These people also cast their eyes at her. Obviously, everyone tacitly suppressed their inner impulses. She opened her eyes slightly, signaling Jugai Douluo beside her to be ready to take action at any time. Jugai Douluo smiled at each other and nodded slightly. 9 treasure glazed sect. Sword Bone Douluo looked at each other and said, "Take Rongrong away immediately." Ning Fengji frowned. Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu. "What's wrong?" Ujian Douluo groaned. "Is Fengjai Rongrong's partner is a soul beast."
What?
Ning Fengji's body tilted. Soul beast. Isn't it said that it takes a soul beast of 100,000 years to transform? Could it be? Ning Fengjai instantly guessed a possibility. Listening more carefully to the words of the 2 titled Douluo, it was obvious that all the titled Douluo present had already discovered each other. Rongrong will not abandon her friends. Ning Fengji knows his daughter very well. Then take him away by force? The 2 looked at each other. Are you kidding? With so many titled Douluo present, there must be one who is interested in the 100,000-year soul beast. Even if they don't want the spirit ring, they can't give up the spirit bone. After all, not everyone is like the Extreme Academy, where they can take 100,000-year spirit bone as they please. Even the 100,000-year-old soul bone that the Spirit Hall took out would definitely cause serious damage. So, they can't help, and they don't have the ability to help. Congratulations to Shrek Academy for winning the final championship. Next, please allow the Pope to interrupt and present the prizes. The necessary process still needs to be completed. As the host finished speaking, Bibi Dong stood up and prizes appeared on the podium one by one. The most eye-catching thing among them was the drop of divine liquid that Yuanshi took out. It can be said that all the soul masters present were envious. Improving the quality of martial soul is something that many people dream of. Congratulations to Shrek for winning the final championship. Bibi Dong handed the prize to Tang San, and everyone in Shrek shouted with joy. However, he did not notice that many titled Douluo were slowly approaching. Tang San took the championship award, but before he had time to appreciate it, a chill suddenly came over him. This was no ordinary chill, but the feeling of falling into an ice cave. He immediately activated his purple demonic eyes to scan the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed that all the titled Douluo present were looking at Xiao Wu. Oh no. Tang San gritted his teeth, walked quickly towards Xiao Wu and took her hand. Xiao Wu was stunned. "Third brother. Don't be afraid. I'm here," Tang San said in a firm voice. "Third brother, let's divide the reward quickly." Ma Hongjun stepped forward. Champion rewards are given by major forces. Extreme Academy, a drop of divine liquid. Spirit Hall, 100,000-year-old left arm bone. Shenji 1A level 99 titled Douluo takes action once. Poseidon Island, Poseidon's qualification for the divine examination is granted once. Sun Moon Empire, the Soul Guidance Department built it once. Other rewards. Soul Bones, etc. Tang San nodded and immediately took out the most eye-catching divine liquid and handed it to Ning Rongrongs. "This is the divine liquid you asked for. I hope you keep your word." Ning Rongrong glanced at the people from the 9 treasures, glazed tile sect, on the high platform. Ning Fengji and Sword Bone Douluo nodded one after another. No matter what Ning Rongrong offered as a trade to them, nothing was more important than the divine liquid. Regarding Tang San's distribution, everyone looked at each other and didn't say much. The 100,000-year-old left arm bone has a neutral attribute, which means that anyone who fuses it can get the best results. Tang San chose to give it to Yu Xiaogang and let him distribute it. "I want the opportunity created by the Seago Divine Test and the Soul Guidance Equipment Department of the Sun, Moon Empire. I will not choose anything else." "What do you think?" Tang San said. Okay. Everyone at Shrek nodded. Anyway, these are not important to them. There are still many prizes, enough for them to share. "Third brother, there is still one more time for the level 99 titled Douluo to take action." Several people asked. After all, it was promised by the Holy Lord of the Holy Abyss, and the opponent's strength seemed to be no worse than that of the God Slayer. Tang San pulled Xiao Wu around and said coldly, We will need it soon. As he finished speaking, the originally peaceful scene suddenly became agitated, and countless powerful auras came from the sky. Almost at the same time, Bibi Dong raised her scepter, pointed it at Xiao Wu and Shrek, and said, "Spirit Hall, capture that girl." As soon as he finished speaking, Juwu Douluo's figure flashed and he went straight towards Xiao Wu.
Buzz!
Shrek's people's minds went blank, and they didn't react at all. Even though Tang San already knew the situation, he still couldn't stop the attack of the two titled Douluo. Just when the two of them were about to grab the Shrek group, with a clang of sword sound, Jian Douluo's 7 killing swords repelled the two men. Wow! Suddenly, the scene was plunged into an uproar. What's going on? Why would Spirit Hall attack a little girl? I don't know. Could it be that she has offended the Spirit Hall? Everyone at the scene was shocked, but they didn't have time to react. Bibi Dong immediately summoned the Spirit Hall army to serve as the main fighting arena. Rumble. The army composed of soul masters came in a mighty force, and the void was filled with flying soul masters and powerful soul saints, and above who used soul guides to fly. At this time, everyone was confused. The Shrek people supported each other. Wrong. Swordbone Douluo wanted to step forward, but Ning Fengjai raised his hand to interrupt Hems. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, wait and see. At this moment, Yu Xiaoging walked forward and raised his hand to take out a token. Here is the Pope's order. He held up the token. He looked towards Bibi Dong, his former lover, and asked, "What crime did my Shrek students commit that required His Holiness the Pope to go to war?" Apparently, his papal decree had worked, as the surrounding soldiers did not step forward immediately, but waited for the Pope to give orders. Everyone also looked at Bibi Dong, wanting to know what crime Xiao Wu had committed. If she is just a student of Shrek, I really have no right to arrest her. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and stared at Xiao Wu, but what if she is a transformed soul beast? One stone caused 1,000 ripples, and the whole audience was shocked. Transformed soul beast! Everyone at Shrek looked at Xiao Wu, and all eyes were also on her. Faced with many strange looks, Xiao Wu slowly let go of Tang San's hand and stepped back fearfully, her face full of panic. Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong immediately grabbed her hand. After years of getting along, I have come to regard her as my best friend. How could I possibly abandon my friend? Seeing this scene, others also stood up. Yes, Xiao Wu, we at Shrek rise and fall together. After saying that, everyone stepped forward and protected Xiao Wu behind them. If you want to capture Xiao Wu, then you have to step over our dead bodies first. Clap, clap, clap. Bibi Dong clapped her hands in disdain. What a touching friendship. Since you want to dance with soul beasts, we have no choice but to capture them all. Those belonging to the Spirit Hall. Capture all the Shrek people?
You dare!
Yu Xiaogang stepped forward. He believed that Bibi Dong had her own feelings and would never do anything wrong for his sake. However, even if Bibi Dong still missed the old friendship, she couldn't care too much at the moment, as long as she didn't hurt Yu Xiaogang.
Do it!
She drank. Suddenly, all the members of the Spirit Hall came forward, and the Shrek 7 devils were possessed by their spirits and rushed forward. I am willing to use up the Holy Abyss Champion reward. Please help me, Lord Saint. Tang San stepped forward and clasped his fists towards the Holy Lord in Shenjuan's team. Don't even think about it! However, Bibi Dong and the other elders would not let him succeed, and they all rushed forward immediately. The terrifying pressure was like a mighty ocean wave or the pressure of the deep sea, which made the Shrek people unable to move. Bibi Dong pointed her scepter, and her terrifying spirit power condensed into a spider spear which stabbed towards Xiao Wu and Tang San. Ban. Chapter 97 Xiao Wu is killed. Tang San enters the Holy Abyss. Ban. Just when the people from the Spirit Hall were about to strangle the Shrek people, a soft voice came from the void. In just a moment, the heaven and earth were banned. No one was able to move, and Bibi Dong's spider spear stopped half an inch away from Xiao Wu, restraining her. But they were all conscious and realized one thing. Someone imprisoned the heaven and earth with just one word. What kind of strength is this? Who else has such strength? Break. Rumble. One word, like a missile, quenches everyone's attacks. Everyone in the spirit hall stepped back together, looking up into the air in disbelief. Since the promise has been made, I can only protect Shrek today. In the void, the Holy Lord had a depressed look and looked at everyone with a feminine air. One word suppressed everything. Even the titled Douluo could not resist. Sir, are you sure you want to go against my spirit hall? Bibidong's face was solemn. She was a titled Douluo at level 99. If she couldn't even block an attack from the opponent, what was the point of fighting? Now, her desire to become a god became stronger. I said, I will protect Shrek today. The Saint King said in a slightly cold tone. He slowly walked in front of Tang San and Xiao Wu and whispered, if you can't save her today, join Shenjuan, and I can guarantee her survival. Tang San was stunned. Even such a strong man can't save Xiao Wu. Could it be? He suddenly looked up at Yuanxi, who had not moved on the platform. You don't have time to think about that. The Holy Lord narrowed his eyes. He already sensed a murderous aura. I answer. Boom. Just as Tang San was about to say those 3 words, a spear dropped from the sky with lightning speed and pierced through Xiao Wu's body. Even the Holy Lord didn't react. Yes! Tang San's 3rd word fell, and Xiao Wu's life also came to the point. Okay! The Saint King immediately locked up a trace of Xiao Wu's true spirit, grabbed Tang San, and disappeared. Want to leave. Yuanxi raised his head and stretched out his hand to condense a giant palm in the void. Sir, we have a long way to go. The Holy Lord waved his hand, and suddenly, all the people in Shenjuan appeared behind him like puppets, blocking the attack. Yuanxi stood up and was about to chase after him. The next second, a huge figure rushed out, blocking Yuanxi's way, and at the same time burst out with an even more terrifying force. Boy, I will never let you go this time. A huge figure flashed out. The 9 heads blinked, making people tremble physically and mentally. 9-headed Bat King! It shook its head, and a terrifying aura burst out from its body, from inside out, as if something even more terrifying was about to appear.
You will never have an easy life!
The 9-headed Bat King cursed Yuanxi. Want to die. Knowing that he could not catch up, Yuanxi's eyes flashed with anger, and he reached out to grab the 9-headed Bat King who was about to self-destruct. An even more powerful force was like a giant hand, forcibly locking the space around the 9-headed Bat King and forcing it to stop self-destructing. What? The 9-headed Bat King was shocked. When he reacted, he found himself already caught in Yuanxi's hand.
What do you want to do?
The 9-headed Bat King swallowed. You want to die? How can it be that easy? Yuanxi knew that the other party could be resurrected infinitely, and as long as the Holy Lord was still alive, he could not kill anyone in the Abyss Plane. He threw the 9-headed Bat King out and smashed it heavily on the fighting arena. The people from the Spirit Hall who were about to step forward to seize Xiao Wu's Spirit Ring and Spirit Bone were knocked away. Yuanxi landed slowly on the ground, his voice cold. Who allowed you to take my Spirit Ring and Spirit Bone? His momentum was as vast as the ocean and as powerful as a mountain, pressing everyone so hard that they couldn't breathe. Sir, at your current level, do you still need Spirit Rings to increase your strength? Bibi Dong stood up from the ground and looked at Xiao Wu's Spirit Rings and Spirit Bones with some reluctance. These are the remnants that escaped when she was hunting the 100,000-year soul beast. Now, if this 100,000-year-old soul beast could be matched with her second martial soul, it would definitely be the most suitable one, and her strength would be further improved. Don't think about it if it doesn't belong to you. Yuanxi glanced at her coldly, stretched out his hand to grab the soul ring floating in the air, and refined it in an instant. Humph! He flipped his palm, took out the soul bone, and put it into the storage space. Turn around and leave. Why did you do that? However, a sharp cry pierced the tranquility of the world and went straight to Yuanxi. Everyone looked at the person who called out. You Xiao Gang! He stumbled to Yuanxi, knelt down and wailed. Why did you do this? My disciple is gone! My student is gone! Hiss! Everyone present took a deep breath. How dare he speak to the God Slayer like this? Bubby Dong looked at Yu Xiaogang distressedly. Xiaogang, come back soon! This guy is moody, and she doesn't think he won't kill Yu Xiaogang. Everyone's heart tightened. However, the imagined bloody scene did not appear. Yu Wanshi looked down at Yu Xiaogang, knocked him out with a flick of his finger, then looked at Flanders and the others. Take him back. Yes! Flanders and Zhao Wuji said respectfully. Although they didn't know why this moody adult didn't kill Yu Xiaogang, they just did as he asked. Yu Wanshi walked towards the 9-headed Bat King lying on the ground and said with a smile, Do you know why I didn't kill you? The 9-headed Bat King bared his teeth and said, Kill me if you dare. Kill me until I completely surpass you! Yu Wanshi chuckled. I'm waiting for you to come and take revenge! After saying that, he slapped him to death. Suddenly, the red soul ring appeared again, and the bloody red light illuminated the entire fighting arena. Everyone in the Spirit Hall and other titled Douluo were ready to make a move, but ultimately did not dare to take that step. Yu Wanshi stretched out his hand and grasped the soul ring. A blood-red force climbed up his arm along the soul ring. They seemed to have life and began to parasitize Yu Wanshi. Him? Yu Wanshi frowned. This is no longer the power of Douluo Star. Once the divine fluid is used, it can only destroy this spirit ring, and it cannot purify the abyss power on it. He shook his head regretfully. It seems that there is no bug. He originally planned to kill the 9-headed Bat King and then use the divine fluid to evolve the power of the abyss on the soul ring. It seems not possible now. Once the power of the abyss is purified, the spirit ring will disappear immediately. Never mind. Yu Wanshi let go of the soul ring. There was still a soul bone on the 9-headed Bat King's body, but unfortunately, like the soul ring, it could not be used. Unless Douluo Star completely devours the abyss plane. Otherwise, if you use this power, you will be controlled by the abyss plane forever. Then we can only hunt other 100,000-year soul beasts. Yu Wanshi thought for a moment, turned around and left without caring about the soul ring and soul bone. Suddenly, everyone at the scene froze in place. The next second, the gazes of titled Douluo collided with each other as if they all wanted to obtain this spirit ring and spirit bone. Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu. After I took the magic liquid, Ning Fengju was eager to try. If my martial soul evolves, does it mean a level breakthrough? If I can absorb this 100,000-year soul ring then, Feng Zhui, that person didn't absorb the spirit ring and spirit bone. Do you think he doesn't want to absorb them? Sword Bone Douluo was thinking at a higher level. Ning Fengji's body stiffened when he heard this. Go back. Evolve your martial spirit first. After saying that, the three of them took Ning Rongrong and were about to leave. Everyone, however, at this moment, Qian Daliu stood up, glanced at the whole audience indifferently, and said, Everyone, I want to borrow something from you today. Oh, Chapter 9080 Creation of the Spirit Empire. Wait a minute, I want to borrow something from you. Qian Daliu stood tall, with his bright white beard falling down like a waterfall. He stroked it gently, his expression full of contempt. His voice was like a silver needle or a red thread, piercing through the ears of each soul master, piercing them like a bee sting and rupturing their eardrums. The weak have already shed blood. The strong are still holding on. The titled Douluo from many forces present all had drastic changes in expression. This sound is not as simple as ordinary words. This is not a request at all, it's clearly a threat. But knowing this, no one dared to stand up and refute it immediately. People from several forces looked at each other with different thoughts. 9 Treasure Glazed Sect. Old Bones, take Feng Zhu away later. If Shrek has that person, the Spirit Hall won't dare to take action. John Douluo narrowed his eyes. A swordsman's sword is always most sensitive to murderous intent. Just at that moment, John Douluo sensed a hint of murderous intent. This was coming from Qian Daliu. Uncle John, with so many forces at the scene, even the Spirit Hall wouldn't dare to take action. Ning Fengji had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Jian Douluo shook his head. Impossible. Everyone is acting out of self-interest, and those present will only sacrifice others to save themselves. Douluo raised his head and looked towards the platform, with wisps of soul power slowly emanating from his body. The Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire are the two most sensitive forces. To them, Daoliu's words were undoubtedly speaking to them. Has the Spirit Hall finally lost its patience? Emperor Xingluo and Emperor Zhui looked at each other. They are not fools, and they naturally know that the actions of the Spirit Hall are just to stop them. Even if they cannot stop them, they probably will not let them leave safely. Without Yuanxi and Shengjun at the scene, the Spirit Hall can fight against multiple titled Douluo with Daoliu. Qian Gongfeng! Xingluo Emperor stood up, put his hands behind his back, looked at Daoliu, and asked, "What do you want to borrow?" As a titled Douluo, his aura suddenly blossomed, and 9 soul rings appeared on his body. As an emperor, the dragon energy of his country's destiny swirled around him, as if a spirit was guarding him. For a moment, the situation was tense. Daoliu groaned, his eyes cold and fierce. "Of course I am borrowing your heads for use!" Swoosh! The angel holy sword whistled out, and 9 soul rings emerged. "Belongs to the Spirit Hall! Kill! Rumble!" The earth shook and thunderclouds appeared. 10 titled Douluo rushed out of the Spirit Hall and stood in the void. Mao! There was a burst of noise from the audience. Many forces stood up, and their soul power burst out. "Has Spirit Hall gone mad?" What do they want to do? Don't talk nonsense. I'll kill you too. If what I expected is correct, the Spirit Hall may have some big plans. Fuck it, can I see it? The question now is
Whether we can survive!
Everyone was terrified. It would be fine if the Spirit Hall only dealt with these big forces, but if they even killed ordinary people and ordinary spirit masters like them, that would be really inhuman. At this moment, let alone ordinary audiences. All major forces were also panicked. 10 more titled Douluo appeared in the Spirit Hall. How much strength have they hidden? 10 people, plus Ju Douluo, Bibi Dong, and Chun Daoliu. 14 people in total. If the forces present are willing to join forces, they may be able to fight. 2 people from Jubao Liuli, 2 people from Tiandu, 2 people from Xingluo, 2 people from Sea God Island, 2 people from Sun and Moon Empire, and 1 person from Shingon Sect. But the key is, no one would choose to join forces. Thousands of offerings. Suddenly, a shout reached everyone's ears. Everyone turned their heads to look at the source of the sound, only to see Yang Wudi standing up, his eyes flickering, and said, "I want to take away the people from Extreme Academy. In addition, I will also take away everyone from Shrek. You won't stop me, right?" Yang Wudi is full of confidence. He is now a level 97 strong attack titled Douluo, and the first titled Douluo with 10 soul rings since ancient times. Even if Tang Hao reappeared, he would not be afraid. Daoliu lowered his eyes. If the Extreme Academy wanted to leave, he would naturally not stop them. On the contrary, he would be very happy. This meant that the other party did not want to interfere in his affairs, and it would also reduce the burden of encirclement and suppression. Thinking of this, he stroked his beard and said, "Of course, the Extreme Academy has made outstanding contributions to Douluo continent, and my Spirit Hall is not ungrateful. In that case, Yang, will take my leave." Yang Wudi waved his hand, signaling everyone from Extreme Academy and Shrek to follow. "Wet? We are also from the Extreme Academy." Shui Zhongyu, the dean of Tianshui Academy of the Four Elements Academy, hurried forward and motioned for everyone to follow. Daoliu did not stop them because the 4 elemental academies had been destroyed. With only these few left, they can't make any waves. After that, the people from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family also left. This force was beyond Daoliu's expectations. As long as the other party developed steadily in a corner, he might choose to ignore it. As these people left, the expressions of other forces changed drastically. Without a helping hand, the advantage turns into a disadvantage. The representative of the Sun, Moon Empire, Xu Huang, stepped forward with a smile. "Master Chuan, our Sun, Moon Empire is an outsider. It is inconvenient for us to stay for long. Goodbye. Please come in." Douluo also did not stop him. Everyone's heart sank. Another force has left, and the chances of winning have become even slimmer. However, what made them worried was that Poseidon from Poseidon Island also stood up, looked at Douluo from a distance, and said, "Poseidon Island, goodbye." Douluo did not stop it, nor did he have the ability to stop it. He knew that Poseidon and Yuanshi were having an affair, and it would be a thankless task to try to stop them. At this moment, it was like a sledgehammer hitting everyone's heart. Douluo, aren't you afraid that the armies of our two empires will destroy the Spirit Hall? Emperor Xingluo and Emperor Xu Ye shouted. Two great empires. Bibidong walked forward with a sneer, looked up at the two emperors, and sneered. You can call it that for the time being, but from today on, the Wuan Empire is officially established! Empty. Her voice was like a missile that hit everyone's mind and blew it into nothingness. Wuhan Empire? Wuhan Hall wants to establish a country? Is this going to start a war? They want to annex the two empires and unify the continent. The news caused everyone to react half a beat wrong. Good. An Emperor Xingluo laughed loudly, so the Spirit Hall's plan is so huge. Today, I want to see whether your Spirit Empire can be established or whether our two emperors can escape from the predicament. Buzz. After saying this, the aura of Emperor Xingluo was no longer concealed, and it surged out like a fountain.
Level 98 titled Douluo!
What is even more shocking is that his 9th soul ring is actually 100,000 years old! My Xingguan sect and the Xinglu Empire are one family. We can fight today? The titled Douluo of the Star-Crowned sect was as powerful as a rainbow. His majestic soul power surged up, and his 9 soul rings emerged simultaneously. Level 96 titled Douluo! Then let's give it a try! Emperor Shui looked at the two titled Douluo beside him. Buzz! 2 more terrifying auras descended, shaking the heaven and earth. Level 96 titled Douluo. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, Ning Fengji knew that if he didn't fight today, then let us two ask for some advice from the Spirit Hall. Buzz! Level 96 titled Douluo. 9V's 4 through. All of a sudden, everyone present seemed to be hit by the waves, and waves of martial spirit pressure descended upon them, making it difficult for them to breathe. Why? Why can't we ordinary people go? Alpaca, you guys are fighting over this and that, but we are the ones who suffer.
I am such an alpaca!
Everyone was unable to resist the impact of the titled Douluo's aura, and their internal organs were shaken to the point of churning. Kill! The Spirit Hall army and the spirits of all the titled Douluo were possessed and charged forward. Kill! Soul masters from various major forces also rushed out of the spectator seats and attacked angrily. Just when the two sides were about to fight each other. Stop! A majestic voice descended from the sky, and then a long spear broke through the air, shocking the soul masters of both sides and sending them flying backwards. Chapter 99Z3, year period, all assessments completed. Boom! A red beam of light descended from the sky, and a figure landed steadily in the center of the battlefield. The terrifying soul power pressure shattered the surrounding buildings. Everyone felt a buzzing in their heads, and only a rustling sound echoed in their ears. They could not hear the people around them talking at all. When they opened their eyes, their vision became blurred, as if they were blind. What happened? The crowd was in chaos and all the strong men looked up. In the void, Yuanshi was seen standing in the air, looking at everyone coldly. I have no right to interfere with the disputes among your various factions, but there are so many civilian spirit masters present today, and you don't care about their lives. This is a bit too overbearing. Yuanshi snorted coldly. Know that the external threat to the second world has not been resolved. You are trying to fight internally. Douluo Continent is not a world for you alone. The god-killing spear was shaken, and the soul power was shaken, transforming into several streams of light that hit everyone. Every single one of the titled Douluo present had their cultivation locked. Everyone's faces suddenly turned ugly. Seal the opponent's cultivation with a wave of the hand. What kind of strength is this? Even Douluo and Bibidong, who were at level 99 titled Douluo, were stunned at this moment. They are already at the top of this world, yet their cultivation can be easily sealed by someone. Yuanshi put away the god-killing spear, stretched out his finger, and said, "I have planted the god-killing seed in you, which will automatically disappear within 3 years. During this period, if you want to take action, the seed will immediately seal your cultivation." 3 years! He gave an order in a decisive tone. 3 years later, whether we can repel or devour the second world, I will no longer stop you. In 3 years, his strength should have risen to the level of God King. By then, no one will be able to stop him. Even the gods in the divine world will be nothing more than chickens and dogs. In addition, he also needs to cultivate a group of gods. Humph. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and left. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to decide. Everyone in the spirit hall looked at Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong glanced at Douluo. If Douluo waved his sleeves and left. He didn't expect that Yuanshi would come back. If he hadn't suddenly appeared, the spirit hall would have captured the top leaders of various forces today. What he didn't expect was that the other party's methods were so terrifying that he could seal their cultivation with just a wave of his hand. It seems that this matter needs further consideration. When everyone saw him leave, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone in the spirit hall looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. All major forces are thankful. Only other civilian soul masters shouted, Okay, Lord Godslayer is awesome. I swear from today on I will be Lord Godslayer's dog. Fuck. Whoever becomes the boss of this group of unruly people will suffer the most. Why don't we just follow Lord Godslayer? Not only has he opened up the road to heaven, so that we civilian soul masters can also have the opportunity to become high-level soul masters, but he also cares about us wholeheartedly. Yes, damn it. Tomorrow I will take my whole family to settle down in Jiayuguan, the Extreme Academy. A war that almost overturned the continent was easily resolved. The news spread throughout the Douluo continent in just a few days. Many people speculated that the war would continue 3 years later, so they began to move their residences to the Extreme Academy. Wonder Sionton Menwu 101.101 Pli 111 Yuanshi was delighted as he looked at the system prompts that began to flash continuously. Harding, congratulations to the host for reaching 10 billion faith points and receiving a divine vein as a reward. Finn, it seems that I still need to show up more often. He appeared to stop the war not to uphold justice, but to collect faith points. Fortunately, my hard work paid off and I finally collected enough faith points. Divine Vein, something that can maintain the operation of the Great Divine Circle. You know, in the original Douluo Dalu, the Great God Circle appeared, and there were as many as 12 God King level powerful men. In other words, once one's own divine realm is formed, the number of God Kings will not be low. A ding! Detection host has completed the 45th divine test. Law enforcement team! Her ding! The candidates for the divine examination are being tested and divine position rewards are being issued.
He ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God of Fire. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God of the Sea. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God of the Forest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God of Wind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God of Thunder. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God of Light. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God of Order! Oh, there are actually more God Kings. Yuanshi was delighted. I didn't expect that among the fallen gods there would be a king of gods. I wonder if the God King will become a heartless, desireless robot like the other gods after he inherits. He thought about it and took out all the shrines. I seem to be able to control the throne. Suddenly, he discovered something extraordinary. As the higher of these gods, that is, the creator god, he has the right to constrain the thoughts of these gods. In other words, the person who inherits the throne of God will have 7 emotions and 6 desires as long as he wants to, and will not have 7 emotions and 6 desires as long as he does not want to. Hiss, why didn't you tell me earlier that this function exists in the dog system? Yu Yuanshi was delighted and wanted to find someone to try it out immediately. The candidates for the God King of Light and the God King of Order need to be carefully considered. As for the candidates for the other gods, this group of gods is the future law enforcement team of the divine world, led by two great god kings. Let me think. God of Fire, God of the Sea. Got it! Suddenly, several people appeared in his mind.
People from the Four Elements Academy!
Good idea! He began to study who among these people was suitable to inherit the throne of God. If you're talking about the God of Fire, Hu Wu, Yu Wanshi frowned. The opponent's talent is not good, but if he uses the divine fluid to stimulate it, he can be an option. But in reality, he has a better choice, which is to directly choose the younger generation of the family to inherit the gods. But this goes against my original intention. Moreover, once you inherit the throne, it will become extremely difficult to improve your strength, and you may even be restricted to the power of the throne for your entire life. In response to this, Yuanshi even allowed his people to practice without limits and even become supreme gods. After all, the immortal gods do not want a fixed throne, but rather everyone is a god and no one is afraid of gods. After thinking about it, Yuanshi decided to give the throne to several people from the Four Elements Academy: the fire god Hu Wu, the sea god Shui Binger, the wind god Feng Xiaoshan, the thunder god Shen Mu, and the forest god A Yin. As for the God King level gods, he currently has no suitable candidate. At the God King level, innate abilities are indispensable. It has to be said that since Yu Wanshi traveled to Douluo continent, there is no other person among the younger generation who is qualified to become the God King except Tang San. As for the older generation, it was difficult for Yu Wanshi to make a choice. Poseidon is absolutely fair and just and can actually choose to bestow a god, king deity, but she has the status of the high priestess of the sea god, which she cannot inherit at present. In addition, Yang Wudi is also extremely suitable except for his arrogant temperament, but just for this reason, Yuanshi finds it difficult to consider him. After that came the Prince of the Sun Moon Empire Su Huang. This person is absolutely suitable to become a prince. Forget it. Let's see who among the younger generation is qualified to inherit. Yuanshi planned to train more people before making a decision. He put away his thoughts and was about to get up when he heard a voice calling from outside the door. "Teacher, are you in there?" It was a loud girl's voice. This voice, "Guina," Yuanshi frowned. Why did she come to see me at this time? Could it be about the soul beast? Yuanshi was already preparing to go find a 100,000-year soul beast to hunt, but this girl suddenly showed up. After thinking for a while, he sat up straight and waved to the door.
Come.
Chapter 100. You don't want the Silver Dragon King's secrets to be exposed, right? Creak. The office door opened. Gu Yuena stood outside the door and looked inside. After confirming that Yuanshi was the only one there, she walked in carefully. But after taking a few steps, he stopped awkwardly, seeming a little shy. Yuanshi, who was sitting at his desk, felt a little confused when he saw her cautious look. Is this secretive thing going on? Tell me, what's the matter? He asked, looking up. What's that expression on Silver Dragon King's face? Still pretending to be an innocent schoolgirl. Teacher, I want some of that liquid. Guena pointed with her finger. Yuanshi raised his eyebrows. No wonder he looked like this. As a soul beast, he actually knows how to be shy when asking for help. Guyuena was also helpless. She had used a few drops of divine liquid to purify the soul beasts that were eroded by the abyss plane, and it turned out to be effective. But there were too many corrupted soul beasts, and she was unable to transform them all. But just when she was in distress, a message from outer space gave her a great shock. The Golden Dragon King escaped from the divine prison. This news goes beyond everything for her. If the opponent dies, then she will devour the Dragon God core, and her strength will soar to the level of God King, or even the Supreme God. Of course, the prerequisite is that she can go to the God realm, or let the Golden Dragon King leave the God realm. Only in this way can she join forces with him. After much thought, She finally thought of the magical liquid in Yu Wanxi's hand. The divine liquid could restore his strength, and perhaps he would have a chance to return to the god realm and join forces with the Golden Dragon King. By then, even if the two of them were no match for the dragon god at his peak, they would definitely not be stopped by the Douluo god realm. But the prerequisite for all this is to be able to obtain the divine liquid. Gu Yuena actually didn't want to have too much contact with Yu Wanxi because the other party's aura made her feel dangerous. She had a vague guess in her heart that the other party might already know her identity. As this thought became stronger and stronger, she had to pretend to be more human. So, now she is more like a person, a pure student. She looked up at Yu Wanxi with eyes full of expectation. Divine liquid. Yu Wanxi tapped the desk with his fingers and raised his eyebrows. After pondering for a moment, he stood up and walked to the window. With the wisdom of the Silver Dragon King, he might have guessed something a long time ago. After thinking it over again and again, Yu Wanxi decided not to pretend anymore. He reached out and gently stroked the glass window, closing it, and looked back slightly. Silver Dragon King, when you and I are as powerful as we are, it's really tiring to pretend every day, isn't it? Nult! The sound echoed in the office. Gu Yuena was stunned, and a tremendous amount of soul power began to burst out from her body. With the silver dragon spear in her hand and her long silver hair flying, her eyes flashed with light as she stared coldly at Yu Wanxi. Who exactly are you? She wondered in her heart. Gu Yuena is not a fool. Yu Wanxi definitely did not recognize her just now. Perhaps he has known her identity since the first day she entered the human world. At this moment,
She was filled with fear and anxiety. The man in front of me is so scary.
don't be nervous. You should understand that if I wanted to make enemies with you, you would have been expelled back then. Yu Wanxi drew the curtains, then turned around and walked towards Gu Yuena. You want the divine liquid. I have plenty of it. But the key is that you have to show some appreciation. Right? He stretched out his hand to flick away the silver dragon spear and smiled. What do you think? Gu Yuena narrowed her eyes slightly, obviously not expecting Yu Wanxi to reveal his cards so straightforwardly. But for the sake of the divine liquid, she can choose to endure, and it will not be too late to take revenge after meeting the Golden Dragon King. So she put away her spear and asked, What do you want? Soul Beast. Yu Wanxi put his hands behind his back and said without hiding anything, I want 7 soul beasts over 100,000 years old to be sacrificed to me. Impossible! Gu Yuena rejected it immediately. 100,000-year soul beast. Still 7 heads! Not even the entire Douluo clan has that many. Besides, they are her strongest helpers, and they will have to attack the god realm in the future. How can she just give them to them? I have a way to revive them. Yu Wanxi didn't waste any words and directly took out his chips. Anyway, he had the origin pool, and as long as he had the other party's blood, he could be reborn with a drop of blood. It's a pity that you can only revive once. Otherwise, you will always be stuck in the system bug. Resurrection. Silver Dragon King frowned. To be honest, she didn't believe this statement at all. It was really ridiculous. I just want a few drops of divine liquid. Why tease me like this? She frowned in displeasure. If it wasn't for the fact that contacting the Golden Dragon King required sufficient strength, she would have turned around and left long ago. You? Wanxi chuckled. I'm not begging you. We are now the two parties in a transaction. If you are willing to sacrifice 700,000-year soul beasts to me, I can let them be reborn. Have you ever thought about it? At this point, Yu Wanxi's smile faded slightly, and the aura around him became a little bloodthirsty. He looked at Gu Yuena with interest and said, Even if you don't agree, I can kill them all and take them. Gu Yuena's face changed. She did not doubt that the other party had such strength. You want the divine liquid, but you don't want to give anything. Yu Wanxi walked up to her, leaned close to her ear, and sneered. Do you think there are really philanthropists in the world? Moreover. His eyes swept over Gu Yuena's body with aggression, and he teased, You don't want to be exposed as the Silver Dragon King, do you? What are you looking at? Gu Yuena bit her red lips with her silver teeth and glared at Yu Wanshi with disgust. Humans are indeed the most evil creatures! I still say the same thing. 700,000-year-old soul beasts, nothing else. Yu Wanshi waved his hand and returned to his office chair. Gu Yuena looked unhappy. Even if she agreed, would those 100,000-year soul beasts agree? After hesitating for a long time, she nodded and said, If you can revive them, I can go and persuade them. At worst, after I merge with the Golden Dragon King and rule the divine realm again, I will be able to revive these soul beasts naturally. Okay. Yuanshi snapped his fingers and stood up. Let's go! Where are you going? Gu Yuena wondered. Nonsense. Of course, we are going to get the soul rings of the 700,000-year-old soul beasts. Yuanshi stepped out. Gu Yuena was stunned and reached out to stop him. I haven't told them yet. It's too late to go there rashly. Yu Yuanshi turned around and said, A's their master, you only need to inform them. When is it our turn to discuss it? No, let's go. Gu Yuena wanted to say something, but Yuanshi reached out and grabbed her, and the two of them disappeared from the spot in an instant. Who are you anyway? On the way, Gu Yuena asked again. It was hard for her to imagine that there was a being in this mortal world that could penetrate the planes. Isn't that something only God can do? But she knew very well that there was no such person among the gods in the divine world. Yuanshi looked confused, shook his head, and didn't want to continue this topic. Because some things can never be explained clearly. Do you know that besides devouring other planes, there are other sources of energy that can allow planes to advance? Yuanshi asked. Gu Yuena's beautiful eyes flashed with doubt, and she looked at Yuanshi with some suspicion. What do you want to do? Same as you. Yuanshi chuckled and did not respond. Same as me. Gu Yuena frowned even deeper. Arrive. Suddenly, Yuanshi stopped, and the two looked down and saw that they had arrived at the Star Forest. Chapter 101, Sacrifice of a 100,000-Year Soul Beast, Star Forest. After sensing the breath of the Silver Dragon King, several 100,000-year-old soul beasts appeared one after another. See, my lord. Detian was the first to kneel down in submission, followed by the other ferocious beasts. Get up. Gu Yuena waved her hand. Her voice carries a sense of oppression, a terrifying bloodline suppression that comes from deep within the soul of soul beasts. Lord. Several 100,000-year-old soul beasts were about to speak, but suddenly their eyes caught sight of Yuanshi and they frowned in alertness. Why is there a human following the Lord? My lord, They are not fools. They can actually follow the Master, so their strength must not be much weaker. Godslayer. Gu Yuena did not hide it. Buzz! Several soul beasts immediately unleashed their soul power, and the pressure from the 100,000-year soul beast spread out, enough to break people's eardrums. The soul beasts in the entire Stardew Forest were so frightened that they fell to the ground in submission. Don't be nervous. Gu Yuena raised her hand to suppress the aura of several soul beasts. Then he looked at Yuanshi, who shrugged and said that you can play freely. What can I do? Tell your subordinates to die for a while, and I will resurrect you later. Who dares to believe this? But due to the importance of the divine liquid, Gu Yuena still took a step forward. The animals seemed to sense something was wrong. His master seemed a little different today. Instead of his usual arrogant look, the assassin actually had a pleading expression on his face. Is this a request for them? Several soul beasts looked at each other. None of them could guess what their master was thinking. Everyone. Just at this time, Guyu spoke. Master, just tell us what you want to say. We will do our best. Detian's face was full of loyalty. The dark gold Terraclaw bear nodded and said, Yes, we are willing to do this even if it means we lose our lives. Really? Gu Yuena's eyes suddenly lit up. The dark gold Terraclaw bear was stunned. He looked up at his master with a look that seemed like it might really take his life. It's not. So, Brighthead turned to look at Detian beside it, but the latter's smile had disappeared. Obviously, he had guessed something. Master, you won't. He turned his gaze to Yuanshi. Seeing that she was guessed, Gu Yuena no longer concealed it and said, yes, I need 700,000-year-old soul beast to sacrifice to him. Of course, he promises to be able to revive you. These words were like a bomb that blew the beast's brains into a blank. Several 100,000-year-old soul beasts looked at each other. Sacrifice? Are you kidding? He can be resurrected, which sounds fake. How can his master believe him? And you come here to ask them to sacrifice? Lord. Just as Ditian was about to speak, Gu Yuna's aura suddenly changed, and she said in a cold voice, why? Didn't you just say you were willing to sacrifice your life? The terrifying blood pressure and the king's pressure made all the soul beasts tremble. No. No. Ditian lowered his head hurriedly. He was the strongest soul beast that was suppressed for no other reason than that he was also a dragon. Old black. He glared at the dark gold terrorclaw bear. Although the dark gold terrorclaw bear is not smart enough, it doesn't mean it is stupid. It didn't know why its master believed in such nonsense as resurrection, but it really didn't believe it. Once you die, you are dead. How can there be resurrection? Gu Yuena was filled with murderous intent. She was angry that these guys didn't seem willing to listen to her, which was not helpful for her great cause. My lord, it's not that old bear, don't want to, but we don't have 700,000-year-old soul beasts here. The dark gold terrorclaw bear hopes to calm the other party's thoughts by this. No problem. Yuanshi stepped forward, his hands behind his back, and said, actually, I just came to see if you guys are worthy of my help. After all, if I really wanted your spirit rings, I could kill you with just a wave of my hand. A terrifying pressure emanated from Yuanshi, sweeping over the beasts like a raging wave, making it difficult for them to breathe and freezing them in place, unable to move. Even Gu Yuena looked solemn at this moment.
Danger!
This man in front of me is too dangerous! Ditian and others looked even paler. They had never felt this kind of pressure from their master. They didn't dare to doubt the truthfulness of Yuanshi's words at all. I am willing to sacrifice myself. The dark gold terraclaw bear stepped forward immediately. Don't worry. Yuanshi stepped forward, scanning the 100-year-old soul beasts present, and said, some of your soul beasts have attributes that are not suitable for me. I won't take all of them. In addition, what I said about resurrection is absolutely true. The beasts lived deep in the Stardew Forest and had no idea that Yuanshi had resurrected Yang Wodi. I need the four of you, Ditian, Chiaiwang, Shangjun, and Ziji, to offer sacrifices. Yuanshi pointed at the beasts, then looked at the dark gold terrorclaw bear and said with a smile, of course, since Shangjun wants to be the first to offer sacrifices, I will prove what I said to you. Mr. Shang now wanted to slap himself a few times. But when he looked back, he saw that the other, good brothers, were all staring at him, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. It nodded solemnly. In that case, let's begin. Yuanshi was not polite. He first saved a drop of Shangjun's blood and waited for the sacrifice. Roar. The Bear King roared angrily and let out a long howl towards the sky. Terrifying power spread out, and its body and soul were completely integrated into the soul ring and flew towards Yuanshi. A red beam of light shot up into the sky, and the aura of a 100,000-year-old soul beast covered the entire Stardew Great Forest. At this time, everyone in the spirit hall also noticed the movement and flew into the void, looking towards the depths of the Stardew Great Forest. 100,000-year soul beasts. They won't take advantage of the soul master world's recuperation time to launch a beast tide, right? But when they looked carefully, the soul beasts did not move at all. Boom! Yuanshi's aura was bursting with energy, and 12 red soul rings emerged. 9 gold and 3 red!
Not enough!
He snapped his fingers, the origin pool vibrated, and the system interface appeared in front of him. Detect the dark gold terrorclaw bear. Is it resurrected?
Yes!
There was another roar, and a brilliant divine light condensed in Yuanshi's hands. Then, an extremely terrifying aura overflowed. Boom! The huge figure of the dark gold terror claw bear emerged, and the aura on its body became even more terrifying.
500,000 years!
I am really resurrected? The Bear King roared. The animals at the scene looked at this scene in horror. Really resurrected. They were filled with shock in their hearts. Even God couldn't resurrect a human being, right? At this moment, the animals couldn't help but feel panic in their hearts. If it weren't for the cause of their master, the other party would have an easy shot in killing them. Even Guyuena was covering her mouth with her hands, her face full of shock. What exactly is this method? Who is this guy in front of me? The God King, the Supreme God, or the legendary God of creation? Ha! Sheng Jun laughed and knelt on one knee. Thank you for helping me break through. It was naturally the happiest. It was only a soul beast of more than 400,000 years old before, but now it has directly broken through to 500,000 years old. My lord, I will offer sacrifice to you immediately. Ditian was even more excited. Even this bear has broken through to 500,000 years of cultivation. If it were reborn, wouldn't it be able to break through 900,000 years of cultivation? Infinitely close to the level of God. No rush, come one by one. Yuanshi waved his hand and stood aside. Emperor Tian offered sacrifice without saying anything. Buzz! There was another surge of soul power. This time the aura rushed straight into the sky, covering the entire Stardew Great Forest, and even the towns on the edge fell into chaos. Fuck, are these soul beasts crazy? Fuck, they're not going to start a beast tide, are they? Run away quickly. I haven't even got a wife yet.
Roar!
The dragon roars to the sky. Ditian appeared on the scene again, an assassin he had completely changed. In his pupils, the golden lines flowed from the corners of his eyes to his entire body, turning it into a giant, dark, golden dragon. The aura on its body blooms completely.
900,000 years!
Even the heavenly tribulation is saved. Ha ha ha! Thank you, sir. From now on, just let me know and I will do my best to help you. Ditian laughed wildly. He was completely convinced by Yuanshi. My lord, I will also offer sacrifice. Chiaiwang and Ziji came forward, full of enthusiasm. On the side, Guyuena frowned, always feeling that she was the stranger. Chapter 102, granting the throne to the Sun and Moon Continent Star Forest. After the sacrifices of Ditian, Xiang Jun, Qi Wang, and Ziji, Yuanshi's second martial soul ring reached the number 6. Add 3 more to complete the divine test. Sir, if you need anything, just tell me. Emperor Tian and other beasts knelt down and bowed. This rebirth has greatly enhanced their strength, especially Ditian, who directly became a soul beast with a cultivation history of 90 years. This is one of the best in the entire Douluo star. Even a level 99 titled Douluo would be afraid of such an existence. Don't worry. There will be a time when we can use you. Yuanshi raised his hand and signaled the beasts to stand up. Looking back, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Guyuena. Here are 100 drops of divine liquid as a thank you. Of course, the divine liquid from last time doesn't count in here. Remember to return it. As he walked past the other person, Yuanshi raised the corner of his mouth and spoke softly to wake him up.
Just tell me if you need anything.
Guyuena put away the jade bottle, like a prostitute who pulls up his pants and refuses to admit his debt. Although this guy's eyes looked a little dishonest and extremely dangerous, with her current strength, it would be better for her to endure it. It will be useful soon. Yuanshi nodded and looked at the sky. Whose are the remaining 3 spirit rings? Kim, it seems that there are still 3 soul beasts over 100,000 years old that are suitable for the god-killing spear. Yuanshi thought of the 3 soul beasts, left a back view to the beasts in the Stardew Great Forest, and turned away. Only after he left did the animals breathe a sigh of relief.
Scary and dangerous!
My lord! Ditian and the others looked at Guyuena and asked, what kind of strength does this lord have to be able to suppress us with just a wave of his hand?
Heef.
Guyuena rolled her eyes and said angrily, aren't you willing to listen to his orders? Go ask him yourself. Why are you asking me, an outsider? After saying that, she disappeared into the center of the Lake of Life. My lord, what happened? The dark gold Terraclaw bear scratched his head. I don't know, you feel jealous, right? Detian turned to look at ZG, who was admiring her face on the lake, and said, I remember ZG would be like this sometimes. Hiss. Humans are so complicated. It hasn't been long since the master left, and this situation has already occurred. The Red King shook his body in fear and secretly swore that he would never transform into a human form and leave the Star-Dew Great Forest. Unladra Yu Extreme Academy. After Yuanshi came back, he immediately convened a school-wide meeting. Currently, there are more than 3,000 students in the Extreme Academy, including 49 students above Soul King level, 107 students above Soul Sect level, 1,700 students above Soul Lord level, and the rest are freshmen. There are 125 teachers, 81 Soul Saints, 30 Soul Douluo, and 14 titled Douluo. The first thing to do at the Academy Assembly is to let students at Soul Sect level and above go out for training or go to the Tower of Bible. The second thing is that within 3 years, the Extreme Academy will expand its student population to 1. This is a huge project because Yuanshi requires that all new students must pass the Tongshan Road, and that the students themselves have stories to tell. The main purpose of doing so is to avoid missing out on a genius like Su Yuntao did. The third thing is that he will be away from Extreme Academy for a year, during which time Extreme Academy must not have unnecessary conflicts with other forces. After that, he said a lot of things one after another. He kept the students above the Soul King level and disbanded the meeting. Extreme Academy, Fighting Spirit Arena. Yuanshi looked at the people in front of him. Yu Tianheng, Yu Tiangxin, Zhu Zhuqing, Meng Yiren, Feng Xiaoshan, Huo Wu, all are core disciples and a group of people with higher talents in Douluo continent. Feng Xiaoshan, Hu Wu, Shui Binger, and Shen Mu step out. Yuanshi pointed at the 4 people. The 4 of them immediately broke away from the team and stood at the front. Teacher, just tell me if you have anything to say. Feng Xiaoshan was used to laughing and was the first to speak. You want to become gods? Yuanshi said something shocking. As soon as these words were spoken, not only the 4 people who stepped out of the line, but also Yu Tianheng and others at the back suddenly looked up. Become a god. Why does the teacher ask such a question? Everyone was confused. Teacher. Feng Xiaoshan swallowed his saliva. Which soul master doesn't want to become a god? But then, he shook his head with a wry smile. But our talents are only considered excellent, and we will not be chosen by God. As elite soul masters, they have all heard of the Chosen One to some extent. That is, the heir to the throne. Pope Bebi Dong is the Chosen One of God. She inherited the throne of Rakshasa God. It is rumored that she is about to become a god. Becoming a god means eternal life and being invincible in the world. You just need to tell me whether you want it or not. Yuanshi's face was serious, and his aura made several students stand in awe. We want to. Feng Xiaoshan and the other 3 shouted in unison. Very good. Yuanshi raised his hand, and 4 groups of divine power appeared, striking into the 4 people's brows respectively. This is the inheritance of the throne of the God of Wind, God of Fire, God of the Sea, and God of Thunder. From now on, you will inherit it? Wow! The students present raised their heads in shock. God, inheritance of the throne! Really? This is true. Feng Xiao finished reading the information about the god's position in detail. His body trembled and he fell to his knees with a plop. Teacher? No, foster father, I, Feng Xiaoshan, only have one father from today on, and that is the teacher. Everyone. Your father doesn't want him anymore. Other students were surprised. Feng Xiaoshan laughed. When I go back, I will ask my parents to divorce and let my mother marry the teacher. 6. Although the words were funny and sarcastic, everyone still looked envious. Apart from anything else, that is the inheritance of the throne of God. You can become a god in the future. Who doesn't want that? Yuanshi glared at him, then glanced at the others. I know what you are thinking, but I want to tell you, as long as you stay by my side, you will have the inheritance of the divine throne. It's just a matter of before and after. In addition, these 4 gods are first-level gods, the same level as Pope Bebi Dong. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar again. Incredible! Teacher, Meng Yuan was also a person who could not hide her inner feelings. She was the first to rush to Yuanqi, took his arm and said coquettishly, I want one too. I want one too, give it to me, give it to me. Others are also eager to make a move. Maybe I can become a god too! At the same time, they were surprised at the mystery of their teacher. The throne can be taken out just like that. What kind of existence is this? Or did he kill the gods and obtain these thrones himself? Suddenly, the image of a true godslayer appeared in everyone's mind. No hurry. Yuanqi gently rubbed Meng Yuan's head. Everything will come in the future. Now I gave the godhood to the four of them because their attributes match. When the time comes, I will naturally grant them the godhood. Really? Meng Yuan stuck out her tongue. You can't lie to a child. Really? Yuanqi raised his head and looked at Feng Xiaoshan and the other three, and said, I will arrange titled Douluo I protectors for you. After the divine test begins, you must complete it as soon as possible, and it would be best if you can inherit the divine position within 10 years. Yes, sir! The four of them did not dare to neglect. All right? Yuanqi stood up, glanced at the remaining people, and said, Zhu Zhuking Meng Yuan Dugayan Ye Lingling Ning Ziqiu Wu Feng. You guys go back and prepare. I will take you to practice. After saying that, he looked at Yu Tianheng and Yu Tiangxin. You two, follow me. One the office. Third grandpa. Yu Tianheng and the others changed their way of addressing him. Do you have any doubts about me not granting you the throne of God? Yuanqi asked. The two brothers looked at each other and shook their heads. Wa believed that third grandpa has his own purpose. Yuanqi looked at the two of them with appreciation and said, When you grow up, I will let my eldest brother hand over the family to you. The inheritance of the throne is nothing to our blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Not worth mentioning. The two brothers were stunned, totally not understanding what their third grandfather said. Many years ago, I told your great-grandfather and great-grandfather that I wanted to create an immortal race of gods, not a realm of gods. Yuanqi rarely spoke out his thoughts. You may not know what the god clan is. Let's put it this way. Everyone is a god. They are immortal and belong to the god clan. Boom! Yu Tianheng and Yu Tiangxin's heads buzzed. Third grandpa, if everyone wants to be a god, then doesn't that mean we need a throne? Yu Tianheng was confused.
No!
Yuanqi shook his head. The so-called divine position is actually what really binds people. If there is no divine position, but there is endless divine power, people can be like gods. In the following time, Yuanqi told them about things after the plane was upgraded. As long as the plane was high enough, you would be a god. Of course, it is also good to have a divine position, which means that you are one with the divine world and can mobilize the power of the divine world. But if you don't have a divine position, the divine world can cut off the supply of divine power. This is also the reason why gods with godhood are generally stronger than gods without godhood. Of course, Yuanqi did not say this explicitly. After all, the divine realm belonged to him, and he had the final say on who could enjoy it. This is also the reason why he told his people not to worry about the throne. Yu Tianheng and the other person felt like a whole new world was opening up before them. It turns out that the limit of human beings is not level 99, there are higher levels above it. This lecture lasted 2.5 hours. Okay. You two should go back and prepare to go out and train with me. Yuanqi stood up. Third grandpa, where are we going to train? The two brothers were curious. Sun Moon Continent. Chapter 103 Killing the Evil Killer While King. It has been a month since the all-Douluo Elite Soul Master competition. Yuanqi sent Poseidon and Ye-Zi to the God Realm. After arranging a series of things, he took his students and followed the Sun and Moon Empire fleet to the Sun and Moon Continent again. Sea area. My lord, it is an honor to escort you. This old fellow Xu Huang is worthy of being a prince. He speaks very nicely. Why are you pretending in front of me? Yuanqi rolled his eyes at him. Xu Huang laughed loudly. My lord,
You are embarrassing me!
after joking, Su Wang restrained his smile and poured a cup of tea for Yuanqi. Senior, is there anything going on this trip to the Sun and Moon continent? How could someone like Yuanqi leave at will under normal circumstances? After all, there are dimensional channels across the Douluo continent, and one needs to be on guard against the other party in time and space. Do you still remember the 100,000-year-old soul beast from your Sun and Moon continent? Yuanqi did not hide the fact that his goal this time was to obtain the Evil Eye Tyrant Overlord. When Xu Huang heard this, he paused slightly. It seems that he still can't help but take action against the evil emperor. But the relationship between the Sun and Moon royal family and the evil emperor. Xu Huang didn't know what to say for a moment. Because he couldn't afford to offend Yuanqi, even the Sun and Moon continent didn't dare to rashly make an enemy of him. Who knows if he has hidden a group of titled Douluo troops? Yuanqi raised his teacup and took a sip, then glanced at Xu Huang expectantly. I know the relationship between your royal family and the Evil Eye Tyrant Overlord. Since I'm going to find it, I naturally need a way to avoid destroying the relationship between us. He certainly didn't intend to hunt down the Evil Eye Tyrant Overlord directly, but to conquer. This 100,000-year-old soul beast is related to the Sun Moon Empire. As long as this guy is controlled, the Sun Moon Empire will be in our pocket. That's fine too. Xu Huang said nothing and squatted down. Yuanqi put down the teacup, took out a stack of drawings, and placed them on the table. I wonder if the Soul Guidance Department of the Sun Moon Empire can make these things. He followed the fleet of the Sun Moon Empire not just for the sake of convenience, but for another purpose.
Create a modern soul guide!
If I remember correctly in the original novel, modern soul guides were not introduced until at least the third part, which is the legend of the Dragon King. The soul guides at that time were able to destroy Shrek's 10,000-year-old academy, which shows how powerful they were. Yuanqi couldn't wait that long.
He needs it immediately!
In the situation where the continent has become a closed empire and moved directly into the new era, this is conducive to the development of the Immortal God clan. Become a real operator in a prosperous era. After all, only in a prosperous era will there be enough resources. Oh, Senior actually knows about soul guides. Xu Huang hurriedly picked up the drawings on the table. Understand. Yuanqi didn't understand soul guides, but he understood modern weapons. And he had also learned some of the structures of new age super weapons. It was relatively simple for him to draw some nuclear weapons that belonged to the fantasy world. Xu Huang originally picked up the drawing with interest. But the more he looked at it, the more solemn his expression became. The weapon on the papyrus was ingeniously designed. It even contained theoretical descriptions that he had never imagined, and it was very complete and reasonable. This. Xu Huang was stunned. Senior, is this really the soul guide you designed? Excitement flashed across his face. This had Upach, making significance for their research on soul guides. Of course. Yuanqi nodded helplessly. Anyway, he is the only demon from outside the domain here, and no one knows about it. Do you really want us to build this? Xu Huang asked again. Nature. Of course, bullshit. He knows how terrifying the existence of such a weapon is. So how could he just let others make it? But if it is left to two people to create, things will be different. That's right, before setting off, he left the blueprints to Lu Gao, the president of the Blacksmiths Guild, and asked him to gather a team to try to build it. He believed that with Lu Gao's brain, he would succeed. In order to build this thing faster, he even asked the Tiandu Empire for a piece of land to develop the industrial base. After all, the emergence of this thing always requires industrial base support. This is also done to prevent the Sun Moon Empire from launching a war after possessing such lethal weapons. Okay. Xu Huang stood up and said solemnly, I will definitely not let you down. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise was heard, followed by the vibration of the hull. They both turned their heads and looked outside. What happened? Xu Huang walked to the door and asked. Prince, there is an attack by sea soul beasts, a group of evil killer whales, the sailor reported. Hasn't there a planned route past Poseidon Island? Xu Huang frowned. This sea passage is a lifeline jointly opened up by all the ocean forces. How could it be attacked by sea soul beasts? The scouts reported that the group of demon soul great white sharks did not seem to appear nearby. They seemed to have all left. The subordinate reported again. What? Xu Huang's eyes widened. How many resources have the two continents given them? How can they just say they don't want to do it? He was so angry that he punched the hole, with murderous intent in his eyes. No, it's not their fault. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard. Xu Huang turned his head and saw Poseidon Island's high priest Poseidon standing next to Yuanqi. Xu Huang's eyes lit up. High priest. What do you mean by this? He didn't have time to care why the high priest appeared here. He just wanted to know why the demon soul great white shark tribe disappeared. Poseidon looked out of the boat and said, "It was Poseidon who called them back to Poseidon Island. I also received the call. God."
God!
Xu Huang shuddered with fear. He knew that Poseidon Island was left behind by Poseidon, but he never thought that Poseidon would appear in the world. Wes! Poseidon's tone was a little solemn, and he said, "The sea god seems to have something to announce. I feel that the call is getting stronger." She raised her head and looked towards the direction of Sea God Island, then glanced at the sea and said, "This is a group of evil killer whales. Their leader is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. This attack should be a revenge with a purpose. So what should we do now? Should we go out together and kill that 100,000-year soul beast?" Xu Huang asked. The main reason is that he couldn't think of any other way except this method. Poseidon looked down at Yuanqi, wanting to hear his thoughts. "Don't bother too much. I just happen to need a spirit ring as well." His figure flashed and disappeared into the cabin. Seeing this, Poseidon followed. Xu Huang frowned. Isn't this just a matter of joining forces to defeat the evil killer whale king? Rumble? Countless evil killer whales stirred up the sea water, creating huge waves, trying to drive the fleet into the sea and have a feast. On the ship, countless soul masters used their soul skills to resist. Many ordinary people attacked with soul guides. But the number of the other side is too large, and some of the soul beasts have been cultivating for tens of thousands of years, so it is difficult for those who are not soul sages or above to cause harm to them. Boom! Just when the battlefield was in a stalemate, a giant dragon appeared out of nowhere, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed a large number of evil killer whales.
Swish!
All of a sudden, countless corpses of soul beasts floated on the sea, with soul rings hanging on their heads that lingered for a long time. Evil demon killer whale king, I will give you a chance. Either you die, or the evil demon killer whale clan will be exterminated. In the void, Yuanqi and the other two stood tall, looking coldly at the sparkling water. Roar. Suddenly a roar came from the bottom of the sea water gushed out, and hundreds of feet-high waves fell towards the fleet like a city wall. Chapter 104, the 9-star saint of Sea God Island, Tang San. Boom. The waves rose hundreds of feet high, like a bloody mouth swallowing the Sun and Moon Empire fleet. The many soul masters below were frightened and fled in all directions. Even a soul sage would find it difficult to withstand such a huge wave, let alone these minions. In the void, Yuanqi and the other two looked at the waves. Xu Huang was about to take action but was blocked by Yuanqi. Yuanqi took a step forward and said coldly, "It seems that you have made your choice." After saying that, he stretched out his hand towards the void, and the god, killing spear condensed out in an instant. The terrifying bloody aura infected the sky, covering the sky and the sun, and reflecting the entire sea into blood red. Yuanqi raised his hand and the god, killing spear glowed with blood. With a whoosh, it plunged into the sea like a falling meteor. In an instant, the huge waves collapsed, and the spear penetrated into the sea with great force. The surrounding sea water evaporated in an instant, and everyone could see land on the sea when they looked down. Looking more closely, one can see a giant sea creature that is as tall as a mountain and has skin as hard as iron. That is the evil killer whale king. It's even bigger than a mountain! Everyone who saw it was amazed, but such a terrifying overlord of the sea was now fighting desperately to resist Yuanshi's god-killing spear. Roar! The evil killer whale howled towards the sky, and the bloody aura of the god-killing spear was like a pair of giant hands biting its skin. Human, who are you? The evil killer whale was terrified. Just one shot made him use all his strength to resist. This is definitely not an ordinary title Douluo. Even the high priest of Sea God Island would find it extremely difficult to kill him. Now it can truly smell the scent of death. So much nonsense! Yuanshi raised his hand again and a soul ring lit up. The fourth soul skill of the god-killing spear can break all laws! Boom! The red soul ring lit up, and bloodlight spread across the sky, infecting all living creatures within 100 miles, making them dare not look directly at it, and could only raise their hands to cover their eyes. In the center of the blood, the evil killer Whale King's skin and flesh cracked, his blood surged all over his body, and his bones and flesh split like broken mirrors, making it suffer excruciating pain. No. It was not until this moment that it realized its own stupidity. The person in front of it was too terrifying, and it was definitely not someone it could face. But everything was too late. I don't want to die.
No.
Boom! The spear pierced through the body of the evil killer whale, completely wiping it out without leaving any trace. Empty. The world returned to peace. The blue sea was completely stained by the blood, and the blood of the 100,000-year soul beast overflowed. Those soul beasts over 10,000 years old rushed forward to grab it. In the fleet below, many people knelt down and kowtowed. God! Thank you for saving my life! From now on, our family will burn incense and worship you. Compared to these civilians, the soul masters were so frightened that they stood still. With just a wave of his hand, he killed a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Even a level 99 titled Douluo doesn't have such ability! The two people around Yuanshi had the biggest emotional fluctuations. At this moment, Su Huang just wanted to kneel down and lick Yuanshi's shoes. It's not that he can't defeat a 100,000-year soul beast, but it's definitely not that easy, and he might even be seriously injured. But Yuanshi killed a 100,000-year-old soul beast with just a wave of his hand. Hiss. Su Huang had to re-evaluate the opponent's strength. On the other hand, Poseidon is stronger and can better understand the gap between herself and Yuanshi. They were both level 99, but the strength displayed by the other party seemed like the sky, boundless and vast. I am more like an ocean, seemingly boundless, but in fact it has limits. Yuanshi stretched out his hand, and the 100,000-year soul ring fell into his palm and was refined in an instant. I still need 2 spirit rings. He restrained his breath and looked in the distance. Turning his head to look at Poseidon, another 100 miles ahead, it should be Poseidon Island, right? Poseidon nodded, looked up at him and said, "Want to go sit down? I have to go." Yuanshi's face darkened. Hearing this, Poseidon seemed to have guessed something, lowered his head, and frowned in thought. "Sir, are we going to Poseidon Island?" Su Huang was a little excited. After all, it is a place left by the gods. Yuanshi nodded. "I feel the breath of the sea god. If nothing unexpected happens, his clone has descended to Douluo." "What?" Yuanshi's voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the fleet. Almost everyone looked at him with suspicion. "God! He has come!" They yearn for God and look forward to seeing God, but their true hearts are filled with fear of God. As a result, many civilian soul masters were so scared that they fell to their knees and prayed non-stop. "My Lord God, we have no intention of offending you. We just want to see your true appearance. I hope you will grant us permission." Yuanshi didn't say anything about killing gods. After all, some people are destined to be like this. People who are used to kneeling will never be able to stand up. Even if you replace their legs with titanium alloy, they can still bend. Poseidon Island. At this moment, in the Temple of Poseidon, divine light illuminates the hall. At the light source, a huge incarnation sits tall, looking downwards with a calm face. Inside the palace, Many titled Douluo on Poseidon Island stood there, quietly waiting for him to speak. From today on, Tang San officially becomes the successor of Sea God and the holy son of Sea God Island. The incarnation of Poseidon flicked his finger and pointed a beam of light towards the center of a young man's brow among the crowd below. Everyone looked at the young man and bowed. "Greetings, Master Saint." The young man was naturally Tang San. A month ago, after the All-Douluo Elite Soul Master competition ended, he was taken away by the Holy Lord, who not only resurrected Xiao Wu, but also helped him improve his strength. Tang San now has a 59th level spirit ring, and one step further is to become a spirit emperor. Later, he used the reward he got after winning the championship to enter the Sea God Island, accidentally triggered the 9 tests of Sea God, and became the heir of Sea God. God Slayer, just wait for me. Tang San clenched his fists. Revenge for Xiao Wu's murder and revenge for his own father's murder. The 9-headed Bat King had already told him everything. Now, he only wants to become a god and then settle accounts with you, Wanshi. You will practice on Poseidon Island from now on. You can leave after you complete the first 7 tests, said the Poseidon's clone. Tang San bowed respectfully. Thank you, Seagud, for your kindness. I will definitely work hard to practice. But before that, I have to deal with some things, so as not to affect the succession to the throne. The sea god raised his eyes, looked at the endless sea outside, and asked softly, "Is the high priest Poseidon not back yet?" He was emotionally stable and relatively clear about what was happening in Douluo continent. He also knew the existence of the god killer, Yuanshi, and he did not want to become enemies with him like the god Shura. That's why they didn't capture Poseidon directly and bring him back to Poseidon Island. Your Majesty, the high priest is on his way back by boat. Sea Dragon Douluo and others hurried to explain. The sea god raised his hand, and a wisp of seawater floated into his palm. After refining it a little, he nodded and lowered his eyebrows. Did that guy follow us too? I hope there won't be any conflict. As he spoke, he looked at Tang San. What if the other party insists on killing Tang San? Do you want me to ask the Ashura god to help me revive once? He knew that if Yuanshi wanted to kill Tang San with the strength of his clone, it would be impossible to stop him. You have to know that the other party was someone who could make the Shura god suffer. Forget it. At worst, I can use this clone to protect Tang San. As for that soul beast. The sea god looked at the resurrected Xiao Wu with a strange look on his face. Haha, it's really lively. At this moment, a laugh was heard from outside Poseidon Island. Chapter 105. I came to Poseidon Island for 3 things. The voice came from outside Poseidon Island, startling everyone present. Many people looked back, but only heard the voice but did not see the person. He'd raised his hand, turned around, and appeared outside Poseidon Island. Not only that, other people from Poseidon Temple also followed him to the outskirts of Poseidon Island now. On the sea, the fleets of the Sun, Moon Empire all docked outside the Sea God Island. Many people fell to their knees when they saw Zhou Zongyi suddenly appear, especially the huge phantom that was 100 feet tall. Greetings, Lord Poseidon. Lord Poseidon, may your people have a safe voyage! On the ship, many civilians knelt and kowtowed. To them, God is truly God, and they are omnipotent and can do anything. The sea god waved his hands and dew fell from the sky. God will protect you. When the rain and dew fell, people felt their bodies begin to become stronger. Short people became tall, and people with dry and cracked skin became radiant. This is simply nectar for them. Yuanshi watched quietly. Compared with other gods, the god of the sea was indeed a relatively normal one. He created his own throne and walked out of difficulties. Unfortunately, his eyesight was not good, and he insisted on competing with the god of Shura for the successor. In the end, the entire Douluo became the Tang continent. Around Yuanshi, whether it was Xu Huan or other students, they were all stunned at this moment. God, is this God? He exudes a noble aura, a power that makes it impossible to look directly at him, as if he were born superior to others. Greetings, Lord Poseidon. High Priest Poseidon stepped forward and greeted respectfully. The sea god nodded slightly, his eyes never leaving Yuanshi. He really couldn't see through the person in front of him. The opponent's strength was very strange. His realm was only level 99, but he seemed to have endless power in his body and was even not weaker than himself. Who is this person? Poseidon pondered for a while and finally said, Sir, you came to Poseidon Island today. I guess you have something to do. Yuanshi's arrival might be because of Tang San. After all, there is a grudge between them. In this case, it would be better to just point it out directly. Hearing this, Tang San's expression below changed instantly. He raised his head and looked towards Yuanshi in the void, and suddenly found that the other party's gaze was also looking at him. For a moment, Tang San felt as if he was being locked, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Since Poseidon has brought up the subject, Yuanshi put his hands behind his back. I will speak frankly. I came to Poseidon Island today for only 3 things. He held out 3 fingers. First, the Sea God Island originally opened up a maritime lifeline in the name of the Sea God Island. However, today, because of the Sea God Island, there is no designated soul beast guarding this route, causing ships in various places to be attacked by sea soul beasts. He tilted his head and looked at the sea god. They took the resources given by the 2 continents, did nothing, and still obeyed the sea god, which resulted in such a thing happening. I wonder how the sea god wants to deal with it. Hearing this, Poseidon narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you want, sir? Poseidon did not refute. He knew that once he refuted, things would become intense. After all, this incident was indeed largely caused by his appearance. It's very simple. There are only 2 ways. Yuanshi seemed to have expected this. He looked at the group of demon soul great white sharks outside the sea god island and said with a smile, First, the sea god will give the demon soul great white shark clan enough power to guard the route and no longer listen to your orders. We don't agree. However, before Yuanshi finished speaking, Xiaobai, the leader of the demon soul great white sharks, immediately spoke up. We are born to believe in the Lord of the Sea. He is our God, and we will only obey his will. The atmosphere solidified instantly. The sea god raised his eyebrows and looked at Yuanshi with a smile on his lips, as if saying, I want it too, but they don't want to. Yuanshi retracted his gaze and smiled. It doesn't matter. Without the demon soul great white shark group, there is another way. He looked at the sea god and smiled. We can hire other tribes, but the sea god cannot interfere in any of this. Oh. The sea god showed an interested expression. Is there still a race in this sea that does not believe in itself? You know, he once controlled the entire ocean. If you can find such a tribe, I will not interfere with the route. But the sea god was about to say that there was no tribe in this vast ocean that did not believe in him. But suddenly he remembered something and looked at Yuanshi hurriedly, his brows furrowed instantly. Does your excellency want to? Yuanshi sneered. Haha, I think the sea god has remembered it, but since you have already agreed, you won't regret it, right? You can't interfere with that tribe. Poseidon immediately interrupted him. The 2 of them were like riddlers, leaving everyone at the scene confused. What is this talking about? What? The great sea god wants to go back on his word. Yuanshi restrained his smile. The sea god remained calm and waved his hand, saying, I promise the demon soul great white sharks that I will protect the route for you. Lord Poseidon! The group of demon soul great white sharks were surprised. They had just stated their position, so why were they suddenly sold out? Hemph. Yuanshi snorted coldly. A group of demon soul great white sharks. I asked them to guard the route because I respect them. Since they don't want to, I won't force them. There was a hint of his aura blooming. I have already given Poseidon enough face. You should know that I have the ability to choose who to let come. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone sensed a different aura. The sea god lowered his eyebrows, his forehead aching slightly, because he had agreed too quickly just now. If you can convince that guy, I can choose to let it go. He thought about it and decided to let the guy go. At worst, I can come out and show my power in front of people when the time comes. The second thing, Yuanqi bent another finger. Poseidon is my wife. I know you have nurtured her. I just hope she will resign from the position of high priest and leave Poseidon Island. After saying that, he reached out and took Poseidon's hand, looking at her tenderly. I wonder if the sea god will agree. When Yuanqi turned his head, his eyes became sharp. He knew very well that when the sea god ascended to the throne, the high priest would need to offer sacrifices. If Poseidon didn't know me, I would have ignored him, but he had been with me since he was young and they had a deep relationship, so how could I just ignore him? Upon hearing this, Poseidon's face darkened. What do you know, sir? He looked at the other person deeply. Yuanqi did not answer. His eyes were still sharp. The sea god only needs an answer. Whether he agrees or not is up to you. The two stood in the air, silent. After a long while, Poseidon lowered his eyes to look at Tang San below and said, I can agree to your request, but I also have a condition. Since there is a request, let's exchange it with each other. I can leave Tang San alone today. Yuanqi spoke as expected. When these words were spoken, everyone at the scene was shocked and puzzled. Tang San and Xiao Wu below looked at each other, panic slowly emerging in their eyes.
This guy really came to kill the two of us!
Tang San secretly clenched his fists. This man has already sought death. 3 years. Poseidon raised his hand. For 3 years, you are not allowed to touch Tang San, and I will restrain him from crossing your line. As long as you agree, I will immediately release that guy in the deep sea. Yuanqi smiled. His original intention today was not to kill Tang San. Since Tang San was born, the other party's life has been in his hands. Why should he come all the way here to kill him? Since Poseidon is so sincere, 3 years is fine. Yuanqi waved his hand, and his terrifying soul power swept the sea breeze, pushing the fleet away. He looked into the distance and stretched out his hand to ask. Then, I'll have to trouble Poseidon to release that guy! Chapter 106c, subjugating the deep-sea demon whale king. Yuanqi made a gesture of invitation to the sea god. The deep-sea demon whale king was suppressed in the sea by him and could appear at any time and anywhere. The sea god hesitated. To be honest, he had a big grudge against the beast, and he had even blinded one of its eyes. Everyone at the scene also cast curious glances, and at this moment, Poseidon remembered something and looked at Yuanqi. Are you talking about that big guy? Her words aroused everyone's curiosity. Teacher, what is there in the sea that requires God to suppress it personally? Juking and others were curious. Yuanqi looked at the sea god and stood with his hands behind his back, the strongest soul beast in all Douluo, a soul beast of 1,000,000 years old. The deep-sea demon whale king, wow. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in uproar.
1,000,000-year soul beast!
Chu Huang was horrified. The other soul masters were so frightened that they stood there in a daze. Even the group of demon soul great white sharks became panicked the moment they heard the name. They looked at the sea god and immediately understood why he had insisted on sending the demon soul great white sharks to guard the route. If that big guy appears, the entire sea area will no longer have a place for the sea soul beasts to live. All sea soul beasts will obey it. Because it is the strongest! Lord Poseidon, we are willing to guard the quilting line.
Please don't release that guy!
Xiaobai, the demon soul great white shark, said with his head raised. She was really panicking. If that guy comes out, will the entire tribe still have a place to survive? Boom! However, the only response she got was Yuanqi raising his hand and striking. The spear roared, carrying with it the power to kill gods, and directly pierced through the evil spirit great white shark Xiaobai, and immediately the blood polluted the entire sea. Empty. Such a scene frightened everyone so much that they lowered their heads and kept silent.
Himph!
How can you go back on my words again and again? Yuanqi put away the god-killing spear. The demon soul great white shark was not dead, but its entire skeleton was shattered and the fatal blow was blocked by the sea god. Sir, why do you have to bully these soul beasts? The sea god raised his hand and healed Xiaobai directly. Yuanqi sneered. You also know why you should bully soul beasts. Since you have this awareness, why don't you remove the seal? If I have to do it myself, I won't care about the life and death of the sea area. His slightly threatening tone struck Poseidon in the heart. The latter was a little angry, but did not break his defense. Then it is as you wish. After saying that, Poseidon raised his trident and a point of divine light fell into the sea. The next second, a buzzing sound was heard, and the wind and clouds in the sea changed. Thunderclouds covered the sky, and the waves raised huge waves. A scarlet eye slowly opened from the bottom of the sea, and the dark red color turned into the landforms of dozens of miles of sea, slowly moving upwards. One eye is dozens of miles wide! Everyone was terrified and retreated to the vicinity of Poseidon Island, not daring to approach the sea at all. Rumble. Suddenly, the sea sank, and the sea area at the Big Eye instantly turned into a terrifying underwater vortex with a diameter of 100 miles. Huge waves surged up, and various water columns rushed into the sky like water dragons sucking the sea. The next second, the sky and the earth darkened. Everyone looked up and saw that it was not dark clouds covering the sky, but a giant beast that blocked out the sun and the sky. It opened its bloody mouth and spoke in human language. Poseidon, that bastard, it's been hundreds of thousands of years. Do you still know that I'm locked up in a restricted area of the sea? The terrifying soul power of the deep sea, Demon Whale King descended, turning the heaven and earth upside down and causing the seawater to tilt and float away into the sky. The ships tilted, and the sea water pierced through the planks like sharp swords, overturning all the ships. Everyone on the shore was still in fear and was glad that they had escaped a disaster.
How dare you!
Poseidon raised his trident and was about to attack but was stopped by Yuanshi. Yuanshi took a step forward, raised his head and asked, "Are you willing to submit to me?" The light words reached the ears of the deep-sea demon Whale King, who turned his only big eye and looked at Yuanshi. Seeing that it was a human, he sneered, "Boy, you are so brave. Don't think that I dare not kill you just because the sea god is around."
Roar!
In a flash, the deep-sea demon Whale King opened his mouth wide and a column of water pierced towards Yuanshi. Yuanshi raised his hand slightly and flicked out a finger. The finger light was like rain, and it shot out with a whoosh. At the moment when it came into contact with the attack of the deep-sea demon Whale King, there was a bang, and the finger light was infinitely magnified until it covered 100 miles of heaven and earth, directly swallowing up the deep-sea demon Whale King. This terrifying attack illuminated everyone, causing them to raise their hands to cover their eyes. Roar. A scream resounded throughout the world. The next moment, the world returned to peace, and everyone saw the deep-sea demon Whale King falling heavily on the sea, and the random splashes of water were like huge waves. Empty. Everyone was stunned and stood there in a daze. Is this really a power that humans can possess? Defeating the million-year-old soul beast, the deep-sea demon Whale King, with a snap of the fingers. Even the sea god was stunned at this moment. Yuanshi actually had such strength! Even his true body is probably only capable of this limit, right? Who is this person? Poseidon's expression suddenly became serious. Yuanshi ignored everyone's reaction, flew to the top of the deep-sea demon Whale King, and asked again, "Are you willing to surrender?" "You? Who are you?" It looked at Yuanshi in disbelief. The other party clearly did not have the aura of a god, so why did he become so powerful? "Are you willing to surrender?" Yuanshi did not answer its question, and his voice became slightly cold. The deep-sea demon Whale King buried his head in the sea. He was sure that the other party had the strength to kill him immediately. As a god, Poseidon will not kill indiscriminately, but the guy in front of him is different. He really dared to do it. What's in it for me? The deep-sea demon Whale King didn't want to die. If soul beasts could become gods, he would have ascended to become a god tens of thousands of years ago. Are you willing? Yuanshi narrowed his eyes. The huge feeling of oppression made the deep-sea demon Whale King breathless. Why doesn't this person play by the rules? He wants people to surrender without giving anything in return. This is a bit impolite. But does it dare to refuse? Obviously, he didn't dare, so the deep-sea demon whale king decided to delay the battle first. He immediately bowed his head. "I am willing to submit to you, Your Excellency." Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Is that it? The face of the sea god was slightly bitter. Damn it. He kept the deep-sea demon whale king on the one hand to maintain the balance of the sea when necessary, but more importantly to let the sea god's hair kill the other party. Now a variable suddenly appeared, which he did not expect. You really know how to handle things. Yuanshi dropped a drop of divine liquid onto the forehead of the deep-sea demon whale king. Boom! The power contained in the divine liquid was like the sea, instantly enveloping the deep-sea demon whale king. Then, it felt an unprecedented breakthrough in strength. This is a god level. It was extremely surprised, but Yuanshi poured cold water on it. Your strength is indeed at the god level, but you are not a god. That's enough, that's enough. The deep-sea demon whale king immediately bowed and said, "Thank you for your blessing, master. I will call my wife and daughter out right now, and they will follow you then?" You are quite smart. Yuanshi put his hands behind his back, turned around and looked at the people from Sea God Island, his gaze finally falling on Tang San. Your Excellency has agreed not to touch my hair within 3 years. The sea god raised his trident to block Yuanshi's sight. Humph. Yuanshi chuckled. I will never do such a treacherous thing. He retracted his gaze, stretched out his hand to pull Poseidon over, and said, It's just that the sea god seems to have forgotten another thing, right? Chapter 170 Divine Test. Rectifying the sea, Yuanshi looked at the sea god with cold eyes. The face of the sea god was as dark as water. He raised the trident high. An array of divine light flew out from Poseidon's body. Suddenly, Poseidon felt as if a shackle on his body was broken, and his whole body was refreshed and emitting terrifying soul power. Thank you! A look of joy appeared on Poseidon's face. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't want to be the high priestess of Sea God Island. In her heart, she was a soul master who loved the sea. If Yuanshi hadn't appeared, she would even choose to sacrifice herself to help others achieve success. Now that she has found Yuanshi, she feels that her life has just begun, and she will not choose to abandon her whole life to make others successful. In that case, I'll take my leave now! Yuanshi looked deeply at Tang San and Xiao Wu, then turned around and left with the Sun Moon Empire's fleet. The deep-sea demon whale king jumped up and glared at the sea god. Just wait for me. The hatred for the dazzling eyes is irreconcilable. After saying these harsh words, he left with Yuanshi and the others. The sea god secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I'm not the same as Shura. He raised the scepter high, looked around, and finally his eyes fell on the demon soul great white shark Xiaobai. He pointed the trident and a ray of light fell over. From now on, you are the high priest of Poseidon Island. The divine power transformed Xiaobai into a graceful young girl. She knelt respectfully and said, Thank you, Lord Poseidon. After resolving Poseidon's issue, the group continued on their way to the Sun and Moon continent. Master, do you have any instructions? The deep-sea demon whale king shrank his body and followed the ship. Let your people guard this route, and the 2 continents will give you some resources as a reward. Yuanshi pointed to the sea. The deep-sea demon whale king would have become a god before the sea god if the dragon god had not set a rule that soul beasts could not become gods. Okay. The deep-sea demon whale king licked his tongue. Master, I kind of want it, After taking it once, the effect will be reduced a lot, and the effect will be smaller and smaller as time goes by. Yuanshi didn't intend to give it too much, and said, I'll give you a chance. It depends on whether you are willing or not. What opportunity? The deep-sea demon whale king blinked. Yuanshi looked up at the sky and said with a smile, The chance to become a god. The deep-sea demon whale king was stunned, his whole body froze in place. Become a god! I don't know how many times these 2 words have flashed through my mind. Now someone actually says that it can become a god! Master is such a joker. The deep-sea demon whale king joked. Yuanshi didn't explain too much and directly took out a few god positions from the god position incubator. As balls of energy appeared, the demon whale king, a million-year-old soul beast, was startled. This was the same aura as the god of the sea! Master, what is this? Its eyes shone with gold. It can clearly feel the terrifying power in these energy balls, which is the power it has always dreamed of. If I could get it, I would definitely not be in this state now. Slurp. The demon whale king is already drooling just thinking about it. This is the throne of God. Yuanshi waved his sleeves and put away the energy ball. What? The demon whale king was so excited that the whole sea began to surge. Master, I'm sorry, I'm too excited. Can you give me this god position? It looked at Yuanshi with envy. This throne is not the throne in the world of gods, Yuanshi said. The demon whale king shook his head hastily. As long as it's a god position, it's fine. I want to become a god and beat that old bastard sea god. Damn it, he poked my eyes out and imprisoned me for more than 100,000 years. I won't accept it. It was so angry that it sprayed water. Don't worry, just follow me and I will grant you a divine position in the future. There is no suitable divine position for you at the moment. Yuanshi said this in a way that he wanted to play hard to get. Ahaha, it's enough to have the master say this. The demon whale king laughed excitedly. Yuanshi looked at it and was about to say something when an attribute panel suddenly appeared in front of him.
Painting!
The 64th test of the creation god.
The vast and endless sea!
Pintron content of the god's test, please control the sea and gain the power of faith that is not weaker than that of the sea god! Heen quest reward. Sea of Gods, a sea area that belongs exclusively to the god realm, used to raise sea beasts. It can be used for training and as a weapon, but penalty for mission failure demotion from godhood a P. Oh. Could this also trigger a divine test? Yuanshi raised his eyebrows. Do you want to take over by land, sea and air? But ruling the sea is easy, but faith is difficult. Yuanshi glanced at the huge demon whale king under the boat. It is more appropriate to leave this kind of thing to the demon whale king than to anyone else. Master, why are you looking at me like that?
I already have a wife and children!
The demon whale king avoided his eyes warily. Could it be that this guy had tamed him just to satisfy his quirk? I should have known not to come out. What are you thinking about? Yuanshi flicked his finger and a beam of light appeared. He then took out the divine liquid and handed it to the demon whale king. This is your mission and what you need to do next. There are many polluted soul beasts in the sea. Be careful of them. After reading the message, the demon whale king was immediately shocked and suspicious. Fuck. I said that the sea god can't care about the sea. The soul beasts have been polluted and mutated. He still has time to choose a successor, or is he planning to pass the blame to the next sea god? This old guy is not afraid of being backstabbed. Just destroy his position as a god and send him to see his father. Oh, his father is a fisherman. If he can't catch anything with a hook, he uses a net. Damn it. This whole family is not human. The demon whale king cursed and called out to his tribe. Without it these years, I don't know how my tribe has been doing. Master, don't worry. I will handle this matter for you. Starting tomorrow, I will send a congratulatory message to the sea area. I, the deep-sea demon whale king, am back again. The demon whale king leaped 1,000 meters high and then slammed heavily into the sea. The powerful soul power fluctuations spread out and spread across the entire sea. Yuanshi felt like he had rescued a fool. But for the sake of the 9th soul ring, I still endured it. And for the divine test. Roar. Just at this moment, roars were heard from the sea, and then countless deep-sea demon whales swam towards this side.
Master, my wife and daughter are here!
The demon whale king let out a low roar, signaling the group of demon whales not to attack the ship, and then swam quickly towards the group in the distance. Yuanshi stood up and flew over. My king, you have finally lifted the seal. The mother demon whale brought her child to reunite with the demon whale king. More than 100,000 years have passed, and both mother and child have cultivated into 100,000-year soul beasts. It was the master who saved me? The demon whale king grinned and motioned for the two to look at Yuan Shi behind him. Master. The mother and daughter were stunned for a moment. How come after not seeing each other for hundreds of thousands of years, this old thing has found a master for himself? Could it be the sea god? The mother and daughter looked at each other. If it weren't for the sea god, how could the old man break the seal so easily? Old man, you can't compromise with the sea god? The mother demon whale persuaded. The little devil whale nodded in agreement. Yes, Dad, even if we drown in the water, we can't compromise with the sea god. Demon whale king. What do you mean by compromising with that bastard Poseidon? My master is someone else, a human soul master. Although he is a soul master, his strength is no weaker than that old bastard Poseidon, it explained. What, a human soul master? The mother and daughter were shocked. I see you are really hungry. I tell you, even if I drown today, I will never submit to a human soul master with you. The mother demon whale swore on the spot. Wife, don't be so confident. The demon whale king wanted to give her some advice. The female demon whale was instantly furious and turned red. I have said everything I want to say, so what? If he can come up with a reason for me to surrender today, I will transform into a human form on the spot to warm his bed. The demon whale king quickly kissed it and said, What are you talking about? How can I put my face down if you do this? The female demon whale reacted and coughed dryly. Ahem, it was a slip of the tongue. I'm feeling suffocated after not having you around for hundreds of thousands of years. So let our daughter transform into a human form to warm the bed, and then we can create a new one. Hey, Mom and Dad, I'm still by your side, okay? Can you please swear not to take me with you? The little devil whale sprayed water in protest. Just when the family of three was having fun, a sudden voice interrupted them. No need to warm the bed, but I think the demon whale king is right. We should not be too confident. The mother and daughter turned their heads and saw a human soul master who looked very ordinary in their eyes standing in mid-air, looking at them. Chapter 108 Lanfuzi. As the demon whale king's wife and daughter looked at Yuan Shi, the atmosphere on the scene became a little weird. You are the old man's master? The mother and daughter asked hesitantly. They never expected that the pillar of the family would actually recognize a master. I don't think there's anything special about it. The female demon whale looked him up and down. I don't think he's that great. He's just an average-looking creature among our magic whales. The little magic whale nodded. The mother and daughter immediately started whispering to each other. What nonsense are you talking about? The demon whale king glared at the two of them, then turned and smiled at Yuan Shi. Master, these two women don't know anything, don't mind them. Yuan Shi didn't say much. Women love to talk regardless of species. He directly took out 2 drops of magic liquid and handed them to the mother and daughter. It's a gift for meeting you. If you help me manage the sea area in the future, I will give you something better. The mother and daughter were stunned for a moment. The female demon whale curled her lips and said, Who cares about this thing? Before she could finish her words, her daughter picked up 1 drop of the divine liquid and swallowed it. It tastes good, and my body feels warm. The little devil whale licked his tongue. Oh my goodness, my dear daughter, you've been fooled by humans! I'm afraid this isn't the love potion. The mother demon whale was horrified and was about to step forward to help her daughter when suddenly a force burst out from her body. Boom! The soul power of the little demon whale was turbulent, and an incomparably powerful ocean force surged out. Then the strength of the little demon whale increased rapidly at a terrifying speed. The female demon whale was stunned for 2 seconds. The next moment, she turned around and knelt down towards Yuan Shi. Thank you, my daughter, for your blessing. After saying that, he swallowed the divine liquid in 1 gulp. Yuan Shi looked at the deep-sea demon whale king. Your family is really special. The demon whale king laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself. I guess the mother and daughter have mental problems because I'm not home. You've been locked up for so long. Is your mental state okay? Yuan Shi was worried about his soul ring. How could that be? The demon whale king rolled his eyes. There is nothing wrong with my mental state. On the contrary, I feel more refreshed than ever before. That's good. Yuanshi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Give the order and remember everything I told you. He waved his hand. Okay. The demon whale king turned around and swam towards his own tribe. Boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, the mother and daughter of the demon whale burst out with a terrifying force. Light beams of terrifying light burst out from the bodies of the two beasts, and the terrifying pressure unique to 100,000-year soul beast descended. The mother demon whale has exceeded 50 years. The little demon whale also broke through the 20-year soul beast cultivation level. These are two top-level soul beasts that are over 100,000 years old. Thank you for the blessing, Master. The mother and daughter changed their words on the spot. The female demon whale stepped forward and pointed at her daughter, Master. What I just said is still effective. I will immediately let my daughter transform into a human form to warm your bed. That's not necessary. Before Yuanshi could finish his words, he saw the deep-sea demon whale king suddenly rushing over and slapping the little demon whale with its tail. Why don't you transform quickly? He glared at his daughter. Ah! Oh! The little devil whale changed into a human form on the spot. This incident happened in just a moment, and even Yuanshi didn't have time to react. The next second, a graceful girl appeared in front of him. Greetings,
Master!
The little devil whale knelt down. Yuanshi's expression froze, but he heard the deep-sea demon whale king say, Master, I will take care of the sea for you, and let my daughter stay by your side to take care of you.
Don't refuse.
The mother whale added hurriedly. Yuanshi looked down at the girl in front of him. Are you willing to stay with me? Yes, the little demon whale nodded. Okay. Stay with me first. Yuanshi gave the deep-sea demon whale king a few words and turned to leave. The couple looked at each other and said, Hurry up, hurry up. We've been holding it in for more than 100,000 years. If you don't come out, I'll have to find someone new. The deep-sea demon whale king slowly approached the mother demon whale and moved. Do you dare? Speak on the Sun Moon Empire fleet. Everyone looked at Yuanshi with strange expressions. Why did he go out and bring back a woman? Teacher, who is this? Yu Tianheng and others looked over. Yuanshi looked at the little demon whale. You don't have a name yet, right? My parents didn't give me a name. The little devil whale shook his head. Yuanshi frowned. According to the setting of Douluo I, the girl should be called Lan Fuzi. At that time, the mother and daughter developed hostility towards humans because of the killing of the deep-sea demon whale king.
Just call you Lan Fuzi.
Yuanshi was too lazy to change the name and just put the name on it. Thank you for the name, Master. Lan Fuzi knelt down immediately. Okay, stop kneeling so often. Let me introduce you. Then, he introduced Lan Fuzi's origin and current situation to everyone. Fortunately, Nitsi has a cheerful personality and quickly integrated into the group. This? Xu Huang was a little stunned and whispered, Senior, you just killed a 100,000-year-old soul beast that was in the human soul master world, and now you bring back another one. I'm afraid. It doesn't matter. Yuanshi waved his hand. Let others say what they want. I don't need to explain anything. Good or bad, it's all about following your heart. Of course, if you value my reputation so much, you can spread the word to outsiders and say that Lan Fuzi is from your Sun-Moon continent. Su Huang immediately shut up. Douluo continent has a very low tolerance for soul beasts, unlike the Sun and Moon Empire, whose only belief is the evil-eyed tyrant overlord. Once we're ashore, take me directly to find the evil-eyed tyrant overlord. I have something important to discuss with him. Yuanshi wanted to collect all 9 soul rings as quickly as possible so that he could be promoted to the divine king realm. Who in heaven and on earth can defeat me? Then it will be time for the unification of the continent. Don't worry. Su Huang didn't dare to be careless and agreed quickly. Yuanshi nodded, and his consciousness entered the small divine realm. Poseidon, Yezi, Angel God and Rakshasa God were practicing on their own. Bibi Dong can no longer hold back and has started looking for a suitable spirit ring. Rakshasa God came to his side. Bibi Dong has reached the last step in the Rakshasa God test. She only needs to add a spirit ring to her second martial spirit to directly inherit the throne. Don't worry about it. Yuanqi did not take it seriously. With his current strength, he could compete with the veteran first-level gods. For gods like Bibi Dong who have not fully adapted to the position of god, he could destroy them with a wave of his hand. Kyun Rengsu has broken through to level 80, and the angel god's test has begun. The angel god looked up and said, "Oh." Yuanqi was a little surprised. In the original novel, Kyun Rengsu became a god very quickly, completely by accumulating experience, but there was no such accumulation as now. But he didn't take it to heart. There is a conflict between the two of you, so there will be a fight between mother and daughter. The two gods are opposites. It can only be said that it is fate that plays tricks on you. The angel god and the Rakshasa god looked at each other and said in unison, "It looks like her mother and daughter are going to die. You can't beat me again. Why are you barking like a dog?" Rakshasa god glared at angel god. "If you don't agree, you can try!" The angel god glared back in disgust. "Okay, I'm not here to watch you two quarreling. I need information from the god realm." Yuanqi turned his head and looked at the Rakshasa god. The latter stopped arguing, immediately sat down and began to contact his true body. Chapter 109, Bewitching the Golden Dragon King Ding! A system prompt sounded the moment Rakshasa god contacted the divine world. The 66th test of the god of creation, the power of creation! He divine test content? There is a trace of the power of creation left in the body of the Golden Dragon King.
Please plunder it.
Keen reward, the power of creation, which can drive the divine world to expand on its own and find the Anown plane to control.
He hit failure.
God himself abdicates another divine test. Yuanqi was quite surprised. What surprised him even more was that this divine test was actually related to the creation of the world. Can the god realm expand on its own? Yuanqi looked at this explanation, thought for a moment, and understood, under normal circumstances, if the god realm wants to expand, it must constantly control those ownerless worlds and draw power from them to add fresh blood to the god realm. But this method requires the gods to execute it. If the divine world expands and upgrades on its own, there is no need to attack those worlds ourselves. Nice features. Yuanqi nodded happily and glanced at the Rakshasa god. So, the Golden Dragon King must come and kill him himself, or let him voluntarily offer the power of creation. But the other party may not be aware of this. After all, he has no brains, otherwise it would not be the Silver Dragon King who escaped from the god realm that year. How can we get this guy to come to Douluo continent? Yuanqi rubbed his chin. If I wait until I reach the divine realm, the Golden Dragon King will probably have been killed by the Ashura god, and there will be nothing left by then. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it would be better to let him come to Douluo continent so that I can take his life at any time. He looked at the Rakshasa god, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Tell your true self to help the Golden Dragon King escape to Douluo continent."
What?
The angel god and the Rakshasa god turned their heads at the same time. Let the Golden Dragon King escape to Douluo continent. Let's not talk about bearing its power. What reasons do I have to convince him? Rakshasa god thought Yuanqi was crazy. The Golden Dragon King is not a first-level main god like them. He possesses the power of the supreme god. Even the Ashura god does not dare to face him alone. It's very simple. Just tell him that the Silver Dragon King is in Douluo continent. As long as he devours the Silver Dragon King, he will be able to completely control the power of the Dragon God. Yuanqi curled his lips. The Golden Dragon King would not refuse to possess the full power of the Dragon God, not to mention almost any deity. This news was like a bomb, falling into the minds of the Angel God and the Rakshasa God, and with a buzzing sound, everything went blank. The Silver Dragon King is in Douluo continent. Swallow the power that can control the Dragon God. Rakshasa God and Angel God were shocked. How do you know that the Silver Dragon King is in Douluo continent? Not only do I know it, you know it too. Yuanshi chuckled but did not explain. Immediately, the two gods felt a chill down their spines. Wet, don't tell me you are the Silver Dragon King. Rakshasa stood up in horror, and then thought carefully about Yuanshi's experience.
It was so consistent with this identity.
The angel god also looked wary. Yuanshi suddenly felt that he really had that intention. Judging from his life's behavioral trajectory, it's totally consistent for a god, king-level power to fall into trouble in Douluo continent, not fearing any gods and daring to challenge the Shura god. Just do what I say. Yuanshi was too lazy to explain. Rakshasa looked at him deeply and continued to contact his true body. A spirit world. The prison of forbidden gods. Boom! The tremendous violent force raged up like an endless whirlpool, gathering into a huge storm in the sky. In the center of the storm, a man with brown hair, golden eyes, and bare chest stood in the air, and opposite him stood dozens of gods. The gods were the gods of the god realm and the Golden Dragon King.
You bastards from the god realm!
What can you do to me with your numbers? The Golden Dragon King curled his lips and smiled, looking at them with disdain. On the opposite side, led by Shura god, several great gods and main gods followed. The Shura god was in full swing, but his expression was still gloomy.
Because the god of destruction didn't come!
He had no intention of helping, and his reason was extremely absurd, saying that he was careful not to cause turbulence in space and time. God Shura doesn't care about these things. His goal is to solve this trouble. The Shura god held the Shura sword in his hand, and the murderous aura in the sky condensed into a 10,000-foot tall statue. He looked down at the Golden Dragon King and said, "Golden Dragon King, the violent power in you is the source of all the troubles. Go back to the god's prison obediently, and we will not kill you."
Aha!
The Golden Dragon King laughed wildly, the violent power on his body corroding the heaven and earth, and all living things trembled wherever he passed. The many first-level gods and second-level gods behind him all trembled. Fear began to permeate my body. The Golden Dragon King inherited the power of the dragon god and could be said to be the strongest being in the entire divine world. Apart from the 5 great divine kings, no one dared to fight him. Everyone. Since this monk is unwilling to return to the forbidden prison, let's join forces. Shura god looked at the other gods.
Aha, come on!
You bunch of bastards! The tyrannical aura on the Golden Dragon King became stronger and stronger, and he killed the gods with the pressure of heaven and earth. At the same time, in the Rakshasa temple, Rakshasa god was just about to watch the battle when she suddenly received a message from her clone. After digesting the information, she stood up from the throne. The Silver Dragon King is actually hiding in Douluo continent. Rakshasa's beautiful eyes flashed, as if she was thinking about the plan conveyed by her clone. But what's the benefit of this? Rakshasa raised his eyebrows. What good would it do for her to trick the Golden Dragon King into being devoured by the Silver Dragon King? Thinking of this, she sat back, feeling that this matter was inappropriate and there was no need to take risks. Suddenly, her clone sent another message. Except for the new gods who inherit the throne, many gods will have their cultivation suppressed. If the Golden Dragon King's cultivation is suppressed, we can let Bibidong, who inherits the throne, kill him, and then we can devour the dragon god core. After hearing this message, Rakshasa stood up with his eyes shining.
What a great idea!
The Rakshasa god flashed and disappeared in the temple. When she appeared again, she had already arrived at the battlefield of God's prison. Lord Rakshasa, you've come at the right time. Use the power of evil thoughts to hypnotize this beast immediately. Lord Shura said to her in a commanding tone. Rakshasa god didn't look very happy. If she could defeat Shura god, she would be the first to turn against him and kill him. Of course, her anger at this moment has made her want to switch sides even more. She rushed to the Golden Dragon King and immediately sent a message. Golden Dragon King, if you want to live, listen to me. The Golden Dragon King who was fighting was slightly stunned and looked at the Rakshasa god. He showed no joy at such a reminder, but only became more angry. because he felt like he was being made a fool of. Fortunately, Luosha God knew this very well and immediately said, I know where the Silver Dragon King is. You just need to escape and devour her, and then you can obtain all the power of the dragon god. Then it will be easy to kill her back, right? As soon as these words were spoken, King Golden Dragon was stunned. This time he really listened. Where is the Silver Dragon King? Why are you helping me? The Golden Dragon King hesitated. Idiot, if you were half as smart as the Silver Dragon King, how could you have been sealed? Rakshasa God sneered. The Silver Dragon King is in Douluo continent. I believe you can already vaguely feel her aura. There is a dimensional crack in Douluo continent right now, and you can escape into it. Rakshasa God further tempted. The Golden Dragon King did not think too much and asked with his brows lowered. Now surrounded by enemies, where can I escape to? Luosha God curled his lips. I am your breakthrough point. I will deliberately reveal a flaw later. You can take the opportunity to escape in this direction. There is a gap in the plane crack there? Also, don't ask me why I'm helping you. I also hate those hypocritical guys in the god realm. The Golden Dragon King raised his head, his eyes glowing with colorful light. If that's the case, then let's get started. I'll devour the Silver Dragon King, and then I'll kill my way up to the god realm! How? Chapter 100. The Golden Dragon King escapes from the divine realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the violent power in the Golden Dragon King's body sublimated again, like a flower of the other shore that spread out between heaven and earth and surrounded the gods. Everyone attacked together? This beast has reached the end of its life. The Shura god's Shura domain was fully opened, and the soaring sea of blood collided with the Golden Dragon King's domain. The spreading force was like an explosion, covering the sky and the earth. Rakshasa god rushed towards Shura god, and the two killing gods' domains merged. The even more terrifying and vast force turned into substance, like a huge wall blocking the entire space. Upon seeing this, the other gods no longer hid their abilities, and they all opened their divine realms to wrap up the Golden Dragon King. Golden Dragon King, today is the anniversary of your death. Shura god's eyes flashed with cruelty, and he raised the Shura god sword high, slashing away angrily. Roar! The Golden Dragon King roared towards the sky. The violent power condensed in his palm and turned into a small black hole, which continuously devoured all the power around it and grew stronger. The aura of this power is rising wildly. God King Realm. Breaking through to God King, even more terrifying than the 5 God Kings joining forces. Rumble. Signs of cracks began to appear on the edge of the divine realm. This is a precursor to brokenness. Shura. Today is the day when the God realm will be annihilated. The Golden Dragon King, with a force that was enough to destroy the divine world, attacked all the gods. Golden Dragon King, you are a brainless beast. Today, in the name of the law enforcer of the divine world, I will sentence you to death. The god Shura gathered the power of all gods and angrily attacked the Golden Dragon King. Roar! Boom! The two forces swept across the heaven and earth with tremendous momentum. However, at this moment, the Golden Dragon King suddenly gathered half of his strength, transformed it into an afterimage, and attacked the Rakshasa god on the left of the Shura god. Not good. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Golden Dragon King, you want to kill me? Rakshasa pretended to be terrified and quickly activated his divine power to protect his body. Bang! The power of the Golden Dragon King collided with the attack of the Shura god, erupting with a power that could destroy the world and break up the siege of the gods. Puff puff. Divine blood was spilling all over the sky, and blood was also flowing from the corners of the Golden Dragon King's mouth. But it knew that this was the best time. Come die! The Golden Dragon King controlled the other half of the power and rushed towards the Rakshasa god. Rakshasa god dodged in a hurry, and at the cost of the destruction of his divine realm, he escaped the horrific attack of Golden Dragon King. The opponent also rushed towards the weakest point in the divine realm with this force. No! Stop him quickly! Almost instantly, all the gods understood the Golden Dragon King's thoughts. But at this moment, the injured gods could not stop him. Boom! Crack, the divine realm began to crack, and a crack was opened. The Golden Dragon King was ecstatic and turned into a ray of light and escaped into it. Roar! The Ashura god roared to the sky, and the endless power of Ashura covered the sky and the earth like a vast ocean, making it difficult for the gods to breathe. It's all your fault. He stretched out his hand to grab Rakshasa god, his bloodthirsty eyes filled with murderous intent, and every second made Rakshasa god dizzy. Why blame me? Rakshasa god wanted to explode, but her strength was restrained by Shura god, making it impossible for her to exert her full strength to break free.
That's enough!
Shura! At this moment, a loud shout was heard, and the terrifying power of destruction and endless life force descended on the battlefield, firmly suppressing the Ashura god, who was about to explode. Under the suppression of the two great gods, Asura god slowly withdrew his power and glanced at the gods with a gloomy face. If it weren't for you, the Golden Dragon King wouldn't have run away. God Shura finally pointed his spearhead at the God King of Destruction and the God King of Life. Shut up! The God of Destruction did not tolerate him at all and said coldly, If it weren't for us, the God realm would have been shattered long ago. Look at what you have done to the God realm. He pointed at the devastated battlefield and rebuked the Asura god. It was not until this moment that the gods reacted. The power collision just now was enough to destroy a large area of the divine realm, or at least create a hole in it. However, the divine realm was stabilized only because the two gods, destruction and life, controlled the center of the divine realm outside the battlefield. Although the Golden Dragon King escaped in the end, at least the divine realm was saved. Hiemph! Shura god snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and left. When did the Golden Dragon King become so smart? The God King of Life looked in the direction where the Golden Dragon King left with surprise. After being locked up for millions of years, you should use your brain to think. The God of Destruction snorted disdainfully. The Life God King shook his head. No. He gives me a very strange feeling. It seems that this route was planned in advance. The God of Destruction sneered. Could it be that there is a traitor in the God realm? As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Even the God of Destruction himself was stunned where he stood. It seemed that this was really possible. Everyone looked at Rakshasa. If anyone would be suspected, then Rakshasa would definitely be the first suspect. You doubt me. Luosha god sneered, I almost died, and you doubt me. It's obviously all Shura's fault. If he hadn't broken through the plane from the beginning, the Golden Dragon King wouldn't have escaped. Today, for the sake of peace in the God realm, I put aside my differences and came out to help. Now you actually start to doubt me. Ha ha ha! Rakshasa laughed loudly towards the sky. It's a shame to be a god like you.
You're a bunch of rubbish!
If I had known earlier, I would have secretly let the Golden Dragon King go. Everyone's faces suddenly darkened, and the Life God King shook his head gently. Sorry, Luosha. Everyone is just a little sensitive. After all, the Golden Dragon King is not that smart.
Bullshit, you are a bunch of trash! Trash!
Rakshasa god angrily scolded. You just think that my position of God is evil and I am not worthy of being with you. Golden Dragon King is not smart, but can't he recognize a smart person? You guys are really stupid and always doubt me. Hearing this, the faces of the gods present became even uglier, but it also reminded them. The Golden Dragon King does have no brains, but the Silver Dragon King does. After the God King of Life said this, the scene suddenly fell into deathly silence. Rakshasa god immediately sneered.
You are a bunch of brainless things! You are the ones who should be exiled!
You all know how to throw dirty water on others! If I have the chance, I will imprison all of you and make sure you can never become gods! The Rakshasa roared, turned around and disappeared on the spot. The gods at the scene did not take her words seriously and just regarded them as harsh words uttered by this guy out of anger. If it is really the Silver Dragon King who is instructing the Golden Dragon King, then the direction this beast is heading is where the Silver Dragon King is. The god of destruction frowned. If this is true, then wouldn't this guy be trying to join forces with the Silver Dragon King, or even have the two dragons devour each other, and finally completely master the power of the dragon god and fight back into the god realm? Suddenly, this idea came into everyone's mind. What should we do? If this guy really joins forces with the Silver Dragon King, they will definitely fight back to the god realm. The expressions of many second-level gods changed slightly. By then, the entire divine world would be doomed.
Humph! What are you afraid of?
The god of destruction snorted coldly. If I can kill the dragon god, what are two clones? Send people to search all the worlds under the jurisdiction of the god realm. This beast will definitely escape to a certain world, and we will kill it in advance. Chapter 111, The Helplessness of the Evil Eye Tyrant Lord Douluo Continent. In the Yuanxi Small Divine Realm, the message has been passed on. According to the speed of time in the God Realm, 1 day in the God Realm is 1 year in the mortal realm. If the plan does not change, the Golden Dragon King will surely descend on Douluo Continent within a year. After receiving the message from his true body, Rakshasa God stood up and explained, "There's still time to prepare." Yuanxi nodded. It seems that he must hurry. There is no time to lose in condensing the divine ring. As long as the power of creation in the Golden Dragon King's body is devoured, the divine realm will be able to expand on its own. I wonder if the Silver Dragon King has this power in his body. He thought of Gu Yuena. If the other person also has it in his body, he wouldn't mind killing this woman as well. It would be a good opportunity to merge the power of the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. Even if he couldn't reproduce the full strength of the dragon god back then, he would definitely be able to break through the god realm. It's really great to have such a thug. Once the divine ring is condensed, let's go back to the Stardew Great Forest. Yuanxi's consciousness returned to his body. "Senior, are you awake?" Shu Huang leaned closer and said with a smile, "Welcome to the Sun Moon Continent again." Yuanxi stood up and walked out, greeted by mechanical saw teeth and the familiar yet unfamiliar smell of industrial oil. If there were no martial spirits, the Sun Moon Continent would be the first place to enter the Industrial Revolution. Memories flashed through Yuanxi's mind. The time he spent traveling through Douluo Continent was already a lifetime for an ordinary person. Over the past few decades, nothing has been more moving to him than punk machinery. Finish the drawings I gave you as soon as possible. It would be best if you can find enough raw materials to create a soul missile that can kill a demigod. After letting the students arrange their own itinerary, Yuanxi followed Su Huang to the location of the Evil Eye Tyrant Overlord. Shu Huang was listening at the side, slightly stunned.
Eliminate the demigod!
Obviously, Yuanxi's standard shocked him. Up to now, their soul guides are only at the soul master level, and they have no direction to improve the power of their soul guides. Don't worry, Senior. We will develop a more powerful soul guide according to the blueprint as soon as possible. Shu Huang didn't dare to say much and could only agree reluctantly. Yuanxi had no hope that the Sun Moon Empire could create the kind of level 12 fixed type soul guide cannon that was used in Douluo I. This kind of technology needs time to be promoted or enough geniuses to push the envelope, so that such a terrifying weapon can be created directly without regard to the time span. He had only seen this kind of thing where time was ignored to create a powerful, killing weapon once, and it was built by countless people who followed suit.
Try your best?
Yuanxi sighed. Soon, the two entered the forest in the heart of the Sun and Moon Continent, the Demon Forest. Yuanxi unceremoniously released his soul power. This force pressed down on the entire forest. Almost instantly, all the soul beasts were frightened and fell to the ground. The place where the evil-eyed tyrant rules. At this time, it also sensed this power. This aura surpassed that of any soul master it had ever seen. That guy is here. The evil-eyed tyrant's face darkened. He once thought that he would be the most powerful soul beast in the world, but until he arrived at Douluo Continent, he saw soul beasts like Ditian that were far superior to himself. Later, it wanted to unite these soul beasts to rule humans and discovered the Yuanxi Mountain. Today, this huge mountain descended upon the Sun and Moon continent, and it is unclear whether it is a blessing or a curse. Your Excellency, please. The evil eye tyrant lord set out tea, tables, and chairs, and received Yuanxi with human etiquette. In the blink of an eye, Yuanxi appeared beside the tea table, being regarded as a belief by humans. You have also learned some etiquette. Yuanxi picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Sir, please stop teasing me. The evil emperor shook his head slightly, put down his teacup, and asked directly, Sir, you have gone through so much trouble to come here across the sea. I'm afraid it's not as simple as drinking tea. If you have something to say, just speak frankly. Hi, how you are one of the smarter soul beasts I have ever seen. Yuanxi put down the teacup and said with a smile, Since you are so straightforward, I won't hide anything. Sacrifice to me. As soon as these words were spoken, the world seemed to stand still. The evil emperor was stunned for a moment, thinking he had misheard. Sacrifice? For you? No, it was a little confused. No human had ever dared to talk to it like this. How dare Yuanxi? Although the opponent is very powerful, I am no pushover either. I have been practicing for 75 years and am one of the top soul beasts. Are you joking, sir? The evil emperor smiled. However, Yuanxi did not answer. Instead, his aura gradually spread out and 16 soul rings slowly emerged. 9 golds and 7 reds! The evil emperor was so frightened that he lost his grip on the teacup and it dropped directly to the ground. I can resurrect you after you sacrifice yourself. Yuanxi said with a smile. The evil emperor wanted to curse at this guy for talking nonsense. But the oppressive feeling from the other party immediately made it shut up. I couldn't win, and I didn't even have the desire to fight. Damn it, the evil emperor slapped his thigh in anger. Why was he so unlucky? Sir, please wait for me for a moment. The evil emperor turned around and returned to the Evil Eye clan. You can't beat him, and you can't run away either. The other party said that he could resurrect himself. Isn't that pure nonsense? If you want a soul ring, just say so and resurrect yourself. What a miserable life. The evil emperor wanted to cry, but had no tears. He turned around and made arrangements for his funeral in the tribe. If he did not return within 3 days, his wife would inherit the position of tribe leader. After making arrangements for his funeral, he returned to Yuanxi again. Sir, I hope that after you obtain the spirit rings and spirit bones, you will let the Evil Eye clan go. Although my clan is powerful, it has not forgiven heinous crimes and even protected the human empire. The evil emperor said a lot of pleadings. Yuanxi was too lazy to explain. Everything was said with actions. Don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. The evil emperor was speechless for a moment. Yes, you are not bloodthirsty. You just force others to do things they don't want to do. No matter what. Please keep your promise! The evil emperor made up his mind and immediately released all his strength, offering it all as a sacrifice to Yuanxi. Boom! The terrifying force swept across heaven and earth. Whether they were humans or soul beasts, they were all forced to take a few steps back by the extremely strong soul power. The Evil Eye clan was so frightened that they fell to their knees. At the same time, he also noticed something was wrong. The power was dissipating. This is a sacrifice! The clan leader sacrificed himself. This is impossible. The clan leader has 70 years of cultivation. Who can make him sacrifice? Wait, if even the clan leader is forced to sacrifice, then we are, The Evil Eye clan suddenly felt that something was wrong and were about to flee in all directions when another force rose into the sky. An even more terrifying force swept across an area of hundreds of miles. It was still the aura of the Evil Eye Tyrant Overlord, but compared to the original one, its aura was even stronger at this moment, almost bringing unprecedented suppression to the soul beasts in the entire forest. This is... I have broken through 90 years of cultivation. The evil emperor opened his eyes wide, and after clearly feeling his own power increase, he laughed out loud towards the sky.
I did it!
I did it? I said I would resurrect you. Yuanshi refined the soul ring in an instant and looked at it with his hands behind his back. The evil emperor reacted and knelt down hurriedly. Thank you for your help, my lord. From now on, my Evil Eye clan will obey you. Get up. Yuanshi curled his lips. What he needed was to conquer. As long as he conquered the Evil Eye tyrant overlord, it would be equivalent to conquering the entire sun and moon continent. Ding! Triggering the divine test! Ping, just at this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Chapter 1 or 12, I suggest you go read under the apple tree, ding! The 67th test of the Creator God, the belief of the beast world. Keenhar assessment content. Unify all soul beasts on Douluo star and obtain 100 billion faith points. Hint successful reward Dragon God throne. After inheritance, you can obtain the peak combat power of Dragon God, but no power of creation. He penalty for failure. Demotion from the throne of God P. The throne of the Dragon God. Yuanshi was shocked. The Dragon God was once about to open up the God Star, and the entire God realm began to transform into the God Star. However, for some unknown reason, it lost its mind, and the gods were forced to fight a war. Since then, the God realm has been continuously compressed into its current appearance. As a result, all planes became dilapidated. The power of the Supreme God King. Yuanshi's eyes lit up. If you can control the throne of Dragon God, it means you will have an absolutely powerful fighter. But 100 billion faith points. System, are you serious? Yuanshi asked doubtfully. Are there 10 billion living creatures in the entire Douluo star? Maybe there are. There may be 10 billion Zerg alone. But what the hell can the Zerg believe in? They don't even know what they are. Yuanshi was annoyed. However, when he looked at the cheerful evil emperor standing beside him, he had a new idea. Evil emperor, I need you to help me with something. He showed kindness. The evil emperor fell to his knees with a thud. Master, just give me your orders. I need you to establish a soul beast faith. Yuanshi took out some divine liquid and gave it to the evil emperor. This is divine liquid, which can assist soul beasts in their cultivation and even transform them. If you do this, he spoke out all the thoughts in his mind. Soul beasts yearn for the strong more than humans, and the divine liquid can make them stronger. As long as they get used to the changes brought about by the divine liquid, the soul beasts will naturally be able to provide for the person who provides the divine liquid. The evil emperor's eyes lit up when he heard this. To him, this was definitely a good thing. My lord, to be honest, I have wanted to do this for a long time, but I just don't have the conditions. The evil emperor reached out to take the divine liquid and nodded firmly. Now that it has become a 900-year-old soul beast, no one in the entire sun, moon continent can be its opponent. This kind of thing is simply a piece of cake for it. That's right. If you perform well in the future, I can give you another opportunity. Yuanshi nodded with satisfaction. Is it true, my lord? The evil emperor was surprised. It is now extremely convinced of Yuanshi's words. If he says he will resurrect, then he will resurrect. If this method is not used on itself, who would believe it? Just do it. Yuanshi left a word and disappeared on the spot. The evil emperor hurriedly said, Please rest assured, my lord. I will definitely complete it. Yuanshi left the demon forest and came to the sun and moon palace. One of the goals of this trip has been accomplished, and there is still one last goal. Can these things be made within 3 years? Yuanshi sat at the tea table and asked Xu Huang next to him. Xu Huang said with some difficulty, It should be possible, mainly because it requires sufficient industrial support. You should know that once Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, inherits the throne, she will no longer be controlled by me and will be destined to launch a war of unification. By then, she will want to unify more than just one continent. Yuanshi raised his teacup and chuckled. Contrary to his relaxed attitude, Xu Huang went into a state of shutdown after hearing that Bibi Dong inherited the throne. God! He was surprised. There had never been a god in the sun and moon continent, but he knew the power of God, which could easily break through the planes. Such existence is absolutely not something that humans can contend with. For a moment, he was trapped in the scorch oven. Yuanshi glanced at him and took a sip of tea. The fact was just as he said. Even in the Douluo I era, the soul guide cannon could only kill god-level strongmen. There is no way to pose a threat to those above the level of priests. Briding. Suddenly an electronic sound rang out again. Huh! The divine test is triggered so soon. Yuanshi looked up and the system panel appeared. Ding! The 68th test of the creation god, the ladder of civilization! Hinha god test content. The progress of civilization will provide more abundant power for the god realm. Please open the soul guidance era and push Douluo star to the next civilization era. Keen success reward the heart of civilization, which can make the god realm technology always higher than the subordinate planes. Shu penalty for failure. Demotion from the throne of god P. Hiss! This can be! Yuanshi was instantly attracted by the reward for this divine test. Technology is always superior to that of the subordinate planes of the divine world. That is to say, even if humans have weapons that can kill gods, the divine world will have higher-level artifacts. Absolutely leading, Yuanshi was very satisfied with this unexpected surprise. Thinking of this, he listed all the energy materials that might be useful in his mind, compiled them into a document, and handed it to Su Huang. This thing might be useful to you. Su Huang was stunned. Sir, this is my understanding of a soul guide and an analysis of some possible future development trends. Yuanshi smiled. Upon hearing this, Shu Huang hurriedly opened the document to check. I suggest you go look under the apple tree. Yuanshi pointed to the apple tree in the yard and patted his shoulder. Ah. Why? Shu Huang stood up puzzled. Yuanshi missed his past life a little. If there was someone who could understand this, he would not have to work non-stop. Of course, although Shu Huang was confused, he still walked towards the apple tree in the yard with the information in his arms. It was indeed brighter outside than reading indoors. After explaining the matter to Shu Huang, Yuanshi took his students to travel around the Sun and Moon continent. Compared to Douluo continent, the Sun-Moon continent is much smaller in area, but it can be fully explored in just a few months. During this period, everyone improved a lot and reached the critical point of level 59. They only needed half a step to become sole emperor. After finishing everything, the purpose of this time has been achieved. Yuanshi brought everyone back to Douluo continent. The journey took a total of 4 months. On the journey back to Douluo continent, Yuanshi heard that Poseidon Island had disappeared, and everyone on Poseidon Island had left the sea. But Yuanshi knew clearly that this was just the decision of the sea god. The other party was afraid that he would kill Tang San, so he took the sea god island into hiding. A few days later, Yuanshi found the deep-sea demon Whale King. Ooh. The 3 members of the deep-sea demon whale family hugged each other and cried bitterly. Mother, you must lead your tribe to live well, said the deep-sea demon. Whale King as if he was instructing his last wishes. The female demon whale nodded with tears in her eyes. Dad, go with peace of mind. I will definitely lead the demon whale clan to the top again. Dade, we're saying goodbye right after we met. Your daughter will come to pay tribute to you every year? Yuanshi looked at the family of 3 crying, and the corners of his mouth twitched.
I said I won't kill you.
Yuanshi has explained it several times. Master, there is no need to say more. If you want me to die, I have to die, the deep-sea demon whale king said generously at the cost of his life. I only ask that, Master, after I leave, please do not kill the demon whale clan. Yuanshi rolled his eyes. Then start the sacrifice. Okay, I'll help my master. It's my duty! The deep-sea demon whale king nodded firmly, and the next second, he burst out with all his strength to sacrifice to Yuanshi. A million-year-old soul beast was sacrificed, and the heaven and earth were eclipsed. Chapter 113-9 Divine Rings Divine King Realm Rumble. A million-year-old soul beast was sacrificed, and the sky and earth changed color. In the sea, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. 100-foot-high waves rose into the sky, and thousands of water columns supported the sky. In an instant, dark clouds rolled in, and thunder and lightning struck. This sacrifice shocked the entire Douluo star. On the Sun and Moon continent, the evil emperor soared into the sky and felt that inexplicable aura, the aura that made him fear. "There is a soul beast being sacrificed!" The evil emperor stretched out his hand and touched the dissipating golden soul power. It seems to be the big guy that the master mentioned. I didn't expect that the strongest soul beast in this world is actually in the sea. If we sacrifice it this time, I wonder what realm it will be promoted to. The evil emperor was full of longing. Star Forest, Dtian and others also felt this power. Is this the soul beast that the sea god sealed back then? Dtian is still very powerful now, but when he feels this power, he is also a little afraid. "Boss, do you think our lord can fight this big guy?" asked the Bear King. Bang! Dtian punched him on the head and snorted, "Are you looking down on the master? Or are you looking up to that dead fish?" Xiang Jun pointed his fingers a little aggrievedly.
Okay, practice hard.
"This dead fish should be sacrificed to the master. I'm afraid it will take 2 million years to advance this time." Emperor Tian longed for it very much. The deep-sea demon whale king originally had a cultivation level of over 1 million years and was sealed by the sea god for hundreds of thousands of years. It is likely that he has already exceeded 1.5 million years. Now, if he is blessed by Yuanqi, he may exceed 2 million years! If soul beasts could become gods, they would have already become gods long ago. The beasts in the Stardew Great Forest looked towards the sea with lingering fear. Yuanqi's whole body radiated golden light, and the god-killing spear and ancestral dragon martial spirit soared into the sky. 18 soul rings were suspended behind him, as if a god had descended from heaven. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the divine test. Divine ring! Hinhair rewards are being distributed. 5%, 10% fake host. Please find a quiet place to fuse the divine ring and improve your realm! It seems that I need to retreat for a while. Yuanqi raised his hand and resurrected the deep-sea demon whale king. I am really resurrected. The deep-sea demon whale king looked at his body and even found that he had much stronger strength than before. "I am going to go into seclusion, so you stay here and stay with me. If someone looks for me in the future, you can solve the problem for me if you can. If you can't, go find Bibi Dong from the spirit hall, and someone will see you then," Yuanqi ordered. The deep-sea demon whale king hurriedly greeted him and said, "As you command, master, please go into seclusion and leave the rest to me." That's good. In addition, contact more with other soul beasts. You are all working for me, so there should be no barriers. Yuanqi snapped his fingers, and a stream of light fell into the mind of the deep-sea demon whale king. As ordered. From then on, Yuanqi entered a period of seclusion. This time of retreat lasted for 2.5 years in a blink of an eye. During this period, Douluo continent was relatively stable, and Sun-Moon continent also began to move towards the technological age. In the past 2.5 years, Spirit Hall has been the most stable. Bibi Dong accepted the test from Rakshasa God with peace of mind. Now it has come to the most critical moment. Quen Rengsu was promoted to level 26 Soul Douluo at the age of 86 and began the Angel Divine test. Among the younger generation, she became a leader. After that came Tang San who, with the blessings of Sea God and Ashura God, became a level 19 Soul Saint at the age of 74 and began the Sea God test. Everyone from Extreme Academy. Relying on their mutated martial spirits, the two brothers Yu Tianheng and Yu Tiangxin successfully advanced to level 21 Soul Saint at the age of 73. Zhu Zhuqing, Meng Yuran, Du Guyan, Ye Lingling and others were also promoted to level 19 Soul Saint at the age of 20 to 70. Among the Shrek people, Mahongzhen was infected by the blood god and became more evil, becoming a level 76 Soul Saint. Oscar Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong and others have some qualifications restricted to level 60, 80, 70 Soul Sage. The 4 people blessed by Yuanqi Feng Shaoshin, Huo Wu and others were promoted to level 78 Soul Saints. During this period, many heirs to the gods emerged. Among them are the 7 elemental gods and the 7 gods of deadly sins. Then comes the improvement of high-end combat power. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family guards the plane channel. After absorbing the power of the next plane, Yuanjin's strength breaks through to level 102, but is suppressed to level 99 in Douluo continent. The other 15 titled Douluo are all promoted to level 99 Peerless Douluo. The overall strength of all members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has increased by several levels. The number of people with cultivation levels between 80 and 95 has exceeded 150. There are 200 Soul Masters below the Soul Saint level, and the rest of the family members manage the Douluo continent industry. The Spirit Hall also mobilized all its strength to train several more titled Douluo. The Hoshin sect is taken care of by the 9, headed Bat King and Tang San, and the number of titled Douluo exceeds 20 digits. The 9 Treasures Glazed Tile sect relied on the influence of the richest man in the world and recruited no less than 25 titled Douluo. The 2 Empires, with the support of the common people, also found several titled Douluo, and even the heirs of gods appeared among them. Holy Abyss Plane. Relying on the rebirth ability of the Abyss Plane, the Holy Lord has cultivated countless titled Douluo and 100,000-year soul beasts. Among the soul beasts, after refining the divine liquid, Gyuena's true strength recovered to level 129, and she wanted to lead the soul beasts to dominate Douluo Star again. But he was stopped by the deep-sea demon Whale King. Many forces began to emerge like bamboo shoots breaking through the ground. Now, the 3-year agreement made by Yuanxi is about to come to an end. Various forces began to stir. Boom, endless sea, a golden light rose up, and the terrifying power fluctuations made the entire Douluo Star tremble. Boom! Yuanxi was wearing divine clothes, holding the god-killing spear and standing in the void, with 9 divine rings floating behind him. Overlooking the world! Feeling the core of Douluo continent trembling, Yuanxi gathered his strength. Congratulations!
Master!
The deep-sea demon Whale King stepped forward to congratulate. How long has it been since I went into seclusion? Yuanxi restrained his divine light and asked, My lord, 2 years and 4 months have passed since the day you started your retreat. There is only 1 month left since you announced your 3-year retreat. The deep-sea demon Whale King answered truthfully. What happened during this period? Yuanxi nodded, and his divine sense covered the entire Douluo Star. The deep-sea demon Whale King hesitated for a moment and said, The Spirit Hall has begun to stir. It has already activated a lot of forces and destroyed some forces. Other forces have also invested and started to expand. Soul beasts. The master in the Xingdu Great Forest seems to be preparing to summon all soul beasts and declare war on humans. Yuanxi nodded. Is there anything else happening in Douluo continent? Are there any visitors from outer space? The deep-sea demon Whale King paused. A strong man appeared in the plane crack not long ago, but for some reason he did not cross the plane channel. Oh, Yuanxi frowned. Is this strong man from the opposite plane? The deep-sea demon Whale King shook his head. No. I heard from the people guarding the plane channel that the other party seemed to appear out of thin air and did not distinguish between friend and foe, and finally killed towards the opposite plane, and now I don't know where to go. Golden Dragon King. Yuanxi murmured. The only person who could be so bloodthirsty and brutal was the Golden Dragon King. Has the Blue-Silver Emperor ever contacted you? He asked. Yes. She told her subordinates that she has now abolished the Forest Lord in the Star-Dew Great Forest and become the new King of Nature. The deep-sea demon whale recalled. It's time for the continent to be unified. Yuanxi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze passing through the endless void and falling on the major forces. The 9, headed Bat King has established another city of slaughter. He thought for a second and said, Headed Bat King, then it will be up to you to start the war. Yuanxi raised the god-killing spear high and pointed it towards the sky. A beam of light fell into the void, and finally arrived in the new killing city, directly entering the body of the 9, headed Bat King. Ooh. The 9-headed Bat King was terrified. This lord. Yuanxi shouted, imitating the voice of the Holy Lord. Your Excellency has arrived. I'm sorry for not coming to greet you in person. The nine-headed bat king knelt hurriedly. Let the people from Hoshin sect start planning. The voice in its head sounded. The nine-headed bat king was delighted when he heard this.
As you command.
If the Hoshin sect wants to suppress the spirit hall, it must become stronger. It's time for my abyss army to show its might. The goal is to start by devouring the two great empires. Chapter 114. The world is in chaos rumble. A loud noise came from the depths of the forest, followed by the birds and beasts flying away in fright, the earth shaking, and the roars of beasts coming from the forest. Villagers in nearby villages felt the ground shaking and couldn't help feeling palpitations. What happened? Why is the ground shaking? Oh no! There must be a soul beast riot! Quickly take everyone out of the village! Go to the border city. There are soul master troops there? However, their shouts were drowned out by a roar. Immediately afterwards, countless soul beasts filled with bloody and murderous aura rushed out of the dense forest, and they rushed towards the human settlement in an orderly manner. If you look more closely, you can see that sitting on those soul beasts are soul masters with hideous faces and crazy laughter. Ha ha! Kill! Break through the wall of the Douluo Empire and occupy the city! Ocean sets out to fight, and the four seas become one. These soul masters were undoubtedly holding a clear sky hammer with terrifying soul power fluctuations emanating from their bodies, crushing civilians at will. Border town. The Soul Master army noticed something was wrong at the first moment and rushed to the top of the city to check. Oh no, it's someone from the Hoshin sect! Someone exclaimed. Ha ha ha, Spirit Hall, two great empires. The time for your destruction has come. The people of Hoshin sect didn't give them any time to react. They came riding on their soul beasts and killed them angrily. Dozens of soul masters and the soul beasts released their soul skills. They started with 0 frame and blasted the border city into pieces. Rumble! The people of Hoshin sect rode their beasts through the city, and no grass grew wherever they passed. Presumptuous! A roar came from all directions, and the flowers, plants, and trees began to continuously exert their soul power and finally condensed into a huge phantom. In the name of the goddess of nature, I will kill you, evil people! The phantom snapped his fingers, and a terrifying force emerged. A ray of light hit the group of evil beasts and evil soul masters. Buzz! The evil power faded from them, but suddenly it came back to life like a charcoal fire in the spring breeze. In the name of the goddess of nature, I command the forest spirit beasts to resist the evil beasts. Roar. Suddenly, bursts of soul beast roars were heard from the depths of the forest. Countless soul beasts rushed out of the forest and fought with these evil beasts. How dare you, a bold evil beast, to cause chaos! Soon after, powerful soul emperors arrived one after another and began to fight with this group of bloodthirsty guys. The same scene happened on the edge of the two empires. One temple. As the former #1 force on the continent, it was the most well-informed and received the news of the incident on the edge of the two empires in less than half an hour. Hoshin sect! What a great Hoshin sect! Douluo's eyes widened with anger, and he slammed the table and shouted, Since they dare to act so blatantly, let's take action and unify the continent.
Unify the continent!
All 36 armies of the Spirit Hall march out. Douluo announced the start of the war on the spot without any further ado. The Tiandu Empire, the Douluo Empire, and all the major forces have also received news of the unrest. After years of preparation, the major forces are now completely different from what they were before. The Douluo Empire joined forces with the Xingguan sect and began to defend the city and fight against the sect while resisting sieges from various major forces. The Tiandu Empire cooperated with the Douluo sect and coordinated with various forces to resist the unrest in all directions. In an instant, the wind of unrest caused the whole world to collapse. The Hoshin sect and the City of Slaughter jointly built the Shura Empire, with killing as its main purpose, and conquered the three major forces. The Spirit Hall established the Spirit Empire and began to expand outward with the star-do Great Forest as its center. All the major colleges and universities have joined forces and surrendered. Almost overnight, the continent fell apart. The four great empires of Tiando, Xingluo, Wuhan and Shura are in chaos. The Extreme Academy is like a lifetime away, guarding the plain channel. Poseidon Island appears and waits and sees. The Sun and Moon continent is ready to make a move. The Soul Beast is eager to try. Wars broke out everywhere and people were living in misery. Tangshan City. Countless civilians scrambled to escape into this peaceful city. The city, which could originally accommodate only 1 million people, suddenly had tens of millions more people. For civilians, even if they put on armor, they cannot compete with soul masters. The only thing they can do is to save their lives. Extreme Academy. Yuanshi sat on a high seat overlooking the academy's upper echelons below. You have studied in the Extreme Academy for so long, why don't you tell me your analysis of the current situation in the world? Yuanshi asked. Over the years, he has planted the seeds of universal peace in this chaotic world. It has trained countless soul masters with advanced thinking. After 100 years of wind and dust, he built the Wangpu of his previous life here and cultivated batches of university talents with strong strength. He hopes to change the world and that the seeds of peace will blossom and bear fruit. A century of planning, just for today. What I want is not an independent regime, but peace. Yuanshi spoke and his mighty power descended upon everyone. Master, I have grown from a small beggar who was hungry and cold to a titled Douluo at level 96. I have been deeply nurtured by the academy, and it is time for me to make a contribution to the academy. A handsome young man stepped forward and said solemnly, "What's your name?" Yuanshi nodded with satisfaction. Ren Beifeng, 69 years old, level 96 strong attack system, titled Douluo, martial spirit, pen of war. The young man held his head high. Tell me what you think. Yuanshi asked curiously. Ren Beifeng nodded, swayed his body leisurely, and said, "Civilians. The force we need most is civilians. A country, whether it is a feudal empire in textbooks or an ideal federal state, relies on its people. Our research institute has appeared. The armor that can give ordinary people the fighting power of a soul master can be worn by the people and lead them to take back their own homeland. During this period, we can promote the opening of the new world." The young man talked confidently about his ideal plan. From time to time, someone raised a question, and everyone talked to each other, and finally came up with a plan. General Program of the United Nations Yuanshi was very satisfied with this. This world relied on martial arts to establish itself, and the timing for promoting this idea and overthrowing the old era would be faster than ideal. Not bad. It seems you have learned a lot over the years. Yuanshi stood up and finalized the case. From today on, we will recruit civilian soldiers in Tangshan City. Anyone who is willing to join. He brought out some idealized adjustment methods from his previous life. This is also the purpose. There are many nobles in this world, but the nobles rely on martial arts to gain a foothold, so they are the easiest to overthrow, because most of the students in the Extreme Academy are born into commoners. Remember our slogan? All men are created equal. All have sovereignty. All have freedom. The people should. After Yuanshi finished speaking, the people below cheered. Everyone is equal. Soon, the Extreme Academy opened its doors, and countless titled Douluo, Soul Douluo, and Soul Sages went to various parts of Douluo continent, began to save people in the war and promote ideals and beliefs. And a legion with equality, as its banner began to rise quietly. Allah. Chapter 115, Entering the Plain Channel. Is this your philosophy? In the small divine realm, Poseidon, Yezi, Rakshasa god, and Angel god were all a little surprised. Are you still human? Rakshasa asked coldly. What do you mean? Yuanshi raised his eyebrows. The angel god raised his head and interrupted. What she meant was that once humans have great power, they will have endless desires. As long as they have emotions, they will want to be kings and dominate others. From ancient times to the present, even the so-called gods have never shouted the slogan of equality for all. I'm afraid only the god of creation can do this. How? Yuanshi chuckled, looking at the world with his hands behind his back. I'm not that great. And I can't do that, as you said. People are selfish. I don't have that kind of vision. This is just the appearance you see. Are you going to wait until the continent is unified before you become emperor? Rakshasa god wondered. Yuanshi shook his head and pointed to the small divine world, asking, Where are we? The little god's realm. The world you created. The four answered in unison. No, this is a much bigger blood-sucking worm. It not only sucks the blood of everyone, but also the blood of many worlds. Yuanshi said, What I want to do is to be above the world. The faith in the hearts of everyone in every world that is controlled. He turned around to look at the four women and found that they covered their mouths and stared at him in disbelief. If I want to consolidate their faith, I must plant a seed in their hearts. I am the savior, but I am also the most unequal person behind equality for all. I want to be the ultimate person who controls the direction of the world. Yuanshi nodded and expressed his thoughts one by one. The four girls were not surprised, but their heads buzzed. Yuanshi's idea was simple, yet difficult. He wants to control all the worlds that can be controlled. He has the final say on whether the world is destroyed or reborn, and he truly controls the lives of all people. Can this really be achieved? The four people couldn't help but wonder. Yuanshi suddenly smiled. It can be achieved very easily. But before that, I have to do something first. Yuanshi's figure disappeared. A tower of bubble. Because of the news blockade. People here don't know what happened in Douluo continent. Every day they guard the plane channel with fear and trepidation, fearing that the opposite plane will attack. The top floor of the Tower of Babel. Yuanshi's arrival brought all the generals together. Among them, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family headed by Yuanjun is the majority, followed by other forces. Having said that, the major forces stationed here have also made rapid progress in strength. While constantly absorbing the energy of the opposite plane, in the two-plane channel, none of the titled Douluo present is lower than level 95. Yuanshi took a quick look and saw that Yuanjun was at level 102. Luomian had signs of breaking through level 100, and the rest of the titled Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were all at level 99. As for other forces, the second priest of the Spirit Hall also showed signs of breaking through level 100, and the seventh priest also reached level 99. The same is true for other forces. Almost every leader of a force has become a level 99 peerless Douluo. However, when they saw Yuanshi appear, a strong sense of fear rose from the depths of their souls. Because the opponent's strength is hundreds of times stronger than Yuanzhen! Originally, I wanted to give Yuanshi a warning, but now, I don't even have the courage to look him in the eye. Strong! Too strong! Yuanshi sat in the main seat and glanced at the people around him. Third brother, what's the current situation on the mainland? Yuanzhen was curious. The world is in chaos. Yuanshi did not hide anything. What? When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Yuanshi did not hide anything and projected a projection for everyone to watch. Everyone watched carefully until the four great empires appeared, and their faces changed. Damn Hoshin sect. The first person everyone pointed at was the Grand Elder of Hoshin sect. I have no idea about these things. The Great Elder shrugged helplessly. Although he has now broken through to level 99, peerless Douluo, he still doesn't dare to confront this group of people head-on. But as people continued to watch, they saw the Spirit Hall establishing an empire. Code Arm. The Spirit Hall, are not good people either! All the forces pointed their spearheads at the Spirit Hall again. At least we have the right to do so! Golden Crocodile Douluo snorted, Fuck you! Luomian stood up, pointed at them and cursed, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, take the lead in guarding the plane channel, and you guys are causing chaos behind my back? This force is silent. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is now the only one in power, and they dare not go against it at all. Third brother. Did you enter the Tower of Babel this time to solve the hidden dangers of the plane? Yu Wanjun was not in the mood to argue with them, so he asked curiously. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked over. Back then, Yu Wanshi had a conversation with the strongest person in the opposite plane across time and space. If he entered the opposite plane, it would mean that the final battle between the two planes would soon break out. Yu Wanshi nodded. My strength has improved a bit, so I have this plan.
Wow!
Everyone was shocked. If this was true, they could finally be liberated. Moreover, once Douluo devoured the energy of the opposite plane, the entire plane would be upgraded. By then, it is not impossible for this group of level 99 peerless Douluo to break through to level 100. Yu Wanshi nodded and asked doubtfully, not long ago, did a person enter the plane channel? When talking about this, everyone's heart tightened and a sense of fear lingered.
Yes, he is far superior to anyone we have ever seen.
Yu Wanjin felt it most clearly. He seems to have dragon soul blood. When he appeared, all of us blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex were suppressed. We thought it was you, but he just glanced at us coldly. Then, when the strongest person in the opposite plane leaked his aura, he killed him. He has not appeared until now. He recounted the scene of that day in horror. If that person had not shown any interest in them, everyone present would have died. It is indeed the Golden Dragon King. Yu Yuanshi tapped the armrest of the chair, wondering who would win if the Golden Dragon King fought against the Lord of the Plains. The answer is obvious. The Golden Dragon King will definitely win. But if he won, why did the creatures from the plane continue to appear? No. Yu Wanshi suddenly thought of a possibility and waved his hand. Ring the creatures that are pouring out of the plane channel here for me to see. Everyone hurriedly brought a monster with horns, which looked like neither human nor beast. Yu Wanshi activated the dragon god's power, and suddenly, the monster below twitched and crawled on the ground trembling. Sure enough, these monsters were assimilated by the Golden Dragon King. Yu Wanshi guessed a possibility. The Golden Dragon King killed the Lord of the Plane, then seized control of it and assimilated all the creatures in the plane into dragon-like monsters. This lunatic. Yu Wanshi put away the dragon god's throne and stood up. But this is also good. As long as we kill this guy and devour the plane energy, Douluo continent can be promoted to a higher level. By then, there should be 120 level spirit masters. He had felt it at that time that the Lord of the opposite plane should be of the strength of a first-level god, and it would have been impossible for Douluo to be promoted to level 120. But now that the Golden Dragon King has become the Lord of the Plains, there is a chance for Douluo continent to be promoted to such a level. I'll go across there. Yu Wanshi stood up and rushed into the plane channel in the blink of an eye.
Ooh.
Chapter 116. The Five Great Gods Fight, Time and Space Turbulence,
Hissing, rustling.
The storm of plane rifts sounded in Yu Wanshi's ears, like the sound of a knife cutting flesh, making people's hair stand on end. However, these forces did not dare to attack him. The divine light on his body was infinitely magnified to resist these forces. I didn't expect that once I left the Douluo plane, my strength would be directly promoted to the Divine King realm. 9 divine rings appeared behind him, shining brightly in the endless void. Wherever they shone, the heaven and earth woke up, and all things came to life. This is the God King, a being who can create a world. Even just a ray of divine light can make the world look brand new. Suddenly, he passed through the plane channel and descended into another world. The energy here was much richer, but it only allowed Yu Wanshi to have the strength of level 105. Invincible in the same level. Since I am suppressed, the Golden Dragon King will also be suppressed. In this case, he will definitely be able to defeat the Golden Dragon King. Boom! Almost at the moment of landing in this world, a majestic aura rose into the sky.
You bastards from the god realm!
You've chased me all the way here.
So all of you should stay here!
The roar of the Golden Dragon King resounded through heaven and earth, and countless creatures crawled on the ground and wailed. In the center of the world, golden light rises into the sky. The Golden Dragon King's overwhelming aura spread for thousands of miles, covering the entire world. The next second, the Golden Dragon King turned into a long rainbow and broke through the sky, carrying endless violent power and killing towards you, Yuanxi. Golden Dragon King, you have just experienced a great war in the divine realm, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Who gave you the courage? Yuanxi raised his hand and first released the pressure from the ancestral dragon. In an instant, the terrifying might of a dragon descended. Bang! The Golden Dragon King was shocked and fell halfway into the void. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the giant dragon. His pupils suddenly shrank. Is this the dragon body god? It seems to be even more powerful than the dragon god. Who are you? His voice was full of disbelief. Such terrifying pressure would not make his soul tremble, even if the dragon god were alive. I am the one who will take your life? Yuanxi summoned the god, killing spear, and all of a sudden, endless demonic energy spread out, accompanied by a terrifying bloody attack, and the sky and the earth lost their color in an instant. Arrogant. The Golden Dragon King unleashed all of the dragon god power in his body, and his strength began to surge madly from level 100. Level 2 god. Level 1 god! Rumble. The whole world began to collapse, and the power of the plane began to surge towards the Golden Dragon King. He wants to absorb the power of the entire world and restore his strength. Yuanxi narrowed his eyes, and through his divine sense, he could clearly see the plane core in the other person's body, which was being madly absorbed by the dragon god core. Golden Dragon King, it will be useless even if you absorb the power of the plane to restore your strength. Yuanxi sneered, holding up the god-killing spear. An endless demonic energy began to devour the energy of heaven and earth. Roar. The strength of the two began to grow wildly, reaching the level of God King! Boom! The moment the two men restored their strength to the level of Divine King, the entire world dimmed, and then with a loud bang, it shattered like a piece of tofu falling to the ground and completely dissipated. The two were also in the universe. You are not a scum from the God realm, but it doesn't matter! The Golden Dragon King raised his head and roared. The terrifying and domineering power turned into a golden dragon spear, and with a casual strike, it shattered the meteorite. Boom! He turned into a beam of light and rushed towards Yuanxi. We're both at the Divine King level, so why should I be afraid? Yuanxi swept the god-killing spear across, and wherever the spear passed, the stars shattered and space shattered. Bang, bang, bang! Both of them were in the God-King realm, and were the best in the realm. For a while, the fight was so intense that it was hard to tell who was winning. The two men fought, and turned into beams of light that bloomed in the universe. Wherever the aftermath passed, the galaxy collapsed, and the stars shattered like bubbles. The deafening divine voice echoed throughout the universe, and the people in those weak worlds all fell to their knees and wailed. On this day, countless worlds overturned. Some worlds were affected and became crazy, while others became completely mentally ill. Even the Douluo continent was greatly affected at this moment. If it weren't for the existence of the God realm, it would have been reduced to dust in an instant. Damn it, are these two God kings fighting? The gods in the divine world also noticed something strange and looked up at the universe. Open the shield of the divine world, and don't be affected by these two lunatics. The 5 great gods were not interested in checking who was fighting. Now they just needed to take control of this little piece of land. Do you think it's possible that the Golden Dragon King encountered other god kings after escaping? Some gods wondered. How is that possible? The Golden Dragon King must have escaped to the world below. But their words were obviously heard by the 5 great gods. Ashura God's face was gloomy. It really could be that beast. The eyes of the god of destruction flickered slightly. It shouldn't reveal the coordinates of the god realm, right? Not really. After all, The Golden Dragon King has no divine position and cannot be exposed. The god of good and evil shook his head. I hope nothing will happen. The goddess of life looked at the universe worriedly. She always felt that something would happen because of this, and it would not be a good thing. Rumble? However, just as they finished their words, the aftermath of the battle washed over like a wave, shaking the entire divine world. Oh no, it might really be the Golden Dragon King. The battle between this beast and another god king is happening near Douluo continent? Asura god had a gloomy face. What? The expressions of the other gods changed drastically. Damn it, this has a huge impact on our god realm. If we are not careful, we will be sucked into the turbulence of time and space. The god king of good and the god king of evil controlled the center of the god realm and began to check the location of the Golden Dragon King and Jade Yuanshi. The plane that Shura broke last time has disappeared. It should be the Golden Dragon King and another god king who broke it. As he spoke, the evil god king suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! The passage to that plane has not disappeared from Douluo continent yet. The fight between the two will definitely affect Douluo continent,
Or even destroy it.
Brush!" The faces of the gods changed drastically. If this happened, the divine world would be implicated. Damn it! Shura god wanted to rush out. What if we join the battle? It will only accelerate the destruction of the world. At that time, space turbulence is more likely to occur, and the god realm will also be in danger. The goddess of life stopped him. No need to say more. If I don't stop it, everything will be over. The Ashura god rushed out of the god realm and flew towards the place where the Golden Dragon King and Jade Yuanshi were fighting. The expressions of the other gods changed slightly. I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourselves! The god of destruction responded coldly. The god king of goodness and the god king of evil looked at each other and finally followed the god Shura. In the universe, the two people who were fighting suddenly stopped and turned to look in one direction at the same time, only to see the Ashura god and the three gods of evil and goodness descending. You bastards from the god realm! One! The Golden Dragon King roared towards the sky. Golden Dragon King, why are you fighting with others? Do you know that this will cause the nearby world to collapse? Said the Ashura god condescendingly. What I want is none of your business? The Golden Dragon King looked at the two groups of people warily. The Asura god and the other two looked at Yuanshi. Just as Ashura god was about to speak, he suddenly saw Yuanshi clearly and his nerves tensed uply. Why is it you? Suddenly, everyone present was stunned. Why can't it be me? Yuanshi smiled coldly. If the three of you dare to leave the god realm today, then you will stay here. The Yuanshi raised the god-killing spear high, and the monstrous demonic energy transformed, covering the entire star field. Presumptuous! Shura god shouted, immediately drawing his sword and rushing forward. Good opportunity! The Golden Dragon King's aura exploded, and he launched a full-strength attack, sneak attacking the Shura god. Upon seeing this, the evil and kind god king hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. Suddenly, the five great gods fought each other. In just a moment, the sky and the earth lost their color. The sea of stars in the universe shook, and an inexplicable energy wave began to approach the five people, slowly gathering into a star body similar to a black hole. Buzz! The huge energy storm turned into a vortex, constantly swallowing everything around it. Damn it! The five people stopped at the same time, but the terrifying storm energy continued to grow. This is not a space storm! Nor is it a black hole. The knowledgeable and kind God King was surprised. This power. Time and space! The Golden Dragon King exclaimed, and then laughed randomly. Ha ha ha! It's a time and space storm. Everyone must die! What is a space time storm? Asked the other four. The Golden Dragon King snorted coldly. The dragon god once touched this kind of power, the time and space storm. In other words, it is connected to another Douluo universe? Parallel universe? Yuanshi narrowed his eyes, and a long-lost familiar word appeared in his mind. You actually know this thing? The Golden Dragon King looked at Yu Wanshi, becoming more and more curious about the other party's identity. What do you mean? The three gods in the divine world frowned. You can understand it as, we might encounter another Douluo god realm, or more likely, we will meet another self, exactly the same self. Yu Wanshi said solemnly.
What?
The three god kings exclaimed. How could there be two identical people in World 3? Sure, a god didn't believe it. You will know soon. Yu Wanshi laughed. The moment he finished speaking, all the god king, level powerful beings in the entire Douluo universe looked over here. Because they sensed another breath coming from themselves, Chapter 117 Douluo I, Douluo II, Douluo III World Encounter, Douluo Continent, Unreveled Tang Sect, Spirit World.
Rumble.
Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the quiet world, and the gods in the divine world flew into the void and looked into the distance. A terrifying force descended, sweeping everyone back like a tide. Poseidon Temple. Tang San stood up suddenly, feeling an inexplicable palpitation in his heart, and he felt the breath of another himself. No, not just one, but two. He looked anxious. As a time traveler, and after years of research, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind.
Parallel time and space!
Third brother, what happened? Xiao Wu asked with concern when she saw her anxious face. Something happened. Tang San looked solemn. He brought Xiao Wu to the main hall of the Divine Realm Council. At this time, the 5 great divine kings had already arrived, and they all had solemn expressions on their faces. I believe you have all noticed it. Tang San said straight to the point. The 4 gods of evil, good, destruction, and life all nodded solemnly. I feel 2 auras of my own, and they are both at the God King level? The evil God King nodded solemnly. What is going on? The god of destruction looked at them. There are 2 people in charge of the core of the divine world, and they should have noticed something was wrong at the first moment. A huge space turbulence appeared at the edge of the god realm. No, it's not space turbulence. It's more terrifying than space turbulence. The god of kinness shook his head. He couldn't explain clearly what that thing was. All I know is that the power is extremely terrifying, and it can even suck away the entire divine world.
Time and space turbulence!
Tang San suddenly said, Space, time turbulence. The others looked at each other. Yes, I have traveled to countless places and discovered this existence, time and space turbulence. You can think of it as a parallel time and space. Tang San explained, probably, more than 2 Douluo universes will appear at the same time. Everyone is still a little confused. What is parallel universe? They knew that the 2 planes were in different time and space, but this was the first time they had heard of parallel time and space. Tang San looked towards the universe and said, You just need to know that when parallel time and space appear, 2 identical versions of yourself can appear!
Wow!
The gods were in an uproar, because just now they felt 2 other very familiar auras.
They were themselves!
Can I treat them as 2 mirrors? It's just that we in the mirror can't get out of the mirror, but we in another parallel time and space can appear, said the 4 gods. Tang San nodded. Not bad.
Damn it!
Then who is the real me?
The god of destruction snorted coldly. This statement is indeed somewhat difficult to sustain. No. They are all you. Just you in different periods of time. Tang San shot out a divine light, drew a straight line on the table, and then added 3 dots. These 3 points are you in the past, you in the present, and you in the future. He drew 3 straight lines on the side and marked them separately. These 3 points are also you, but they are you in parallel time and space. The 3 of you are moving forward at the same time. 1 point is moving to the present of the timeline, 1 point is moving to the past of the timeline, and another point is moving to the future of the timeline. If the 3 of you had not met, everything you experienced would be exactly the same. But once 2 or more of you met, time and space would intersect. Tang San crisscrossed the time axis and the space axis. Then, there will be multiple pasts, multiple scenes, and multiple futures. The gods covered their mouths in horror. For example, Tang San pointed at the God King of Destruction and the God King of Life. You two are married now. If you meet your parallel self in a parallel time and space, and they are not married yet, then by the time they are now, there is a 50% chance that the time will change and the two of you will become strangers. Asshole, you are looking for death! The God of Destruction roared. Calm down, don't make a fuss. This is just another me. If we meet, it is possible to change the time point where he is, isn't it? The God of Life gently stroked the God of Destruction to try to calm him down. Then, what should we do now? Asked the God of Evil and Keenness. If it's inevitable, then we're destined to meet. Let's go and see. Tang San put his hands behind his back and flew towards the depths of the universe. Seeing this, the other gods nodded and followed. Douluo Continent, Legend of the Dragon King. Spirit World. What happened? Tang San and others who were fighting with the Golden Dragon King looked up at the universe. I sense two auras that belong to me! No, me! The two gods of evil and good looked solemn. Tang San's face was as calm as water. He had read countless divine books over the years and had a thorough understanding of some things. If I'm not mistaken, he looked up into the depths of the universe, his face suddenly darkening.
This aura is me!
It's another me. The Golden Dragon King laughed wildly towards the sky. Ahaha. It actually penetrated time and space. He was different from the others in that he was very clear about the current situation because he had encountered this kind of thing before in the Dragon God's memory. Tang San, what on earth did you do? At this time, the God King of Destruction and the God King of Life descended and questioned angrily. Two spatial turbulences appeared simultaneously outside the universe. The entire God realm will be destroyed because of this. Destruction. If you hadn't insisted on doing it yourself, how could it have come to this point today? Tang San frowned. If the God King of Destruction had not been determined to expand the divine realm, he would not have encountered the space storm, and the Golden Dragon King would not have taken the opportunity to escape.
Ha ha!
You bastards from the God realm, just wait for me. I have sensed the existence of another me. As long as I devour him, I will gain the power of the Dragon God! The Golden Dragon King has no time to watch them quarreling. All he wants now is to devour his other self in order to increase his strength and destroy the God realm! Golden Dragon King, I told you that you can't leave today. Tang San transformed into the Ashura God. The terrifying killing atmosphere spread, and a supreme divine power descended and killed the Golden Dragon King. Not good. The Golden Dragon King sensed something was wrong, cried out in surprise, and was about to run away. We can't do any more. The two major spatial turbulences have already swept across the God realm! The other God Kings wanted to stop them. Don't worry. You won't die! Tang San raised the Shura sword high and killed the Golden Dragon King with one strike. Roar. New.
Impossible!
The Golden Dragon King roared to the sky and looked towards the other side of the universe unwillingly. No, I haven't lost yet! Suddenly, his eyes became determined, and he took out the Golden Dragon King's divine core and threw it away. Oh no. Stop him. Tang San was shocked and was about to step forward to stop him, but the Golden Dragon King used up his last bit of strength to stop him. What? Almost at the moment when the beam of light fell, a baby crying was heard in the temple of Poseidon. Xiao Wu rushed out of the Poseidon temple with tears streaming down her face. Third brother. Something happened to Xiao Wu Lin. She found Tang San, but fainted before she could finish a sentence.
Xiao Wu.
Tang San stepped forward and hugged Xiao Wu. The God King of Life took over Tang Wulin immediately and hurriedly transferred strength to him. However, she had no way to lock the power of the Golden Dragon King, and her face turned pale. He can't bear the core power of the Golden Dragon King at all. What should I do? After Tang San healed Xiao Wu, he quickly took over Tang Wulin. The Golden Dragon King's core power is too strong, and the power of the God realm will allow it to grow continuously until it bursts. Dad, What should we do now? Tang Wotong asked anxiously. Tang San's body trembled, and a tear appeared in the corner of his eye. Send him to Douluo continent. A rumble. Almost at the same time, a cosmic storm swept in, and the entire divine world began to fall apart. Not good. The 5 god kings turned pale. The divine realm is breaking apart. If we don't stop it, all the worlds we control will be destroyed. The god of evil and the god of good exclaimed, "Leave it to us." Just when everyone was falling into helplessness and despair, the god king of destruction and the god king of life held hands, and the two forces began to emerge wildly. The gods were surprised. All this is due to destruction. Let's put an end to this farce. Buzz! The 2 god kings merged, and an array of creative power appeared, forcibly repairing the damaged god realm. However, even so, 2 god kings of evil and good still said in fear, "No!" The 2 spatial turbulences have not disappeared. Tang San didn't have time to feel sad. He felt the 2 fluctuations of power. One of them didn't seem to have the aura of destruction, but the other one was different. Rumble. Suddenly, the center of the divine world began to crack. Not good. The gods were shocked, and the gods of evil and good rushed forward to control the center of the divine world. Child, my child. Xiao Wu was awakened by the aftermath and rushed towards Tang Wulin immediately. Xiao Wu, we must say goodbye to Xiao Wulin. Tang San said in a heavy tone. What? Xiao Wu was struck by lightning and instantly became listless. If he stays in the god realm, the power of the Golden Dragon King will kill him. Only if he goes to Douluo continent, there may be a glimmer of hope. Tang San said solemnly. No, I don't want to. Xiao Wu fainted again before she could finish her words. Whew. Tang San looked towards Douluo continent and breathed a sigh of relief. Douluo continent has my parents. De Ming and Ming are also here. At least little Wu Lin can grow up safely until she can control the power of the Golden Dragon King. Tang San reluctantly threw the baby in the cradle out of the god realm and flew to Douluo continent. Rumble. The divine world was shaken again. Everyone, pass the power to me. Tang San's face changed, and he rushed to the center of the god realm. The 8 wings of the sea god emerged and injected into the center of the god realm. The terrifying divine power was injected into it along with his body. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook, and the entire divine realm was instantly swallowed up by the turbulence of space. After swallowing up the divine realm, this force completely disappeared. The god realm disappeared, and other worlds, such as Douluo continent, were pulled by another suction force, constantly moving towards a parallel time and space. Rumble. The 3 cosmic worlds suddenly collided with each other. At this point, the 3 major universes meet. Chapter Lunid Edi, the intersection of 3 universes, the center of space, time turbulence. At the intersection of the 3 worlds, the gods stood and looked at each other from afar. Another self. The first to speak were the god of evil and the god of good. The 2 looked into the distance, where there seemed to be a mirror with exactly the same versions of themselves appearing. This feeling is extremely strange, both exciting and thrilling. Wet? That sure a god is not me. Sure a god sensed his own breath, but the other party was not himself at all. No, that's the god of the sea. Suddenly, he saw the other party clearly again. No, that is a dual throne. He inherited 2 thrones by himself. The god of life pointed out the mystery. What? The gods were puzzled. Can't a throne be inherited by one person? They had never seen anyone who could bear the power of 2 gods. In this situation, won't the throne be fought over by the gods, causing the body to explode and die? No, the question I should be thinking about now is, when exactly did the other party appear? Why did they appear? The god of destruction stared at his other self in the distance with unfriendly eyes. Roar! Another group of scum from the god realm. The Golden Dragon King roared, and all his strength burst out, with tremendous violent force raging. Although he had expected this, he was not at all impressed by the people in the god realm. Moreover, He also felt that another of himself was being imprisoned in the other party's divine realm. Golden Dragon King. The gods of Douluo II looked gloomy. What period of the divine world are they from? Someone asked. The first generation of Shura God is still here, and there is a strange face. Could it be the period of the Great War with the Dragon God? Tangsan in Douluo II frowned. No. Douluo II's god of destruction and the other 4 god kings shook their heads. The other party is already us at this time, and Shura should be choosing a successor. It's just that. They looked at Yuanshi with solemn eyes. The other god king has never appeared in our universe. Oh. Tangsan raised his eyebrows and thought, is it the me from 10,000 years ago? Then was my me in that world already chosen, or was I just born? Now he is one of the strongest in the divine world. If he really meets himself 10,000 years ago, he might be able to help him. After all, only he knows himself best. Neither side spoke, just looked at each other quietly. Wet, there are 3 Douluo worlds in the space, time storm, why didn't the 3rd god realm appear? Almost everyone noticed this at the same time. Yuanshi sneered and looked towards the Douluo III world. His strange smile aroused the doubts of all the gods present. What are you laughing at? Shura God stared at him with gloomy eyes. Yuanshi glanced at the gods present, not intending to hide anything, and walked to the center of the crowd with his hands behind his back, pointing to the Douluo III world, and explained, I think everyone is aware of our current situation. The 3 Douluo universes have collided with each other, and we are in different timelines. For now, he pointed at himself and the other god kings around him and said, what should be in the time when the dragon god was killed 10,000 years later and the Ashura god is looking for a successor? Although Shura God did not like Yuanshi, he still nodded. After all, he was a generation of Shura God. If the Shura God opposite him was his future successor, then everything made sense. The gods of Douluo II looked at each other, and Tangsan stepped forward and said, the timeline we are in is 10,000 years after the predecessor of the Shura God handed over the throne to me. After comparing the timelines, the gods looked at each other in bewilderment. So you are the successor I'm looking for. The Shura God of Douluo I looked at Tangsan, but his eyes were not happy but puzzled. Why are you still the sea god? Douluo II Tangsan hesitated for a moment, then explained, this is a long story. Probably, the sea god didn't know that you chose me, and then he gave me the throne. In the end, he was killed in a battle with Rakshasa god and Angel god. In order to save me, you had no choice but to let me have 2 thrones at the same time. As he spoke, a cunning flashed in his eyes. If he could avoid being killed by Bebidong and Chuan Rengsu during that period of time, he would feel more at ease. Rakshasa god, Angel god, Asura god narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this guy must be punished. What's your name? Shura God just wanted to find an heir as soon as possible. He really didn't want to care about these things anymore. Tangsan? Douluo II Tangsan replied. Tangsan. The Asura God tilted his head and thought, who is Tang Hao to you? My father. I wonder if he is still safe. Tangsan was reminded of this and a plan came up with his mind. During this period of time, my father is probably still suffering from the loss of my mother, so why not help him? Ashura God was silent and looked up at Yuanshi. Whether your father in this world is safe or not is not up to me to decide. Tangsan frowned. Senior, what do you mean by this? At the same time, he turned his head to look at Yuanshi. The other party had never appeared in his world. Who was this person? Yuanshi nodded. Your father, Tang Hao, has been completely wiped out by me because he offended me. Now that I have reached the realm of God King, there is no need for me to be afraid of anyone anymore. What? Not only Tangsan, but other God Kings also looked surprised. Tangsan was slightly stunned and a piercing pain arose, but he was not angry about it. After all, Tang Hao was not the father of his world. Your Excellency, very good. As a God King, he was rational enough. You are better. Yuanshi smiled and his sight jumped to the Douluo III world. However, Something seems to have happened in the god realm of another world line. He did not mention the situation of Douluo III or Tang Wulin's situation. Now he only wanted to know the exact timeline of the Douluo 23 world, whether Huo Yuhao, the son of destiny, had entered Shrek, and whether the Silver Dragon King had revived. Everyone paused and their eyes turned to the third world. It was still Douluo continent, but the god realm had disappeared. The gods of the third world have disappeared. People from the two major gods' realms were all surprised and suspicious. No. I feel a familiar breath. That's my breath. The Golden Dragon King wanted to rush forward. Want to leave. Yuanshi raised his hand and swung the god, killing spear violently. With a bang, the spear went straight through the back of the Golden Dragon King. Roar. The Golden Dragon King roared to the sky and looked at Yuanshi angrily. Damn bastard. I will never give you the Golden Dragon Core even if I die! The Golden Dragon King stretched out his hand, grabbed his heart, and pulled it hard, throwing out the Golden Dragon King's core. This is not up to you. Yuanshi snorted coldly and raised his hand to grab the Golden Dragon King's core power. Sir, who doesn't want the Golden Dragon King's core? God Shura and others, as well as everyone else from the Douluo I god realm, rushed forward to grab it. Presumptuous! Yuanshi no longer held back and burst out with terrifying strength at the peak of the God King realm. In an instant, the entire space shook, and the monstrous demonic energy, accompanied by endless dragon power, forcibly repelled the God Kings of the two worlds. Rumble. Yuanshi reached out and snatched the Golden Dragon King's core and put it directly into the space. He obtained the God Killing Spear, his divine armor flashed with blood, and glared at everyone. Everyone, do you still want to fight for it? Everyone was silent and did not continue to fight. The problem we should solve now is what impact the intersection of the three universes will bring rather than fighting. After all, everyone is just in a different timeline. It's still a familiar world, isn't it? Chapter 119 Three Worlds shocked. Obviously, Yuanshi's words did play a certain role. The crowd stopped arguing and began to think about how to deal with the three worlds and two divine realms after the collision of the three universes. This matter cannot be concealed from the lower realms. The people in the lower realms are not fools. They have obviously seen such a huge shock. Yuanshi was the first to speak. I plan to tell the Douluo world the truth and find a way to connect the three worlds. What do you think? Impossible. Asura God was the first to object. The humans in the three worlds do not exist in the same timeline, so there is naturally nothing to avoid. But what about the soul beasts?
I think it's feasible.
However, the god of destruction immediately said, if the three worlds develop together, maybe our god realm can be promoted to the god star. And the ones who spoke were the two god kings of destruction from the god realm. You guys! Shura god glared at the two of them. Damn, a god of destruction and his wife, the god Shura won't be afraid. But they are two couples! 1 against 4. The advantage is not in my hands! Endured. I agree with this proposal. Tang San raised his hand to show his agreement. It's also good for the three worlds to develop together. At least it can avoid many things from happening. But what should we do if the gods of the third world are not here? This question stumped everyone. If no one takes care of Douluo III, the people over there will never become gods. But if the two major divine realms want to take care of it, there will be no extra god positions left for them. Let's see how they develop before making a decision. Yuanshi suggested. After all, we can't let go of outstanding talents, right? He knew very well that these guys were only looking stern now, but Douluo III was also a rare piece of fat meat. Whoever could take it would also gain energy from the god realm. Moreover, there are also many outstanding people in the world of Douluo III. After a brief moment of thought, the gods nodded. Okay. Afterwards, the two gods discussed some words and then left with their own ulterior motives. Nether. The three Douluo worlds were all frightened by this shock, and at this moment countless strong men were looking up at the sky because they discovered that there were 3 suns in the sky. In the end, what happened? In the world of Douluo I, everyone exclaimed that they had never seen 3 suns appear at the same time. 3 suns? Could it be that my sun,
Moon Empire is going to prosper!
the people of the sun, Moon continent cheered. The people in the Douluo II world were more terrified because countless things had happened here for tens of thousands of years. First, the 2 continents collided, and then a war broke out. Therefore, 3 things happening on the same day was simply the beginning of bad news for them. In the world of Douluo, although technology has developed a lot, they still know very little about the extraterrestrial world and are already afraid of it. Moreover, their world is also invaded by the abyss, and 3 suns appearing on the same day may not be a good thing. Just when everyone was confused, a voice resounded throughout the 3 worlds. Everyone listen carefully. I am the god of destruction, the god king of the god realm. When these words were spoken, all 3 worlds were shocked. God realm really exists. Our Shrek young ancestors once ascended to the divine realm. Could it be that they are talking? People from the 3 worlds were all talking about it. But before they could come to a conclusion, the voice of the god of destruction sounded again. I believe everyone has seen what is happening in the sky. This god king will only say this once. Due to an accident, the 3 Douluo worlds
Collided with each other!
These 3 world lines are the first world, Douluo continent 10,000 years ago, which is the period of Spirit Hall. Taking the Spirit Hall period as the anchor point, the second world is 10,000 years after the anchor point, after the Douluo continent and the Sun, Moon continent collided. The third world is the anchor point for 20,000 years and 10,000 years after the second world. Wow. Almost at the same time? People from the 3 worlds were all noisy. Some people might not understand, but most people got it right away.
What?
Our world collides with the world of 10,000 years and 20,000 years from now.
How is this possible?
What will our world become after 10 or 20,000 years? Will we have descendants? Most people who watched Douluo I were confused. What has Douluo become after 10,000 years? In Douluo II, everyone was frightened out of their wits. Wait, so we have collided with the past and future of Douluo continent? This. Can we go back 10,000 years ago to see how powerful the so-called Spirit Hall was? Even the Shrek 7 gods were almost defeated at that time. No. I will wait 10,000 years to see if Shrek is still the #1 academy on the continent. I don't believe Shrek can stand firm. What? Doesn't that mean we can change the future? As long as we understand what will happen 10,000 years later, we can completely avoid certain things from happening. Obviously, as the Douluo II world, they can foresee more things than the other 2 worlds. They can see both the past and the future. Only Douluo III. It is very unfriendly for them to only see the past. They cannot absorb any useful value. After all, they already know everything they need to know. However, the god of destruction's voice had not yet ended. He continued. The second thing is that something happened during this time and space turbulence. We were unable to find any traces of the god realm 20,000 years after the anchor point. Only the god realm during the anchor point period and 10,000 years after the anchor point appeared. After discussion between our 2 divine realms, we finally decided to allow the 3 worlds to develop mutually, and the world anchored 20,000 years later will also have the opportunity to inherit the throne of the gods of the first 2 worlds
And become gods!
When the words of the intercommunication message sounded, people in the 3 worlds just stopped working for a minute.
What?
Does that mean we'll have a chance to meet our descendants? Wake up. You don't even have a wife, so how can you have descendants? The people in Douluo Building 1 were undoubtedly the most excited. It can be said to be the source of everything. They want to know a lot of things. What happened after 10,000 years? The characters in Douluo II are more of a surprise. Just Now I was talking about going to both worlds to have a look, but I didn't expect that they could actually communicate with each other. Damn, are there enough soul beasts for us to hunt? Are you stupid? Some of the soul beasts from the three worlds
May even be alive!
In other words, there was a 100,000-year-old soul beast 10,000 years ago. If it is not dead 10,000 years later, then there are two. Oh no. 3 identical soul beasts. Compared to the liveliness of the other 2 worlds, the people in the Douluo I world are not that lively.
Because their divine realm is gone!
How could it be? The divine world of our world has disappeared? How is this possible? What's impossible? There are so many geniuses in our world, but none of them are blessed by God. This already explains the problem. Afterwards, the god of destruction announced a series of rules, such as prohibiting the start of plain wars and not allowing the arbitrarily hunting of soul masters from other worlds. Douluo II world. A young man stood outside the forest, listening to the words of the god of destruction in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Mother, this world is really ridiculous, you know. We are actually colliding with the world of the past. At this point, he suddenly paused and clapped his hands. Yes, I can go find my ancestors and ask them to seek justice for you. Mother, please wait for me. I, Hu Yu Hao, will definitely become the most powerful spirit master. I will go to 10,000 years ago to ask my ancestors to do you justice! Douluo III world. There is a small city adjacent to the sea under the Sun and Moon Federation, Douluo I City. Douluo's annual awakening day is in full swing amid the news of the collision of the 3 worlds. Dad, what is the martial spirit you are talking about? The boy, who had just turned 6, asked his father and looked up at the sky's eye. Can I be the kind of person who can spread my voice to every corner? Who? Chapter 120 of Layout of Douluo 23 World, a 2-in-1. The 3 Douluo universes converged and Douluo history was known as the New Era of Chaos. The world of Douluo I is busy conquering the world, with heroes vying for supremacy, and everyone wants to unify the world. In the world of Douluo II, 4 nations are in a 3-way competition, and Shrek Academy becomes the largest force. Douluo III seems peaceful, but in fact there are undercurrents, and the evil soul masters are the most rampant. Douluo I, Wuhan Empire, Shure Empire, Tiandu Empire, Singlu Empire, Sun and Moon Empire, Jubao Liuli, Haoshan Sect, Sea God Island. All major forces were shocked because not long ago, when Yuanxi went to other planes, the entire Douluo continent was sublimated. In just a few days, the number of soul masters in the entire Douluo doubled. The soul masters who were once rare in a million are now only 2 in a million. There are even young geniuses who have awakened top-level martial spirits. Of course, compared to these small joys, the biggest beneficiaries are the major forces. Extreme Academy. Ding! The 68th test of the God of Creation, the Lord of all realms. Divine test content, establish power in 2 or more worlds. God test reward, show your holiness in front of people, and you can descend to the plane where your forces are stationed anytime and anywhere. Penalty for failure, demotion from the throne of God.
Ding!
The 69th and 70th test of the creation God, the Son of Luck. Divine test content. Please ask the host to plunder, control, eliminate. The Son of Destiny in 2 Douluo planes. Our God test reward, great luck. Control the power of luck. Can designate anyone as the Son of Luck. Penalty for failure, demotion from the throne of God.
Oh, ding!
The 71st test of the Creator God, the power of faith. Divine test content, collect 102 of the power of faith in 2 or more worlds. God test rewards, faith throne, super divine artifact. Failed the test, the godhood has been lowered. Ding! The 72nd test of the creation God, the prophet. Divine examination content. Announce the background of the 3 current Douluo worlds. Please select from the perspectives of forces, characters, soul beasts. God exam reward. Heaven and Earth net. Within the Heaven and Earth net, you can know any information of the world. Penalty for failure. Demotion from the throne of God.
Ding!
The 73rd to 81st test of the creation God,
The rise of the gods.
He divine test content. Please grant more than 10 god positions and guide more than 5 titled Douluo to create their own god positions. He hun god test reward. Create your own god position. You can create a god position based on any material, except the god of creation peak. Penalty for failure. Demotion from the throne of God. Kipi, hiss. The system's continuous reminder sounds rang in his ears, and Yuan Shi felt a chill in his chest. From the 68th test to the 81st test, Yuan Shi was both excited and worried. First, his divine test was almost over. Second, with so many divine tests appearing one after another, it was actually not much different from appearing one by one. Just as tiring. Looks like I'll be busy next. He glanced around casually. The simplest thing was to announce the structure of the 3 worlds. A dragnet. That's a good tool. In this way, you don't have to spend time building an intelligence network. As long as you have the dragnet in hand, you can find out any information you want by just checking. It directly avoids the delay, inaccuracy, and 0.099% possibility of betrayal of intelligence organizations. Then let's complete this assessment first. Yuan Shi stretched out his hand and clicked on this task, and an information network appeared in his hand. He took a quick glance and found the record was very detailed, at least much more detailed than he remembered. Is this the current situation of the 3 Douluo worlds? But how can I spread the news to the 3 worlds? Yuan Shi nodded in thought. Now that the general trend is unstoppable, he needs to lay out not only the Douluo I world, but also the Douluo 23 world. The layout of this world has basically taken shape. The next step is to continuously upgrade the planes and push one force to unify the continent. I will appear again and say, the world has suffered from kin for a long time. The world will be united soon. Yuan Shi knocked on the table, his eyes falling on the information of Douluo II world. Douluo II's son of luck is Huo Yuhao. Tang San should have been thinking of a way to make a plan. If he wants to seize control of Douluo II world, he must control Huo Yuhao. Tang San is using his own daughter to make trouble. I'm not that stupid. Yuan Shi knocked on the table and suddenly thought of someone. Moon. If I remember correctly, this old guy is a descendant of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, right? His eyes flashed. Did he fail to get the chance to become a god for some reason? His nod is nothing but Ye Shishui. Hiss, if I remember correctly, this old guy is a bit miserable. His girlfriend had sex with his best friend. Although they are not together afterwards, they still love each other. As a result, the old ghost Zhongli of the Holy Spirit Church forced Yi Shishui to give birth to a son. What's the difference between this and a sow? Moon's surname should be Fei, and he should take Fei Yangyang as his godfather. Why Shishui has never loved you, and you still swallowed the dragon pill to look for someone else? Fuck. Even though Yu Xiaogang is a bit of a loser, he has always been the one being licked by others. How come your generation has regressed? Yuan Shi was very disappointed. It seems that we need to resolve his knot in his heart, which is a bit difficult, but as long as the information in our hands is made public, people in the world will speak up for him. However, Fei Yanjiang should not blame Yi Sishui. After thinking about it, Yuan Shi really found it a little difficult to figure out how to redeem this old guy. A licker, one of the stupidest people. But he was quite good to Huo Yuhao. We can use this as an example. I remember that when he was helping Huo Yuhao condense his soul core, his soul flew away. Yuan Shi's eyes moved. In the world of Douluo II, as long as Moon is controlled, most of the situation can be stabilized. As the ancestor of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, he dare not disobey me. With the plan for Douluo II in mind, Yuan Shi shifted his gaze towards the world of Douluo III. Douluo III's son of destiny, Tang Wulin. To be honest, this kid doesn't look like Tang San's offspring. Yuan Shi nodded. But Douluo II's Tang San should have felt the blood power in his body. The other party still has Tang San's soul in his body. Douluo II's Tang San will definitely find it. Thinking of this, Yuan Shi was a little unsure where to start. No, There is another person. Suddenly, he thought of another protagonist of Douluo I,
The Silver Dragon King!
According to the current situation, there are 3 Silver Dragon Kings. With their strength, they will probably sense each other's presence at the first moment. Will they join forces? Or will they devour each other? If they are joining forces, we must eliminate 2 of them. If they are devouring, the layout in Douluo III will become simple. Yu Wanshi thought that according to the Silver Dragon King's temperament, she would definitely choose to cooperate with each other and take the lead in launching a soul beast uprising. However, no matter how strong the relationship is, as long as you dig up the foundation and take advantage of the loopholes, you can always break them one by one. With this thought in mind, he took out the Golden Dragon King core. As long as this core is thrown into the Douluo III world, the Silver Dragon King will not encounter Tang Wulin because she wants to integrate into the human world, and the Silver Dragon Kings of the other 2 worlds will also join forces to deal with her. There are still many layouts in Douluo III. With the plan in mind, Yu Wanshi also thought of how to announce the 3 worlds.
Ayin!
Yu Wanshi called out.
Buzz!
A blue light flashed, and Ayash Yin's plump figure appeared in the office. You have nothing to do with yourselves in the other 2 worlds, and your position as a god is higher than the other 2. You have the ability to control the blue-silver grass in the other 2 worlds. This matter will be left to you. Yu Wanshi threw the information of the 3 worlds to A Yin. Please rest assured. Master? A Yin put away the paper message and disappeared. In the next period of time, we will push for the unification of Douluo I. He looked up and vaguely sensed the aura of the Supreme God King descending upon the Douluo world. Tang-san, you're really quick. Anu, after becoming the god of nature, Yin became a first-level deity, able to easily control the nature of the other 2 worlds. She transformed into an avatar and descended into the Douluo 23 world. At the same time, A Yin from Douluo Dalu 23 also noticed her presence, but due to their godhood levels, the Ayash Yins from the 2 worlds did not dare to confront her head-on, because they discovered that Ayash Yin from Douluo Dalu I was nothing like her past self. She seemed like another person. In this tug-of-war, A Yin from Douluo Dalu I arranged Yu Wanshi's mission into 3 worlds. Oh, Douluo II world. Have you seen the map of the 3 worlds announced by the adults in the God realm? Nonsense. Who hasn't seen it? The situation in the Douluo I world seems to be different from our past. The Wuhan Empire was established. The Hoshin sect also established the Shura Empire? That's right! The Sun-Moon continent has also established contact with the Douluo continent in advance. Douluo III world. The soul guide technology of the Douluo I world has actually begun to move towards modernization. They haven't even entered the steam age of the Douluo II world. Fuck, what's even more surprising is that in this Douluo I world, the most powerful force is not the Spirit Hall, but the Extreme Academy that has never appeared in our history. Task. When Shrek Academy was just as our history records, the first generation of Shrek 7 Devils won the Soul Master competition. Bullshit. Juking is not one of the Shrek 7 Devils. This Douluo I world is probably not the predecessor of our world. Douluo I world. I didn't expect that the world after this would be so exciting, and that soul guides could bring such amazing effects. That's right. In the Douluo II era, ordinary people were actually qualified to sit in front of the Spirit Master and challenge him. This is really amazing! According to this, is this the best future development scenario for the Blacksmith Guild? Damn it, you found the blind monk. I'm joining the Blacksmith Guild right now. In fact, they were not the only ones who discovered this. Countless forces in the Douluo Dalu world also noticed it. Many forces began to win over Soul Masters, and were even ready to purchase Soul Masters after the worlds were connected. Blacksmith Guild. The building has never been so refreshing. The very day after the news was announced, his status was completely elevated. According to the description in Douluo 23, in the Blacksmith Guild, the Divine Craftsman is extremely noble. Douluo II requires the forging of soul guide instruments. The higher the quality of the materials, the more powerful the soul guide instrument will be. Douluo III even elevates the master craftsmen to the level of true gods, because they are equipped with battle armor. The effect of the 4-character battle armor is even greater than that of the soul bone, and it can provide the soul master with even more terrifying power. President, our blacksmith guild has finally made it. The blacksmiths were ecstatic.
Humph!
Lu Gao glared and slammed the table. Don't get too carried away! Who gave us the opportunity today?
It's the God Slayer!
The ideas he gave us are far beyond any other era, even the Douluo 23 world. Lu Gao's righteous voice stunned all the blacksmiths present. Later, I will ask Lord God Slayer to let us go to Douluo 23 to learn. If we can popularize the 4-character battle armor in our world, it will be a revolutionary success!
Color! Color! Color!
Douluo II world. Compared to the excitement of the Douluo world, they would rather go back and see what the world was like at that time. Of course, I am more curious about the battle between gods during that period. As the saying goes, history is written by the victors, and they also wanted to see whether the battle was really as recorded. Poseidon Pavilion. Moonin sat in the main seat. Xuanzi was sleepy. The 9-headed snake queen and her daughter sat opposite each other, and Yegai, Dong Qianqiu, and others sat down one after another. Mr. Mu, the Douluo I world seems to be quite different from our world, but this is not a bad thing for you, because the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family in this Douluo I world is extremely powerful, and the 3 clan leaders are all level 100 strong men. You may also have the hope of breaking through level. Xuanzi wiped the sleepiness off his face and said excitedly. Moon did not reply, as if he was thinking about something. Mr. Mu, what Mr. Xuan said is right. You support the entire Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family in the Douluo II world, and serve as the head of the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy. You are qualified to meet them, Yagai and others echoed. Alas, Moon sighed and looked up at the sky. It's fate. If there is an opportunity, it will fall on me even if I don't look for it. Now I just want to live a peaceful life for the rest of my life. How can this be possible? Xuanzi immediately jumped out to object. The continent seems peaceful now, but in fact, undercurrents are surging. The major empires may start a war at any time, and the evil soul masters are watching us in secret. Our mission is still very heavy, and we can't do without you. Mystera. Mu. The Xuanzi and the others looked at Moon, who raised his tired eyes and suddenly smiled. The world is never carried by anyone's shoulders. If I have the chance, I will go to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family in the Douluo I world. Even if I can't get the opportunity, I can still see the glory of the family. Douluo III world. Shrek Academy, Poseidon Pavilion. Many people looked at Yun Ming, who was sitting in the main seat, with heavy feelings in their hearts. Brother Yun, our Douluo III god realm has disappeared. Now if we want to become gods, we can go to the Douluo XII world. Yali looked at Yun Ming with heartache. Her husband was a man of extraordinary talent and should have become a supreme god, but fate played a trick on him. The god realm disappeared in Douluo III, and he was destined not to become a god. Under such circumstances, he forcibly took another path and created his own godhood. However, without the guidance of the gods, it is extremely difficult to create a godhood on one's own. Even Yun Ming has only felt a trace of it now. Yun Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, the appearance of Douluo XII gave him hope. He also wanted to ascend to the realm of gods like his Shrek ancestors. Kanwa, know that the Abyss Plane is invading, the evil soul master is resurrecting. If I go and become a god, according to the rules of the god realm, I cannot interfere in the affairs of the mortal world. Yun Ming said with a resolute face, there is no rush to become a god. Now there is hope, and I have plenty of time. What I need to do next is to do my best to encircle and suppress the evil soul masters and go to the Douluo XII world to find the ancestors to see if they have a way to deal with the Abyss Plane. 10 years. Give me another 10 years, and I will definitely wipe out the evil soul masters and destroy the abyss plane. Having said this, he looked at his wife Yali and said, "When the time comes, I will become a god again and take you to the divine realm." It's not a bad ending, because it's been such a long time since I watched Douluo I that I have forgotten a lot of things, and I've been busy reviewing it these days. Also, I'm not sure whether everyone likes to watch the protagonists of Gang Fight 23 or to step on them. No matter if you help or not, you always have to choose the protagonist of Do 23 or someone around you to unfold the plot. I am also looking for a character with high overall popularity, someone who the protagonist of Do 23 feels sorry for, or someone who doesn't get along with the protagonist, male or female. For example, the two soul beasts of ice and snow in Douluo II can choose not to sacrifice themselves if the protagonist intervenes. Or the protagonist of this book can let the ice and snow emperor of the Douluo I world devour the two soul beasts. There are too many characters in the three worlds, and I couldn't sort them out at once, because I designed these characters to be related in the three worlds. That is, bloodline inheritance or power inheritance. The most amazing thing is that there are a lot more settings for the three eras. This is the first time I write something like this. I haven't read much of this type of world before, so it's a bit messy, and I need to sort it out. Basically, it's Fight 1, Fight 2, then Fight 3, and then all three worlds together. Just watch me operate it. In addition, regarding the female lead, you can tell me which female character you want to see in Douluo 23.
Chapter 121, see you in the next world.
Douluo I world. Sea area. Clouds and mist covered the sky, thunder and lightning roared, and the water was seething like broth on fire. Roar. Suddenly, a huge mouth opened from the deep sea, with a diameter of 1 kilometer, capable of swallowing any island.
Sea god!
You are not a sea god. You are a sea god from another god realm. Why are you trying to kill me? The deep-sea demon whale king roared towards the sky. His huge mouth rushed out of the water and was about to swallow the thunderclouds in the sky. The next second, a ray of divine light fell on his huge forehead, forcing him back. In the center of the divine light, a tall and majestic figure slowly appeared. He had a divine ring on his body, and his 8 wings fluttered gently. Divine charm fell with every move he made.
Tang San, Divine King Realm!
Deep Sea Demon Whale King, I remembered correctly. You in this world are not dead yet. Tang San looked down from above, the magic ring behind him spinning. The trident of Poseidon in his hand was pointed at the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Is it wrong that I'm not dead? The Deep Sea Demon Whale King was shocked. Don't you allow people to live longer these days? No, I allow you to live, but the prerequisite is that you must sacrifice yourself to the descendant of the sea god. Tang San raised his hand, and suddenly the wind and clouds of heaven and earth changed, the sea overturned, and the sky and the earth were upside down. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, he and the deep sea demon whale appeared outside the Poseidon Island. You are not the successor of the sea god of our world. Why is that? The voice of the sea god in Douluo I came from the sea god island. Then, his shadow slowly grew larger and hovered above Poseidon Island. The sea gods of the two worlds officially meet at this moment. Senior Sea God. Tang San greeted him symbolically. The sea god nodded in return. You have not yet grown up in this world. It will take some time. After saying that, he pointed to Sea God Island, where a pair of lovers were standing on the edge of the cliff, looking up at Tang San. When the two Tang Sans met, they both felt a sense of illusion. Tang San was excited. Will I be so terrifying in the future? The unreachable 10,000 feet divine light can only serve as a foil. In Douluo II, Tang San behaves very calmly. Compared to Tang San when he was young, he looks more like a father at this moment. The two looked at each other without asking any questions. They know exactly what they need and what is in their minds at the moment. Third brother, Xiao Wu held onto Tang San from Douluo I world tightly, and looking at the Douluo II Tang San who was shining with divine light in the air, she felt a palpitation in her heart. Xiaowu, it's okay. Douluo I Tang San protected her. Douluo II Tang San frowned lightly, pointed with the Sigurd trident, and a gentle force wrapped around Xiaowu and dragged her into the air. Xiaowu! Douluo I Tang San panicked. Poseidon waved his hand. Don't be nervous, he means no harm. I saw Douluo II Tang San's divine power rolling out, and a gentle force began to purify the power of the abyss in Xiaowu's body. Stop! If you dare to purify the power of the abyss in her body, I will kill her now. Just at this moment, a low voice fell from the boundless sky. Immediately afterwards, a domineering, murderous aura turned into sharp arrows and hit Tang San and Xiaowu in the center, forcibly interrupting the treatment. Everyone looked up and saw Yu Wanshi coming in the air with the god-killing spear in his hand, 9 divine rings flowing behind him. His temperament was no worse than Tang San's. It's you. Tang San frowned. Master, you are finally here. This guy came up and asked me to sacrifice him to this world. The deep-sea demon whale king complained. Douluo I Poseidon had a solemn expression. This person actually had the 9 god rings.
God King realm!
The other party is not from the god realm, so why can he possess the strength of a god king? The most important thing is that his cultivation system is no different from that of Douluo continent. The sea god was surprised and also glad that he had not made enemies with the other party before. Of course, they are more out of curiosity. These 2 people came here today, right? They didn't come here just to see their heir. This world is very different from the world I know. Douluo II Tang San was not angry when he saw Yu Wanshi trying to stop him. His wife was also Xiaowu, so he would naturally not let Xiaowu in this world be in danger. Your Excellency seems to have a lot of opinions about them. Douluo II Tang San pointed at himself in this world and looked at Yu Wanshi. Are you from Wuhan Palace? Ever since he learned that Tang Hao in this world was killed by the person in front of him, he decided to help Tang San in this world to take revenge. He has just come here, hoping to give the other party some help, at least to prevent him from being killed by the Rakshasa god and the angel god of the spirit hall like himself. It doesn't seem right for a god like you, or even a person from the outside world, to interfere, right? Yu Wanshi had no intention of showing him any mercy. The 2 men stared at each other and did not speak for a long while. Divine King Tang San had a slightly cold expression on his face. To him, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. After a moment of silence, he exhaled. You seem to be from the Blue Lightning. Tyrannosaurus Rex family. If I remember correctly, teacher Yu Xiaogang is also your relative, right? Yu Xiaogang. If I remember correctly, he is indeed your teacher. Yu Wanshi looked at Tang San on Sea God Island and chuckled. Of course, he is also his teacher, but their relationship doesn't seem to be as smooth as yours. Teacher was locked up by you a long time ago. Tang San raised his head, his voice filled with annoyance. Teacher was born in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. It's really sad. Yu Wanshi sneered. Then you are really filial. If you become a god, will Yu Xiaogang enjoy the happiness with you? When he said this, he looked at the divine King Tang San intentionally. The latter's expression changed slightly. Oh, no need for you to tell me, sir? In that case, do you still want to interfere in what's going on here? Yu Wanshi nodded, his aura suddenly changing. You are a god from the god realm, and you have rules and restrictions. I am not from the god realm, and I can kill anyone I want. Hearing this, Tang San's expression below changed drastically. Now he is about to break through to the Soul Douluo level, and the Sea God test has also gone through 6 tests, so nothing can go wrong. Thinking of this, he looked at his other self, the self in the God King realm. At this moment, the other party seemed to have noticed his request. Although his face remained calm, he had already included Yu Wanshi in the list of those who have already been doomed to die. Haha, I naturally know that. Divine King Tang San sneered. But since you are a divine king, I'm sure you won't attack a junior, right? How could Yu Wanshi not know what he was thinking? However, He originally had no intention of attacking Douluo I Tang San, and his purpose of coming here was only to stop the god King Tang San in front of him from doing anything crazy. For example, Tang San in this world directly inherits his god kingship across time and space, and then Tang San in this world becomes the fourth god king of the two god realms. With the blessing of four gods, he couldn't even imagine how amazing it would be. Of course, the other party doesn't seem to have such an idea at the moment. After all, at this time, he had not thought about traveling around the universe with Xiao Wu. During this period, he only wanted to revitalize the Tang sect. Haha, that's good. See you in the next world. The figure of God King Tang San slowly disappeared from the spot. Yu Wanxi's expression was calm. The other party's words could be said to be a direct reveal. Now that the three worlds are converging as the God King, it is impossible for him not to go to other worlds to make plans and seize some opportunities. Aha. Then see you in the next world. Yu Wanxi's eyes were deep, and he shifted his gaze to Tang San at the scene. The latter felt his body tighten and took a few steps back. Don't be nervous. If I say I won't kill you, then I won't. Yu Wanxi used voice transmission to remind him, do you know? There is a saying in the universe that if you devour your parallel universe self, your strength will be qualitatively improved. Perhaps you will be promoted from a first-level god to the God King realm, or you may move from the God King realm to a higher realm. How? After saying this, Yu Wanxi disappeared. Tang San was left with his eyes narrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 122 Final. First of all, I would like to say sorry to everyone. This book is destined to have a bad ending. The reason is, first, my ability is limited and the data in this book is inaccurate. Second, as a newcomer, I don't understand much about fan fiction, so my writing is a bit inadequate. Third, the big guy who recommended the book is really unkind and directly updated it simultaneously. Fourth, there are many other reasons. Finally, a chapter outline ends, announcing the official end of the book. The first year of the space-time era, Yu Wanxi laid out 3 Douluo universes. Douluo II world. Yu Wanxi transformed into an avatar that entered Huo Yuhao's body, coexisting with Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and Alex. 2 people and 1 beast, in Huo Yuhao's Sea of Consciousness, on the one hand helping him to practice, and on the other hand completing the assessment of Son of Luck by the God of Creation. During the process, Yu Wanxi accepted Huo Yuhao as his apprentice under the identity of the eldest brother of the Tang sect of Shushan in another world. In order to make his identity more authentic, he made up a story about the Tang sect in another world and told Huo Yuhao, Tianming Binken and Alex that he was killed by an outer sect disciple named Tang San. Yu Wanxi tells the story of Tang San, thief who stole the Tang sect's unique skills as an outer sect disciple. Although he created the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, he still could not be forgiven. The sect elders and all the Tang sect disciples chased Tang San, and when they finally approached, he killed him with the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. This story was also deeply imprinted in Huo Yuhao's heart, and he vowed to seek justice for his teacher Yu Wanxi Tianzun. The world layout of Du Tu has taken shape. Yu Wanxi went to the Douluo III world. He did not go to find Tang Wulin because he knew very well that no matter what era Tang San was from, he would be able to discover his bloodline immediately, so it would be unnecessary for him to make arrangements. And there is more than just Tang Wulin who is the son of destiny in this world. There is also a Silver Dragon King. Yu Wanxi used the Golden Dragon King's divine core as bait to let the Silver Dragon King transform into a human to establish the Beast God sect in the human soul master world, recruiting beast soul masters from all over the world. In fact, the entire Beast God sect was composed entirely of soul beasts. Later, it established a relationship with the spirit-transferring pagoda and developed steadily at all times. Afterwards, he descended into the Dragon Valley and used the power of the Dragon God to revive all the dragon souls here and sent them all into the small divine realm within his body. But this is not enough, because Yu Wanshi knows that Tang San from the Douluo II world will definitely use Tang Wulin to contact Tang San from the Douluo III world, and the conspiracy between the two Tang Sans cannot be reversed in one move. So he went to Shrek Academy and found the strongest couple of the time, Sky Douluo Yunming and Holy Spirit Douluo Ya Li. Yu Wanshi's arrival shocked the two of them, because the person in front of them was at the Divine King level. Yu Wanshi, who is familiar with Douluo Dalu III, knows very well that even at the end, Tang Hao, the Lord of the Plain, did not resurrect Yunming, and even Yali committed suicide because of this. Yu Wanshi sometimes wondered if Tang San's hatred towards the angel god was too excessive. Yu Wanshi recounted the events of the disappearance of the god realm in the Douluo III world one by one and delivered an invitation letter to Yunming. As long as he wanted, he could immediately have the god realm to guide him and create his own godhood. He also promised to help his wife Yali become an angel god. Only then did Yunming willingly agree. Afterwards, the two of them entered the god realm one after another to practice according to Yu Wanshi's arrangement and successfully broke through the 100 level mark. With the help of Yu Wanshi, Yunming began to create his own first level god, the god of war. The two of them broke through level 100 one after another and began to take over the inheritance of the divine throne.
Yuming martial god! Yali angel god!
Two first-level gods are enough to kill Tang Hao and A Yin. Everything proceeds step by step. The second year of the space, time era. The worlds are interconnected, and the three worlds begin to merge and learn from each other. But this also further catalyzed the war among the three worlds. You must know that the three worlds were all in an era of war during this period. In the Douluo Dalu I world, due to the addition of advanced weapons from the latter two worlds, wars became more frequent, and soul masters all over the world were living in misery. The Wuhan Empire, the Shura Empire, the Tiandu Empire, and the Singluo Empire refused to give in to each other. 1 month, Tang San breaks through the shackles of level 90 and returns to Douluo continent, and cooperates with the Shura Empire led by Hoshin sect to join forces with Ning Rongrong's 9 Treasures Glazed sect and Dai Mubai's Xingluo Empire to conspire against the Tiandu Empire. Almost at the same time, Chuan Renxiu, who was stationed in the Tiandu Empire by the Wuhan Empire, broke through the shackles of level 90 and decided to take action against the Tiandu Empire. Suddenly, many forces of the three empires turned their attention to the Tiandu Empire. Yu Wanshi had anticipated such a coup, but did not try to stop it, because this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Now, 1/3 of the people in the entire Douluo continent have gathered in Tongshan City. After being baptized by the Extreme Academy, they have understood a truth: all men are created equal. This place is the source of a revolution. Once the fuse of this fight against the sky is ignited, the world can be taken over. 2 months. The three empires began to deploy in various places and concentrate all the forces they could mobilize. 3 months. The Wuhan Empire used Chuan Renxiu and Qing's identities to start winning over forces within Tiandu, including the Extreme Academy, but Yu Wanshi did not respond. The Shura Empire used the 9 Treasures Glazed sect to make a fuss, and also began to win over various major forces, including the Extreme Academy. Yu Wanshi did not answer. 4 months. The three empires began to intentionally or unintentionally dispatch troops to the Tiandu front. When Yu Wanshi's attention was focused on the 4 empires, the Silver Dragon King began to secretly mobilize the soul beasts to move towards the Xingluo Empire. 5 months. The Douluo 23 world secretly sneaks in to prepare for a piece of the pie in this war. In the Douluo II world, Tang San requested the Ashura god to resurrect Tang Chen and Tang Hao in order to unify the continent with the Ashura Empire. This was noticed by Yu Wanshi, and the three gods fought a decisive battle, which almost caused the second time and space storm. Fortunately, other gods from the 2 major gods stopped it. 6 months. Ashura god and Douluo II's Tang San couldn't guess what Yu Wanshi's plan was in the Douluo I world, But they knew that Yuanxi would be a variable in this war of unification, so they decided to take another approach to curb Yuanxi's actions. Douluo II Tang San brings Douluo II Zhu Zhuqing to find Douluo I Zhu Zhuqing and tells her that as long as she leaves Yuanxi, she can inherit the throne. Douluo Dalu I Zhu Zhuqing looked down on Douluo II Zhu Zhuqing, saying that in her world, the Zhu family had been the Dai family's sperm collector for generations, and that this could not be changed even if they became gods. This nearly broke Douluo II's Zhu Zhuqing's defense, and thus planted a seed of depression. 7 months. In Douluo Dalu II, in order to continue to cause trouble for Yuanxi and divert his attention, Tang San starts to make trouble for Yu Xiaogang from Douluo Dalu I. Douluo I Yu Xiaogang cried with joy when he saw Tang San become a god, and decided to help Douluo I Tang San no matter what. During this period, he began to contact Lu Erlong under Yuanxi's nose. Later, he was discovered by Yuanxi, who completely banned him from the family and mocked him. In Douluo Dalu II, Tang San sent all his parents and relatives to the god realm to eat divine food. But why was Yu Xiaogang not included? Yu Xiaogang became crazy because of this. 8 months. In Douluo II, the god King Tang San decided to make use of the Shrek 7 devils to help Douluo I Tang San. He teamed up with Douluo I Shura god to persuade several gods in the god realm to pass the throne to the Shrek 7 devils. When they came down to earth to pass on the throne, they found that Ma Hongjun had inherited the throne of Blood God and had achieved the throne of Blood God, so the gods fought. Yuanxi had already anticipated this and strangled several second-level god clones and put them into the god throne incubator. He gathered several god thrones again. Afterwards, Yuanxi ordered Ma Hongjun to release his nature and attack Bai Chengxiang, making her pregnant. This was known to Tang San in Douluo I. Yuanxi told Tang San that it was a trick used by Tang San in Douluo II because Tang San in Douluo II wanted to change Bai Chengxiang's fate. Tang San in Douluo I was furious after hearing this. Everyone's fate has already been determined. Why should we change it? At this time, the words that Yuanxi left in his heart began to sprout. This sentence was, "Rumor has it that, as long as you devour your parallel world self, you can gain more terrifying power and even become a creator god." After this incident, Tang San used the authority of the sea god to control Ma Hongjun in Shrek Academy, but the good times did not last long. Huliena, who was also the heir of the blood god, wanted to devour Ma Hongjun to ascend to a higher god, so she sneaked into Shrek Academy and fought a fierce battle with Ma Hongjun. The power of the two spread far and wide, and Shrek was almost destroyed. Fortunately, Douluo II god King Tang San appeared in time to suppress the two, but the more this happened, the more Douluo I Tang San regarded his Douluo II self as an enemy. Later, Yuanxi arrived and took Huliena away. What he never expected was that this was a move by the Saint Lord of the Abyss. On the second day after Yuanxi brought Huliena back home, Yu Tiangxin was bewitched and raped by Huliena. After the incident, Yu Tiangxin did not dare to tell Yuanxi about it and decided to take care of Huliena secretly. However, this was discovered by Tang San in Douluo Dalu II first. He threatened Yu Tiangxin to lure Lu Erlong into Yuanxi's room, causing Yuanxi to be ruined. Yu Tiangxin refused, so Tang San threatened Huliena. Faced with a choice, Yu Tiangxin agreed to Tang San's request. He did not try to deceive Lu Erlong, but confessed to Yuanxi. In the end, he wanted to commit suicide to apologize, but was stopped by Yuanxi. Yuanxi only then realized that Tang San had been causing trouble for him time and again, which actually made him unable to take care of the current situation in Douluo continent. He brought Yu Tiangxin to find Huliena, but she had already been taken away by Tang San in Douluo Dalu II and handed over to the Shura god, because the blood god was the Shura god's subordinate. Helplessly, in order to relieve the worries of the rear, Yuanxi imprisoned Yu Tiangxin in the family and ordered all members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family not to have any connection with other forces during this period. 9 months. After having intercourse with Yu Wanshi many times, Poseidon became pregnant with a child who was raised by Yu Wanshi in the small divine realm. While Yu Wanshi was excited, he received information from all over Douluo continent. The three empires are preparing to attack the Tiandu Empire, and the Silver Dragon King is preparing to attack the Singluo Empire. During this period, when Tang San in Douluo II continued to cause trouble for Yu Wanshi, Tang San relied on the Douluo II world's belief in him and secretly sent a large number of strong men from Douluo II world to Douluo I world, preparing to completely help Tang San in Douluo I unify the entire continent in this coup. The information was beyond Yu Wanshi's expectations, but he did not choose to repatriate these people. And all it takes is a fuse. 10 months. The fuse that the three empires had been waiting for appeared. Emperor Xu Ye is dying of old age. Xu Qing and Xu Beng begin to fight for the throne, and the Tiandu coup officially begins. At this time, the three empires began to put pressure on the border of the Tiandu Empire. The Tiandu Legion lost its backbone and was defeated. At this time, the Jubao Luli sect, which supported Xu Beng, began to put pressure on Chuan Renxiu, and everyone gathered in the Tiandu Palace. In Douluo I, Tang San led the Shura Empire to cooperate with the Nine Treasures, Glazed Sect, and the Singluo Empire to launch a coup d'état. Chuan Renxiu knew that the matter could no longer be concealed, and she could not hide it any longer, so she revealed her cards directly, and the Wuhan Empire and Shenjiuan appeared together. For a time, the two sides were in opposition. The Shura Empire line up Douluo I Shrek Academy, Douluo II Shrek, Singluo Empire Sea God Island, Nine Treasures Glazed Sect, a total of 49 titled Douluo. Spirit Empire Spirit Hall, Other Forces, Holy Abyss, total of 55 titled Douluos, mostly Holy Abyss. The two teams fought, and suddenly the prosperous city turned into ruins. The two forces fought fiercely, and countless civilian soul masters were displaced. The Tiandu Empire became history in this struggle. At the same time, the Silver Dragon King launched a soul beast war and attacked the Singluo Empire. In a month, Douluo continent was in complete chaos. No one could escape from this troubled world, not even the Extreme Academy. And this is exactly the fire that Yu Wanshi needs? 11 month. Yu Wanshi opened up Tongshan City and spread all the soul masters, civilians, and soul beasts in the city who had been influenced by the Great Harmony, thought throughout the entire Douluo continent. Later, he asked Iesh Yin to spread the word that the true meaning of God Killer was to hope that countless people would no longer be oppressed by God, and everyone in the world could turn over and become their own God. Such ideas were popular in the chaotic Douluo continent. These people would tell everyone they met, "Go to Tongshan City and find the God Slayer. He can lead us out of the predicament and create a truly harmonious and prosperous world." A 12-month. After several major powers had divided up the Tiandu Empire, they discovered that the concept of all under heaven as one was completely popular. This kind of speech that is not conducive to governance is suppressed by major forces, and the more this happens, the more people hope to build a world of great harmony, without oppression and humiliation. 2/3 of the people in Douluo continent began to go to Tongshan City to pursue their ideals. The third year of the space-time era, 1 month. By the time the major forces reacted, Yu Wanshi had already been pushed to the forefront by 2/3 of the people in Douluo continent. Yu Wanshi had no choice but to join the battle completely and wrote an article entitled General Principles of the Equality of All Human Beings, and published it. The world has been in chaos for too long. Only a harmonious world can bring order to the world. With this banner raised thoroughly, the Great Tong Kingdom was officially established, and the titled Douluo cultivated by Yu Wanshi using the divine liquid was officially put to use, and everything began to proceed according to his plan. 2 month. The Datong army, mainly composed of the Extreme Academy and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, began to declare war on several major empires. It was not until this time that everyone understood Yu Wanshi's plan. He wanted to overthrow the imperial system
and lead the world to true prosperity.
The Saint King predicted that the major empires were doomed to fail this time, so he controlled all the people in the Shura Empire who had practiced the Abyss Law and sent them back to the Abyss Plane to retain their strength. The collapse of an empire shattered the dreams of other forces. The Wuhan Empire decided to resist again, waiting for Qian Rengsu and Bibidong to become gods. The remnants of the Xing Luo Empire and Shrek decided to wait for Tang San and the Seven Monsters to become gods. The Soul Beast Lord returned partly under the obstruction of the Goddess of Nature, a yin, but was still led by the Silver Dragon King. She decided to fight to the death with Yu Yuanxi. 3 months. Under the attack of the Dadong army, several major forces were defeated one after another, and the prosperous times in people's hearts became more and more concrete. During this struggle, Yu Yuanxi had completed the 91st test of godhood and was only 8 tests away from becoming the god of creation, and his small divine realm began to expand continuously. 4 months. Yu Yuanxi's army attacked the last line of defense of several major forces. It was at this time that the gods ascended to the throne. Sea god Ashura god Tang San, angel god Qian Rengsu, Rakshasa god Bibidong, the god of blood, the god of speed, the 9-colored goddess. There are a total of 15 gods from the major forces. The Extreme Academy was not to be outdone, with a total of 10 gods appearing, all of whom were first-level gods. 5 months. The war broke out completely, and the Douluo continent was upgraded to be able to accommodate the war between gods. This battle was so fierce that the sky was dark and the sun and moon were turned upside down. 6 months. The War of Gods came to an end, and in order to help Tang San win, the god Shura completely integrated the power of the godhood into Tang San. The gods retreated. Yu Yuanxi knew that it was time for him to appear, so he took action to suppress Tang San. Bibidong Qian Rengsu survived in exchange for the angel god and the Rakshasa god agreeing to marry Yu Yuanxi. In order to prevent the 9 treasures glazed tile sect from being implicated, Ning Rongrong chose to devote herself to Yu Yuanxi. With the protection of the 2 Douluo god realms, Tang San was sent back to the god realm, and this was exactly what Yu Yuanxi wanted. Now Tang San, the Shura god, sea god of the Douluo god realm, has become a chess piece of Yu Yuanxi, and other gods such as the angel god Qian Rengsu have become forces in his hands. At this point, the Douluo One world was completely unified by Yu Yuanxi, and the Douluo Federation was established by soul masters and civilians all over the world. 7 months. The danger has not been lifted. The Soul Beast Empire and the Abyss Plane are still troubles. Of course, it would be easy for Yu Yuanxi to get rid of these, but he couldn't do that. Once the enemies were gone, problems would arise internally, so he chose to leave 2 hidden dangers. 9 months. Poseidon gave birth to a son and a daughter for Yu Yuanxi. 10 months. The world is peaceful. The story could end here, but there are still 2 worlds to be arranged by the 10th year of the space-time era. Douluo II world. With the help of Yu Yuanxi, Tianming Binkin and Alex, Huo Yuhao became a titled Douluo and founded the Spirit Transferring Tower. In September of the same year, Hu Yuhao launched a war to unify the continent in the same way as in Douluo Dalu 9. In Douluo II, Tang San was ambushed by Douluo I Tang San, who was controlled by Yu Yuanxi and escaped from the Douluo III world. In the 11th year of the space-time era, the Douluo II world achieved great harmony. Under the witness of Ho Yuhao, Yu Yuanxi transformed his clone into substance, including the Silver Dragon King, Snow Empress and other goddesses. The 12th year of the space-time era, Tang Wulin unlocked the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King and became the strongest in the world of Douluo, Dalu III. Under the instigation of Tang San in Douluo II and Tang Hao in the 2 worlds, the unification of the Douluo III world began. Yu Yuanxi knew that this was the best time to take action, so he controlled Tang San from Douluo World 1 to fight with them. For a moment, the Tang family compound was in complete chaos. Finally, the 2 worlds' holy abysses joined forces to defeat the Tang family compound. Yu Yuanxi took the opportunity to take action and completely destroyed the Abyss Plane. At this point, the three Douluo worlds returned to peace. The 15th year of the space-time era, Yuanshi merged the three universes and used the two divine realms and three worlds to create a more terrifying divine star. The 16th year of the space-time era, Yuanshi got married. The wives are God of Light Poseidon, Yezi, Angel God, Rakshasa God, 9, Colored Goddess Ningrongrong, Ju Zhuking, God of Life Yilingling, God of the Dead Meng Yiran, Angel God Chuan Rengshu, Silver Dragon King 3, Auspicious Beast 3, Snow Empress 3, God of Desire Shui Binger, Ma Xiaotao Zhangnan and Zhu Zi. By Shuxiu and all other unmarried female warriors in Douluo, the protagonist is the reader, and the reader can fill in who he wants. The first 100 years of the space-time era, Yuanshi left behind a clone and left the Douluo world with his divine realm and his wives. In the same year, his clone wanted to break through the 8-dimensional life and fell into madness, causing countless gods to join forces to kill him. In the same year, Douluo Dalu 3 World God Realm returned. This is the end of the book? Extra one. Me and the Conch Girl. It mainly tells the love story between the protagonist and Poseidon. Chin Extra 21 My Uncle and My Daily Life. The protagonist tells the story of the peaceful life of Zhu Zhuking, Meng Yiran, and Ye Lingling. Hate Extra 30's Unwilling to Yield. He was forced by the angel god. It mainly tells the story of the love, hate, and vengeance between the protagonist and the angel god.
K Extra 40 We Are the Epitome of Evil.
It mainly tells the story of the protagonist's daily relationship with the goddesses of the divine world, such as the Rakshasa god and the goddess of desire. Extra Chapter 50 Enjoyment After Humiliation. It tells the story of the protagonist and goddesses such as Ning Rongrong, Qian Rengshu, Ma Xiaotao, and Jiang Nanan. Extra Chapter 60 Beast Girls are also very lively. It tells the story of the daily life of the protagonist and his soul beast wives. Apologies again, this is the end of the book.
Goodbye, Janhu.
New book. Just after entering the key refining stage, heaven simulated me to become an emperor.